Origins of the other. Emmanuel Levinas between Revelation and Ethics. Samuel M. Moyn. I. Origins of the other. Introduction. The problem of the other is discovered through telling its history. Stanley Cavell. In 1928, at age 22, Emmanuel Levinas, now renowned for his ethical doctrine of the other, traveled to Germany from his home in France in order to spend a year abroad. He went to study with the renowned philosopher Edmund Husserl, taking his last course before Husserl retired. For a generation of converts, Husserl's philosophy had unseated the dominant philosophical orthodoxy of the previous several decades in Europe and made everything seem new again. Neo-Kantianism, dominant in European university philosophy departments in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, had finally fallen, and rivals for succession had been competing for primacy. In Freiburg, no one doubted which one had succeeded. The town is small, tidy, and pretty, Levinas wrote from the town back to France in one of the first publications of a prolific career. But it is the university that supplies the vitality. Students flock there from everywhere, because it is the city of phenomenology. In his early career as a philosopher, Levinas, who lived from 1906 to 1995, would play a major role in transplanting to French soil the phenomenology that Husserl had pioneered. The mood of his initial comments documents his enthusiasm about what he had discovered. In Freiburg, Levinas wrote that the new philosophy seemed to be more than a new theory, it is a new ideal for life, a new page in history, almost a new religion. It affected students deeply and lastingly, but, on Levinas's AC count, transcended a merely academic fashion. If the best minds are attracted by the doctrine, the crowds are fascinated by its success too. And yet, if Husserl deserved acclaim, Levinas soon learned that Husserl's approach to philosophy might already have been superseded in its turn. Husserl's theory had come under attack by his erstwhile student and hand-picked successor to his Freiburg professorship, Martin Heidegger. That same year, Levinas wrote that Heidegger's name had, by the time he arrived, become Germany's pride. To hear him, Levinas wrote, one had to arrive at 10 a.m. to secure a place for a 5 p.m. lecture. 3 Levinas later noted that while he originally intended to study with Husserl in Freiburg, it turned out to be Heidegger whose philosophical concerns became his own. 4 Levinas returned to Paris a disciple. In explaining the part he took up in Heidegger's following in Freiburg, Levinas wrote at the time that he understood that German student he met on the Berlin-Basel Express en route to the city, who, when asked where he was going, answered without batting an eye, "I am going to the home of the greatest philosopher in the world." 5 In 1933, barely 4 years after Levinas left Freiburg to return to France, the scene there must have seemed quite different. The crowds had come to be fascinated by other things. Scandalously, the best minds were attracted to them too. Thanks to a tradition of scholarship beginning in 1946 with Max Weinreich's devastating portrait of Hitler's professors, the integral role that academics played in the National Socialist regime has become well known. 6 Most did not need to be pushed into coordination, Gleichschaltung, with the new order. Many affiliated enthusiastically, Martin Heidegger was one of those. He assumed the rectorship of the university in Freiburg shortly after the Nazi takeover, colluding in the expulsion of Jews from their positions, rejecting his former Jewish students, even allowing the removal of Husserl's name from the dedication page of his book Being and Time because of his honored teacher's Jewish background. In recent years, Heidegger's behavior in 1933 and after has become so notorious that it is questionable to many whether he ought even to be read as a philosopher any longer. As for Levinas, in Paris, he learned immediately of Heidegger's political sympathies and commitments. I could not doubt the news, he later recalled, but I took it with stupor and disappointment, and also with the faint hope that it expressed only the temporary lapse of a great speculative mind into practical banality. 7 Very quickly, his enthusiasm for the greatest philosopher in the world had dampened. In the 19th century, Jacob Burckhardt had described Freiburg as so beautiful as to seem like a divine gift to humanity. But, in a massive November 1944 bombardment. It took a mere 20 minutes for the Royal Air Force to reduce the city of phenomenology, where Heidegger continued to teach, to rubble. It is unknown whether Levinas could have recaptured his youthful admiration for the city whose philosophical precincts nurtured his thought and altered his life. He never set foot in Germany again after the war, although he lived for a full half-century after the collapse of the Nazi regime. But it is certain that he changed his attitude toward the teacher he encountered there. Levinas came to argue, famously, that Heidegger ignored the experience of a foundational encounter with the infinity of a human being, the significance of what Levinas came to call the other. His position has had the most far-reaching ramifications for contemporary thinking and, even more, for contemporary vocabulary. But what were its origins? It is this turning point in the recent history of European thought, the beginnings of the concept of the other and the premise that its ethical content counts as the starting point of philosophy, that this book attempts to recount and explain, to better judge their significance and value. What follows, therefore, is a chronological narrative of Levinas's discovery of the ethical other through 1961, when he published his masterwork Totality and Infinity, with emphasis on the steps and logic of his itinerary, as well as his relationship with the sources he used and perhaps abused as he traveled it. Levinas's reception. Few European philosophers have had as strange a reception history, in their own land and abroad, as Levinas has enjoyed or suffered. Now recognized as one of the most significant continental philosophers of the 20th century, Levinas is commonly understood to be the figure, steeped in the Jewish tradition, who taught philosophy, after the horrors of war and genocide, how to be moral. For this reason, while Levinas's philosophy germinated in the interwar period and climaxed not long after World War II, his masterpiece, Totality and Infinity, appeared in 1961. Levinas is widely presented today as the most contemporary of philosophers. Thus, for example, a prominent history of 20th century French thought presents him in its last chapter as the cutting edge. But there is a danger in the fact that his thought has been received, first in France and now in other lands, in an age different from the one in which it originated. Although the delay is a testament to its thematic potency and, perhaps, to its enduring value, the understanding of Levinas's philosophy may have suffered from the decades that intervened between its production and its prominence. In this book I suggest the validity, and perhaps even the necessity, of coming to grips with Levinas through placing him back in the philosophical atmosphere of the years in which his thought originated, that is to say, the period between the two world wars and immediately after. The spirit of the age in which Levinas became a philosopher affected the character of his philosophy in the most crucial ways. It provided him with more than just the language in which he articulated his proprietary insight, it provided him with many of the basic elements of the insight itself. For this reason, the interpretation of Levinas's thought as a response to the Holocaust, though not false, is not complete, for it ignores how his project took on an already decisive shape before the Holocaust, in the philosophically rich and combative period of the interwar years. Accordingly, this book proceeds on the premise that only by restoring Levinas's thought to the time of its genesis can some of its essential meaning, and perhaps some of its limitations, come into view. Surprisingly, the origins of Levinas's thinking have never, not least on the Anglo-American scene that has been flooded with his works in translation in a burst around the turn of the century, been studied carefully by intellectual historians, with a method that calls for illuminating a body of philosophy by reading it chronologically and understanding it contextually. This approach, the one I adopt in this book, also involves softening, for heuristic purposes, the distinction between Levinas's official philosophical texts and his body of minor and occasional writings, a great many of which have lain unstudied and are for this reason cited substantially in what follows. Of course, this method is not the only one available, it certainly does not replace the brand of theoretical scrutiny for which only philosophers are trained and qualified. It does not vindicate Levinas's philosophy as true or unmask it as false. And yet, it does have this advantage, it can sometimes provide a way of understanding the thought not available from within the precincts of the thinker's system. It is a method that does not allow the object of study to set the terms of study. For the increasingly self-evident fact is that an impressive proportion of writing about Levinas has been produced by those friendly to his claims and convinced by them almost before considering them. Jacques Derrida, the philosopher who did most in an early essay to popularize, and indeed criticize, Levinas's thought, went so far as to testify that he never objects to his old teacher. 9 The statement movingly reflects a personal connection, a creditable filial homage to Levinas's achievement as a thinker and inspiration. But, though an unforgettable tribute in a class by itself, it also reflects a broader and deeper phenomenon and a problem in the reception of Levinas's thought. It is as if Levinas's charisma and texts were able to create, through an incantatory power associated with the highest, and occasionally with the densest, prose, an effective bond that affords them a preemptive immunity against fundamental skepticism. All significant thinkers have this effect. They do not as much solve old problems as force their readers to admit the existence of new ones, for which the thinker's own vocabulary and system then become indispensable for considering. The philosopher introduces not simply another argument to be judged right or wrong but an organizing worldview to inhabit. The point becomes exegetical interpretation rather than critical analysis, the possibility that the subject under study might be idiosyncratic and local rather than human and immemorial is kept at the edges of consciousness. The movement divides the world into insiders and outsiders. In this way, Levinas's thought has become for many what the theoretical school of phenomenology once became for Levinas himself when he entered philosophy, in his own words, a new ideal for life, a new page in history, almost a new religion. As important, and necessary, as this effect is in the history of philosophy, popularity is not always the enemy of truth and is sometimes critical to its success. It also gives rise to a threat, especially as time passes. In the case of Levinas in particular, it leads to the irony that scholarship on his thought bears too many structural resemblances to the self-referential. Scholarship on the thinker he spent his career rejecting, Martin Heidegger 10, but the limitation is more general and theoretical. As a thinker's approach becomes a fashion, forestalls criticism and therefore innovation, it risks, through the very conquering power of its vocabulary, seeming less like a philosophical position and more like a religious one characterized by articles of faith and ritualistic phraseology, of which the other is the most obvious example. The mystery of such a vogue, the celebrated intellectual historian Arthur Lovejoy once wrote concerning the very Bergsonian fashion that caught Levinas up in its premises as a young man, cannot be altogether obscure to anyone who has considered the history and the psychology of philosophical and literary fashions. There is a very evident touch of mystification about this philosophy, and the craving to be mystified is a perennial human craving, which it has, in the more highly civilized ages, been one of the historic functions of philosophy to gratify. What the public wants most from its philosophers is an experience of initiation, yx. It is initiated into is often a matter of secondary importance. Men delight in being ushered past the guarded portal, in finding themselves in the dim and awful precincts of thought unknown to the natural man, in experiencing the hushed moment of revelation. The need for a new sort of philosophic Eleusiniya is recurrent among the cultivated classes every generation or two. It is a phenomenon almost as periodic as commercial crises. To this point, however, Lovejoy wisely added, the fact that a philosophy gratifies the craving for a sense of initiation proves nothing either for or against it. 11 Levinas himself observed, when as a young man he worshipped the thought of Martin Heidegger, that occasionally celebrity and scholarship can coincide. But the only way to tell whether they do so is by subjecting fashions to the harsh validation of skepticism. So much existing commentary on Levinas is offered with submissive piety that in this book I risk a different path. The better to assess the continuing viability of this thinker's contributions, to separate enduring philosophy from passing fancy, I adopt a more critical approach. Respectful of and indebted to the achievement of Levinas's many disciples, those who have produced the lion's share of the writing on him, The following nevertheless supplements internalist exegesis with the complementary attitude of chronological reasoning and externalist contextualization. In doing so, I attempt to restore contingency to Levinas's trajectory, which means sometimes differing with Levinas's influential memories about his life and career, and, above all, refusing to make of his itinerary a teleology necessarily leading up to his mature thought. In studying the evolution of Levinas's thought, I have chosen to regard it not as a process of discovery of truth, slow but in the end successful, but one of creativity and self-invention, in circumstances that exerted formative pressure and with a conclusion that could have been different. An intellectual history of the origins of Levinas's ideas can, it is hoped, provide an avenue to an exterior point of view on his thinking, empathetic with but not absorbed in the object of study itself. Exteriority, after all, counted as Levinas's preeminent value, and some exteriority is also worthwhile in the approach to his own thought. Intersubjectivity, Heidegger's politics, and Heidegger's children. Levinas's philosophy is important, by common agreement, because of a proposal he made about the future of a discussion that antedated and outlives his labors. Though focused on Levinas, this book is more generally and most basically a conceptual history of what has become a fundamental word and theme in European and European-influenced thought in recent decades, the other. Because of its prominence in the most current continental and theoretically inflected discourse, one might imagine that the term and concept of the other is of recent coinage, that it is a fashionable neologism. In fact, it has figured as one of the most characteristic terms and problems of continental philosophy for the last century, and the topic to which the word once clearly referred, that of the intersubjectivity of the individual self, the relationship between individuality and sociality, remains an important and outstanding one in Europe and outside it. Point 12 The philosophical difficulty to which this book returns is the basic one of how to conceptualize human multiplicity. To place Levinas in interwar philosophy is, thus, in part to understand him as a contributor to a discussion in which he himself most aspired to take part, and as affirming a variation on one of the central and enduring themes of modern thought. Martin Heidegger remains the decisive figure in the history of that discussion. The core philosophical quandary on which this book concentrates, even if Levinas came to it only slowly and in stages, is how to defend familiar conceptions of human dignity, and the morality flowing from them, in light of the strikingly powerful, but apparently relativistic, presentation of social relations Heidegger offered. In his masterpiece, Being and Time, Heidegger appeared to destroy the plausibility of the picture of society as a collection of isolated and atomized individuals and thus to bring an end to the attempt to ground social relations in the autonomous choices of individuals. What if, as Heidegger argued, society precedes autonomy and makes it possible and meaningful? Heidegger's Nazi affiliation in 1933 made his challenge to the solipsistic assumptions of modern Western philosophy more, not less, critical to face. In this book, by locating the decisive turn in Levinas's career in his haunted response to Heidegger's political choices, I intend to add to persistent debates about the relationship between Heidegger's thought and his conduct by examining where exactly Levinas in the interwar period thought the connection lay. I also raise the possibility that Levinas tried to epitomize in his own thought, the possibility that Heidegger's politics may pose not the choice between acceptance and rejection of his philosophy but the challenge of saving it from itself, recognizing its convincing innovations while rejecting its persistent limitations. A subject of perennial controversy, Heidegger's politics and their implications for the validity of his philosophy, continue to bedevil discussion today. Indeed, the argument has widened to include the significance of his politics, both historical and philosophical, for the itinerary and ideas of the coterie of brilliant students Heidegger's children whom Heidegger trained as a young professor and who came to number among the major figures in post-war intellectual history. Point 13 While Levinas's original awe before Heidegger's charismatic presence may seem immoderate, he is hardly the only one who responded that way. Indeed, the list of Heidegger's students from around the same time reads like the syllabus of a course in 20th century intellectual history. It includes two of the most prominent philosophers of post-war Germany, Hans-Georg Gadamer and Karl Lowit, one of the most renowned members of the Frankfurt School, Herbert Marcuse, an inspiration for the environmental movement, Hans Jonas, and those icons of contemporary American political theory, Hannah Arendt and Leo Strauss, not to mention many lesser lights. Levinas merely shared their own unguarded admiration for their teacher. It is, in some respects, for some more than others, Heidegger's decision to join the Nazi movement that stands at the beginning of all of their careers, which makes it important to try to study the early Levinas in their company. As it happens, several of Heidegger's students were among the earliest critics, even before 1933, not simply of his thought in general but of his treatment of intersubjectivity in particular. In order to place Levinas's own démarche in context, this book examines the critical responses of Lowit and Arendt to Heidegger's theory of intersubjectivity before 1933, their responses, which are independent of their teachers' politics, provide a useful frame for understanding Levinas's response later and in light of them. A recovery of some of the critical spirit of Heidegger's students, and inclusion of Levinas in their number, suggests an apparent limitation to the conclusion that these students were like automatons caught so profoundly in the powerful thrall of their instructor that they were condemned to continue his own evil. On the level of intention, they strove mightily, each in his or her own way, to overcome Heidegger's errors, which they sometimes considered philosophical before they were forced to reckon with them as apolitics. On the level of effect, their thinking, in many respects, remains some of the most discriminating criticism of their teacher. In placing Levinas in the larger context of these students, all of whom were Jewish in background, this book attempts to show that they were mutinous conscripts to their teacher's cause. They strove to combine their powerful criticism with judicious selection. They appreciated the momentous innovations he made in thinking past the solipsistic limits of earlier European thought, a revolution that has conditioned most of continental philosophy since, even among Heidegger's sternest critics. What follows, then, accepts their own recognition that to correct a great thinker may require a preceding his insight. Ethical theology. The career of Levinas, alone among Heidegger's students, is best understood as reclaiming a basis, beginning in the interwar period, for ethical norms in light of the revolutionary achievement of Heidegger's being and time. Ordinary Western morality, originally rooted in biblical premises. Most of all, the belief in man's sacred dignity and moral worth as a construction in God's image, has normally in modern times been defended as flowing from individual choice and contract. 14 The challenge Heidegger's philosophy threw down to both traditional and updated moral conceptions, epitomized by his theory of intersubjectivity, is that it demanded a secular philosophy that cast doubt on the familiar bases of ethics, including the Kantian approach favored in his time and again today. Heidegger charged that such ethics, traditional and modern, continued to be rooted in theology, a foundation unsustainable after the end of metaphysics. Like many others, Levinas understood Heidegger to have achieved a final secularization of philosophy, purging from it all remaining remnants of theology, notably Christian theology, that remains so much of its inheritance. Contemporaries were quick to stress this effort of purgation as one of Heidegger's main innovations. Leo Strauss, reflecting on his Weimar-era youth, remembered that Heidegger wishes to expel from philosophy the last relics of Christian theology. 15 If Heidegger inadvertently resumed certain Christian themes in his work, that result speaks, one might say, more to the execution than the intent of his philosophy. Strauss's friend and correspondent Alexander Kojève stated more bluntly, "In our times Heidegger is the first to undertake a complete atheistic philosophy." 16 As for Levinas, at the crucial moment of his interwar trajectory, it seemed clear that the form that existential philosophy takes in Heidegger's thought distances itself as far as possible from theology. Indeed, Levinas observed, Heidegger broke with theology with a radicalism without precedent in the history of philosophy. 17 But the implications of this radicalism for ethics, especially in light of Heidegger's celebrated argument for the social nature of the self, remain unclear. While, as the first half of this book shows, Only Heidegger's Nazism would lead Levinas to focus on this problem. The philosophical concerns that were to come to occupy his later career were already on full display in the spring of 1929, just after his time abroad, when Levinas attended at Heidegger's personal invitation the celebrated disputation that took place in Davos, Switzerland, between Heidegger and the neo-Kantian Ernst Cassirer. In their encounter on the subject of Kant's philosophy, Cassirer suggested that while Kant may have argued for human finitude in the domain of epistemology, he contended that humanity had to be understood as transcending this finite status in the domain of ethics. 18 The formula of humanity, Kant had indeed argued, expresses the conclusion that humanity is qualitatively more valuable than everything else in nature, it is infinitely above all price, forestalling all utilitarian comparison or competition, on the grounds that the reductive commensuration of human ity with the rest of worldly objects is a category mistake tantamount to sacrilege indeed, an assault on the holiness of humanity. 19 In this more general sense, the view of the other as a sacred object, and the attempt to find argumentation to make this view convincing on secular premises, available to and indeed obligatory for all, long predates Levinas. It is Kant's project. To these views, Heidegger responded with apparent contempt. The sacred value Kant had intended to confer on human beings in their ethical obligations toward one another could not abrogate their finitude. At best, it made them like angels, who were still God's creation and, thus, necessarily understood as finite. And so the basis for and status of morality that Kant had made depend, in a certain sense, on humanity's godlike infinity could not survive Heidegger's revolutionary argument for human finitude. What were the consequences? At Davos, Levinas, like the other young philosophy students, sided with Heidegger, a fact that caused him no little regret when his teacher's politics became clear a few years later. 20 And yet, his trajectory in the interwar period is best understood as the attempt to reinvent the theory of intersubjectivity he inherited from his teachers in order to provide yet another rendition in the tradition of Western philosophy of the theme of humanity's godlike infinity, except that Levinas attached it solely to the other rather than to the self. In this book I attempt to show in exactly what stages, and out of what contexts, this operation occurred. For it took time, and depended in the most crucial ways on the raging debates and available languages of the moment. Levinas began as a secular phenomenologist and in one sense inherited the problem of intersubjectivity from his original field of inquiry. But in striking out on his own, Levinas turned to hitherto unrelated, theological conceptions of the other, not to an immemorial Jewish tradition but to the transconfessional religious thinking of a particular Western European moment that originated in the collapse of liberal theology in interwar Europe. Accordingly, this book argues that it is ultimately impossible to understand the shape of Levinas's intersubjective theory except as a secularization of a transconfessional, but originally Protestant, theology of encounter with the divine. Claims on behalf of the encounter with alterity and the transcendence of the other emerged, not from any normative Jewish or secular ethical discourse, but from a thoroughgoing revolution in Weimar-era theology. Levinas's conception of ethics as interpersonal encounter, the novelty that remains his chief achievement within the much longer tradition of rooting ethics in theology, is quite simply unthinkable except against the modern recasting of revelation as subjective experience and the Weimar-era understanding of revelation as interpersonal encounter. It was in the course of this interwar revolution, associated with Søren Kierkegaard and Karl Barth, that Levinas first hit upon the concept of the other. At the same time and in common with colleagues, Levinas wondered, at the pivotal moment in his early career narrated in this book, how to keep the transcendent other they were inheriting from theology while rejecting the dogmatic foundations this theology required. It is not too much to say, indeed, that Levinas made secularization the central challenge of his philosophical maturation. Even then, the remainder of this book tries to show, the other did not become an ethical conception until after World War II, at an independent moment during the Cold War and in similarly transconfessional circumstances, even if Levinas simultaneously retrojected his creation back into the foundations of his own particular faith. The final result is that Levinas's philosophy emerges, when viewed from the vantage of his trajectory through the philosophy of the interwar and immediate post-war years, as what one could call an ethical theology. The German jurist Carl Schmitt offered the well-known analytical claim that all significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts not only because of their historical development in which they were transferred from theology to the theory of the state, whereby, for example, the omnipotent God became the omnipotent lawgiver, but also because of their systematic structure. Point 21 in the following, I make the historical argument that the same relationship holds true for Levinas's ethics. The ethical other, I suggest, is a secularized theological concept. The transcendent and humiliating God of a particular moment in European theology became the humiliating and higher other of recent continental ethical thought. The new often consists, Amos Funkenstein once observed, in an aphorism certainly applicable to Levinas and the origins of the other, not in the invention of new categories or new figures of thought, but rather in a surprising employment of existing ones. 22 The origins of the other occurred, to put the argument of this book in a formula, through the transplantation of theology into phenomenology. This process of conceptual borrowing is no surprise in the history of thought, but the theological origins of the contemporary concept of alterity now usually put to cultural use to describe cultural conflict, misunderstanding, and domination may affect one's sense of its viability elsewhere. As a historian, I try to trace how this attempted secularization occurred and what effects the secularization left in the systematic structure of Levinas's thinking. Although in his mature philosophical work Levinas denied any dependence on or appeal to theological premises, he called his ethics absolutely non-theological. I insist upon this. It is not theology that I am doing, but philosophy. His theory turns out to be historically unintelligible except as the philosophical incorporation of the very theological premises he hoped to transcend and to reject. Point 23 If this argument is convincing, one might note in passing, it helps explain why the thought that results is sometimes treated with the devotion ordinarily reserved for religious belief and, indeed, why it can sometimes seem like a kind of ersatz religion in contemporary intellectual life. The discovery of this historical dependence, available only through analysis of the origins and development of Levinas's thinking, is not intended to lead to an immediate or complete repudiation, or, for that matter, acceptance, of Levinas's ethics. So quick and so comprehensive a verdict ignores the historical situation that Levinas faced in crafting his ethical theology. And it ignores the possibility that this historical situation has not been surpassed. What Heidegger's philosophy, as well as his career, vividly illustrate is that modern Western philosophy has so far been unable to discover a convincing replacement for the original biblical and religious foundations of morality, except through their surreptitious reincorporation. Indeed, even the most contemporary moralists have failed to reckon with the powerful implications of Heidegger's presentation of the nature of human agency and sociality for the very ethics of rights and democracy that they movingly champion. In an age of the sanctity of human dignity, notably expressed in the theories and practices of human rights, the challenge Heidegger offered and that Levinas bravely faced remains not simply open but pressing. As we shall see, as exemplified by Hannah Arendt's work on St. Augustine and intersubjectivity completed soon after her love affair with Heidegger in her youth, the retreat to theological premises provided, in the interwar period, a tempting alternative to Heidegger's purely human philosophy. Later, in her criticism of the crypto-theology of much moral theory, and, implicitly, of her own earliest theological work, Arendt suggests that the modern attempt to state moral norms independently of religious metaphysics raised an implication of which partisans of human dignity had been only half aware. She used, as her example, the modern attempt to fashion a secular doctrine of human rights. Arendt observed, "The proclamation of such rights was also meant to be a much-needed protection in the new era where individuals were no longer secure in the estates to which they were born or sure of their equality before God as Christians. In other words, in the new secularized and emancipated society, men were no longer sure of these social and human rights which until then had been outside the political order and guaranteed not by government and constitution, but by social, spiritual, and religious forces. Point 24. Arendt believed that their ignorance of the very substitutive and secularizing function their work performed affected and undermined the framers of human rights in the most critical ways. For her part, she hoped she could affirm the independence of the novus ordo seclorum that modern life demands, even as she recognized the theological entanglements of so many inherited moral and political doctrines, including those of the Eichen founders. In this, she was still responding to Heidegger's demand for a fully secular theory of intersubjectivity. Though, like Levinas, she hoped for one that guaranteed rather than compromised freedom and equality, she alone remained properly wary of the understandable impulse to plead for some religious sanction at the very moment of emancipating the secular realm from the influences of the churches and of separating politics and religion once and for all. 25. The basic claim of this book is that Levinas, and those who have followed him, may not have remained wary enough. Nevertheless, in responding to the ethical shortcomings of Heidegger's presentation of human finitude by recurring to the theological category of transcendent infinity, Levinas inadvertently expressed a need that remains wholly intelligible even if his own problematic execution is judged wanting, the restatement of values originally rooted in theological premises in persuasive secular terms. If he failed to meet this need, a focus on his historical attempt to do so provides a reminder of the continuing burden of the task he laudably shouldered. That Levinas in the aftermath of the Holocaust, when the very idea of human dignity seemed bankrupted by events, undertook to salvage the morality based for so long on the biblical premise of human infinity, makes his attempt yet more definitive for present-day philosophy. That he may have failed is less interesting, from the point of view of the narrative that follows, than the peregrinations he followed in making his desperate, and daring, attempt. An ideology of Judaism. While Levinas incorporated religious underpinnings in his project of developing a secular ethics, it is a mistake to understand those foundations as representing a simple reversion to the premises of a specifically Jewish religiosity, traditional or modern. For the dominant interpretation of Levinas's relationship to the Jewish past and the Jewish religion, the conventional wisdom, presents it as linear and continuous. But it works only on the basis of mistaken assumptions, one about Judaism itself and the other about the nature of Levinas's biographical and philosophical relationship to it. It succeeds, first, on the mythical premise, one partly shared by Levinas himself, of the immemorial coherence and integrity of the Jewish tradition, a proposition contradicted by the sheer difficulty, especially in modern times, of finding a core meaning to Judaism's variety or of expunging controversy from its definition. And then it proceeds to err in drastically overestimating Levinas's biographical and philosophical connection with it, and thus in radically underestimating the novelty of Levinas's own conception. The revival of interest in religion and ethnicity in the last decades has, in a paradox not yet understood, occurred at a time of increasing skepticism toward the meaningful integrity and aboriginal coherence of cultural identities of all kinds. This book sides decisively with the skeptical view in presenting the Jewish inheritance Levinas received as too eroded, fragmentary, and contested to provide a coherent identity for the philosopher to adopt. It credits him with far more liberty of selection, interpretation, and creativity in crafting the identity he is often understood to have straightforwardly inhabited. Put more bluntly, in Levinas's case, as more generally, the rhetoric of finding has to be replaced with the rhetoric of making. This point has to be stressed in light of the dominance of two separate, and mutually incompatible, understandings of Levinas's relationship to the Jewish past. In one reading, Levinas, born in Lithuania and later interpreted as a representative of its rationalistic Talmudic traditions, forced the alternative provided by history, background, and family as his Jewish birthright on an erroneous and violent European philosophy. In the other reading, Levinas recurred to the existentialist Jewish thought of the German Jewish thinker Franz Rosenzweig, 1886–1929, in order to correct that same errant secular philosophy. In this book I reverse the relationship often thought to obtain between traditional and modern Judaism and Levinas's philosophical achievement, out of a concern for the independence of the former and the creativity of the latter. In this way, I intend to provide a corrective to readings that repeat rather than analyze Levinas's appropriations of the past, traditional or modern. I try to show that Levinas boldly imagined Judaism within philosophy and in a way that made it compatible with a striking and compelling, but idiosyncratic, personal and controversial philosophical vision, a vision therefore dependent on his philosophical formation and historical age rather than inherited or discovered independently of it. To put my claim otherwise, Levinas could not have become the Jew he made himself except in and through the philosophy of his time. For this reason, it is mistaken to believe that a traditional, especially a Talmudic, upbringing inoculated him against Heidegger's thought specifically or European philosophy in general and laid the foundations of his mature identity. Recent scholarship, in other words, has too quickly mistaken Levinas's claim to authenticity with authenticity itself and blithely accepted his own rereading of the Jewish tradition as culminating in him, as if it were not just another invention of tradition that all great philosophers, Heidegger not least, have conducted. The same realities of novel departure, appropriative betrayal, and retrospective inscription characterize Levinas's claim to have furthered Rosenzweig's theoretical accomplishment. Because the connection between Rosenzweig and Levinas has emerged so prominently in scholarship as the final link in a newly forged chain of modern Jewish thinkers, the second half of this book provides a new reading of their relationship. Other scholars, notably Leora Batnitsky and Peter Eli Gordon, have recently insisted in their studies of Rosenzweig's thought on the extent to which their protagonist's project is obscured when he is placed in a genealogy culminating in Levinas's own vision. Point 26. While I attend more than they have to the centrality of the phenomenon of revelation in Rosenzweig's thought, without which Levinas's affiliation is unintelligible, in this book I extend their conclusions by showing how appropriatively Levinas read and how fundamentally, in a sense, he betrayed his predecessor's point of view. If Levinas's work emerges as an ethical theology of human others, and thus as a secularization of Rosenzweig's treatment of the divine revelation, then it breaks in the most fundamental sense with Rosenzweig's insistent demand, from one end of his career to the other, for a genuinely theistic theology, one rooted in God's divinity rather than solely in People's humanity. Rosenzweig's attack on 19th-century humanizations of revelation, in which he joined many Weimar theologians, did not find a loyal echo in Levinas's work. Read properly, it can seem almost a premonitory attack on Levinas's own later appropriation. To state the contrast more bluntly, for Rosenzweig, divinity is the only alterity, for Levinas, humanity is. The argument I offer for Levinas's use of non-traditional sources and creative betrayal in his mature invention of Judaism is, again, not intended to invalidate his insight. As before, contextualization in the search for sources is not equivalent to argumentation in the search for truth. For this reason, as a historian, I leave the viability of Levinas's novel understanding of the content and significance of Judaism to one side. In any case, in Levinas's philosophical articulation of Judaism, there may have been nothing new. Classical Judaism expressed itself, it did not reflect upon itself, Gershom Scholem once observed. Whatever the putative innocence of classical Judaism, however, post-classical Judaism exists only through painful self-awareness, dependent on the world in which it finds itself and, to a usually unrecognized and suppressed extent, its own devices. Scholem explained, to the mystics and philosophers of a later stage of religious development Judaism itself has become problematical, and so they tend to produce an ideology of Judaism, an ideology moreover which comes to the rescue of tradition by giving it a new interpretation. 27 Once it is clearer that Levinas did not so much passively inherit as actively invent the Judaism he has come to represent, there are more fundamental grounds for skepticism about his renovation of Judaism, as well as more convincing grounds for affiliation with it. History cannot decide whether one or another theory of a religion is the correct one. More specifically, it cannot locate the proper line between new interpretation and subversive demolition. But it can show how much novelty and creativity there is, and that the novelty flows not from a faith's immunity to its time and its society but from its dependence on them. Philosophy and History. The structure of this book is straightforward, setting the stage by surveying Levinas's early life and entry into his phenomenological career. It then turns to the origins of the problem of the other in German philosophy and how, only in response to Heidegger's Nazi turn, Levinas came to take it as his own. Then the book moves, as Levinas himself did, to the non-phenomenological origins of the transcendent other in interwar theology, notably but far from exclusively in Rosenzweig's thought, and the story of how Levinas both radicalized and secularized this inheritance in the years of the foundation of French existentialism. Finally, the book concludes by narrating the later and separate transformation of the other in a moral direction. Only the Cold War can finally explain the ethical rendition that Levinas gave the other, which he had begun transferring from theology to philosophy long before. This trajectory is the one that best accounts for the contents of Levinas's totality and infinity, the subject of the brief epilogue to this book. Is a historical approach of this kind inapplicable to philosophy in general or to Levinas in particular? The question has to be raised before embarking, for Levinas himself, on occasion, strongly rejected historical thinking as a means of access to truth. 28 For good reason, historians may have a deformation professionnelle that leads them to privilege philology over philosophy and origins over originality. Even the defects of this way of approaching a body of thought, however, have a place if they counteract the defects of other disciplines and approaches. Commenting during the period covered by this book on the magisterial work of Harry Austryn Wolfson, the celebrated historian of philosophy, Levinas observed that the host of continuities with the medieval past uncovered in the philosophy of Spinoza explains rather badly Spinoza's influence as well as the passionate debates he provoked. Ultimately, Levinas argued, a philological study of philosophy ignores the fact that philosophy does not ascend into a cold and eternal sky where future generations will be able to contemplate it even if it does transcend the passions and vanities of the moment. The historian errs when he deadens truth that may still appeal to the living. For this reason, philology courts the danger of transforming a body of thought into a curious foreign object. It flirts, excessively, with antiquarianism and necrophilia. Accordingly, Levinas insisted, it is proper to conceptualize the history of philosophy correctly, as an eminently philosophical discipline. 29 Nonetheless, Levinas added, there is a place for a philological history that understands a doctrine as a literary product, bearing the imprint of the influences undergone by the author. This product is something living to the extent that the life of the author and the genesis of a work are the effect of 1,000 causes and the outcome of 1,000 incidents. A philological history of philosophy is also even more legitimate if it distrusts abusive and ignorant interpretations, if the impartiality of its method allows the rethinking of a philosophy, on the basis of objective information, and the establishment of everything it is mistaken to ignore if one would dare to interpret a philosopher. Levinas's own words explain why the history of philosophy has also to be eminently historical, placing the philosopher in his place and time, restored to the ambient discourses of his country and moment, the better to know what transcends them. If, as I have suggested and shall argue again in the epilogue to this book, Levinas's turn to intersubjective ethics in response to Heidegger's vision reflects a still current task, and if his encryption of theology in ethics provides lessons about its execution, then it is necessary to show in detail why and how this response arose and this encryption occurred. It is not clear whether truth is historical. The quest for it, however, certainly is. Chapter 1. True Bergsonianism. Beginnings of a Philosopher. Spengler's success, my friend would tell me, is the success of a false prophet. The proof is phenomenology. We live under the sign of phenomenology. To be a phenomenologist is to put everything in question again, though not in the spirit of skepticism. It is to believe in a possible answer, without having one ready-made. Only periods of creation, one's own individuality, and personal style receive the gifts of the spirit of inquiry. The previous century could no longer encounter problems, a sterile age of imitation and eclecticism. It lacked curiosity. The 20th century has rediscovered its style. Modernism in architecture and painting is also phenomenology. Emmanuel Levinas, the figure who became the avatar of traumatized denigration of the self and ethical obedience to the other, began as an enthusiast of a novel, even modernist, philosophy. For the profusion of contemporary invocations notwithstanding, the other is, in one of its two origins, a technical problem and a term of art of a specific philosophical school, Edmund Husserl's phenomenological movement. Though now the most well-known philosopher of the other, Levinas inherited this vocabulary directly from Husserl, even though he altered it in significant ways in the period during and after the interwar years. The historical approach to Levinas's early career in the French origins of phenomenology taken in this chapter is concerned to document some origins of the other in the philosophies conquering France in the early 20th century. The breakthrough beyond Kantian idealism that first Henry Bergson in France then Husserl in Germany seemed to promise. Young philosophers allowed them to begin to see the limits of those theories that mentalistically and appropriatively reduced the world to contents of consciousness, denying the alterity of the world in the name of the similitude of the mind. But this breakthrough left much distance to be traveled, and, once young French philosophers were introduced to phenomenology, only slowly did it dawn on them, including, of course, Levinas himself, that intersubjectivity counted as a serious problem in their new approach. If Husserl is the proximate source of the term and the concept of the other, therefore, it is crucial to show that the problem of intersubjectivity remained marginalized for close to 2 decades in his thought. It arose only as a promissory note in the Ideas for a Pure Phenomenology of 1913, the text in which Husserl most clearly returned, in an apparent break from his early work, to the idealistic and transcendental biases of the modern philosophical tradition and thus to familiar difficulties of solipsism. It took time for the other to emerge even in the epistemological, not moral, rendition that Husserl gave it. It took even longer for it to arise in French thought. This chapter, therefore, is largely about postponement. The dominant goal is to set a baseline by showing how few and fragmentary the sources were for a theory of ethical intersubjectivity in the backgrounds against which Levinas initially became a philosopher in the Russian Jewish bourgeois culture into which his parents inducted him, in the French Bergsonianism he acquired from his Strasbourg professors, and, most of all, in the German phenomenology he absorbed from Husserl and Heidegger. Once a commitment to teleological necessity in the origin and development of Levinas's intersubjective theory is given up, in other words, it is striking to note how long it took the other to surface, not just in Husserl's work but also in France after the publication of the Cartesian Meditations in Levinas's translation in 1930 made the problem unavoidable. By and large, the French reception of phenomenology simply ignored the problem of the other. This background sets the necessary scene, for, as the succeeding chapters will show, Levinas had to be provoked into recognizing the problem, and then into crafting a response. A biographical prelude. Before turning to his university formation, however, it is crucial to begin by combating the conventional view based as it is on a nostalgic and stereotypical image of East European Jewish history of the relevance of Levinas's early life to his later philosophy. It is well known, of course, that Levinas came from Lithuania, which through the end of World War I was part of the Russian Empire. It is often thought and has often been repeated that Levinas's youthful formation in the Talmudic precincts of Eastern Europe, Lithuania, had been the birthplace and spiritual center of the Mithnaic Judaism of the 18th century. Vilna Gaon and his rabbinic followers prepared him to recognize the shortcomings of a Western European philosophy to which he always remained an outsider and toward which he possessed a critical point of view from the beginning. This story suffers the usual defects of teleological narratives that interpret beginnings on the basis of, and as the preparation for, a known end. Though Levinas's childhood and upbringing are an important domain of future research, it is evident based on the standard biographical information now possessed by scholars that the conventional account cannot stand one. It is more accurate to understand Levinas as an insider to European philosophy from the beginning of his itinerary. Just as important, Levinas evidently grew up as part of a modernizing, Russified section of Jewish society. This sociological identification suggests that it is crucial not to assign too much significance to Levinas's religious background in accounting for the origins of his mature thought. Point 2. Born in December 1905, January 1906 in the Western or Gregorian calendar, in Kovno, Lithuania, Levinas began his life as a subject of the Tsar. He was a Jew in a multinational empire. The constitutional reforms resulting from the revolution of 1905 had granted the Jews in these lands political, though not civil, rights. Levinas often understandably and plausibly stressed that his parents were not committed to the project of assimilation. They nonetheless belonged to a relatively new social group, a generation of Jews committed to the project of Russification and the upward mobility of embourgeoisement. They spoke Russian with their child even though they conversed in Yiddish between themselves. More important, they demanded the best secular education for their young son. In spite of a strict numerous clauses for Jews, Levinas's daily schooling took place in a secular, Russian-language setting, beginning in Kovno and proceeding through his teenage wartime years, which his family spent in Ukraine. Away from the front. Most important, perhaps, Levinas never attended a traditional Eastern European Jewish school, neither a heder nor a yeshiva. His father hired private tutors for his young son in order to familiarize him with the Hebrew Bible without the interference, as Levinas later recalled, of Talmudic i.e., rabbinic commentaries 3 and, when the time came for university study, Levinas and his parents imagined for him a place at one of the great German universities. In the event, he attended the new university in Strasbourg, in France just across the German border. To clarify the significance of this fragmentary biographical information, before turning to Levinas's entry into European philosophy in Strasbourg, it is useful to appeal to Michael Stanislavski's recent remarks about the nature of modernizing Jewry who were dedicated, like Levinas's parents, to the project of Russification and embourgeoisement. The cultural and legal situation of many urban Jews never allowed for their assimilation, but important sections of the aspiring elite adopted Russian as their mother tongue and replaced the Bible and the Talmud and Jewish folk culture with Pushkin and Turgenev and Gogol, Stanislavski writes. Before World War I, Levinas's parents owned a Russian-language bookstore, and his aunt directed the city's Russian-language library. Through them, Levinas gained a lasting exposure to Russian and European letters. The available biographical information clearly shows that Levinas's parents adopted the drive to Russification of a particular Jewish stratum, so it is not surprising that it also suggests that Levinas, as a result of an accident of upbringing, along with other second-generation bourgeois Jews Stanislavski describes, largely lacked any intimate connection with or interest in Judaism and the Jewish culture of their grandparents. Foreign to them, as well, was the experience of their contemporaries in the small towns of the Pale of Settlement, struggling first-hand with the turmoil of the confrontation between Jewish tradition and modernity. To some extent, their Jewishness consisted in the social stigma attached to their origins, compounded and exacerbated by legal restrictions that made their educational and social advancement difficult, though not impossible. Point 4. Of course, it would be just as much a mistake to overemphasize the secularity of Levinas's upbringing as it has been to give ambient religiosity pride of place. A stronghold of the Jewish Enlightenment, Kovno allowed, more than most cities, new syntheses of modernity and tradition. The affiliation with one did not entirely preclude the other. More to the point, the small size of the Russified Jewish population in Kovno may have fostered, in part because it required, the attempt to combine Judaism and modernity in the home. Kovno certainly did not allow the same departure from tradition as Raucous Odessa, for example. Nonetheless, it seems evident that the basic cultural ideology that led to Levinas's arrival in Strasbourg, and his immersion in the French and German philosophy of the time, and thus his later career, counted as Jewish above all in the sociological sense that it resulted directly from his membership in a specific element of Russian Jewish society. Levinas's mother, a Pushkin enthusiast who recited the poet by heart, favored Russian literature and the project of cultural Russification and seems to have played the dominant role in Levinas's intellectual formation. 5. It is in this sense not surprising that the success Levinas had in overcoming the barrière or the numerous clauses system posed to Jewish parents committed to Russification figures so prominently in his recollections and, through them, in existing biographical narratives. As Stanislavski notes, the quotas on Jewish students in schools, gymnasia, and universities were bothersome, but many bourgeois Jews, like Levinas's parents, could circumvent them either by bribes to relevant officials or by sending their children abroad to study in Switzerland, Germany, or France. 6. It is in the final stages of this Russian Jewish tradition, one might say, that Levinas arrived in Strasbourg, at his parents' behest, in 1923. The coming of World War I and the Russian Revolution, which caught Levinas at the ages of 9 and 13, respectively, complicates but does not fundamentally change this account. Through 1914, Levinas enjoyed what appears to have been a sheltered, even pampered, childhood. His family did well enough to hire a non-Jewish domestic servant. When, in late summer 1915, the German army captured Kovno, the Levinas family had already departed, thereby escaping the mass, forcible evacuations of Jews undertaken by the Russian state out of fear of collaboration. 7. The family ended its brief peregrinations in Kharkov, Ukraine, a mostly Russian city and regional industrial center where the family spent the turbulent 5 years that followed. There, as he had in Kovno, Levinas surmounted the numerous clauses in order to study at the local Russian school. During the Russian Revolution and Civil War, Kharkov, like the rest of Ukraine, underwent a circulation of regimes, communist in the early parts of 1918 and 1919 and definitively from 1920, the city also was for short periods under the control of a Ukrainian nationalist government, sometimes under the sponsorship of the German army, which took Kharkov from the Bolsheviks in April 1918 and of white counter-revolutionaries in the latter half of 1919. Strikingly, Levinas appears to have been largely kept safe from the turmoil and later never spoke of it with much detail or precision. His parents wanted to shelter their children from political engagement, he remembered. They were greatly troubled by these events. They were Jews and they were bourgeois, and they were terrified by what the Russian Revolution represented. But while as a student he followed events in 1917 along with his teachers and classmates, Levinas recalled understanding nothing of the October Revolution, and felt unsure how to interpret the subsequent civil war and terror. 9. By being north and east of the Dnieper River, the Levinas family must have generally escaped the worst consequences of the circulation of regimes in Ukraine of this period, in particular, the anti-Jewish violence that took place between 1918 and 1920. 10. When the Bolsheviks finally secured comprehensive power across the region and the Levinas family returned to Kovno, now part of the new Lithuanian Republic. When Levinas returned to Lithuania, he entered a school specifically for Jews for the first time in his life, for the 2 years remaining before his French university education began. The exact nature of the curriculum at this gymnasium, where classes were taught in Hebrew, is not entirely clear. But, as a school run by a German Jewish Zionist, originally from Halle, named Moshe, originally Max, Schwab, 1886 to 1956, it must have been largely secular in content. Schwab, who also headed the Department of Schools in the Lithuanian Ministry of Jewish Affairs in these years, apparently came to Lithuania accidentally, as a result of capture by the Russian army during the war. Schwab's most important legacy for Levinas was the instruction in German language and German literature he provided, which proved indispensable when it afforded Levinas the opportunity to provide a bridge to France to bring over new German currents of thought. But there is little reason to suspect more serious intellectual or philosophical inspiration. Indeed, having trained in Greek epigraphy in Berlin under the famed classicists Hermann Diels and Ulrich von Wilamowitz-Moellendorff, Schwab, not a philosopher, represented precisely the style of philological and historical investigation of the past that Levinas rejected in his own mature writings. Shortly after Levinas left the gymnasium, Schwab became the founding member of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem Classics Department. 11 The extreme upheaval in Lithuania in these years, in which Kovno for a time became the capital of the state after Vilna fell to the invasion of Marshal Józef Pilsudski's Polish army, in the context of a border dispute that became a highly publicized international crisis, figures not at all in Levinas's memories or in existing treatments of his life. 12. It is startling, but true, that Levinas's recollections reflect little of the turmoil that occurred around him either during or in the immediate aftermath of World War I in both Ukraine and Lithuania. He seems to have been as protected as his parents could manage so that the project of upward mobility could continue for their son, even as the political, social, and cultural conditions that had given rise to this project in the late 19th and early 20th centuries were in the process of violent disappearance. It is nevertheless this project that led Levinas to France and that allowed his insertion into the world of French and German philosophy. The slim information possessed currently about Levinas's early life, as well as Kovno's particular sociology, permits no firm conclusions. But it does intimate a working hypothesis at odds with the conventional interpretation of Levinas's career. Above all, Levinas's membership in the Russian Jewish bourgeoisie of this period suggests that the cultural formation he brought with him when he arrived in France reflects the fact that, of 10 in the East in this period, as in a more familiar way in the West, sociological and ideological innovations made it impossible, and uninteresting, to straightforwardly espouse a traditional way of life or thought. There were too plural a set of options, too promising a quest for mobility, and too frightening an experience of upheaval to allow linear continuation of an old tradition into a new time. As a result, and like many modern Jews, it is largely true that Levinas had to search, and only when he came to feel he needed it, for a unitary and immemorial tradition in which he was neither born nor reared, one that, if it ever existed, did not as a matter of his personal experience. At the time, Levinas admitted toward the end of his life, I didn't know that these riches were all around me, I appreciated them only when I began to regret not having benefited from them. 13 Differently put, Levinas did not inherit a Judaism that immunized him from philosophy. He had to reinvent Judaism, for himself and others, and he did so within philosophy. Solipsism and Strasbourg. Levinas entered a French philosophical tradition that remained profoundly Cartesian, interpreted by the time of his arrival through the blurring lenses of Kantianism and positivism that reigned in the Third Republic's departments of philosophy. 14 Descartes became the posthumous founder of French philosophy, and, by the Third Republic, had taken on the guise of a scientistic positivist. But the solipsism of their patrimony had not yet dawned on French philosophers, who had not yet moved to undo the alliance of certainty and solitude that Descartes' epistemology had involved. It is initially in the destructive gambit of the opening portions of the Meditations on First Philosophy that other human beings are lost, explicitly, along with the rest of the world. In the remainder of the Meditations, Descartes argued rather clearly that human beings, to the extent they do reappear, do so only like any object that re-enters the world, as passive fabrications of the cognizing mind, rather than active sources of independent agency. 15 Banished as a means of beginning, others never come back. The most flagrant example of Descartes' denial of rivals to the ego comes in the celebrated episode of the coats and hats that he sees moving down the street as he looks down from his window and supposes could just as well be robots as men. It is no wonder that Maurice Merleau-Ponty could draw the inference, in an obvious allusion to this moment, that for a philosophy that is installed as pure vision, in the aerial view of the panorama, there can be no encounter with another. For the look dominates, it can dominate only things, and if it falls upon men it transforms them into puppets which move only by springs. 16 As for the version of Kantianism that the French had superimposed on their Cartesianism, P. F. Strawson's description of Kant's achievement as a transcendental solipsism would seem to hold. 17 In any case, the scientistic amalgam of Descartes and Kant that the Third Republic produced left no conceptual account of others. In an illuminating anecdote recounted by Vincent Descombes, André Cresson in 1921 objected to the philosophy of Leon Brunswick, the leading Cartesian and university philosopher of the day. I cannot accept that I might be reduced to a judgment in Mr. Brunswick's consciousness, and I doubt whether those present, for their part, would be prepared to accept this either. Moreover, to be consistent, Mr. Brunswick ought to declare that his is the only consciousness, and that the sole aim of knowledge is to draw up a harmonious table of its representations for the purposes of his solitary ego. The anecdote has been often repeated, but the inference typically drawn from it, that intersubjectivity counted as among the most important problems of the 1920s and 1930s, is an error. 18 Insofar as they broke with Cartesianism and Kantianism, French philosophers in the interwar period, Levinas not least, did so neither to rectify the intersubjective gap they inherit nor out of moral concern. The Alsatian university that Levinas entered in 1923 had originated only 4 years earlier, after the Kaiser Wilhelm's Universität, created in the captured province after 1870, gave way after cession of Alsace-Lorraine back to France to the Université de Strasbourg, which quickly became the leading provincial university of the early interwar period. 19 The university had 3 characteristics in this period worthy of special emphasis. First, it had lost almost all of its faculty in the institutional transition, so that the university had a reputation for youth and innovation. Thanks to the institution of weekly réunions in the Faculty of Letters, it also won renown for the kind of interdisciplinary investigation that helped give rise to the celebrated Annales School of Historiography. Both Marc Bloch and Lucien Febvre taught at Strasbourg during the period. 22nd, in the aftermath of what Claude Dijon famously called la crise allemande de la pensée française, and though dedicated patriotically to becoming, as French President Raymond Poincaré put it at the inaugural festivities, the intellectual beacon of France on the eastern frontier, the University of Strasbourg provided special access to Germany and German culture. 21 Third, situated in a region characterized by special religious diversity, with disproportionate numbers of both Protestants and Jews in an overwhelmingly Catholic country. The university maintained a faculty of Protestant theology. As will become clear, Protestant thinkers played an important role both in the origins of phenomenology in France and, as Chapter 4 will show, in the origins of the other as well. 22 Of the professors he encountered in the Faculty of Philosophy, Levinas retrospectively singled out 4 for emphasis: Charles Blondel, Henri Carteron, Maurice Halbwachs, and Maurice Pradines. 23 Little united these professors politically. Levinas admired the reactionary Carteron, to whom he dedicated his dissertation, just as he became fast and lasting friends with experimentally right-wing Strasbourg student Maurice Blancot in these years. Halbwachs, son-in-law of Victor Basch and member of the Ligue de Droitstilhomme, represented a fundamentally different political vision, one more hospitable to Jews in the country, but did not win Levinas's special allegiance among the teachers he admired. 24 Similarly, it is difficult to locate any great impact on or significance for Levinas's philosophical evolution in these teachers, except for Pradines, whose emphasis on sensation anticipated the role of sensibility in Levinas's mature thought. 25 They were united, perhaps, largely by their common rejection of the reigning synthesis of Descartes and Kant that characterized the Third Republic. In particular, they were open to new syntheses of intuitionism, spiritualism, and psychology that had emerged late in the Third Republic as challengers to the reigning orthodoxy. 26 These tendencies were epitomized by Henry Bergson, and it is certainly Bergson's writings that counted as Levinas's chief early philosophical influence. 27 The main thesis I want to offer about Levinas's early phenomenological career is that it provided a new priority of objects in the theory of perception and knowledge, but that this new priority did not, especially in the early years of his study and publication, eventuate in any special solicitude for people, much less in a moral theory that put them at the center of philosophy. It is in precisely the sense that Bergsonianism provided a determinative entry into the interwar philosophical career that Levinas made for himself beginning in the mid-1920s. For just as Bergson allowed a way beyond what seemed a stale orthodoxy in epistemology, he maintained a pregnant and ambiguous silence in ethics. contemporaries understood Bergson to have introduced a new metaphysics that followed from his overthrow, beginning in his thesis, Essai sur les dons immédiats de la conscience of 1889 and continuing through major works of the first decade of the 20th century, of existing AC counts of perception and agency, and thus the Cartesianism and Kantianism of contemporary thought. Levinas praised Bergson for his innovative account of time, which he correctly believed anticipated Husserl's and Heidegger's later occupation with human temporality. It is easy to see Bergsonian durational metaphysics, as Levinas himself did, as a distinct precursor of the phenomenological account of temporality. 28 But it is equally significant that Bergson's thought also portended Levinas's appeal to the infinity of the human face in encounter. In his rejection of empiricism and rationalism, Hume and Kant, Bergson established a category difference between the merely finite ways of thought common to the natural sciences and the kind of immediate access he called intuition. Knowledge, Bergson explained in his accessible essay Introduction to Metaphysics, remains relative when it is external and partial, like pictures of a town in which one has not lived or descriptions of a person's traits that, even when multiplied, do not capture a person's ineffable character. It circles round the object without entering into it. But, Bergson argued, common sense shows that knowledge need not restrict itself to finite partiality but instead allows full or absolute Possession. This new and different brand of knowledge, Bergson maintained, is, in a sense, infinite because, like familiarity with a town or person irreducible to a collection of snapshots or traits, it lends itself at the same time both to an indivisible apprehension and to an inexhaustible enumeration, and so is, by the very definition of the word, an infinite. Or, as Bergson expressed it more poetically, an absolute is a simple thing, but looked at from the outside, that is to say, relatively to other things, it becomes, in relation to these signs which express it, the gold coin for which we never seem able to finish giving small change. 29 Bergsonianism promised a quest for the infinity of things that the reductive philosophies of modern times had assumed out of existence. The appeal to this presentiment of the absolute familiar to common sense, Bergson claimed, allowed easy identification of the shortcomings of one-sided philosophical views such as empiricism and idealism. The empiricist, to use Bergson's own metaphor, takes the inability of the snapshot to give knowledge of the town to imply the non-existence of the town. Rationalism compounds the error by replying to empiricism that only the formal unity of consciousness is available. Bergson wrote, having once overlooked the ties that bind science and metaphysics to intellectual intuition, Kant has no difficulty in showing that our science is wholly relative, and our metaphysics entirely artificial. Since he has exaggerated the independence of the understanding in both cases, since he has relieved both metaphysics and science of the intellectual intuition which served them as inward ballast, science with its relations presents to him no more than a film of form, and metaphysics, with its things, no more than a film of matter. Is it surprising that the first, then, reveals to him only frames packed within frames, and the second only phantoms chasing phantoms? In contrast, Bergson's metaphysics restored to philosophical examination the riches of real experience and broke with Kant's self-denying restriction of experience to the phenomenal rather than the noumenal world. In Bergson's hierarchical distinction of absolute and relative knowledge, as in his contraposition of intuition and analysis, it is hard not to hear the premonitory arrival of Levinas's privileging of the infinite other over the finite same. By intuition is meant a kind of intellectual sympathy by which one places oneself within an object in order to coincide with what is unique in it and consequently inexpressible. Analysis, on the contrary, is the operation which reduces the object to elements already known, that is, to elements common both to it and other objects. In Levinas's later terms, analysis reduced the other to the same. Even when Levinas would criticize his predecessors for developing too appropriative and representational an account of knowledge, he would follow their sense that humans indeed have intuitive access to objects and that philosophy can clarify its nature. Levinas shared Bergson's sense that the concepts of a self-aggrandizing epistemology would never reconstruct reality, which is tendency and consequently mobility with percepts and concepts whose function it is to make it stationary. Not surprisingly, Levinas's dissertation is dedicated precisely to the topic of intuition, the importance of which Bergson had finally recognized, even if it is in Husserl's thought that Levinas found it rigorously explored. Indeed, along with his comparison of relative and absolute knowledge, Bergson allowed that the distinction coincided with one between finitude and infinity. 30 In a sense, it may seem surprising that Bergson could have been such a formative influence on Levinas, the young student of philosophy. The Bergsonian controversies in France raged mostly in the pre-World War I world, before Levinas's arrival in the country, and Bergsonianism had declined as a fashion in the early interwar years. Although a contender for the allegiance of Catholic intellectuals at the turn of the century, it soon became the bête noire of a new cohort of neo-Thomist thinkers. In addition, the rationalist Julian Benda made the denunciation of Bergson the object of a fanatical campaign. 31 Just as important, Bergson retired from the Collège de France in 1921 and published little. Maurice Merleau-Ponty, born 2 years after Levinas, recalled at a conference on the centenary of Bergson's birth. The generation to which I belong knew only the second Bergson, already retired from teaching and nearly silent. Already considered by Catholicism as a light rather than a danger, already taught in classes by rationalist professors. Among our elders, whom he had formed although there had never been a Bergsonian school, his reputation was enormous. It was not until more recent times that there has appeared a shadowy post-Bergsonianism, exclusive, as if one did not better honor Bergson by admitting that he belongs to everybody. 32. He may still have been honored by everybody in the interwar years, but few still took him as a pioneer or guide. For Merleau-Ponty and Jean-Paul Sartre, Bergson's thought served at best as a stepping stone to phenomenology, as a doctrine old and worn out by the time they encountered it. Yet Levinas felt no need to downplay his initial Bergsonian activation and spoke repeatedly about the continuities between his initiation to philosophy and his years of phenomenological labor. There were several factors that may help explain Levinas's differing attitude. It is surely significant, in the first place, that Maurice Pradines, one of Bergson's principal Strasbourg professors, attempted, throughout a long career, to elaborate a philosophical psychology consistent with Bergson's criticism of the positivistic French discipline of the late 19th century. 33 In addition, there were many who joined the Bergsonian vogue, even as it had begun to enter an eclipse. The decline in the fortunes of Bergson's thought remained slow and relative. For example, the moralist Vladimir Jankelevich, who shared to some degree in Levinas's cultural background, wrote one of the most important studies of and homages to Bergson's thought in the 1920s. 34 Finally, for Levinas, who correctly recalled France's prestige in Eastern European Jewish circles during the 19th century as the nation where modernity for Jews had most dramatically and successfully dawned, it is surely not beside the point that Bergson, son of an Eastern European Jew, had achieved the very summit of French intellectual life. If his early induction into Bergsonianism allowed Levinas to join the new generation happy to leave the sterilities of Kantian academic philosophy behind, however, it is nevertheless crucial to respect the fact that Bergson, at the time Levinas encountered his thought, had never explained the moral implications of his philosophy. In Introduction to Metaphysics, as in all of his prior works, Bergson never distinguished between things and people as objects of knowledge. In fact, it is one's own personality that Bergson counted as the privileged object of intuition, thus the self, not the other. 35 I am not sure if I will ever publish anything on this topic, he wrote of ethics in a widely cited letter of 1912 directed to a public eager to hear what implications for morality the final pages of Creative Evolution might portend. 36 Invoking it in his authoritative introduction to his Mosthers thought, Edouard Leroy observed that Bergson had himself pointed out that we must approach problems of a different kind, those of morality. But about these new problems the author of Creative Evolution has as yet said nothing, and he will say nothing, so long as his method does not lead him, on this point, to results as positive, after their manner, as those of his other works. Because he does not consider that mere subjective opinions have a place in philosophy. He therefore denies nothing, he is waiting and searching, always in the same spirit. What more could we ask of him? In fact, throughout the period leading up to World War I and beyond, as the philosophical world awaited Bergson's comments, the possibility of a Bergsonian morality and religion became the subject of intense, and international, speculation. 38 But after 1907, when he published Creative Evolution, Bergson fell silent for 25 years, until the two sources of morality and religion finally appeared in 1932 as his health was declining. On its publication, Jacques Maritain, one of Bergson's most influential interpreters, recalled the mystery and speculation that continued to surround Bergson's moral theory throughout the long years of its preparation. A few disciples had chanced some timid anticipatory essays, while others wondered whether indeed an ethics could ever arise from a philosophy which, despite its irrationalism, seemed as if it were settled in the slightly disdainful coolness of pure speculation, and as if it were rather scornful of practical human affairs. During this entire time, Bergson labored in silence. One fine day, without any notices in the press, without informing anyone, not even the author's closest friends, after 25 years of anticipation, the work was published. 39. The point is clear, then, if Bergson helped prime Levinas for Husserl, Bergson drew the moral consequences of his thought only after Levinas had left him behind. 40 If Bergson influenced Levinas, it is through his general theory of perception and knowledge, rather than because of any rigorous distinction between things and people or in the development of this distinction into a moral theory. As it turns out, Husserl did not prime Levinas for morality either. Between Strasbourg and Freiburg, Levinas was introduced to phenomenology not by a teacher in the Strasbourg Faculty of Letters but by Jean Hering, who taught Protestant theology there. In 1925, Hering published his thesis, Phenomenologie et philosophie religieuse, Études sur la théorie de la connaissance religieuse, and joined the Strasbourg faculty shortly thereafter. 41 Hering had been a member of Husserl's original, and most faithful, circle of disciples in Göttingen. Edith Stein among others figured in this group, and became Levinas's rarely acknowledged, but almost certainly most decisive, Strasbourg influence. The reason is that Hering, long before Levinas, interpreted phenomenology as the science of the transcendent infinite, divine rather than human. If Hering's role in the early reception of German thought is any evidence, French phenomenology never took, as Dominique Janicod would later controversially allege, a theological turn. It began theologically. 42 Chapter 4 of this book will show that the non-phenomenological origins of the other arose terminologically, at least in a revolution in Protestant theology, and it is with this revolution that Hering began his work. Addressing a debate well underway, even tiresome, in Germany by the time he wrote, Hering observed that such radicals as Karl Barth had shown the severe limitations of 19th-century theology, which, in the tradition of Friedrich Schleiermacher, had become so subjectivistic and anthropocentric that calls for a theocentric theology had become common. 43 Schleiermacher's experiential démarche, rooting religion in feeling, Hering observed, had arisen not out of any internal theological necessity but instead because of the external challenge Kant's critique of pure reason had posed to the natural, purposive theology of the 18th century. The 19th century, Hering argued, is hardly intelligible except as a response to the fear of bringing religion near the lightning that had just reduced rational cosmology, psychology, and theology to cinders. 44 Forced into subjectivism, which found God in man after losing God in the world, theology had not surprisingly by the late 19th century ended in psychology, an enterprise that risked making God's necessity depend on man's foibles. But psychology proved no refuge from skeptics, Hering argued. Will someone contend that I have misunderstood the intentions of the psychology of religion, since it intends precisely to substitute for a superannuated definition of religious truth another, purely psychological one, by simply forgetting the problem of God's existence and the whole sphere of transcendence. This reply can have only two meanings. Either psychology will have to accept ending in agnosticism, or else it involves the affirmation of a preconceived skepticism toward the religious sphere, a skepticism imposed not by any particular results of scientific research but instead by the psychological method itself. Which is the same as saying that all religious belief is ipso facto self-deception and that the psychology of religion cannot avoid ending in psychologism. 45. If the psychology of religion amounted, for Herring, to a tacit admission of agnosticism or even atheism within the theological enterprise itself, he found no support in the German historicism, French sociology, or American pragmatism to which various parties turned in a last-ditch effort to save the transcendent from the disastrous mistakes of the 19th century. 46 Still, who will have the courage to simply return to the pre-Kantian school, which taught us to construct some natural religion? Frankly, not even Schleiermacher's most resolute adversaries would recommend this course. 47 As a way out of the maze, Herring appealed to Husserl's early contribution of intentionality. After a respectable summary of Husserl's early philosophy, Herring turned, in a fashion that drew on and extended Max Scheler's slightly earlier version of the same project, to the potential solution phenomenology offered to the theological crisis bequeathed by the 19th century. 48 Put simply, phenomenology promised new access to the God whom Kant had, in the Critique of Pure Reason, banished from philosophy. According to Leo Strauss's recollection, Husserl, an atheist, replied to the entreaties of his followers for clarification of the relevance of phenomenology for theology by saying, "If there is a datum, God, we shall describe it." 49 It is precisely this prospect that Herring, like Scheler, held out. Besides Pascal's two gods, the God of the philosophers and the God of Abraham, Herring wrote, there is room for a third, the God of humanity. It is this divinity whose study religious philosophy takes up. The program of religious philosophy will consist of studying, clarifying, classifying, and systematizing the intuitions through which religion reaches its object. 50 Phenomenological analysis could allow a route to the objectivity of God even if it passed through the subjectivity of intuition. For this reason, phenomenology also permitted a sophisticated return to the analysis of religious experience, now not the last stop, and subjectivistic refuge, of theology but, thanks to the bridge of intentional ity that Husserl had thrown from consciousness to reality, as a way station to the objectivity of the divine. 51 Though careful to conclude that phenomenology remained neutral between the different sects of Christianity, Herring thus offered one more argument that a new philosophy finally allowed the fulfillment of the Western dream of rational certitude about the existence of the divine. Not surprisingly, Herring did not mention the possibility that phenomenology might prove Judaism's truth. 52 In response to Herring's enthusiastic presentation of the novelty of Husserl's phenomenology, which he later called a remarkable work, Levinas re-enrolled at Strasbourg after receiving his license, which qualified him to teach in secondary school or pursue higher studies. In 1927.53 the following year, Levinas traveled to Freiburg where, as recorded in the introduction, he found phenomenology to be more than a new theory, it is a new ideal for life, a new page in history, almost a new religion. 54 But while it is surely not insignificant that French phenomenology began theologically, it is equally important to insist that there is no evidence that Levinas became a phenomenologist for theological reasons or out of religious concern. More important, Herring's work had no impact on secular philosophical circles. As informed a philosopher as Paul Ricoeur could later, and erroneously, note that Levinas's own dissertation quite simply founded Husserlian studies in France. 55 Levinas had to return to theology after his own contribution to the prevailing secular mode of French importation entered crisis. If, then, one might say that Levinas made the theological turn possible, in that he transmitted phenomenology in a secular register more faithful to Husserl's own intention, Herring's role in Levinas's formation still deserves more attention than it has hitherto received. His endeavor is the most important anticipation of Levinas's transformation of phenomenology a decade later. The example of a religious phenomenology, pioneered in France by Hering, but passed up by Levinas in the beginning, would remain a point of repair when the need arose. Encountered Martin Heidegger, Husserl's subversive air, for the first time. 57 The tenor of Levinas's response to Heidegger's person and teaching has been recorded in the introduction. As he later noted, Husserl, even in 1928, was but a figure from the past. The confrontation of Husserl and Heidegger, he explained, provided an important topic of meditation and discussion, with the caesura between them not as clear at the time as it is now. It is through the slant of these discussions that I myself entered phenomenology, Levinas testified, and was formed in its discipline. 58 Levinas's dissertation, The Theory of Intuition in Husserl's Philosophy, the fruit of his year abroad, provided the French with an introduction to the intentionality of Husserl's armamentarium and also, though they may not have realized it, to Heidegger's appropriation of intentionality to radically new and different ends. 59 But for all the centrality of intersubjectivity to Husserl's and Heidegger's work in these years, it is not the reception of their thought by itself that led Levinas or anyone else to confront the problem of the other. In a sense, the French had to discover the other later, independently, and for a reason, within phenomenology rather than at the time of its initial importation. To understand this crucial point, it is necessary to grasp that Husserl's career came in many stages, and the problem of intersubjectivity and the other followed only from Husserl's decision, in his later writings, to ground his initial theory of intentionality in a more fundamental theory of the primacy of the cognizing ego, a decision that, as he himself recognized, brought him back to Descartes and the solipsism of the Western philosophical tradition. Husserl had made his name, however, thanks to a theory of intentionality in the early logical investigations that promised the restoration of objects in the theory of perception, the return of the noumenon to which Descartes and Kant and their Third Republic followers had bade a bittersweet farewell. Husserl moved later to a Cartesian and idealist priority of consciousness to the world that seemed to come close to reversing his original contribution, a fact the French either did not grasp, downplayed, or ignored. On the publication The Ideas in 1913, according to Edith Stein, she and her colleagues rushed to Husserl's home for an explanation for the transcendental move. She recalled, "The logical investigations had above all made the impression that it was a radical departure from the critical idealism of the Kantian and Neo-Kantian mold. Everyone understood this work as new scholasticism because philosophy could return from the subject to objects. Perception appeared once again to be a receiving that draws its laws from things, not a determining that forces its laws upon things. All young phenomenologists were decided realists. The Ideas, however, contained some phraseology that suggested strongly that their author intended to turn back to idealism. What Husserl told us by way of explanation could not allay our doubts." 60. But Levinas, like other interwar Frenchmen, imported Husserl to France, treating this disconcerting reversal, which alone would make Husserl raise the problem of intersubjectivity so decisive for 20th century thought, as if it had not occurred or as if it were compatible with the philosopher's main breakthrough of intentionality. Although prior philosophies of mind had, according to the phenomenological school, lost the world by reducing it to perception or declaring it unknowable, Husserl's concept, originally a medieval coinage that he had borrowed from his teacher Franz Brentano, who had revived it, first promised a new solution through which the world would survive in the analysis of perception. 61 According to Husserl's scheme, the object of perception, or the cogitatum, is not inaccessible, it is preserved in the perception, or the cogitatio, itself. Hence the meaning of Husserl's slogan, from the logical investigations, to the things themselves. M. Husserl's great originality, Levinas wrote in the first article, and very possibly the most faithful treatment of Husserl he ever published, consists in seeing that the relation to the object is not something that inserts itself between consciousness and the object, it is consciousness itself. It is the relation to the object that counts as the primordial phenomenon and not a subject and an object supposed to connect one to the other. 62. Consciousness, to reprise the Husserlian formula, is always consciousness of something. In contrast to earlier idealisms, notably the neo-Kantian version reigning in France at the time, Husserl's new science promised to save world phenomena from the domination of consciousness, while objects did not yet preponderate, and while other human beings were not specially privileged among them, at least they were now equiprimordial with subjects and so had a new claim to importance. It is in this important but quite limited sense that Husserl extended the tendency already identified in Bergson's metaphysics. Intentionality overcame the evident theoretical failures, so the new generation of philosophers thought, of the neo-Kantianism associated socio-professionally with the university establishment, most prominently as represented by Brunswick, André Lalande, and Emil Meyerson. Remarkably, the degree of their enthusiasm for intentionality was so great that the young philosophical generation, Levinas not least, did not experience Stein's doubts. They took the revolutionary concept of intentionality to be Husserl's fundamental contribution and treated his transcendental approach to subjectivity, and therefore intersubjectivity, when they mentioned it at all, as either continuous with or incidental to his fundamental insight. It is illuminating, in this regard, that Husserl could claim in his Göttingen years, as Hering later reported, that we are the true Bergsonians. 63. Thus, though Husserl's phenomenology may have eventually foundered on the reef of solipsism, as Sartre later claimed in a celebrated cessation of being and nothingness, originally neither Levinas nor the young philosophers who helped naturalize his thought in France in the later 1920s and early 1930s were preoccupied with the danger of shipwreck. They were elated by the new worlds that the phenomenological voyage seemed to be offering. It was Husserl's pre-World War I concept of intentionality that they found most compelling, rather than his interwar Cartesianism. Put differently, the problem of the other came late not early both to France in general and to Levinas in particular. Hering's work presaged this crucial detail of reception. Though Phenomenology et Philosophie religieuse appeared more than a decade after Husserl's ideas, which resituated the theory of intentionality of Husserl's early career in a completely new, seemingly idealist framework, Hering felt free to distinguish the eidetic intuitionism of Husserl's early logical investigations from the Cartesian idealism of his interwar work. 64 In an appendix, Hering explained that all of the descriptive analysis and all of the eidetic discoveries of the ideas seemed to be, in their fundamental meaning, completely independent of Husserl's new theories of the organizing central ity of the Cartesian ego, which were, as Hering put it, affirmations of a metaphysical order that arise incidentally. 65 Sartre's initial reception of phenomenology fits the same pattern. According to Simone de Beauvoir, Sartre was introduced to Husserl's phenomenology thanks to Levinas's dissertation, which caused him to turn pale with emotion while rifling through its pages in the street. 66 In a tribute to Husserl only published in 1939 but composed during his stay in Berlin in 1933-34, thus in the initial flush of his own enthusiasm for phenomenology, Sartre aired his unguarded contempt for the philosophers of the university, picking out intentionality as Husserl's fundamental contribution that revealed their faults. He devoured her with his eyes. This expression and many other signs reveal the illusion common to both idealism and realism, according to which knowing is conceptualized as eating. French philosophy, after 100 years of academicism, is still at this point. Everyone has read Brunswick, Lalande, and Meyerson, and everyone believed that the mind, like a spider, caught things in a web, covered them with a white spittle and slowly swallowed them, reducing them to its own substance. What is a table, a rock, a house? A certain assemblage of contents of consciousness, an order of these contents. It is an alimentary philosophy. 67. Sartre went on to explain that while in the domain of theory this approach seemed the only one possible, it had led, because of the irrefutable testimony from the domain of practice, to a dissatisfied crowd of followers ripe for defection. Invoking the example of a tree, Sartre noted that the description Husserl provided of intentional relation with objects comported far better with their own experience of the world. In vain, the simplest and plainest sought anything solid, anything not just mental, but everywhere would encounter nothing but a soft mist, and such a genteel one, themselves. To know is to burst toward, to tear oneself out of the moist gastric intimacy, to be near the tree but still outside it, because it escapes me and resists me, and I can no more lose myself in it than it can dissolve itself in me. Do you not recognize in this description your own circumstances and your own impressions? You certainly knew that the tree wasn't you, that you couldn't force it into your dark stomachs, and that knowledge could not without dishonesty compare itself to possession. 68. A critical point comes through clearly in these passages. Husserl's phenomenology, far from initially being understood as a stifling prison of consciousness, seemed to unlock the door to the fresh air of the world of objects, a world these young thinkers already perceived as inevitably other to the self. Intentionality, from this point of view, undermined the hegemony of the knowing subject and represented an important step toward the acknowledgement of the authority of objects in constituting human experience. As Levinas put it in a later article from this decade, intentional ity embodied thought's intention to relate to the object as it is, to maintain the object in front of itself and to see it face to face. 69. In a sense, Levinas's later strictures against appetitive philosophies that digest their objects rather than allowing them autonomy and alterity trace back to the French reception of intentionality, except that neither he nor Sartre applied this critique to specifically human objects or to moral philosophy. It is in this atmosphere that one must understand Levinas's early thought. Levinas's initial comments, flush with uncritical excitement and unguarded enthusiasm about what he had encountered, confirm that it is precisely the vitalistic reinsertion into life promised by phenomenology that determined his affiliation. The promise of intentionality is the restitution of the world of things through the analysis of human relationships with them. That theoretical knowledge always involves an object, and especially that this involvement is synonymous with the very existence of knowledge, will perhaps be granted. But feelings, love, fear, anxiety are, in their intimate warmth, directed toward nothing. They are, according to the psychologists, subjective states, affective tonalities, and seem entirely contrary to intentionality. Feeling is not knowing, so the objection goes. But phenomenologists do not maintain this absurdity. On the contrary, their fundamental idea is to affirm and respect the specificity of the relation to the world that feeling brings about. But they firmly maintain that there is a relation there, that feelings as such want to get some place. And consequently contend that the world itself, the objective world, is not produced on the model of a theoretical object, but is constituted by means of far richer structures that only those intentional feelings are able to grasp. 70. Put differently, life's experiences show that reality is itself richer than what natural science has reduced to nature. The world overflows nature, recapturing all the contours and richness that it has in our concrete life. It is a world of things interesting and boring, useful and useless, beautiful and ugly, loved and hated, ridiculous and anguishing. The phenomenological method wants to destroy the world falsified and impoverished by the naturalistic tendencies of our time, which certainly have their rights, but also their limits. It wants to rebuild, it wants to recover the lost world of our concrete life. 71. Surprisingly enough, then, what became philosophical renunciation on behalf of the other began in a naive wish for philosophical possession. It seems likely that the young French philosophers interpreted intentionality the way they did because it looked to be the supersession and fulfillment of Bergson's own revolt against Kant's loss of the world of objects in the analysis of consciousness. A philosopher more sensitive to Husserl's Cartesianism, Theodore Adorno, commented, Husserl used to interpret thinking not as action but as looking at things, that is, quietly facing them like pictures in a gallery. He did not want to interconnect thoughts by spiritual processes, but to detach them from each other as neatly and clearly as possible. From his mathematical beginnings to the very end he was concerned only with the justification of veritas aeternales, and for the passing phenomena he held all the contempt of the classical rationalist. In brief, he was the most static thinker of his period, and it is this fact that brings him into so fundamental an opposition to Bergson, with whom he is often compared because of his concept of ideation of Wesenshow, which is often associated with Bergson's intuition. 72. But far from appreciating how fundamentally Husserl's idealism differed from Bergson's thought, the early French phenomenologists cast Husserl as fulfilling Bergson's philosophy of intuition by giving it the rigor of a science and making it a programmatic endeavor. Although they were aware of differences, one sign that they received Husserl in a Bergsonian spirit was that they constantly downplayed Husserl's Cartesian idealism, the idealism that forced Husserl into the intersubjective problematic of the last part of his life. Thus Hering, in a supplement to his book entitled Phenomenology and Bergsonianism, allowed that the Bergsonian analogy must have struck the reader from the beginning, but argued that the appearance of pre-established harmony between the two philosophies did not lead to a final concordance. Above all, Bergson, in rejecting idealism, also rejected realism. Consequently, Bergsonianism ultimately diverged from the eidetic intuitionism that held out the Platonic possibility of reaching an immobile reality. 73. In a similar passage in his dissertation, Levinas emphasized that because it counted as intellectualist in a Platonic rather than a Kantian sense, for Plato, the ideas are really in the world where for Kant they are placed there by the human mind. Husserl's work did not run afoul of Bergson's critique of Kantian conceptualism. Instead, Husserl's thought found an alternative that allowed the reconciliation of intellectualism and realism, permitting us to escape the dilemma raised by Bergson. An intuition may be ideational without thereby falsifying the meaning of concrete reality, as Bergson assumed it would. 74. It is thus Husserl's early realism, one that they thought followed and finalized Bergson's search for reality, that the young phenomenologists such as Hering and Levinas found so attractive. 75. This tendency, not absent in Husserl himself but decisively qualified in his interwar public turn to transcendental phenomenology that was leader-ally centered on the Cartesian ego, had been extended in the work of his most famous disciple, Martin Heidegger. For those present in Freiburg at the changing of the guard between master and apprentice, there remained a possible continuity from one version of phenomenology to another, as Levinas recalled. For Husserl's students the problem of Husserl's relation to Heidegger and that of the ultimate destination of phenomenology remained the great theme of reflection and everyday discussion. 67. Although it was a move not wholly without foundation, the French, as Herbert Spiegelberg has stated with useful exaggeration, tended to lump the two philosophers together rather than sharply distinguishing them, a tendency perhaps initiated and certainly exemplified by Levinas's dissertation. 77. Since Husserl seemed to have inaugurated a drift toward the concrete, as the title of Jean Wall's book of 1932 had it, the continuities in his relationship with Heidegger came through most strongly to the detriment of their differences. 78. As a result, Levinas never counted as a pure Husserlian except in the short time between his reading of the Logical Investigations, at Hering's behest, and the beginning of his sojourn in Freiburg. To speak the language of a tourist, Levinas recalled in the 1980s of his trip to Freiburg, "I had the impression that I went to Freiburg thinking to visit Husserl and found Heidegger instead." It is clear that Being and Time, the work Heidegger had published in 1927 just before taking up Husserl's chair in Freiburg, affected Levinas like a bolt of lightning. Yet little is known of Levinas's personal relations with Heidegger in these crucial years except that Levinas enrolled in Heidegger's course 79 and was invited by him to attend the epoch-making colloquium of French and German intellectuals at Davos in the summer of 1929, which he called a summit of thought that signaled the enunciation of a new philosophical order. 80. In a 1998 recollection, Maurice de Gandeluc remembers that beautiful afternoon on which Levinas translated several passages in Being and Time for a group of French men. Intoning Heidegger's vocabulary of existence and care, Gandeluc writes, Levinas seemed like the biblical figure of Job, except that he had no reason yet to challenge his God. Heidegger. 81. At Davos, Levinas believed Heidegger clearly triumphed in his disputation with the urbane and rationalistic neo-Kantian Ernst Cassirer. Like Leo Strauss, Levinas thought that Heidegger's scintillating performance against Cassirer revealed the lostness and emptiness of established academic philosophy to everyone who had eyes. 82 Part of the reason for his sympathy, it is clear, was the belief that just as Husserl continued and perfected Bergson, Heidegger had now staked out the same relationship to Husserl. Levinas's first substantial comments on Heidegger's completion of Phenomenology, Martin Heidegger and Ontology, appeared only in 1932, in a different, more admiring form from that under which they were later published in the post-war collection, Discovering Existence with Husserl and Heidegger, and do not express any reservations whatever toward Heidegger's project. They are, to the contrary, enormously positive, even fawning. Point 83 Most important, the date of publication does not signal a defection to a Heideggerian position from an original Husserlian perspective. For the theory of intuition, Levinas's dissertation, is in fact a partisan account that violated Husserl's own understanding of his work, explicating a body of philosophy that Levinas considered already superseded or rather acetualized according to its own unthought presuppositions. In my first book, which appeared 50 years ago, in 1930, Levinas has admitted, I made every effort to present Husserl's doctrine by finding Heideggerian elements in it, as if Husserl's philosophy already posed the Heideggerian problem. I do not think even today to have been wholly mistaken. 84 By 1930, in other words, Levinas had joined Heidegger at the cutting edge and surveyed Husserl's contribution from there. Because for Levinas Husserl's project had not just laid the necessary foundations for but had actually covertly been an ontology, Heidegger, by resituating investigation at the ontological level, had brought to the surface Husserl's implicit concerns. Heidegger's ontology could thus be understood as the fruition and flowering of Husserl's phenomenology, 85 and Husserl retroactively investigated as Heidegger's unwitting forerunner. A first way to understand the theory of intuition in Husserl's phenomenology is, therefore, as a tacit rejection of the protagonist of the title. 86 If Husserl's epistemology thus amounted to an ontology in the Heideggerian sense, it harbored lingering biases for theoreticism and representation, linked to an unjustified theory of the sovereign, transcendental, autonomous, and spectatorial subject, all of which needed to be contradicted in favor of an exploration of being in the world, in Heidegger's famous phrase. Husserl's phenomenological reduction, Levinas wrote in Theory of Intuition, illegitimately elevated theory and representation to the position of forms of intentionality that give a foundation to all others, thereby denigrating acts of will, desire, affection that could have equally served as normative or been given equal status. 87 For Husserl privileged the role of spectatorial objectification without any justification. Husserl gives him self the freedom of theory just as he gives himself theory. 88 In sum, Husserl may have been wrong in seeing the concrete world as a world of objects that are primarily perceived. Is our main attitude toward reality that of theoretical contemplation? Is not the world presented in its very being as a center of action, as a field of activity or of care, to speak the language of Martin Heidegger? 89 Moreover, the phenomenological reduction also held out as a possibility, and even prescribed, the achievement of an extramundane, atemporal, suprahistorical perspective, so that philosophy seems as independent of the historical situation of man as any theory that tries to consider everything sub specie aeternitatis. 90 In opposition, Levinas contended that historicity is not a secondary property of man, as if man existed first and then became temporal and historical. Historicity and temporality form the very substantiality of man's substance. 91 Life could not be surveyed from a God's external and eternal vantage point when it is lived by human beings in finite situation. Of course, these Heideggerian criticisms are presented as if correcting Husserl from within. But even Jean Herring, who had introduced Levinas to the topic of his thesis, bridled at the extent to which Levinas assimilated Husserl to his follower, an assimilation which, Herring observed in an otherwise highly laudatory review, Levinas undertook throughout his generally excellent book Die Unbaut of Autre de son bel ouvrage. Levinas, Herring observed, had written a work that attempts to explain a tree by looking at its fruit. 92. No wonder, then, that Husserl himself could dismiss Levinas's work, in a letter, as having equated my phenomenology with Heidegger's and thus robbed it of its authentic meaning. 93. But it is important to balance this first approach to the book with a second one that takes seriously the continuities Levinas saw between Husserl and Heidegger. Those continuities center around the concept of intentionality, which Levinas saw Heidegger merely extending rather than subversting. It was intentionality that allowed Levinas to see Heidegger genuinely saving Husserl from himself. Levinas reiterated in the dissertation the centrality of intentionality to Husserl. The great interest of Husserl's conception then seems to be his starting point, the phenomenological starting point, par excellence, to have tried to locate the existence of external things, not in their opposition to what they are for consciousness, but in the aspect under which they are present in concrete conscious life. What exists for us, what we consider as existing, is not a reality hidden behind phenomena that appear as images or signs of this reality. 94. But extrapolating from this stance now seemed to lead directly to Heidegger's investigation of the meaning of the sum in Descartes philosophy rather than a straightforward recapitulation of the ego cogito in old transcendental form. Thus, even as he attacked it, Levinas could downplay Husserl's Cartesianism, because by stretching this connection too far, one could distort the most original thought of the German philosopher. 95. The intentionality of consciousness already, like Heidegger's later being in the world, alone renders possible and comprehensible an object and a subject, terms that are already derivative, which meant that even though presented as a theory of knowledge, phenomenology offered for the first time a possibility of passing from and through the theory of knowledge to the theory of being. 96. Sartre's early work again provides a compelling confirmation of the nature of the French phenomenological reception in these years. Even though he did not have as early or as deep a connection to Heidegger as Levinas did, Sartre nonetheless reached a very similar position. He did not seriously look into being and time until the first years of World War II, when he composed Being and Nothingness. He later said that he had spent the mid-1980s on Husserl and that this made Heidegger impossible to study at the same time, but he must have had at least some minimal exposure. 97. Even in the early article on Husserl, he moved immediately on from Husserl to Heidegger as if the latter had penetrated to the true meaning of the former's work. Being, says Heidegger, is being in the world. One must understand this being in as movement. To be is to fly out into the world. The theme of restitution of the world of objects is in this sense a Husserlian accomplishment that Heidegger merely furthered. Sartre then stated that this way of conceptualizing consciousness would detract from the centrality of epistemology on which French philosophy had focused to the detriment of other kinds of intentionality, for consciousness often took the form not of cool knowing but of passionate involvement. As Sartre concluded, Husserl has restored to things their horror and their charm. He has restored to us the world of artists and prophets, frightening, hostile, dangerous, with its havens of mercy and love. 98. Of overriding importance for the purposes of this chapter regarding the French phenomenological reception is that the new solicitude for the reality of objects did not translate into any special attention toward Husserl's perplexing theory of others or to any categorical distinction between things and people. In Sartre's article, Husserl is praised for clearing the way for a new treatise on the passions that would be inspired by this simple truth, so utterly ignored by the refined among us: if we love a woman, it is because she is lovable. We are delivered from Proust. We are likewise delivered from the internal life. In that everything is finally outside, everything, even ourselves. Outside, in the world, among others. 99. But there is no hint that the encounters to be had outside, in the world, among others are qualitatively special. The love of a woman, the article clearly implied, is philosophically equivalent to the comfort of a shady tree. Both were acts of intentionality that required trespassing outside the interiorized realm of pure representations. far more acutely than his French enthusiasts, Husserl himself had become aware of the implications of the problem of the other and had made it central to his work after 1915, when the initial volume of the Ideas appeared. It is certainly true, as the next chapter will detail, that Husserl continued to focus most of his energies in the interwar period on intersubjective issues. And it is true that Husserl's course in the winter of 1928-29, which Levinas attended, also bore on them. 101 But Levinas did not express any doubts about Husserl's ability to solve the conundrum, much less voice any moral reservations. In his first article and book, Levinas hardly singled out intersubjectivity as a special topic. Instead, he simply followed Husserl in acknowledging it as a remaining conceptual puzzle with which phenomenology now had to grapple, and even expressed a guarded optimism that it would eventually admit of a solution. All research on ecological phenomenology, Levinas wrote, has to be subordinated to intersubjective phenomenology because it now seemed critical to surpass the quasi-solipsistic attitude to which the phenomenological reduction, which can be called ecological reduction, leads. 102 In terms that reproduced without objection Husserl's own understanding of the state of his project at the time, Levinas concluded. This idea, which has an elaboration of only half a page in the Ideas, has become primordial in the recent development of M. Husserl's thought. A theory of Einfühlung empathy, promised in the first volume of the Ideas and executed in M. Husserl's unpublished works, will describe how individual consciousness, the ego, the monad that knows itself through self-reflection, leaves itself in order to posit, in absolutely certain fashion, an intersubjective world of monads around itself. 103. Similarly, on the last page of the last chapter of the theory of intuition in Husserl's Phenomenology, almost as an afterthought, Levinas commented that Husserl's published work before the Cartesian Meditations represented only a first step toward phenomenology. It remained to discover THIRD and the intersubjective world through a theory of Einfühlung or empathy. Husserl's mention of others so far had been only very brief, in unpublished works, which Levinas said he could not cite. 104 By unpublished works, Levinas undoubtedly meant the Cartesian Meditations, to which Husserl's students apparently had access in manuscript form and which in fact first appeared in print in French the next year, in 1930, in a collaborative translation by Levinas and Gabriel Pfeiffer. And Levinas, according to a note in the translation, had responsibility for the last two sessions, exactly the ones dealing with intersubjectivity. 105 It is naturally tempting to situate the origins of Levinas's project in his very first response to Husserl in light of the reputation for solipsism that phenomenology has acquired. But however logical this impulse is, it is not historically justified. On the contrary, the initial excitement that Husserl's innovations provoked in France meant that the depth and gravity of the problems he bequeathed to his followers were not immediately apparent. If Levinas would become a theorist of intersubjectivity and of morality, these topics lay in his future, and they would have to be, in a sense, actively invented rather than simply and passively inherited. Toward a problem and a project. There were, then, next to no genuine premonitions of a theory of ethical intersubjectivity in Levinas's inheritances, neither in the legacy of Russified Judaism transmitted by his parents nor in the philosophical insights bequeathed by his teachers. Instead, in his early career Levinas simply joined the post-Kantian philosophical trends, first through Bergson and then through phenomenology, in a spirit very similar to that of many of his French colleagues. Because it is necessary to isolate a historical problem in order to attempt to solve it, this chapter has pursued a largely negative task. To begin to understand the origins of the other, therefore, it is necessary to examine the fate of intersubjectivity in German thought, the topic of the next chapter. Chapter 2. The controversy over intersubjectivity. By going so far with the philosophers, he discovers the weakness of the philosophic position and the deepest reason why philosophy is so enormously dangerous. For if the philosophers are right in their appraisal of natural moral ity, of morality not based on divine revelation, natural morality is no moral ity at all. Leo Strauss. As of the publication of his dissertation in 1930, Levinas had affiliated with Martin Heidegger, whom he understood as the thinker who blended Henry Bergson and Edmund Husserl and extended the promising insights of their philosophies to their logical conclusions. Before turning back to Levinas, and the reasons why he came to resist Heidegger and focus on the particular domain of intersubjectivity in doing so, it is crucial to understand something of the prehistory of this topic in phenomenological circles. I.G. Nord in France at the beginning, the theory of intersubjectivity proved perhaps the most controversial topic of debate in Germany during the period, and certainly among Heidegger's students. In the alternatives they presented between a fully secular but not clearly moral theory of intersubjectivity and a version that vindicated morality only by adverting to theology, these debates were a striking anticipation of the dilemma Levinas would face when he belatedly turned to confront Heidegger's thought. The British novelist Nicholas Mosley, writing about the invigorating philosophical atmosphere of Heidegger's apotheosis years in Freiburg in the late 1920s when Levinas had to appear early in the morning to reserve a space for an afternoon lecture, has reimagined what it must have been like to number among the audience at one of the thinker's famous lectures. Mosley's narrator recalls that Heidegger peered amongst the audience as if there might be someone there he might recognize, not someone he already knew, but someone, it seemed, who might understand if not his words then still what he would be saying. When he spoke his voice was lilting, almost caressing, as he looked amongst the audience he seemed to be asking, "Is it you? Is it you, one?" The question may have a twofold meaning. For one of Heidegger's chief philosophical innovations concerned the whole problem of conceptualizing the relationship between one person and another. Contemporaries of being and time, which appeared just before Levinas's arrival in Freiburg, quickly recognized the importance and success of his theory of intersubjectivity Mitsein, literally, co-being, in his own lexicon in overcoming the persistently solipsistic biases of the philosophical tradition in general and his teacher Edmund Husserl in particular. Is it you? This question, implicit in Heidegger's gaze, pointed to a quest not just for personal connection in a lecture hall but also for philosophical resolution to a long-standing conundrum in Western philosophy, surprisingly revived by Husserl, in spite of the post-subjectivist promise of his early work. As quickly as Mitsein became a philosophical watchword, however, two of Heidegger's German students argued that Heidegger's success in the field of intersubjectivity itself remained defective. Even before Heidegger's Nazi commitment, Karl Loewe and Hannah Arendt wrote important works, a Habilitationsschrift, German second dissertation, and a dissertation dwelling on the possibilities and the limits of Heidegger's powerful vision. The contrasting arguments of Loewe and Arendt provide a useful comparative perspective on Levinas's more thoroughgoing and abiding attempt, of which he made a career, to correct the teacher they all shared, and illustrate the two alternative routes out of Heidegger's thought on this subject, one communitarian and secular and one universalist and theological. Edmund Husserl's Cartesian approach. Heidegger's theory arose as part of his global attack on his teacher. Husserl's treatment of intersubjectivity, eventually epitomized in the Cartesian meditations that first saw the light of day in Levinas's translation, began as a local skirmish in a larger war against the institutional and methodological dominance of psychological approaches in the human sciences, a battle that he helped win at least temporarily. On this issue in particular he engaged Theodor Lips's theory of Einfühlung, or, as it came to be known in the English diffusion of German psychology, empathy. 2 Lips, professor of psychology at Breslau and Munich in the 20 years straddling the turn of the century, once enjoyed great renown as a fierce advocate of the full replacement of philosophy by the new scientific psychology. In his system, as propounded in his Aesthetique of 1903, the concept of Einfühlung took on a quite general significance as the avenue of human understanding of nature. He considered empathy the primitive connection to the world that admitted of no further explanation, all other modes of knowledge and interaction were parasitic on it. More important for these purposes, it also accounted for relations among human beings. 3 Lips differed with his main explanatory rival on this issue, Benno Erdmann, in rejecting an analogical approach, which understood the recognition of author's existence and behaviors as dependent on a mental parallelism with one's own. Lipps did not believe that analogy could explain how these states were attributed to others. 4 The phenomenological argument of the Cartesian meditations blended the positions of Erdmann and Lipps. Husserl adopts both the former's language of analogy and the latter's language of empathy. But these debts, which left such a decisive legacy in Husserl's work, came together with a critique of the framework in which the psychologists had worked, so that Husserl simultaneously attempted to borrow their approaches as well as to sever them from their psychologistic roots and to translate them into the register of phenomenological ideality. 5 The fundamentals of the approach to others were not lost in translation. But because Husserl aimed to ground science and knowledge through a theory at once intersubjective and objective or veridical, the psychologists' intersubjective theories and in particular the analogical solution gradually assumed much more weight in phenomenology than they had ever borne in psychology itself. Indeed, they moved to the center and became the very linchpin of the entire phenomenological enterprise. 6 Although the Cartesian meditations do not, as a contemporary Renaissance in commentary implies, do justice to the various fruits of Husserl's long engagement with the intersubjective problem, they represented, at least until the 1970s, his canonical position on the issue. 7 Husserl's protracted flirtation with analogy is too complicated to reconstruct here, proceeding as it did through partial acceptance to rejection and then eventual reformulation. Only the stage represented by the Cartesian meditations is important for these purposes. By then, Husserl had realized that the problem of the other could not remain a subsidiary issue. Introducing his discussion of a transcendental theory of so-called empathy near the beginning of the fifth meditation, Husserl commented, "It soon becomes evident that the range of such a theory is much greater than at first it seems, that it contributes to the founding of a transcendental theory of the objective world and, indeed, to the founding of such a theory in every respect." 8 The problem sharpened precisely because Husserl insisted that his phenomenology had to proceed to the problem of others after a move back to egological solitude, with an apparent sense of the dramatic tension he had created by reducing the world to its subjective constitution and at the same time insisting that only an intersubjective phenomenology could guarantee the objectivity of that world. Husserl commented, "The question must then be asked, how can my ego, within its peculiar ownness, constitute under the name, experience of something other, precisely something other something, that is, with a sense that excludes the constituted from the concrete makeup of the sense constituting I myself, as somehow the latter's analog?" In the first place the question concerns alter egos by themselves, then, however, it concerns everything that acquires sense determinations from them, in short, an objective world in the proper and full signification of the phrase. 9. But despite the then widespread and probably still dominant sense that he had made a solution impossible precisely by the way in which he posed the conundrum, Husserl spent the fifth meditation trying to do so, and even claimed to succeed. Husserl's procedure in the Cartesian meditations has been explored at great length and is generally deemed a failure. In the 1990s the German philosopher Manfred Frank called it a buried corpse. 10 Very generally speaking, Husserl posited others as alter egos. He understood an other as constituted as an ego, not as myself, but as mirrored in my own ego, in my monad. An analog of my own self, and yet again not an analog in the usual sense. 11 The ego, in Husserl's scheme, first encounters the body of the other and there takes place an ansehen or apperception of that body as an animate organism through analogy. The other's body is like mine and thus likely possesses a similar sense of self-consciousness. Husserl took great rhetorical pains to downplay the ego's activity in this critical initial move. He insisted that this apperception did not count as an act, for, he said, all apperception and identification of worldly objects generally had to proceed through analogy to objects already known. He also argued that pairing, through which ego and alter ego were first symmetrically equated, had to be understood as an essentially passive mutual transfer of sense, in which, however, The ego could never lose the primordiality Husserl had accorded it in the course of the first four meditations. Point 12. This foundation allowed Husserl finally, in the triumphant conclusion to the Cartesian meditations, to derive a harmonious intermonadic community of increasingly complex forms. All social relations were to be derived from it. Heidegger and the sociality of the self. By the time the Cartesian meditations appeared, however, they had already been surpassed, thanks to the strikingly convincing reply in Heidegger's Being and Time to Husserl's early researches on conceptualizing the problem of others. One of the best ways to make the necessary point about Heidegger's much-discussed book is to say that he intended to abolish the solipsistic starting point of modern philosophy and strike out on a different path. Descartes' epistemology, with the mature Husserl claiming to follow his example, had involved the skeptical erasure of the world outside the mind, not only things but people too. Thanks to the irrefragable foundation supposedly remaining, this procedure allowed the reinstatement of the world with a newfound certainty. Among the central points of Descartes' philosophy is that the cogito is alone, hence Descartes' reputation for solipsism. One of the most challenging responses Heidegger made in his book is that Descartes, in insisting on the isolation of the self as his starting point, made other people impossible to fathom philosophically. In fact, only a cursory examination of Descartes' meditations on first philosophy reveals the difficulty Heidegger may have had in mind. No other human beings were yet known to me, Descartes explained, in one of his replies to an objector, clarifying his utter solitude in the brief moment in between bringing the established world down around him and his brave attempt to rebuild it again on new and firmer ground. And rebuild he does, but intersubjectivity is absent from the new world. And though, as Jean-Luc Marion has observed in an insightful essay, one might object that the elimination of others in meditation could be a temporary negation that prepares for a subsequent restoration, similar to the restorations enjoyed successively by the ego, in meditation 2, God, in meditation 3, mathematical truths, in meditation V, and the physical world, in meditation VY, this most elegant and satisfactory hypothesis is flawed, because it is not supported by the texts. In fact, it is contradicted by the texts. Is it you? It never dawns on Descartes even to pose the question. Point 13. In Descartes' meditations, nothing of philosophical importance really turns on the distinction between human and other bodies. The fact that the former, unlike the latter, are bearers of world-constructive powers is never confronted. Banished as a means of beginning, others never come back. It seems that Heidegger singled out Descartes for attack in part so that he could also reach his teacher, Husserl, whom he rarely mentioned in Being and Time but whom everyone except Husserl himself perhaps understood to be one of the main targets of the book. In the interwar years, Husserl had begun to link his philosophical approach to that of Descartes, as the title of his meditations suggests. If Descartes had not even seen the problem that other people posed to his work, Husserl had attempted to solve it in a way that turned out, in the opinion of many, to be less than fully satisfactory. Heidegger's work responded to these apparent frailties. Heidegger's answer to Husserl's Cartesianism is simply that the self is never alone. A relationship with others is from the beginning part what it means to be a self. This innovation did allow Heidegger to advance the striking claim that Dasein, Heidegger's famous coinage for the self, is never, like Husserl's ego, truly apart from others because solitude from them, like theoretical abstraction from the world, is a parasitic and thus covertly dependent relation. On the basis of being in the world is always already the one that I share with the others, Heidegger put it. Point 14. Thus Heidegger could decisively reject both Husserl's general attempt to achieve a phenomenological account of Einfühlung and his more specific approach, in the Cartesian meditations, of converting others into the others are not encountered by grasping and previously discriminating one's own subject, initially objectively present, from other subjects also present. They are not encountered by first looking at oneself and then ascertaining the opposite pole of a distinction. Einfühlung does not first constitute being with, but is first possible on its basis. Point 15. The commentary on Husserl's empathy project could hardly have been more direct or more devastating. Heidegger's decision to begin with new premises that discovered a social context yet more basic than the individual Dasein invalidated Husserl's attempt to understand intersubjective relations as if discrete encounters were adventitious and the ego primordial. It is in this spirit of allegiance to Heidegger's thinking that Levinas could write early in his career that concrete life is not what exists for only one consciousness. In the very idea of concrete being is contained the idea of an intersubjective world. 16. Could even say that Heidegger rejected the whole project of intersubjective philosophy if that phrase is taken to imply subjects as the fundamental elements of a social theory aimed at relating them. They are already related, no one truly encounters another without already being together. From this reversal, which made the intersubjective world prior to the subject, it followed that Husserl had posed a nonsensical problem, one whose solution had to be presumed from the possibility of posing it. But this move, as Heidegger gracefully admitted, by itself did not lead to any clear implications for social life. The phenomenological statement that Dasein is essentially being with has an existential ontological meaning. It does not intend to ascertain ontically that I am factically not objectively present alone, and rather that others of my kind also are. If the statement that being in the world of Dasein is essentially constituted meant something like this, being with would not be an existential attribute that belongs to Dasein of itself on the basis of its kind of being, but something that occurs at times on the basis of the existence of others. Being with existentially determines Dasein even when an other is not factically present and perceived. The being alone of Dasein, too, is being with in the world. The theory in isolation, in other words, could not have implications for individual, tactical, or ontic interactions, because as ontological it determined them all. Nonetheless, the endorsement of the priority of social bonds to the most sovereign and independent self turned out to have normative implications in the rest of the text. Most strikingly, Heidegger could advance a startling claim, as being with Dasein is essentially for the sake of authors 18. Accordingly, Heidegger explicitly made relations with other humans qualitatively different from relations with objects generally a move parallel to Emmanuel Kant's attempt to distinguish human beings from everything else in nature. Heidegger marked this apparently ethical distinction terminologically through the introduction of the word and concept of Fürsorge or concern, which supplemented the Sorge or the care by which Heidegger understood Dasein's necessary pre-theoretical involvement with the world in general. Knowing oneself is grounded in primordially understanding co-being. Concern taking care of things is understood in terms of what is taken care of and with an understanding of them. Thus the other is initially disclosed in the taking care of concern. 19. Heidegger's attempt to insinuate an apparently normative conclusion beginning with the distinction between people and things into what began as, and officially remained, a purely descriptive and methodological premise, while typical of being and time, is perplexing and disappointing. Heidegger could insist that being for dash, against dash, and without one another, passing one another by, not mattering to one another, are possible ways of concern. And precisely the last named modes of deficiency and indifference characterize the everyday and average being with one another. 20. But he could not, on the terms of his own theory, explain why they are deficient. These apparently ethical claims in Heidegger's masterpiece required a separate justification that Heidegger did not of 4.21 insofar as Heidegger attributed normative implications to his account. Of others, indeed, they depended on a covert slippage from concern and care in the propriety jargon of being and time, which connoted necessary involvement in the world and hence with others, to the more conventional meaning of those words that connoted sanctuary and succor. Description became prescription. But Heidegger did not justify, and indeed explicitly took back, the distinction between normatively better and worse interactions that he had implied in his choice of terms and in some isolated remarks. As is well known, Heidegger took pains to assure readers that his various terminological distinctions did not entail any normative hierarchy, nothing like a lesser being or a lower degree of being, as he noted right at the start of his book. He insisted that his analyses were wholly prior to what he called alluding, one supposes, to the Christian notion of sin the superficial distinction between corruption or incorruption. 22 It is hardly surprising, in light of the circumstances of production of being and time, to discover a text composed of different argumentative impulses that occasionally work at cross purposes. Emphasizing the strongly occasional and professional factors involving Heidegger's professorial tenure that led to the book's composition, Hans-Georg Gadamer remembered that Heidegger once showed me the room where he authored the book. Naturally, the little cottage with the rambunctious children wasn't the right place to write the draft. There, in a few great strokes, like an alfresco painter, he composed the whole of being and time. It was the only period in his life during which he never shaved, not even once. He had a full beard at that time. According to his testimony, I never saw it, naturally. In consequence, Gadamer remarks, we must regard being and time differently, as a publication very quickly thrown together. The story of being and time's development is that of a complete improvisation. 23 Whatever the reason, Heidegger's theory of others in the initial parts of being and time ended by begging some of the very questions it claimed to answer. Heidegger himself dutifully admitted the limitations of his own AC count. He commented that his new treatment did not yet address the interpersonal actions of Dasein taken individually or discretely, or the real differences between different modes of concern. These were mere regional ontologies and thus future topics. He wrote, the fact that empathy is not an original existential phenomenon, any more than is knowing in general, does not mean that there is no problem here. Its special hermeneutic will have to show how the various possibilities of being of Dasein themselves mislead and obstruct being with one another and its self-knowledge, so that a genuine understanding is suppressed and Dasein takes refuge in surrogates. This positive existential condition presupposes a correct understanding of the stranger for its possibility. 24. By shifting the issue to the ontological level, Heidegger could indeed claim to solve it from one perspective, but from another he had only reformulated and postponed the problem of the other. And the term and concept of Vorsorge that he tantalizingly introduced left a great deal to be explained later. If he appended Husserl's account, he also left his own open-ended. But this focused analysis of Mitsein may leave the impression that the doctrine is like a promissory note that Heidegger might hypothetically have kept. Although the focus is justified conceptually, it is not textually. For Heidegger's fragmentary treatment of others, taken out of isolation and understood in the larger context of the work, seems not so much a door opened as one quickly slammed shut. The original argument to this effect is given by Karl Loewit in his largely ignored philosophical debut, but later critics have not failed to repeat it. This criticism focuses on the return of the apparently rejected solipsism in the guise of what Heidegger dubbed Gemeinigkeit, the irreducible individualization of existence. The self is presented in being and time as one pole of a dichotomous social ontology, placing it in a standoff against society. It is opposed to the bastardized everyday inauthenticity of the mass. This argument has some textual justification in light not only of the rhetoric with which Heidegger describes what he calls the one, but also of the place of Mitsein in the larger architectonic of the initial half of being and time. As Michael Thunison has observed, the whole problematic of being with one another is only developed by Heidegger in order to allow an answer to the question concerning the who of everyday Dasein. He explains that the topic of Mitsein is to be encountered methodologically only on the way to the one, so that the methodological priority and the positive valence accorded others shimmer only for a moment before Heidegger dissolves them in the substantive and negative stultification that he attributes to social life. Heidegger introduces others only to anathematize them. 25. Thus, whatever the independent value of parts of the approach he broached in the Mitsein section of Being and Time, and despite his insistence on the need for a correct understanding of the stranger, Heidegger may have made this contribution almost inadvertently, and he certainly had not drawn the full implications of his own comments. 26 It is indeed in an important sense at odds with much of the rest of the book. Not only Vorsorge but also Mitsein are compositionally local topics, even if conceptually they could have detracted from the centrality of individual Dasein that he drew from Søren Kierkegaard and that pervades his analyses of anxiety and inauthenticity that became so influential in existentialism. It could have provoked a fuller break from the solipsism of the modern tradition that Heidegger intended to attack. The second half of the book makes the stillbirth of Heidegger's inadvertent and incipient ethics even plainer. For Heidegger proved reticent about his ethics of the stranger not simply because he felt conflicted about his own moralizing. He also had not decided on the content of his own morality, not yet. And there is an ambiguity at the heart of Mitsein itself that he would have needed to resolve to justify any particular ethics. Insofar as it is a neutral social background, the intersubjective foundations of meaning cannot provide any normative distinctions that cut across all kinds of human experience. It amounts to the thesis that the individual is obligated to the meanings of his community and history but obligated to no particular meanings given the variance of such meanings across space and time. It is possible that there are some communities in which it is not required that others matter or that strangers find a place or even that strangers keep their lives. Fürsorge, at least as Heidegger originally defined it, need not apply in those communities. If community turns out to be all there is, then Fürsorge is an impossible category. In fact, at different stages of the composition of being and time, Heidegger appears to have been at least to some degree confused about how he would resolve all the problems he revealed in his early presentation, including the crucial one of the ultimate place of Fürsorge in his doctrine of intersubjectivity. The Mitsein discussion, which comes early in the book, is ambiguous and admits not only specifically communitarian and relativist implications but also universalist and even absolutist ones. Heidegger could have chosen to elaborate a theory that justified Fürsorge instead of one that made that justification impossible. But within a year after his original treatment, when he composed Division 2 of Being and Time, Heidegger seems to have resolved, in his own mind at least, this latent ambiguity in his account. In the latter parts of the book, Heidegger does not simply forget Fürsorge. The achievement of authenticity means that while the circle of auth is not exchanged for a new one, nonetheless the concerned co-being with Fürsorge and Mitsein mit the others is now defined in terms of their own most potentiality of being a self. 27 But what that means, as revealed in the climactic discussion of historicity in 74 of Being and Time, is affiliation with a community, or with a generation. It is significant that the first passage in nearly 100 pages of the book in which Mitsein appears is this one. Destiny is not composed of individual fates, nor can being with one another be conceived of as the mutual occurrence of several subjects. These fates are already guided beforehand in being with one another in the same world and in the resoluteness for definite possibilities. In communication and in struggle camp the power of destiny first becomes free. 28. The transit through being and time that for the self initially involves turning against the old community eventually requires affiliation with a new community as a non-negotiable social condition for even personal authenticity. Whatever Mitsein originally meant, and no matter what divergent interpretations it originally might have allowed, Heidegger himself resolved the ambiguities during the course of the book. Kampf on behalf of community and as part of one's generation excludes any theory of co-being as concern for genuine strangers. To achieve the communitarianism of the last part of Being and Time, Heidegger had to drop Fürsorge from his theory. The problem is not, or not only, that authenticity requires choosing a fate in opposition to the artificiality and the falsehood of everyday life, the problem is that a potential source of interpersonal norms has been suppressed, indeed, overruled at the heart of the very doctrine that might have provided it. While filled, in these ways, with tension to the point of outright contradiction, Heidegger's account is nonetheless not so riotous a collection of thoughts that it did not suggest definite theoretical avenues of resolution. On the one hand, one could take the sociality of selfhood that Heidegger initially recommended more seriously, saving it both from Heidegger's own solipsism and from the notion of a suprahistorical, indeed, quasi-Kantian norm of relating to others implied in the doctrine of authentic concern. This solution would accept that interpersonal relations are social and communal to the core, but deny that there is some authentic way of living them out except according to the norms and standards of some particular place and time. Call this solution communitarianism. This solution is close to the one Heidegger in fact adopted, except that he superimposed on it a decisive interpretation of communal membership that proved frightening indeed, as well as adaptable to his later politics. On the other hand, one could suggest that the sociality of all selfhood leads not in the direction of purely local norms but instead supplies some of the foundations for a transcendent norm such as the one Heidegger labelled concern. Call this opposed solution universalism. It would respond to Heidegger's resolution of the tensions in Mitsein by indicting the apparently unwarranted step of all communitarianisms, to forget that there is a distance between affirming the priority of intersubjectivity to the lonely self, on the one hand, and assuming the community as the only possible definition of intersubjectivity, on the other. It would press for a serious theory of what other options, if any, might come between Husserl's egology and the communal perspective that Heidegger finally endorsed. Point 29. But communitarianism and universalism are not simply hypothetical roots out of the book. They are solutions immediately selected by two of Heidegger's own students. Karl Löwit and secular roles. Karl Löwit activated the communitarian, or perhaps better put, contextualist, option. Löwit submitted his Habilitationsschrift, The Individual in the Role of Fellow Man, in 1928.30. Although this work was indebted to Heidegger, Löwit also tried to correct him, looking back to Ludwig Feuerbach's later philosophy as a possible supplement to Heidegger's theory of intersubjectivity. Then undergoing a major revival, thanks in part to Hans Ehrenberg's re-edition of the Principles of the Philosophy of the Future in 1922, Feuerbach's dialogical philosophy came to be adopted by a wide range of important figures in addition to Ehrenberg, including Ferdinand Ebner, Eugen Rosenstock, and Martin Buber, who later identified Feuerbach as the fount of the philosophy of his I and Thou, which appeared in 1923.31. The question is whether in his modifications of Mitsein Löwit could surmount the gap between the factual and the normative concepts that plague sociological versions of intersubjective theory in general and being and time itself. Löwit made no attempt to explain Fürsorge and, indeed, for the sake of consistency, simply dropped it from his theory. As a result, Löwit simply restated and purified Heidegger's main thesis that even the most solitary activities presume a background of social practices. He reacted to the cryptonormativity of Heidegger's original account by purging it. At first glance, the individual in the role of fellow man may seem like a collection of unrelated monographs on figures as diverse as Kant, Hegel, Dilthey, and Löwit's contemporaries Ebner, Max Scheler, and Friedrich Gaugerten. Indeed, Heidegger, in recommending the work to the faculty, commented that the center of gravity of the work lies less in the systematic erection of a theory than in the concrete, individual analyses and historical interpretations. 32. Nevertheless, the book has a clear organization and a programmatic argument. Löwit spent his initial chapter unveiling Feuerbach's discovery of the Mitwelt or pre-reflexive common world in which humans interacted. In his opening sections, Löwit sounded some of the common themes about the promise of Feuerbach's Demarche. The problem of co-being had fallen into obscurity. It has suffered a peripherische Zersplitterung, in Löwit's pungent words, thanks to the characteristic obsessions of modern philosophy. The Renaissance and Reformation attempted to secure the independence of the individual, whether from nature, the Umwelt, or society, the Mitwelt. This discovery of human and religious autonomy motivated the primacy in the history of philosophy of the I am and the I think. Whether this essential trait of the independent subject came to be founded in the sum of the cogitaire, Descartes, or in pure consciousness, Husserl, in moral autonomy, Kant, in spirit, Hegel, or even in the existence of the single one, Kierkegaard, these variations are of a secondary importance when compared to the overriding similarity of the unitary starting point of all of these positions from a more or less abstractly conceived consciousness. But though relentless, this tendency in the history of modern philosophy had not, Löwit noted, gone entirely unanswered. At the same time as the criticisms that the last systems of German idealism were appearing, in the form offered by Max Stirner's The Ego and his own and Kierkegaard's philosophy of the individual, Feuerbach, in his Principles of the Philosophy of the Future, undertook the programmatic attempt to set the basic issues of idealism, subject-object, on a new soil. 33. Even as the crisis of autonomy set in for good, Feuerbach had developed the means to avoid it. It is, Löwit thought, like a distant premonition of Mitzane in the 19th century. Löwit's rhetoric in this attack against solipsism and throughout the book is so Heideggerian that it may seem like the act of a slavish disciple rather than an ardent critic. The German philosopher Dieter Henrich has commented that Löwit never took any step over the course of his long career that did not also include a critique of Heidegger. 34. If so, however, it is difficult to infer from the text where exactly he directed his animadversions against the master. 35. The best clue, perhaps, is provided by a footnote in the foreword, omitted in the post-war reprint of the book, in which Löwit explains the difference between Heidegger's understanding of the concept of world and his own. As used in the individual in the role of fellow man, Löwit clarified, terms like Mitzane and Miteinander sein, being with one another, defined a primary sociality erected not from the Mit-sen of the solipsistic Eigenen Dasein and the Mitzane of the solipsistic Daseins of others. Rather, it is to be understood as an originary co-being, in which Dasein is concerned about and with others as well as with itself. Waren es dem Inenye den andern und mit dem andern zugleich sich selbst geht. 36. These clarifications were, as Heidegger contended in a letter, only intelligible to an initiate, because they were based on allusions to and reversals of specific morsels of text in being and time, but they were nonetheless major. They make clear that Löwit aspired in his Habilitationsschrift to sever Heidegger's theory of Mitzane from his equal insistence on so-called Gemeinigkeit or mineness, according to which Dasein has to be defined. On this point Heidegger followed Kierkegaard as proprietary and strictly individualized in all cases. Curiously, Heidegger seemed, Löwit implied, to offer a path-breaking insight into the sociality of even the most individual identity with one hand and to take it away with the other. If Heidegger has often over the years faced the charge of solipsism, it is Löwit's almost instant analysis that inaugurated it. 37. Heidegger eventually came to criticize being and time as excessively Kierkegaardian and solipsistic. But because he did not yet, in the late 1920s, recognize the tension between sociality and solipsism in his own work, he saw Löwit's attempt to mobilize Heidegger against himself as a simple misunderstanding rather than as an attempt at resolving a conflict he had introduced. In a letter written to his student in response to a draft, he rebuked him in unconvincing personalized terms. When both Oscar Becker and you polemicize against me by combating a subjectivism, I must confess that both Becker and you are characterologically much more subjective, much more and more intensively self-absorbed than I am. Yet you are not in a position based on the past, at least ontologically, to attain and to provide a foundation for the universal orientation which makes it possible to enter into the kind of crucial communication with prior philosophy for which I am striving. 38. This self-aggrandizing response is hardly a plausible substitute for an argument. A year later, in his important essay on the essence on the ground, Heidegger seems to have had Löwit in mind when he corrected any readers who had erroneously assumed the Gemeinigkeit of Dasein to imply self-love. The statement Dasein exists for the sake of itself does not contain the positing of an egoistic or ontic end for some blind narcissism on the part of the factical human being in each case. It cannot, therefore, be refuted, for instance, by pointing out that many human beings sacrifice themselves for others and that in general human beings do not merely exist alone on their own, but in community. The statement in question contains neither a solipsistic isolation of Dasein nor an egoistic intensification thereof. 39. But these defensive rejections ignore that Löwit's response to Heidegger's problem is itself Heideggerian. Löwit did not object to Heidegger's individualization of Dasein on grounds extrinsic to Heidegger's own thought but in the name of Heidegger's own argument, on the assumption that a choice had to be made. Against Gemeinigkeit, Löwit deployed Mitsane. The basic thesis Löwit defends in the bulk of the individual in the role of fellow man is one that has become popular in certain forms of sociology, according to which individuals are always defined by social roles. The social context in which I am situated will always provide various ready-made relationships that define who I am. I do not exist independently of numerous dyadic roles that I play: son to a mother, brother to a sister, student to a teacher, reader to a writer, and so on. There is no I independent of these relationships. I possess an identity, indeed an I of any kind, only thanks to them. Moreover, these are not roles that I script for myself, they pre-exist in the form of the social relations of a particular place and time. The reason Löwit seems to ignore the Kierkegaardian travails of Dasein, which Heidegger ended up making the centerpiece of Being and Time, is Löwit's implicit suggestion that on Heidegger's own grounds Kierkegaardian individuality is a role scripted for a specific place and time rather than for everywhere and always. In their response to the continuing failure of transcendental philosophies, the approaches that had begun, like Descartes had, with the brute fact of selfhood as the starting point of philosophical analysis, the dialogical approaches of interwar Europe often shifted paradigms only at the price of confronting new anomalies. In particular, Löwit's intensified version of Heidegger's theory of Mitsane faced the problem of generating self and other out of the deeper matrix of community. If I and thou originate out of community, then it has to be explained how. On this point, Löwit candidly acknowledged one of the major difficulties of taking the theory of Mitsane to the hilt and proved his own best critic. To dramatize this problem, it is useful to examine to one of the most interesting, and longest, chapters of the individual in the role of fellow man, which offers a reading and a criticism of Luigi Pirandello's Right You Are, If You Think You Are. The play, which had recently been staged in Germany, provided a memorable thematization of the problem of roles, and it is unsurprising that Löwit thought of it in connection with his work. It involved an investigation by a drawing room full people gossiping about a man and his mother-in-law, each of whom accused the other of insanity. According to the man, he had remarried after his first wife's death but pretended that his first wife had never died for the sake of his mother-in-law, who seemed comforted by the delusion that her daughter remained alive. According to his mother-in-law, he had begun to suffer from a bout of madness, only stabilizing once deluded into thinking that his wife had died and he had married someone else. The play, like all of Pirandello's masterpieces, attempts to blur the distinction between fiction and reality, but it is also centrally about the extent to which collectively scripted and accepted roles define the self. It is a play, in this sense, about Mitsane as Löwit interpreted it. The playwright's philosophical mouthpiece, Laodicea, stares at himself in the mirror and notes, "But what are you for other people? What are you in their eyes? An image, my dear sir, just an image in the glass." He then proposes to summon the only person who could resolve the contending AC counts, the man's wife. She could reveal definitively whether she is the first or second wife and whether she is or only plays the daughter. But first, Laodicea shocks the gossips by suggesting that this wife, who is a wildly different person depending on whether the man or his mother-in-law is talking about her, may not even exist. It remains to be seen, he notes, if what is a phantom for him and her is actually a person for herself. At this point it seems to me there's some reason to doubt it. Is she just her roles or something more? Finally, at the climax of the play, the wife in a veil arrives. But instead of dispelling the mystery, she only confirms it. She says she is whomever you believe me to be, the daughter to the woman and the second wife to the man. And as for myself, she finishes, I am nobody, 40 as. Löwit himself comments, this character, whom he dubs Frau X, is an independent individual only in body. As for her existential reality, she exists only for two other people. 41 Löwit's important admission, one he does not adequately answer, is that the notion of the persistent, independent, and purposeful self does not necessarily follow from a collection of divergent roles superimposed on a body. But the more important objection to Löwit's communitarianism, for these purposes, is that it may resolve the tension of Heidegger's theory of Mitsein in the wrong direction. For it is equally possible, in the face of the cryptonormativity of Heidegger's doctrine, to bring the latent ethics to the surface rather than to suppress them altogether in the name of a relativistic contextualism. It is true that Löwit had given his Habilitationsschrift the subtitle A Contribution to the Anthropological Foundations of Ethical Problems, but, as he clarified in the foreword, he had something different or prior in mind when he used the term ethical. The structure of relationships in human life stems from the fact that men relate to one another, and this relation implies a foundational human way of being, i.e., an ethos, which is the original theme of ethics. The ethos of man defines the meaning and attitude of relationships in human life, whether it is obligating or liberating and whether it is moral or immoral. 42. The effects of the strategy became most obvious in Löwit's chapter on selfishness and altruism. Löwit largely confined himself to pointing out the mistake, according to his argument, of equating egotistical behavior with lack of interest in others and altruistic behavior with lack of interest in oneself. It followed directly from Löwit's analysis that both kinds of behavior involved a deeper relationship between self and others. Although Löwit could redscribe the everyday contrast between selfishness and caring as in fact different forms of the latter, he could generate no particular moral distinction between them. They were just different ways of social being. 43. Not surprisingly, Löwit's contextualist interpretation of Mitsein did not explain, much less justify, the concern that Heidegger had called Fürsorge. Interpersonal solicitude is as much a creature of arbitrary norms of communal locale as egocentric selfishness is. Thus, while he could contend that every philosophy has an ethos that defines man as man and therefore at the same time as fellow man, even when it does not speak of morality and ethics at all and even avoids these words, and while he could conclude that he had undertaken the study of a subject that, as a foundation presumed in any ethics, had every relevance to an ethics, in the individual in the role of fellow man, Löwit abstained from any specific ethical doctrine in favor of a topic. That all such doctrines presupposed. 44. For these purposes, then, the individual in the role of fellow man illustrates 2 points. One is the textual possibility of purifying Heidegger's theory of intersubjectivity in the name of Heidegger's own communitarianism, or a less emphatic contextualism. Another is that this purification may lead to serious philosophical difficulties, inviting new questions as serious as the old tensions it dispels. One of these questions is a moral one. In light of later criticisms of Heidegger, those offered by Löwit himself as well as by many of Heidegger's other students, the improvements of Fürth in the individual in the role of fellow man may have neglected the deeper ethical drawbacks that they later perceived in Heidegger's Nazi allegiance. When Löwit returned to Heidegger's Politics, his allegations revolved around the doctrine of historicality rather than co-being in being and time. 45. It may seem false and anachronistic to expect the grounds of Löwit's criticisms of his teacher to be ethical in nature before 1933. However, a philosopher's alliance with barbarism should not provide the main and certainly not the only occasion to think seriously about the practical implications of his or her doctrine. And there is another, more historical reply, as implied by Löwit's attempt to resolve them. The tensions in Mitsein are recognizable quite independently of Heidegger's affiliation with Nazi politics. But could he have done so not in the direction of communitarianism but instead in favor of universalism? As it turns out, the moral criticisms of Heidegger's Mitsein were not only hypothetically possible, they occurred as a matter of fact. In contrast to Löwit's Habilitationsschrift, the criticisms Hannah Arendt came to offer of their teacher about the same time are unquestionably ethical in nature. Hannah Arendt and Crypto-Theological Ethics. Arendt wrote her dissertation, Love and St. Augustine, in 1928, around the same time as her love affair with Heidegger came to an end. 46. Although the irony of her choice of subject matter is obvious and tantalizing, it is, in light of the available biographical evidence, hard to say whether she intended it. Composed under the supervision of Karl Jaspers in Heidelberg, after Heidegger had arranged for her departure from Freiburg, the dissertation is nonetheless directed against her lover's concept of Mitsein. and in light of recent allegations of an unseemly persistence of personal and philosophical loyalty to the lover who betrayed her, the very depth of Arendt's criticism, like that Löwit immediately tendered against his master, is what needs above all to be recorded. Like Löwit, Arendt found the Heidegger of being and time a solipsist malgré lui. She made this point most forcefully in her direct attack on Heidegger after World War II. Identifying Heidegger's thought as the first absolutely and uncompromisingly this worldly philosophy, she nonetheless claimed that the banishment of God only led Heidegger to depict a lonely and indeed godlike self. A self taken in its absolute isolation, she wrote of Heidegger's Dasein, is meaningless, and if it is not isolated but is involved in the everyday life of the one, it is no longer self. This ideal of the self follows as a consequence of Heidegger's making of man what God was in earlier ontology. A being of this highest order is conceivable only as single and unique and knowing no equals. 47 But the same verdict was already implicit in her dissertation. Though it cites few contemporary scholars, aside from a few Augustine commentators, there is one significant comment about her teacher, confined, like Löwit's key remark, to a footnote. In On the Essence of the Ground, the 1929 essay in which Heidegger had taken the opportunity to defend himself against Löwit's attack, Heidegger had reviewed the history of the concept of the world in the annals of philosophy. The defense did not convince Arendt. While Heidegger had mentioned Augustine, he had, Arendt contended, dwelled only on one of Augustine's definitions. That of world as totality, ens in toto, a distant foreshadowing of Heidegger's own interpretation of world as background totality and condition of human meaningfulness. The other definition, she said, Heidegger had left uninterpreted, and the aim of our interpretation is precisely to make this twofold approach understood. 48 Arendt dedicated her dissertation to the more specific theme of love because she found the duality of Augustine's conception of worldliness matched in the distinction he made between two kinds of love: cupiditas, cupidity, and caritas, charity. Not surprisingly, one is solipsistic and one is not. Thus, Arendt continued, though the category of love is absent in Heidegger's thought, it is ever present in the thought of the Christian whose confessions recount the spirituality of a man, in his own words, in love with the idea of loving. This presence promised a critical point of view on the bias of her teacher. Thus Arendt's dissertation turns, as her footnote implies, on the strong distinction within Augustine's twofold approach to love. Her discussion of the first is the Heideggerian conception that her investigation of the second is meant to undermine by supplementing. To achieve purchase on Arendt's choice of project, it is helpful to glance at a more contemporary philosopher, one strongly influenced by Heidegger, for a lucid account of Augustine's importance on the issues of the solipsistic centrality of self and the countervailing search for otherness. In Sources of the Self, Charles Taylor writes, "It is hardly an exaggeration to say that it was Augustine who introduced the inwardness of radical reflexivity and bequeathed it to the Western tradition. The step was a fateful one, because we have certainly made a big thing of the first-person standpoint. The modern epistemological tradition from Descartes, and all that has flowed from it in modern culture, has made this standpoint fundamental to the point of aberration, one might think." Point 49. It seems that Arendt thought Augustine provided an astoundingly good comparative reference in her debate with Heidegger, for, she constantly noted in her dissertation, Augustine had first defined human beings as self-concerned. Augustine's famous statement in the Confessions that I have become a question to myself seemed like a distant anticipation of the analysis in being and time of a self that in its being is concerned about its very being. 50 As Taylor's comment shows, the solipsistic tradition Heidegger had attempted to overcome, but to which he had perhaps inadvertently returned, stemmed from Augustine's introspective revolution. This point about Augustine would, however, mislead if the ultimate aim of introspection were omitted. For Augustine saw two rival directions to introspection, corresponding to his differentiation of two kinds of love. The one, a perverse form of introspection and love, Taylor describes as a drive to make ourselves the center of the world, to relate everything to ourselves, to dominate and possess the things that surround us. The other kind of introspection and love counteracts the first kind, the discovery which dissipates the perversity of the will, and which the rectifying of this perversity makes possible, is that of our dependence on God in the very intimacy of our own presence to ourselves, at the roots of those powers which are most our own. 51. To put it differently, there is a discovery of an other at the depths of the self. For Augustine, if the perversity of self-involvement is the foundation of cupidity, then it is the disentering of the self that supplies the basis of charity. In sum, if Augustine spoke directly to the philosophical problem of subjectivity, he also concerned himself with intersubjectivity. It is for this reason that Arendt could respond to Heidegger's Augustinian solipsism with the uninterpreted half of Augustinianism that Heidegger left out. It is important to note that Arendt, in tune with Heidegger's own secularization of many Christian themes, claimed the possibility of a worldly interpretation of the distinction between the two kinds of love. Augustine's penetrating investigations of both self and other, Arendt noted in the introduction to her dissertation, were available to a secular interpreter who focused on his contribution to a universal human phenomenology rather than to a particular sectarian tradition. This intentional detachment from all dogmatic elements may doom the interpretation of a religious author, she acknowledged. But, she added, when it came to the central theme she wished to explore, love of the neighbor, Augustine himself had insisted it is independent of any explicit divine revelation. Accordingly, the dogmatic command of some particular tradition had to be understood as a mere confirmation of what people could or should already know through introspection. For Augustine, authority commands from without what people would also be told by conscience, the inner law, if habit had not ensnared them in sin. 52. The first parts of Arendt's dissertation are an investigation of Augustine's understanding of solipsistic love as a ravenous appetite or craving. For these purposes, it is possible to skip to Arendt's conclusion, that this understanding presumes a solipsistic view of the self that cannot generate Augustine's vision of intersubjectivity as charity, the desire of oneself, which arises from the Greek ideal of autarky, absolutely isolates the individual, who aspires to independence and complete freedom from all authors outside himself. Once again one finds in the Heideggerian school a criticism of the solipsism of the inherited philosophical tradition. In his egological vision, Arendt argued, it is precisely an originary relationship to the neighbor and to the world that is excluded. 53. If Augustine had ended with cupidity, Arendt went on, his concept of love could not have explained or justified charity. But his more complete interpretation of love, Arendt contended, revealed a fundamentally different Andersgärtiger concept of love than merely appetitive craving. 54. If the footnote is the key to the structure of the dissertation, then one may infer that the one-sided interpretation of a love that excluded others paralleled Heidegger's one-sided reading of worldliness. 55. In the latter parts of the dissertation, Arendt supplemented this one-sided reading with another she claimed to find in Augustine's texts. And this correction consists of a critique of the immanence of Heidegger's holistic view of the concept of world. It is true, Arendt argued, that from one point of view it does not matter that God created the world, to the self finding itself thrown into the world, the fabric God called into being is the pre-reflexive context for life, and the self makes itself at home in it to the extent it can. But the rival interpretation of the world is one that treats it not as whole and given but as partial and contingent. Just as God wove the fabric of the world, he also populated it with human beings who share with one another the status of God's creations. More important, they are conscious of this status. But this fact means that humans are not determined merely by their expectation of death, as Heidegger had argued. Since our expectations and desires are prompted by what we remember and guided by a previous knowledge, Arendt wrote, it is memory and not expectation, for instance, the expectation of death as in Heidegger's Approach, that gives unity and wholeness to human existence. 56. Then the future and the past inhabit the present not as the intimation of nothingness but as the reminder that the world is marked not by immanence but by transcendence at the beginning and end. One comes into it from elsewhere and eventually returns. Arendt suggested that these features of the human situation gave rise to a form of love to be understood not as an appetite for the world but as a longing to transcend it. The description also qualified the power of death in defining life. Therefore, Arendt cited Augustine as affirming, "Love is as strong as death." 57. According to Arendt, the recognition of Augustine's neglected alternative conception of the world, which he saw as bounded and provisional and not the exhaustive source of meaning and value, decisively altered the meaning of intersubjective relations. According to the interpretive possibility Arendt explored at greatest length, Augustine thought one naturally recognizes in others, as God's co-creations, equals on the same existential footing. In taking up caritas, the necessary and ontologically based imitation of every man becomes an explicit assimilation to God, sicut Deus. At the same time, this being out of the world destroys the individualization and isolation of man that are derived from the world. This being out of the world, like death, makes everyone the same, because the disappearance of the world removes the possibility of boasting, which came precisely from the individual's worldliness in comparing himself with others. As man advances in caritas, he casts off all that belonged to him as a specific individual. And so, Augustine prays that I may reject myself and choose you. This kind of love, in stark contrast to selfish cupidity, only the humbled can know and accept. 58. Indeed, it is only because God's creature recognizes the categorical difference between himself and his Maker that he has to love all others, including his enemies, for only God could know to whom he would grant grace. In this sense, Arendt stated clearly, the derivation of ethics from recognition of one's status as God's co-creation involved not only a denial of this world but a denial or abasement of oneself. 59. From the perspective of Emmanuel Levinas's later achievement, Arendt's dissertation, though without question short and underdeveloped, 60 may seem like a far more promising or at least predictive démarche in the criticism of Heidegger on intersubjectivity than Loida's Habilitationsschrift. For if Arendt also attempted to find a deeper matrix for selfhood in a prior intersubjectivity, it is one that built the ethical relationships characteristic of charity into this relation. Though she did not mention Fürsorge, it is plausible to interpret her venture as an attempt to rescue it from the rival energies inadvertent solipsism and avowed communitarianism in Heidegger's work. Against Heidegger's solipsism and Loida's communitarianism, Arendt offered a universalism. One question to ask, indeed, is why did Arendt not become Levinas? After all, Levinas's book Totality and Infinity, which is in many respects a philosophical meditation on love, relies on a distinction between enjoyment and desire, one very reminiscent of Arendt's earlier opposition of cupidity and charity. Levinas also pictured an agent caught between the animal imperative of appetite for mere things and the caring solicitude for the infinity to be found in people in theological terms, for the divine in man. To put it this way is to suggest an answer to the question. Arendt's dissertation is so obviously committed to theological premises it also disclaims that its author eventually saw herself faced with a contradiction and forced to choose. In the end, she came to denounce the surreptitious reliance on theology in the attempt to state a plausible theory of interpersonal relations, not simply as a criticism of her own past but also of much of the history of moral philosophy. The conclusion is important to keep in mind as Levinas's trajectory is followed, and it is worth reflecting on it again in closing this chapter. The crypto-theological ethics in Love and St. Augustine, in any case, led to a number of interrelated quandaries, even if this larger difficulty is bracketed. For one, Arendt herself had to defuse the implication that man coram Deo, before God, is precisely isolated from his fellows, so that a humanity modeled on divinity would have few implications for the social relations of a plurality of beings. Later, Levinas confronted a similar problem in his attempt to generate a doctrine of fraternity from the exclusive dyad of self and other. For another, Arendt's concept of transcendence devalued rather than simply moderated the worldliness of human beings. It is this part of the dissertation that she rejected most emphatically in her later work. 61, where Loic reveled fully in communal worldliness to correct Heidegger's solipsism. Arendt appealed to a philosopher who maintained the importance, in the words of Augustine's biographer, of being otherworldly in the world. 62. In stark contrast to her later work, Arendt's venture led ironically to a rejection rather than to a refinement of worldliness, to contemptus, not amor, mundi. In the end, to deploy Augustine against Heidegger may not have been worth the price. The demands of secular philosophy. The controversy over intersubjectivity helps approach the question of Heidegger's children in a new light. Löwit and Arendt were, evidently, both neophytes. But they did not treat being and time as holy writ to be piously expounded but as a human document blending insight and error. The exercise of comparing Arendt and Löwit illustrates the admirably grandiose ambitions of some of being and time's most talented early readers. The disciple is like the moon, its brilliance a derivation and reflection of the sun, it despairs of becoming itself. If this definition is correct, Heidegger's followers were not disciples. They chose to stare into the face of what they admired and to try to shine with their own light. From the very beginning, they attempted to express their personal allegiance to their teacher through philosophical attack. 63 It is as if loyalty to a teacher's search for truth requires turning against him when he goes astray. Is it you? One philosophical implication of this question is that many thinkers need followers to save their contribution to truth from their susceptibility to error. There is a kind of treachery, perhaps, required by fidelity. From a historical point of view, the difference in the cures that Löwit and Arendt offered only underscores the commonality of their analysis of their teacher's doctrine. This unanimity is perhaps the most striking result of reading them together, for all these young thinkers fastened Löwit and Arendt far earlier than Levinas on the appealing but still ambiguous interpretation of others in Heidegger's reconstruction of being a self in the world, and his putative fall back into Husserl's egology in spite of his own fundamental case for surpassing it. As their work also shows, the theory of others in being and time is a crossroads. The recognition by Heidegger's students of this fact, a recognition too of them made prior to and independently of his Nazi commitment, suggests two alternative paths. The text allows these in potentia, and Karl Löwit and Hannah Arendt, in their early works, pursued them in fact. Although these thinkers may not have fully justified their choice of itinerary from the crossroads of being and time, or traced to the end the routes they followed, they were both willing to discern contradictions in the text that suggested the lineaments of a fateful choice to be made in social theory and to take sides. For the sake of convenience, I have labeled the alternatives in this choice contextualism and universalism. Troublingly, however, contextualism implied a relativistic morality and universalism came bound up with theology. Only one of Heidegger's students, Emmanuel Levinas, spent the rest of his career, in the aftermath of Heidegger's shocking affiliation with Nazism in 1933, attempting to cure his teacher's approach, as if the philosophy of intersubjectivity, when corrected, would hold the key to the future of philosophy as a whole. Löwit and Arendt soon followed different itineraries, but Levinas pursued the theological option with which Arendt flirted in her dissertation before her decisive change of direction and acceptance of secular philosophy, reflected in the theory of mutual promises, presented, in its classic form, in On Revolution. For such reasons, the historian Richard Vaughan is not wrong to suggest that Augustine's commitment to the values of transcendence fundamentally undermines Arendt's early attempt to interpret his doctrine in terms that are meaningful from the standpoint of human intersubjectivity or community. 64 The remaining question is whether the rejoinder that Arendt wanted to offer is necessarily theological, whether it is available in a form that would genuinely correct, rather than simply contradict. Heidegger's portrait of being in the world and take merely human form. The context of Heidegger's other students helps suggest the difficulty of the question, to which Levinas consecrated the middle part of his career, as he joined the tradition of altering Heidegger's vision of intersubjectivity that Löwit and Arendt had initiated. Levinas understood this task as a rescue mission. It is not, surely, to Heidegger that one should turn for instruction in the love of man or social justice, he wrote at one point. But Fürsorge, as a response to essential destitution, is a mode of access to the otherness of the other. 65 Indeed, One way to interpret Levinas's achievement is to say that he attempted to detach Fürsorge from the governing framework in which Heidegger inserted it. In this endeavor, Levinas followed Arendt in appealing to the values of transcendence but continued the project that Arendt came to consider hopeless, to state those values in a secular form. Arendt's clarity, as I have already noted, has many ramifications for P.O. endearing Levinas's own rival itinerary into theology, which commenced at the same time that she gave it up for cause. For as her own belatedly published moral philosophy so graphically shows, Arendt considered it a mistake to ground ethics in appeals to a theological source of command outside the human community. Moral philosophy has no place, she wrote in her Maturity, wherever religion, and especially revealed religion in the Hebrew Christian sense, is the valid standard for human behavior and the valid criterion for judging it. Accordingly, a true moral doctrine cannot be based on concern with the other. She emphatically rejected the standard of the love of some neighbor, even though she had once defended it herself, since morality must have nothing to do with obedience to any law that is given from the outside. Exteriority is the death of the ethical. Very radically, she came to argue, only where true emancipation from religion has occurred, where morality is a strictly human affair, is it possible even to speak moral philosophy. She concluded, in this unequivocal sense, until Kant, moral philosophy had ceased to exist after antiquity. Whether or not moral philosophy has existed since Kant is at least an open question. 66 This is not to say that she saw a secular philosophy as necessarily relativistic, as in Loida's early work. But a moral doctrine would have to be secular or not count as a moral doctrine at all. Would Levinas's philosophy meet such a stringent requirement or run afoul of it? Like his fellow students, Levinas suggested that in light of Heidegger's groundbreaking reformulation of the place of the self in the world of others, which enabled so many of the theoretical ventures in continental philosophy in the 20th century, the remaining problem is not so much to reject the master as to follow in his footsteps by striking out on a path he did not choose. Arendt, who experimented with the theological path, soon turned off that road. The questions to which this book can now turn are why Levinas, for his part, broke with his teacher and whether his foray into theology could plausibly end with humanity, in a moral philosophy, founded on secular premises, and therefore worthy of the name. Chapter 3. Enzism and Crisis. The interruption of a trajectory. Now, from personal experience I can tell you, that neither in Heidegger's LEC tours, nor in his seminars, nor personally, was there any hint of his sympathies for Nazism. In fact, politics were never discussed. So his openly declared Nazism came as a complete surprise to us. From that point on, of course, we asked ourselves the question, did we overlook indications and anticipations in Being and Time and the related writings? And we made one interesting observation, ex post. I want to stress that, ex post, it is easy to make this observation, if you look at his view of human existence, of being in the world, you will find a highly repressive, highly oppressive interpretation. Herbert Marcuse. At Levinas's thesis defense, his supervisor Maurice Pradines challenged him to explain how Husserl ultimately differed from Descartes, for it seemed that by positing a central ego, Husserl predictably fell into the transcendental idealism that now seemed ruled out in light of Bergson's attack on modern idealist philosophy. In a rare letter from this period, which confirms my argument in Chapter 1, Levinas reported that this objection struck him as novel. He had focused on the continuities between Husserl and Heidegger, not on Husserl's interwar return to Cartesian idealism. But the Cartesian meditations, Levinas wrote, underscored the significance of Pradines' skepticism. The title, no less than the text, made the force of Pradines' question unavoidable. Levinas responded by beginning to focus independently on Heidegger, undertaking to prepare a book-length study of his thought. He previewed his results in the important article of 1932, Martin Heidegger and Ontologie. Although in the late 1920s Levinas sustained the fiction that Husserl and Heidegger were continuous, by the early 1930s he seems to have realized the extent of their differences. Heidegger, Levinas now affirmed, had rescued the valuable core of Husserl's philosophy from the Cartesian approach in which Husserl himself had embedded it, saving intentionality from egology and Husserl's insight from his error. 1 Try though one might, there is no reason to think of Levinas as anything other than an interested disciple of Heidegger in the early 1930s. For this reason, the trajectory that Levinas established had to be violently interrupted. It is to this interruption that this chapter turns. Not surprisingly, Heidegger's decision in 1933 to become a Nazi Party member forced Levinas's alteration of direction. For this reason, this chapter examines, as closely as the evidence permits, Levinas's reaction to Heidegger's affiliation with the Nazis in 1933, because the episode is central to the origins of totality and infinity's doctrine of intersubjectivity. After learning of Heidegger's support for National Socialism, Levinas could not continue along his earlier trajectory unperturbed, as if the philosophy of being and time and Heidegger's political allegiance had been only contingently related. Instead, he groped toward a theory of the ways in which Heideggerianism and Hitlerism might have a deep and intimate association. This linkage dislodged him from the position of Heideggerian acolyte and permitted because it seemed to him to demand the development of an independent and unique philosophical stance. A Jew and a Heideggerian. After publishing the theory of intuition in 1930, Levinas apparently doubting that he could proceed up the professorial hierarchy, even as he gained French citizenship in 1931 began work as a teacher for the Alliance Israélite Universelle, an educational and advocacy organization for Jews founded and headquartered in France but globally concerned. The Alliance, which still exists, had been founded in 1860, before the rise of institutionalized Zionism. It was the most important international Jewish organization. It probably still qualifies as the most significant global Jewish institution founded in the Enlightenment spirit, for better and for worse. As such, it participated energetically in some of the major crises of the world community of the period. 2 Most important, it took up a French-Jewish version of the French Miss Zion Civilisatrice, taking pedagogical aim at Jews in less advanced parts of the world, particularly in the Mediterranean basin. Through the vehicle of an organization that embodied their post-1789 consensus and their particular universalism, French Jews hoped, in a project that combined solidaristic benevolence and condescending arrogance in approximately equal measures, to teach their backward co-religionists French and the premises of the regenerated citizenship that 1789 had given them. Levinas worked in the Alliance's Paris Institute, the École Normale Israélite Orientale, which trains students from the institution's far-flung schools to become teachers, on the theory that the top products of the countries to be regenerated would, after a time in Paris, return to reproduce the civilizing mission in their homes. By Levinas's time, the Alliance had reached what the historian Aaron Rodriguez has called the final stage of transforming the objects of its endeavors into active propagators of its message. 3 Located in Auteuil, where Levinas also came to live, the school's grounds, Levinas later remarked, had once been trodden by Diderot, D'Alembert, Franklin, Bonaparte, Condorcet, l'Abbé Grégoire, glorious phantoms that still haunt them for consistent with the Russified Judaism that formed him in Kovno. The French Jewish republicanism that the Alliance epitomized officially rejected any dichotomy between modernity and tradition. It did not believe it needed to break with the Jewish past in the strenuous attempt it made to modernize and westernize Jews outside France and awaken them from their antiquarian civilization and spiritual torpor. Still, as Rodriguez has suggested, the Alliance remained ambivalent toward religion, since it had internalized so much of Jewish republicanism's secularizing drive, which made regenerative education so central to the institution's mission. As a school saturated with the laicizing and pedagogical ideology of the Third Republic, according to which freedom required collective secularization and individual preparation for citizenship, the École, as Rodriguez remarks in his collection of documents, premised regeneration. Upon a sometimes violent critique of traditional Jewish society and popular culture. The railing against the superstition of the local Jews and the fanaticism and obscurantism of the rabbis was a constant theme. To some extent this was natural, since the raison d'etre of the teacher was to erect an alternative educational system to the one headed by the rabbinate. The dismantlement of the latter system was a corollary of the work of the alliance. The rabbis and teachers were rivals in the quest to mold the minds and souls of future generations, and the critique of local Jewish culture was part and parcel of the Kulturkampf between entirely secular and religious value systems. It comes as no surprise that the teachers frequently referred to themselves as missionaries Lex 5. Because it had to qualify the students to pass the French state brevet supérieur, a rigorous accreditation exam, the école concentrated, unsurprisingly, on secular topics such as the French language, history, mathematics, and science. It dealt with Jewish subjects, essentially, the Hebrew language as well as some biblical study, but these comprised, by Levinas's time, only 10% of an overwhelmingly secular curriculum. The implication of these basic facts is obvious. The Alliance and the École were, in personnel, spirit, and curriculum in no sense bastions of traditions in which Levinas could ride out the approaching storms of history. Instead, they represented a new proposal about the fate of tradition in the modern world, one whose spirit would indelibly mark Levinas's thought, but which also, as the interwar years continued and French Jewish republicanism entered years of crisis, must have begun to seem itself antiquated and in need of regeneration. During this same period, Levinas did not give up his philosophical researches. While beginning his years of work for an institution that embodied the ideals of the Enlightenment, Levinas remained the philosophical disciple of Heidegger that he had been almost from the beginning. The fact that he saw no contradiction in these juxtaposed endeavors is significant. After the completion of his thesis, he embarked on a monograph on Heidegger's thought, to make the culmination of phenomenology in ontology, for which he had argued in his dissertation, more explicit. As a note indicates, Levinas intended his 1932 article, Martin Heidegger and Ontology, as the first part of a book that would explicate being and time and argue for Levinas's newfound sense of its supersession of Husserlian phenomenology. 6 There is simply no denying that Levinas at the advent of Nazi Party rule in Germany counted as an orthodox Heideggerian and ardent disciple of the great German philosopher. The sheer excitement Heidegger's work inspired with being and time and through his charismatic teaching irresistibly compels this view. Levinas's touristic account from Freiburg provides a strong sense of this. Heidegger's name, he wrote, is already the glory of Germany. A man of exceptional intellectual power, his teaching and his works are already the best proof of the fecundity of the phenomenological method. Already his considerable success gives evidence of his extraordinary prestige. 7 And even in his article of 1932, in a passage he later suppressed from further publication, Levinas noted the enthusiasm that had spread through Germany beginning in the 1920s. For once, he proudly commented, fashion and merit were aligned. Fame has not erred Lagelwar nes est patrampi, he wrote. No one who has ever done philosophy can keep himself from declaring, before the Heideggerian corpus, that the originality and power of his effort, born of genius, have allied themselves with a conscientious, meticulous, and solid elaboration. Heidegger's work had to be seen, he added, as achieving the rigor everyone knew to be the pride of phenomenology. 8 Similarly, in a review published in 1931, Levinas welcomed the fact that in Germany Heidegger's thought is already a generally accepted position, in spite of its courageous novelty and originality. 9 Evidently, in the very early 1930s, Levinas committed himself to making it generally accepted on French soil. Of course, Levinas's plans changed. Instead of writing an overview expounding his former teacher's philosophy, Levinas wrote a career's worth of books as one of his foremost critics. The question is how precisely this change occurred. The Caesura of 1933. On May 1, 1933, less than 6 weeks after Hitler assumed dictatorial powers, Heidegger joined the Nazi Party in a public ceremony. A few weeks later, he delivered, amid fanfare and jubilation, his notorious address on the self-assertion of the German university, inaugurating his rectorship of the University of Freiburg, only 4 years after Levinas's departure from the town. 10 The fury of the more recent controversies makes it necessary to recall that Heidegger's Nazism has been a matter of record and in many quarters more or less well known since 1933 by Levinas not least. After the Second World War, the issue that has provoked responses ranging from anxious reflection to angry denial to vituperative, almost inquisitorial accusation, 3 times crystallizing in fierce public debate in France, has not been the fact of Heidegger's temporary allegiance to the movement, but its extent, persistence, and, most important, its relationship to his philosophy and its evolution. As a result of the accumulated findings, it is today impossible to study Heidegger or, for that matter, any of his students and followers as if his fateful choice in favor of the Nazi movement in 1933 were extrinsic or irrelevant to his thought. 11 In any case, Levinas never thought otherwise, from the very beginning. Though they have to be treated with caution given their retrospectivity. Levinas's interviews from the 1980s, as well as his minor but powerful response to the most recent affair, provide an excellent starting point because they indicate exactly when he learned of Heidegger's political misadventure and intimate how personally shocking it must have been. In As If Consenting to Horror, a short article Le Nouvel Observateur printed in 1988 along with the responses of a number of other philosophers, Levinas wrote, "I learned very early, perhaps even before 1933 and certainly after Hitler's huge success at the time of his election to the Reichstag, of Heidegger's sympathy toward National Socialism. It was the late Alexander Koyer who mentioned it to me for the first time on his return from a trip to Germany. I could not doubt the news, but took it with stupor and disappointment, and also with the faint hope that it expressed only the temporary lapse of a great speculative mind into practical banality. It cast a shadow over my firm confidence that an unbridgeable distance forever separated the delirious and criminal hatred voiced by evil on the pages of Mein Kampf from the intellectual vigor and extreme analytical virtuosity displayed in Being and Time, which had opened the field to a new type of philosophical inquiry. 12. In his post-war comments, Levinas never stated without ambiguity whether he believed that any aspects of Being and Time, the book that made him a near apostle, might have allowed or even encouraged Heidegger's later political association. Yet without ever repudiating the book, Levinas never denied the possibility of a connection. Can we be assured that there was never any echo of evil in it? The diabolical is not limited to the wickedness popular wisdom ascribes to it and whose malice, based on guile, is familiar and predictable in an adult culture. The diabolical is endowed with intelligence and enters where it will. To reject it, it is first necessary to refute it. Intellectual effort is needed to recognize it. Who can boast of having done so? Say what you will, the diabolical gives food for thought. 13. These reflections have the flavor of an apologia, of self-defense. They are intended to explain Levinas's affiliation and why it required a protracted reckoning to overcome and to reverse it. Moreover, they imply that in his early life, especially in an early life shortly after he learned of his Nazi teacher's choice, Levinas's recriminations may have been great. At points in interviews he seemed to hint at them. Recalling the experience of near conversion that he appears to have had, which Heidegger's performance against Ernst Cassirer at the famous Davos Philosophical Conference capped, Levinas said. Heidegger announced a world that would be thrown into confusion. You know whom he would join 3 years later. It would, however, have required the gift of prophecy to foretell it at Davos. I imagined for a long time, during the course of the dark years, that I had detected it then, despite my enthusiasm. But he did not, to his own regret. I held it against myself during the Nazi years to have preferred Heidegger at Davos. A similar, and even more striking, moment of contrition surfaces once again when he remembers that Heidegger's firm and categorical voice came back to me frequently when I listened to Hitler on the radio. 14 Such a connection between Heidegger and Hitler, strange as it may seem, haunted more than one French philosopher after hearing the news of the master's choice. Maurice de Gandillac claimed as early as 1934 that the relationship between Heidegger and his students had now been transposed onto a national scale. Remembering the contrast between Cassirer, the historian so admirably intelligent, so circumspect, so discreet, and the woodsman Heidegger, paradoxical, lyrical, passionately one-sided, Gandillac wrote of his surprise at seeing the balance shift from the beginning, and the mass of German students fall under the spell subir la charm of the vehement philosopher in somewhat the same way as the German audiences today experience the Führer's magnetism. 15 At least a sense, even a misguided one, of some connection between Heidegger's thought and Hitler's movement seems to be the condition for the possibility of Levinas's guilty conscience in the 1930s. Given the impute connection, Levinas, clearly implicated in the philosophy, might have felt himself to be, if not implicated, then at least associated with the politics. For these reasons, Levinas's reaction to Heidegger's political misadventure must have been profound and personally exacting. It is, in any case, an odd morality and a misguided teleology that have dictated the various attempts to downplay Levinas's affiliation with Heidegger in his early career. It is more historical, as well as more fruitful, to hypothesize that it might have been exactly the peril of association and even identity that motivated Levinas after 1933 and forced him to attempt to transcend his old master. Levinas, in other words, understood himself and thus has to be understood as enough of a Heideggerian in 1930 to have been shocked, distraught, and philosophically provoked by Heidegger's Nazi turn. Although Levinas discovered existence in the company of Husserl and Heidegger, as he later put it, he would have to master it quite alone. Philosophy in the realm of politics. Sometime after he learned of this turn, Levinas abandoned his intended book-length study on Heidegger and entered into a period of apparent crisis, one whose nature, dimensions, and generative power it is crucial to understand. Despite Levinas's early and documented fascination with Heidegger, he need not, along with many Heideggerians past and present, have considered the German philosopher's affiliation with Nazism philosophically relevant and thus personally difficult unless, that is, Nazism itself were understood as a philosophically significant phenomenon. How the French generally and intellectuals in particular understood National Socialism in the 1930s, and how that understanding evolved as the decade progressed, has not been adequately studied. Nonetheless, recent scholarship on French literary fascism and related problems indelibly documents that Nazism exerted an unseemly attraction on intellectuals, in a few cases as the object of unfortunate affirmation, and even if not embraced as the subject of necessary speculation and philosophical understanding in a time of acute intellectual, cultural, and political dislocation. Philosophers and more especially literary intellectuals in France were implicated in the same troubling syndrome Hans Slugge has recently analyzed in the case of Germany, a syndrome that, across the intellectual spectrum, prominently featured the belief that the time was one of world historical crisis, a crisis so deep that it was no longer purely a political event but a spiritual and philosophical one. 16 The very title of Levinas's article, Some Reflections on the Philosophy of Hitlerism, which appeared in Esprit in early 1934, suggests that for its author the issue of coming to terms with National Socialism had special, metaphysical stakes. In later years, Levinas excluded these reflections from his list of publications, regretting an attribution of philosophical status to his subject that conferred on it a dignity he did not think it deserved. 17 Yet it is of extraordinary moment that Levinas attempted to understand Nazism in philosophical terms. Because Nazism seemed to Levinas to awaken secret nostalgia within the German soul and other elementary feelings, the political movement becomes philosophically interesting, adding that these elementary feelings harbor a philosophy. 18 But what philosophy? Schematically put, Levinas understood Nazism as an assault on the modern idealist subject, an extreme detranscendentalizing response to abstract, disembodied, transcendental selfhood. Against the dominant strain of Western culture, which hypostatized man as essentially, or potentially, free of his context's corporeality, relationality, and temporality. Especially Nazism took the contrary position and took it to its illogical extreme. For this reason, Levinas contended, Nazism questions the very principles of a civilization, principles informing not just its political ideology but its philosophical tradition from Descartes to Husserl. 19. It is worth seeing in some detail how Levinas elaborated this argument, because its structure and its very fissures are crucial to understanding the parallelism Levinas forged between the political events he experienced and the philosophical commitments he had made. Western society, Levinas announced, had developed a spirit of freedom, that is a feeling that man is absolutely free in his relations with the world and the possibilities that solicit action from him. Speaking absolutely, he has no history. 20. Especially noteworthy had been its persistent suppression of the temporalization of existence, which, to anticipate, Bergson and Heidegger had shown to be definitional of existence and not an adventitious development. The transcendentalization of spirit reached its apotheosis in Christianity, as well as in the modern liberalism that Levinas seems to have viewed as its sublimation. The cross sets one free, and through the Eucharist, which triumphs over time, this emancipation takes place every day. The salvation that Christianity wishes to bring us lies in the way it promises to reopen the final ity brought about by the flow of moments of a past that is forever challenged, forever called into question, to go beyond the absolute contradiction of a past that is subordinate to the present. This freedom, which is infinite with regard to any attachment and through which no attachment is ultimately definitive, lies at the base of the Christian notion of the soul. 21. And liberalism, even if it appeared to be more realistic than Christianity, jettisoning the exorbitant promises of eternal life to address only mundane concerns, only reiterated in modified language its inflated claims for the self's autonomy and detachment. If the liberalism of these last few centuries evades the dramatic aspects of Christian liberation, it does retain one of its essential elements in the form of the sovereign freedom of reason. The whole philosophical and political thought of modern times tends to place the human spirit on a plane that is superior to reality, and so creates a gulf between man and the world. It makes it impossible to apply the categories of the physical world to the spirituality of reason, and so locates the ultimate foundation of the spirit outside the brutal world and the implacable history of concrete existence. It replaces the blind world of common sense with the world rebuilt by idealist philosophy, one that is steeped in reason and subject to reason. In the place of liberation through grace there is autonomy, but the Judeo-Christian leitmotif of freedom pervades this autonomy. 22. It is against this entire tradition, Levinas said, that Hitlerism rebels. In Levinas's account, however, the reaction does not emerge without precedent, rather, it is anticipated by Marxist theory, which has a liminal position between the Christian liberal complex and Hitlerism, liminal not just chronologically but thematically. On the one hand, Marxism was the first doctrine in Western history to contest this view of man, because it materialized spirit, so that it is opposed not just to Christianity, but to the whole of idealist liberalism, wherein being does not determine consciousness, but consciousness or reason determines being. 23. On the other hand, Marxism is not a radical move because individual consciousness determined by being is not sufficiently impotent not to retain, at least in principle, the power to shake off the social bewitchment that then appears foreign to its essence. To become conscious of one's social situation is, even for Marx, to free oneself of the fatalism entailed by that situation. 24. In other words, Marx had identified the material basis of ideology to which previous thought blinded itself, but only the better to transcend it. Only Hitlerism makes a clean break with the culture and philosophy of transcendental idealism. According to Levinas's argument, Nazism renders the self wholly immanent, anchoring it without hope of liberation in its contexts, the body above all. A view that was truly opposed to the European notion of man would be possible, Levinas averred, only if the situation to which he is bound rive is not added to him but forms the very foundation of his being. This paradoxical requirement is one that the experience of our bodies seems to fulfill. 25. In the body, the subject claiming autonomy and sovereignty for itself finds its most implacable enemy and a concrete, insuperable barrier. It is there that hostility to the liberatory ambition of transcendental idealism can take root, in a carnal soil impossible to erode. The importance attributed to this feeling for the body, with which the Western spirit has never wished to content itself, is at the basis of a new conception of man. Man's essence no longer lies in freedom, but in a kind of bondage enchainment. To be truly oneself does not mean tacking flight once more above contingent events that always remain foreign to the self's freedom. On the contrary, it means becoming aware of the ineluctable original chain that is unique to our bodies, and above all accepting this chaining. Point 26. It is only a few steps, in Levinas's depiction, from the assault on the transcendental subject to its corporeal bondage, and from there to racial ideology. A politicization of the body confers legitimacy only on social forms based on the authenticity of consanguinity. These social forms then take on generalized and exclusivist validity, which requires a Nietzschean ideal of war and conquest to bring about their realization. Levinas concluded, racism is not just opposed to one among other premises in Christian and liberal culture. It is not a particular dogma concerning democracy, parliamentary government, dictatorial regime, or religious politics that it attacks. It attacks the very humanity of man. 27. Besides Marx and Nietzsche, Levinas's article does not invoke any philosophers, despite the fact that Hitlerism as a philosophical phenomenon would presumably have philosophical representatives. If the article has any explicit target among philosophers, it is Nietzsche. As George Isbodali noted in a response to the article, however, Levinas, who introduces, without attempting to justify it, the identification of the Nietzschean attitude with the racist attitude, in fact limits himself to providing, without having attempted it, a striking demonstration of the incompatibility and even of their nature as opposites. In other words, Levinas does not build any case against Nietzsche, so that the true philosophical target of the article must be sought elsewhere. Point 28. In a letter to the journal Critical Inquiry on the publication of the translation of the article, many decades later, Levinas singled out Heidegger as the latent adversary of some reflections on the philosophy of Hitlerism. 29. And there is an almost transparent formal similarity between the world historical script that the article develops and Levinas's own philosophical odyssey from transcendental phenomenology to existential ontology, and thus Heidegger's thought. Heidegger's critique of Husserl, as Levinas now understood it after Pradines and the Cartesian meditations forced his sense of a difference between them, had been directed against precisely the hypostatization of the European notion of man, the subject whose autonomy, spectatorial distandation, and sovereignty Husserl, returning to Descartes, had been concerned to secure, if in a more nuanced fashion. The purpose of the phenomenological reduction, after all, had been precisely to sever all links between the self and anything that might have defined it, eliminating all alleged contingencies that did not ultimately impinge on the ultimate and unique necessity of the transcendental ego. With his investigation of being in the world, Heidegger contradicted Husserl, undermining the ego's sovereignty, immersing it in the world of life. National Socialism's advent and Martin Heidegger's political decision compelled Levinas to a newfound insistence on the distinction between Husserl and Heidegger. In his article on National Socialism, he politicized it. It is easy to object, of course, that Heidegger never anchored Dasein in the physical body and thus ought to be exonerated from any philosophical implication in biologically racist National Socialism, especially as Levinas interpreted its deep historical meaning. Point 30. Yet according to the argumentative strategy of some reflections, an antagonism to transcendental subjectivity seems to have Hitlerism as its ultimate consequence, and Levinas presents his case as if the one necessarily follows from the other. This conclusion depends on a number of less than fully explained leaps, for instance, from detranscendentalization to corporeality and then from corporeality to racialism. The fact that his argument may collapse when its transitions are closely inspected, however, makes it even more revealing. In the key sentences of the article, those linking a move against the European notion of man. possible only if the situation to which he was bound was not added to him but formed the very foundation of his being. To the experience of our bodies Levinas does not even contemplate whether corporeality is the only response to the autonomy of the self or simply the most obvious one. This crucial failure to distinguish between hostility to the transcendental subject and advocacy of racial thinking obviates precisely the possibility of making a distinction that could have allowed Levinas to sever any possible connection between Heidegger and Hitlerism. Yet at the time, Levinas's needs appear to have been quite the reverse. For these purposes, it is only necessary to understand that Levinas in his article located the main rupture not simply in recent philosophy but also in the history of culture between the transcendental, disembodied subjectivity that claimed independence of its contexts on one side, and all hostility to, even rage against, it on the other, the self-same rupture that he now understood to have taken place between Husserl and Heidegger. Levinas's account of modern history, then, needs to be seen as a projection onto events of the philosophical break between Husserl and Heidegger. The argument is given important credentials by the fact that Levinas used precisely the same word in connection with one of Heidegger's key terms now to designate the collapse of the relationship between spirit and body. In his 1932 article, Levinas had first used the rare French word rêve in connection with Heidegger's famous Zworfenheit, usually thrownness in English translations. Heidegger had revealed, Levinas wrote, the fact that Dasein is fixed rêve to its possibilities, that its circumstantiality imposes itself on it. By existing, Dasein is always already thrown in the midst of its possibilities and not situated in front of them. 31 He used the same word now after 1933 to denote the inextricability of the body. The present argument does not, of course, entail the claim that Heideggerianism and Hitlerism are identical, only that Levinas saw them that way, or at least closely associated and formally parallel, and that he also obscured the means by which they might have been distinguished, by holding that opposition to the traditional hypostatization of autonomy easily degenerated into racial thinking. Reading between the lines of some reflections on the philosophy of Hitlerism, Levinas expressed the belief that Heidegger had turned onto a road that had Hitlerism as an ultimate or at least a possible destination. And Levinas, to his understandable chagrin, had followed him down it. Though important in its own right, Levinas's article, in its rejection of the transcendental philosophy associated with Husserl's enlightened liberalism and Third Republic philosophy alike, is likewise a reflection of the times as well as the place in which it appeared. Published in the New Journal Esprit, founded by the Catholic personalist intellectual Emmanuel Moyn, Levinas's article comes troublingly close to the syndrome, sketched by Tony that engulfed Moyn's circle, like most French intellectuals, in the turbulent decade of the 1930s. They assumed that fascism had triumphed over the stale intellectual and political principles of the 19th century for a reason. Accordingly, even those who rejected fascism recognized in it something of spiritual importance, and were therefore concerned, like Levinas, to understand its significance. The notion that the Third Republic and the world that it represented were rotten and unsavable was widespread, Ude writes. Although this notion did not commit one to any particular political position, the assumption that liberalism had reached the point of bankruptcy infiltrated the worldview of those who were quite hostile to fascism and led them to seek alternatives to both. 32 There is no denying that Levinas's Esprit article reproduces this widespread syndrome with its bittersweet farewell to Husserl and its recoil before Heidegger in a rarefied philosophical translation. As the rest of this book will show, Levinas broke with Heidegger but never with the view that man's essence lies in a kind of bondage. 33. Crisis. An ignored document from this period shows that Levinas's opinion of Heidegger had indeed reversed, underlining the conclusion that some reflections allows only through inference. In a 1934 review of a book by the German philosopher Hans Reiner that was strongly influenced by Heidegger, Levinas made the following aside: Heidegger's philosophy seems to be enjoying in Germany the same kind of prestige that Aristotle possessed in the 13th century. Everyone accepts not only his general inspiration, but his entire dogmatics, all of his categories, and all of his terminology. But now Levinas rejected Heidegger and his disciples. 34 The contrast with his remark praising Heidegger from just a few years earlier, cited above, is striking. Around the same time, in a footnote that provides another striking confirmation of Levinas's ongoing conversion away from his original leanings, Jean Wall identified Levinas as a disciple of Heidegger who is separating himself today from his master. 35 Levinas had begun to take his leave. But Levinas could not simply forget Heidegger's breathtaking analysis in Being and Time and his subversion of Husserlian phenomenology in Particular. The Heideggerian assault on the transcendental, humanist subject had not only been accomplished, it had been philosophically justified, rigor mortis had taken hold, resuscitation seemed beyond hope and wisdom, and Levinas did not even attempt it. The only way out of Heideggerianism seemed to be through it. To reject it, as Levinas put it in the 1980s, it is first necessary to refute it. When Levinas wrote his first constructive philosophical essay, on Evasian, published in the Recherches philosophiques in 1935, the question had become how to evade Heidegger without at the same time avoiding him. Evasion is an essay that sketches the dimensions of a problem, one for which its author does not offer a solution. It equally provides an updated and deeper diagnosis of the failures of Heidegger's project. Levinas's proposition is remarkably simple, though it has radical consequences and permitted interesting phenomenological descriptions of different modes of human activity. Levinas named the need for evasion as the fundamental event of our existence. 36 A slightly different way of saying that it amounted to a fundamental project that allowed most of human behavior to be analyzed as the result of a single existential difficulty. Levinas understood this difficulty to be the fact of being, not nothingness. The elementary truth that there is being that has substance and weight reveals itself in a depth that corresponds to its brutality and its significance. The likable game of life loses its game-like quality. It is not that the sufferings by which it is menaced renders it unpleasant, but that the content of the suffering is characterized by an impossibility to interrupt it and by a sharp feeling of being bound. 37. Again, this rhetoric, and the term rive more particularly, are identical to the ones he used previously to describe Heideggerian Dwarfenheit and Hitlerian corporeality. But the concept has changed from a breathtaking philosophical insight into a marker for unremitting brutality. Yet Levinas accepted Heidegger's reformulation of the problem of being as a philosophically sound criticism of what he called bourgeois philosophy. But if Levinas followed Heidegger in claiming that in penetrating to the level of ontology one reaches the heart of philosophy, renewing the ancient problem of being as such, 38 Levinas entered the Heideggerian problematic only to exit it through what he termed excendence, aneologism combining existence and transcendence. Levinas is not fundamentally interested in a fleeing of Dasein from itself, which has Heideggerian precedent, but rather the escape from sen itself. Such Evasian, of course, makes no sense in Heideggerian terms, it is impossible. But Levinas ultimately looked favorably on the experience of a revolt that being inspired and that he thought characterized his generation and much contemporary literature. In the words of a pioneering commentator, the debilitating relationship with absurd and irremissible being that always traps the self would not have been conceived by Heidegger in its brutality and its tragedy. 39 What Heidegger unearthed to address, Levinas addressed to escape. By his lights, however, the yearning for evasion needed philosophical elaboration in order for its proponents to grasp the nature and strength of the chains that bound them and what it would take to slip them. For the specific forms that revolt commonly took were predestined to failure insofar as they misapprehended the contours of the problem, in the same way that a misdiagnosis leads to a faulty cure. Levinas construed the European Romantics as his main object lesson. They had, Levinas contended, understood their malaise as a lack, so that they mistakenly believed that profligacy, adventure, and travel might ultimately sate them. But in all of their efforts, Levinas commented, they do not yet bring being itself into discussion, but submit to a need to transcend the limits of finite being. They translate the horror of a certain definition of our being and not being as such. The escape that they recommend is a search for refuge. It is not a matter simply of getting out, but also of going somewhere else. The Romantics and their progeny searched vainly for infinite experience without recognizing that the problem was not the insufficiency of one experience or another but a defect in the subject that did the experiencing, not a quantitative problem but a qualitative one. The need for evasion, Levinas wrote, finds itself absolutely identical at every stop to which its adventure brings it, as if the well-traveled road could take away none of its dissatisfaction, 40 being tracks one wherever one goes. Most of the essay analyzes different human activities or states of being, pleasure, shame, and nausea, and how they relate to the more fundamental need for evasion. The search for pleasure seems to have been for Levinas the proof of the need for evasion and the prime example of misguided attempts to secure it. Pleasure could never secure a root of evasion, because Levinas saw as the ultimate horror the mere fact of being. Reflection showed, he said, that being meant superabundance and not lack or privation. Nonetheless, pleasurable activities had a circumscribed plausibility as a response to the need for evasion because they seemed, for instance in a moment of orgasmic false consciousness, to promise escape. Though a process that far from foreclosing on itself seems to surpass itself constantly, it founders precisely at the instant where it seems to leave definitively. It develops with an increase of promises that become more and more rich as they come closer and closer to paroxysm, but these promises are never kept. Despite all its efforts, ultimately consciousness would have to admit the truth to itself: it is a deceptive evasion. Because it is an evasion that fails. Pleasure meets the exigencies of need but is always incapable of corresponding to their measure. 41 Levinas saw shame as the inevitable response to the failure of evasion, and claimed to discern in Louis Ferdinand Céline's deeply cynical Voyage to the End of the Night, published in 1932 to great success, a similar insight. Levinas concretized shame in the phenomenon of nudity, in which, he argued, one is able to hide neither from others nor, more important, from oneself. One thinks first of the social aspect of shame, he observed, but this is to forget that its most profound manifestations are an eminently personal affair. Shame discloses the fact of being, described again in telltale terms. What appears in shame is thus precisely the fact of being fixed rive to oneself, the radical impossibility of fleeing oneself in order to hide from oneself, the irremissible presence of the self to oneself. What shame discovers is being that discovers itself. 42 Finally, Levinas provided a short discussion of nausea as the experience of the need for evasion itself, what he called the experience of pure being itself, and named the new mal du siècle. 43 There is in nausea a refusal to remain in it, and an effort to escape. One is fixed rive to one self, gripped tightly in a narrow, suffocating circle. It is the experience of pure being itself. 44 In this and in many other ways, evasion fascinatingly presages Sartre's gripping analyses in nausea and in being and nothingness, but with one crucial difference. For Sartre, nausea arose as an intimation of, and pleasure became a typically sought antidote to, the insight into extreme subjective autonomy, the gnawing abyss of nothingness that threatened the self that had grasped its own freedom. Levinas saw the problem quite differently. The fundamental project in all of its guises seemed to be an attempt to escape not from nothing but from a forever inexpugnable something. To the need for evasion, being appears not just as an obstacle that one might clear, nor as a rigidity that demands an effort at originality, but as an imprisonment from which it is a matter of escaping. It seems then that at the base of this need there is not a lack of being but on the contrary a plenitude. The need is not directed toward the total fulfillment of limited being, toward satisfaction, but toward deliverance and evasion. 45. Being is understood to have an imponderable substantiality and weight, hence evasion follows from the self's need to achieve a state otherwise than being. But most important, in evasion, written in 1935, the different philosophical stances had explicitly political dimensions, and they parallel exactly those outlined in some reflections. Although Levinas, again, never names Husserl and Heidegger, it is clear in his discussion of idealism that he continues to accept transcendental philosophy's vulnerability to ontological critique. the deliverance idealism provides from being, that is, by ignoring it, is based on its underestimation. It follows that at the very moment that idealism imagines itself to have gone beyond it, idealism is invaded by it from all sides, Levinas explained. Heidegger's critique of Husserl remained undeniably valid, but the Heideggerian position, which moved from transcendental phenomenology to existential ontology only to submit to it, has an explicitly political result. All civilizations that accept being, the tragic hopelessness that it comprises and the crimes it justifies, deserve the name of barbarism. 46. This sentence would appear to seal the connection, extrapolated from his earlier essay, between Heideggerian ontology and Hitlerism that Levinas labored in the 1930s to build. The crisis that gripped Levinas in the aftermath of the Nazi seizure of power and Heidegger's support for it seems to have been the impossibility of choosing between a politically acceptable but philosophically bankrupt position, the Western humanism incarnated in the figure of Husserl, and a politically savage but unfortunately more philosophically attractive position represented by Heidegger. Thus, Levinas concluded, it is a matter of leaving being by a new route, at the risk of upsetting certain notions that seem the most evident to common sense and to the wisdom of nations. 47. Levinas did not and perhaps could not explain the nature of that route. The turn to intersubjectivity. The rest of this book will detail Levinas's recourse to theology to provide a kind of exit from the conundrum in which his youthful philosophical affiliations and contemporary political events had landed him. It is, however, crucial to understand that it is this highly contingent juxtaposition that determined nearly everything about the way that Levinas philosophized. As is generally the case, the problem to which he found himself forced to respond determined a great deal about the range of possible solutions that could present themselves. It is noteworthy, in this regard, that it is also in the mid-1980s, in this context of crisis, that the problem of intersubjectivity initially appears in Levinas's writings. Chapter 1 discussed the postponement of this problem in his reception of Husserl's thought. It is also crucial to know how little and how glancingly French phenomenologists, including Levinas in stark contrast to the German students examined in the last chapter, engaged the problem of intersubjectivity in Heidegger's rendition. They were impressed neither positively nor negatively by the theory of Mitsein in the beginning. It is remarkable how little Heidegger's version of intersubjectivity, its strengths and its weaknesses, either interested the French or led them to push it to the center of their interrogations of his larger position. Sartre, for example, said nothing, positive or negative, about Mitsein until he rejected it in Being and Nothingness. 48. Levinas's case is even clearer. In his 1932 article on Heidegger's thought, Levinas had chosen, understandably given his audience, to focus on Heidegger's subversion of neo-Kantian epistemology. The article is mainly, therefore, a summary of Being and Time's Division 1, but Mitsein is essentially excluded. Levinas showed himself aware of this omission near the end of the essay. I have not, so far, been able to insist on the character of Dasein by which it includes other men, by which it is only together coexist, but without rehearsing Mitsein in detail. Levinas moved immediately to the diminished quotidian, one that Heidegger saw as the unfortunate reality of human community in fallen form. 49. It is, of course, likely that Levinas would have treated the subject in greater detail in the projected book mentioned in the article. The point is that in his initial introduction to Heidegger he did not identify solipsism as a particular problem in French thought or present Heidegger's Mitsein as a compelling solution. For reasons described in Chapter 1, Levinas placed his emphasis on the theory of perception and knowledge, and the article is an intervention in a philosophical community torn between Kantian idealism and Bergsonian intuitionism. It is possible, but given the evidence a matter of speculation, that the rise of Hegelianism in French thought beginning in the mid-1980s might help explain Levinas's turn to intersubjective theory as a central topic. It certainly moved the French more generally in this direction. Because his friend, the philosopher and historian of science Alexander Koyer, initiated the seminar on Hegel's phenomenology of spirit that Alexander Kojev faithfully and influentially continued through World War II, and because it appears that Levinas did on occasion attend, one might suggest that Kojève's turn to a highly existentialist and Heideggerian interpretation of Hegel's depiction of the intersubjective master-slave relationship stands at the root of Levinas's philosophical turn, as it does in so much else in French thought of the 20th century. 50 But there is no evidence to support such a tantalizing hypothesis. There is, however, compelling documentation suggesting that it is exactly the reluctant Heideggerianism that Levinas endorsed in the mid-1930s that almost forced a concern with intersubjectivity. Some book reviews Levinas wrote in this period show that the mood of on evasion, the rueful acquiescence to the death of transcendental idealism combined with resistance to a picture of a fully world-immanent existentialism made the problem of others seem more and more central and pressing. They are the crucial evidence for assessing Levinas's embrace of the problem that he set about solving. In considering the works of Georges Bénaz, especially his little-known text L'Allure du Transcendental, Levinas confirmed, even in the late 1930s, his rejection of any easy return, after Heidegger, to transcendental idealism. Bénaz's book, as the title implies, argued that the new, post-Bergsonian return to the concrete and the intuitive surprisingly allowed a return to transcendental idealism, in that introspection, even introspective analysis of sensations, led necessarily to the primacy of the thinking, conceptualizing ego. 51 Levinas's review, which began, almost wearily, by explaining that the book presented yet another transcendental idealism, concluded that any idealist philosophy, no matter how open to sensation and concretion, must confront a difficulty of principle. Idealism is incapable of conceiving anything except as knowledge. In Bénaz's work, too, the fact of the body is reduced to an internal sensibility, to knowledge of the body. Its psychic quality and its spiritual dynamism rest in its power to furnish information and to report on itself. For this reason, Levinas insisted, idealism necessarily impoverishes sensibility. Finally, when it persists in pursuing its analysis, it can only end in a kind of transcendentalist chemistry that is not suggestive at all. It is difficult to believe that it is about real people home concrete anymore. 52 Bergson and Heidegger had surpassed Descartes, Kant, and in spite of his own contribution Husserl for good. In contrast, in his review of Louis Level's La Présence Totale, published in the same journal as On Evasion and around the same time, Levinas repeated the sense of the problem that he would present in his major interwar article. The war along with the dark presentiments that preceded it as well as the crisis that followed it have together left human beings with the feeling of an existence that sovereign and imperturbable reason could neither exhaust nor satisfy. A generation that is tragically conscious of the importance of temporality and the poignant flavor of a life restricted to the limits of time cannot ignore the weight or the gravity of this existence. The self found itself compelled to take up the obligation of coming to terms with being, to bring into the light the links that attached itself to it. It found itself terrifyingly insufficient, and incapable of bearing this dense reality that idealism, seduced by humanity's scientific accomplishments, bore only like a sweet burden. This is the real meaning of the renaissance of ontology occurring today. 53. This novelty had entirely changed the topic of philosophical debates that had reigned under the star of idealism in the Third Republic, the classical discussions regarding the existence or non-existence of the exterior world. But the new philosophy, which had inserted humanity into the reality of the world thanks to the Bergsonian and Heideggerian breakthroughs, found itself devastated by, though forced to accept, the reality it had secured. This new reality involved the feeling that Levinas would describe in On Evasion, the feeling that there is being, that is, that existence has a value and a volume, that the thinking self is not presuppositionless and that, in consequence, the notion of the subject does not suffice to understand being. Then there is this crucial passage. Contemporary German philosophers have tried to reply to the problem of man with being by insisting very strongly on the finite character of human beings. Man, as finite, is absolutely limited, that is to say isolated, delivered to himself but powerless to leave this isolation. In his present, he is already projecting toward the future, but this future is simply anxiety before death. his supreme virtue is the courage of hopelessness. 54. In a manner far more open and unguarded than in On Evasion, Levinas made it clear that Heidegger's ontology, no less than Husserl's egology, left humanity, in his view, in a state of damned, inexpressible loneliness, a kind of finitude interpreted as abandonment, a subjectivity lived as unbearably isolated and alone. Even the future only opened before him the anxious prospect of his own demise. What Levinas welcomed in Lavell's work, he reported, were the attempts to negotiate between the serene optimism of an outmoded idealism and the tragic despair of Heidegger's portrait of existence. In fact, Lavell's work, as Levinas's hitherto ignored review graphically documents, must have been a strong influence on the origins of Levinas's long-term response to Heidegger, engaging as it did, and as Levinas himself eventually would, in the post-idealist rehabilitation of Descartes' cogito and the insistence on the phenomenological fact that the self is always temporally in the moment rather than simply a prisoner of the expectation of death. Seen from within, the present always is. It is not replaced by the future or caught in the past. The future and the past exist only to the extent that they participate through memory and anticipation in the present. Our fate is determined and decided in the present. The force of this point is that we are masters and not slaves. An unexpected solution. The tragic despair of the German philosophers is vanquished not by a return to idealism but by an affirmation of being. 55. Nonetheless, Levinas concluded by admitting that he had praised in Lavelle an achievement the author had not intended, placing him in a context, that of German existentialism, that Lavelle had not meant to address. Put differently, Levinas's review is appropriative, seeing in Lavelle's project the beginnings of a potential response to his own quandary. It is, all things considered, at a quite distinct and specific philosophical and political moment, in the mid-1930s, torn between the exhilarating death of idealism and the exasperation of the new philosophy, that Levinas turned to discover German theology and theologically influenced philosophy above all, of course, the thought of the German Jewish religious figure Franz Rosenzweig. But just as Rosenzweig's thought, especially its intersubjective dimension, would help Levinas move beyond the need for evasion, so the particularity of the need he felt, a response to the unutterable loneliness he experienced before in the face of German existentialism, would determine what he made of what he found. It is in this sense that problems are more important than solutions, for solutions follow historically always and only from the way that problems are posed. Chapter 4. Toda Utiliter. Revelation in Interwar Theology. The highest love does not identify itself with its object but instead loves what it knows as different. The gap klooft and the feeling of a gap first exacts from love its full force and gives it wings that can beat most strongly. Franz Rosenzweig. It was Levinas's engagement with German philosophy, most especially Martin Heidegger's existential ontology, that led him to the crisis of the years 1933–35. It has been known to scholarship for several years that in 1935, in the midst of this crisis, Levinas initially read the German Jewish theologian Franz Rosenzweig's enigmatic masterwork, The Star of Redemption. But it is not enough simply to cite the 1935 encounter with Rosenzweig's text as the crucial turning point in Levinas's intellectual trajectory. A citation is not an explanation. 1. What is required is not only the context of reception that the first part of this book has attempted to reconstruct, but a sophisticated view of the distinguishing characteristics of the theological alternative to be received in that context. Levinas's own comments on Rosenzweig present as much an obstruction as an aid in understanding this decisive moment in the origins of the other. Aside from a small exception, to be detailed in the next chapter, Levinas did not mention Rosenzweig's thought in this period. He only acknowledged the significance of his predecessor 2 decades later, just before the publication of his own philosophy in Totality and Infinity. In it he praised Rosenzweig by saying that his thought was present in it too often to be cited to this declaration of allegiance, instead of suggesting any straightforward conclusion, should reinforce the need, and create the opportunity, for a difficult but fascinating exercise of reconstructing and unraveling a complex filiation. It is Levinas's deafening silence about the nature of his dependence and the role that his source played in his thought over time, as much as his honest but general tribute, that requires this inquiry and sets its terms. Not surprisingly, it demands both textual and philosophical reading and contextual and historical reasoning. What follows is not a thorough portrait of Rosenzweig, of course. Scholarship on Rosenzweig's thought, much of it inspired by Levinas and following his interpretation of the resource he championed, is voluminous. 3 beset as it is by equal and opposite flaws, however, none of it is entirely adequate for understanding Levinas's recourse to his prized source in the middle of the 1930s. One difficulty, which has followed from taking Levinas at his word, is the assumption of straightforward continuity between the two figures. In many existing presentations, a retrospective bias for fundamental consistency reinforced by a desire to vindicate Levinas's own self-understanding, perhaps in the hope of constructing a unified canon and message in modern Jewish thought, has obviated any genuine inquiry into the major discontinuities between Rosenzweig and Levinas and the appropriative distortions that occur in any process of philosophical allegiance. 4 But elementary considerations suggest that such an inquiry is needed. To take the most obvious, Levinas deployed a theory of the transcendence of the other to reply to Heidegger's thought. Yet Rosenzweig used neither of these mots clefs. Indeed, he cast aspersions on both when he engaged with the body of thought from which they had actually emerged in European intellectual history, Protestant theology. The equal and opposite difficulty has arisen from an enterprising recent school of interpretation of Rosenzweig's thought that, reversing a teleology that makes Levinas the fulfillment of modern Jewish philosophy, has placed Rosenzweig alongside with Heidegger's existentialist, historicist, and communitarian enterprise. In a brief article dictated from his deathbed, Rosenzweig suggested that Heidegger's thought bore many similarities to his own new thinking. In a compelling return to this long marginalized comparison, one apparently refuted in the meantime by Heidegger's student Karl Loewe, Peter Eli Gordon has shown that Rosenzweig and Heidegger shared a view of philosophy as a post-metaphysical enterprise of retrieval, of selfhood as constituted by the expectation of death and inevitably temporal, of meaning as communal, practical, and historical, and of conscience or authenticity as the acceptance of finitude through affiliation with a heritage. 5 Whence the question, if Rosenzweig is so close to Heidegger, how, in the crisis of the 1930s, could Levinas possibly have viewed them as alternatives? The exigency of this question makes it necessary to enter, albeit partially and with a specific end in mind, into the dense and difficult body of Rosenzweig's thought as well as into the theological renewal during the Weimar period generally. It is the need for an adequate assessment of a particular theme in Rosenzweig's thought, an assessment that throws into relief both his similarities with and differences from his adoptive heir, the better to illuminate the proportion in their relationship of genuine debt and false attribution that motivates the reluctant detour undertaken in this chapter. In particular, it is necessary to reconstruct Rosenzweig's complex theory of revelation with some care, for it is on this dimension of his predecessor's thought, which has often been distorted by one school of interpretation and largely omitted by the other, that Levinas drew most of all. Gordon's path-breaking study has recovered some of the reasons why Levinas could have found so unanticipated an aid in Rosenzweig's thought, for there is a striking parallel between the metaethical man sketched in the Star of Redemption and the finite Dasein of Heidegger's being and time. But if Rosenzweig's argument parallels Heidegger's portrait of anxiety in its depiction of the isolated loneliness of the metaethical stage, it is distinctive in arguing that divine revelation, extended and complemented by redemption, can partially heal that disease. This chapter focuses accordingly on the aspects of Rosenzweig's philosophy that Levinas could have fastened on as providing an escape from the terrorized solitude that he apparently found so debilitating in the thought of his secular philosophical masters, for it is these elements that he later transformed into Ethics 6. These preliminary observations justify the following attempt to place Rosenzweig's theology beside that of the major Protestant thinker of the interwar period, Karl Barth. The reference is important in itself, for a brief presentation of the theory of divine revelation pioneered by Barth and his radical colleagues shows that it is in their thought, rather than in Rosenzweig's own, that the talismanic phrase "the other" became a fixture of the interwar mind, and subsequently of Levinas's thought. This argument prepares the ground for the case mounted in the next chapter for the significance of the interwar popularization of Barth's Kierkegaardianism for understanding the specificity of Levinas's turn to Rosenzweig's thought. The vogue of transcendence in interwar philosophy created the circumstances in which Levinas could appropriate the originally Protestant theme of the transcendent holy other to craft a possible response to Heidegger's ontology. Thus, not only the particularities of Heidegger's National Socialist moment during which Levinas turned to Rosenzweig but also the discursive saturation of French philosophy by Barthian and Kierkegaardian themes are needed to explain Levinas's momentous synthesis of religion and philosophy from the middle 1930s on. But the reference to Barth is heuristic as much as it is historical. The running comparison allows Rosenzweig's comparatively moderate theory of revelation to be distinguished from Barth's astonishingly, albeit temporarily, radical depiction of the same phenomenon. But it is a comparison that reposes on a fundamental commonality of purpose. The parallelism is required to properly understand Levinas's later appropriation, and to navigate between two equal and opposite mistakes, one that insists on uninterrupted continuity between Rosenzweig and Levinas and the other then sees a complete break. The real objective, once both of these alternatives are rejected, is to see what in Rosenzweig's corpus Levinas appropriated, and to see what makes the extortion of ethics from revelation a process of difficult secularization rather than one of easy continuation or complete invention. For the experience of God's love that Rosenzweig described, though it differed in content from revelation as Barth envisioned it, is indeed the core of his thought, the major alternative he offered to the European traditions of philosophy and theology that he inherited, and the element of his new thinking that decisively distinguishes it from Heidegger's secular viewpoint. 7 Without recognizing that Rosenzweig was as much a theologian of divine revelation as he was a philosopher of human finitude. No presentation of Levinas's philosophical evolution from 1935. And perhaps no presentation of Rosenzweig himself will be intelligible. Nevertheless, and just as crucially, Rosenzweig did not believe in human alterity. Indeed, Rosenzweig made a systematic distinction between his theory of divine revelation and his account of interhuman relationships. Rather than respecting this aspect of Rosenzweig's thought, Levinas implicitly rejected it. 8 The recovery of Rosenzweig's actual position is required to show that Levinas radicalized, secularized, and moralized it, rather than inventing the continuity he saw with Rosenzweig out of whole cloth. For even though Rosenzweig believed that the theories of revelation that he and Barth advocated ultimately diverged, these theories, like alternative responses to the same quandary, shared much, including a strikingly parallel and nearly contemporaneous emergence. A theology deserving of the name. In a later recollection of the theological activation of his youth, Leo Strauss noted that the names Karl Barth and Franz Rosenzweig epitomized the reawakening of theology in Weimar Germany because of their intense common commitment to revelation. 9 That revelation remained a significant problem in 19th-century theology is the background necessary for understanding the revolution Barth and Rosenzweig wanted to make in their respective traditions. 10 19th-century theology had been dominated by the liberal attempt to reduce God to a principle of historical progress or a set of ethical norms. These gambits were perfected in the late Wilhelmine period, during the same years that they were beginning to be criticized as strikingly anthropocentric. In the fundamental essay of his early career, Rosenzweig responded in terms that were relatively common in their context that theology has to be about God's upsetting intervention into individual biography and collective history, or else it is not theology. Bearing the paradoxical title Atheistic Theology, the article took as its point of departure the recent crisis of the Protestant theology that was occupied with the historical reconstruction of Jesus' earthly life. Rosenzweig defined this theology, so powerful throughout the 19th century and culminating in the liberal synthesis of Albrecht Ritschl, as the attempt to represent Jesus' human life as the life of a great teacher and Christianity as the teaching of this teacher. The basic aim of this enterprise had always been to distinguish the morally exemplary Jesus from the metaphysically dubious Christ. Ever since David Friedrich Strauss's Life of Jesus, 1840, had dismissed biblical miracles out of hand as myths, on the assumption that parts of the Gospels would still remain after the scientific winnowing. This intellectual strategy had seemed intellectually inescapable. If it were proved plausible that there existed spiritual dimensions in Jesus' teaching to which one could still give contemporary meaning, Rosenzweig explained, then the possibility existed of keeping Christianity without the dogma of Christ 11 if it were possible, in other words, to extract an ethical kernel from religious mythology, then one could still claim fidelity to tradition while avoiding premises too controversial to fit with modern assumptions. History joined humanism as plausible surrogates for miracle and revelation. By the time Rosenzweig wrote, the project had reached crisis, and not only in Protestant thought. Though an outsider to Christianity, Rosenzweig did not have merely a prurient interest in the savage debates convulsing Protestantism at the beginning of the century. He believed that the spectacle of the fight over the exhumation of a mere man had remarkable implications for the fortunes of Jewish theology as well. It is true that Jewish theology in the 19th century had never, given the difference in dogmatic assumptions, been obsessed with the biography and traits of any absolutely central figure, though it sometimes, as Rosenzweig noted, centered on the unique history of a chosen people in what he dubbed a Judenvolkstheology, a term mainly intended to target Martin Buber's early views. But Jewish theology, according to Rosenzweig, still tracked Protestant thought in general spiritual drift so closely that the two religions could be said to have undergone in common the same basic humanizing travails. Point 12 Rosenzweig's article is a penetrating analysis of the theological consequences of modernity in Protestant and Jewish theology alike. The 19th century historical version of the liberal project had entered a terminal phase for a number of reasons. The long-term battle over Jesus' corpse, as Rosenzweig observed, only highlighted the fact that none of the theologians could resurrect it for the present. The whole enterprise foundered because it could not deliver what it promised. Thanks to the gaps, conflicts, and ambiguities in the historical sources, as well as, if Susanna Heschel is right, Jesus' original religious background, historicism almost inevitably led to the loss of the object it meant to retrieve. As Albert Schweitzer beautifully explained in his critical survey of the quest of the historical Jesus, published in 1906, the historical approach set out in quest of the historical Jesus, believing that when it had found him it could bring him straight into our time as a teacher and savior. It loosed the bands by which he had been riveted for centuries to the stony rocks of ecclesiastical doctrine, and rejoiced to see life and movement coming into the figure once more, and the historical Jesus advancing, as it seemed, to meet it. But he does not stay, he passes by our time and returns to his own. What surprised and dismayed the theology of the last 40 years was that, despite all forced and arbitrary interpretations, it could not keep him in our time, but had to let him go. He returned to his own time, not owing to the application of any historical ingenuity, but by the same inevitable necessity by which the liberated pendulum returns to its original position. Point 13. Schweitzer could honor the protracted quest with elegy because it already seemed so obviously hopeless. It had foundered when the similarities between the present and the past proved less compelling than the differences. Intended to retrieve the historical Jesus for the present, liberal theology had confirmed his irrelevance, if not non-existence, inadvertently but nonetheless conclusively. It could have been suggested that historicism had failed because of the historiographical perplexities of a scholarly field in particular, not because of the philosophical drawbacks of historical investigation in general. But to Rosenzweig, the life of Jesus theology encountered a still deeper problem than unavailing sources. For it made the presumption that the universalization of man's life could address the particularities of each sinner's distinctive spiritual biography. But the experiences of the existentially singular individual, particularly in the social world, made the obstacles facing the project of any universalizing theology forbidding, even if, or especially because, it was centered on a literally incomparable man. The feeling that no man understands others, that a gap fremdite intervenes as much between oneself and those nearest as between oneself and those furthest away, That the personality is immured within the walls of individuality, led to rebellion against the assumption that the life of another person in its full human particularity is plainly universalizable, and that for a man as a mere man, indeed just as a mere man, humanity can play the role once appointed for the God-man of dogma. Point 14. What is most historical about Jesus, Rosenzweig implied, may not have been his common humanity but simply what is most historical in each person, the idiosyncratic life experiences and particular spiritual history that divide rather than unite him from his fellows. If Jesus is exemplary, it is only in the sense that each person is his or her own story. Even these criticisms of the historical approach, however, did not exhaust the problems that liberal theology encountered in its attempt to reconcile religion with modernity. The most significant reason that 19th-century theology reached crisis is simply that the assertion of fidelity to tradition it offered in fact concealed a profound break from tradition. On this point more and more critics were converging, whether they spoke from the fundamentalist right or atheistic left. Once marginalized voices that were critical of the modernizing spirit and the scientific pretensions of liberal theology began to be taken seriously as the century came to a close. Scholars such as Martin Koller and, above all, Friedrich Nietzsche's confidant Franz Overbeck insisted that Christianity counted as an apocalyptic sect, infused with expectancy of imminent parousia, or it counted as nothing at all. They decried Christianity's fatal entanglements with ongoing history and organized society, touching off a debate on the possible relationships between Christianity and culture that persisted for many decades. Kierkegaard's kindred repudiations of the leveling secularism of the present age, such as the attack upon Christendom, were likewise coming into circulation. The vitriolic excoriation all these critics offered of normative Christianity for reducing God to the workings of history, which had been submerged throughout the optimistic 19th century, now surfaced and grew in importance as the bourgeois world rushed toward the apocalypse of war. Once dismissed as hidebound conservatives or peripheral malcontents, these vociferous critics of the liberal orthodoxy were revived as seers of a new theology as that orthodoxy collapsed. 15 Arthur Drew's polemical attempt in Die Christusmyth of 1909-11 to reject liberal historicism, a book that Rosenzweig cited in his article, had helped to consolidate many of the criticisms and to confirm the obsolete sense of the 19th century project in theology. Through the decision to make religion compatible with reason alone, liberal historicism had, so Drew's angrily charged, boldly written off 1900 years of religious development as completely in error and bracketed in the name of science the earlier metaphysical foundations of belief. The bargain through which modern theology exchanged metaphysics for science, though certainly promising at first, had turned sour. For it now emerged after a century of investigation, as Drew's argued with characteristic provocation, that nothing is known of Jesus, not even that he existed. Rosenzweig repeated this verdict. To represent Darstellan, Rosenzweig argued of Jesus, actually meant to invent her Sainthian as a result. In spite of the majesty and sublimity, in spite of the immeasurable significance that the accentuation of the true humanity of Jesus has had for the development of Christianity, it remains true that on the other hand it is just this which is the source of all the insoluble contradictions, of all the insurmountable difficulties from which the Christian view of the world suffers. Christianity has been utterly destroyed, and the true content of this religion obscured, hidden, and misrepresented in such disses. Drew's fashion, so that today it is no longer possible to assent to its doctrine of redemption without a sacrifice of the intellect. Though Drew's wrote in defense of Eduard von Hartmann's idiosyncratic religion of the future, he did so by showing how the professors of the present had betrayed the faith of the past. Science had not only proved unavailing, it had barred the door for a return to the metaphysics it failed to successfully replace. 16 Though he cited Drew's polemic in atheistic theology, Rosenzweig counted it as nearly supererogatory by the time it appeared. Liberal, historicist theology had already, at the core, expired. The wars over the historicity of Jesus made this obvious. The deed itself had already been done. In light of the growing objections, Rosenzweig finished, the concerns that had never been silenced on the theological right began to sound on the theological left as well, in the camp of the life of Jesus theology itself. It is no surprise, then, that many Protestant theologians were looking for new approaches in the early years of the new century. The most likely solution, the one beginning to be taken most often, only constituted a new version of the earlier error, Rosenzweig thought. The historical reduction seemed to be giving way to a philosophical reduction of the divine to a principle of ethics. This approach switched idols, but preserved the idolatry. For this reason, while it could claim a new independence from history, it remained an atheistic theology through and through. By replacing the obsolete project with a set of supra-historical ethical truths that one might derive from Christ as a timeless concept, and compatible with the teachings of reason, rather than Jesus as a historical man, the new strategy, moreover, still failed to do justice to the elementary religious experiences that had been ignored by liberal historicism, leading to its downfall. It only postponed once again their centrality by avoiding a theology of individual travail and direct revelation. 17 Ironically, it is in the last-ditch search for a final alternative to the failures of the historical and ethical approaches that the other emerged in European thinking, not as a revolutionary concept but as one introduced to shore up the old regime. As it turns out, the other began, terminologically and conceptually, not as a new contribution within Weimar theology but as an anomaly within the dominant neo-Kantian paradigm of Wilhelmine thought. To understand the shift that Barth and Rosenzweig completed, therefore, it is necessary to understand some of its surprising origins. At the University of Marburg, before his departure in 1912, the Jewish philosopher Hermann Cohen had epitomized ethical neo-Kantianism, and throughout his life, Cohen, in tune with Kant himself, understood God as a so-called postulate or regulative ideal of ethical life. In the works of his maturity, Cohen stated without reservation that God is not like an other person, and humans could certainly not have any one-to-one relationship with him. 18 It was in the resistance to Cohen's putative reduction of God to an ethical postulate that the other initially emerged in European thought. 19 Crucially, however, the resistance began within Cohen's own governing neo-Kantian framework. All of Cohen's Marburg critics, Wilhelm Hermann, Rudolf Otto, the early Karl Barth, offered rehabilitated versions of Friedrich Schleiermacher's strategy in his reaction to Kant's original attack on metaphysics. The best, indeed the only, theological route to God proceeded through an analysis of religious subjectivity, beginning with the feeling of absolute dependence on another. While remaining within the neo-Kantian framework Cohen had sketched, all of them hoped to make room for a theory of revelation that Cohen had apparently ruled out in his theory of God as a concept. It is worth noting the renewal or outright novelty of the theological materials on which Cohen's friendly critics were able to draw in their attempt to supplement neo-Kantianism from within. The new field of religions psychology, begun in Wilhelm Wundt's work and then epitomized by William James's The Varieties of Religious Experience, which appeared in G.E.R. Mann in 1907 and then in expanded form in 1914 in a translation by the Heidelberg professor George Waberman, insisted on the density of subjective feeling and provided psychological evidence so wide-ranging that it came close to providing a universal foundation for theological extrapolation. 20 It likewise helped that Otto had helped reintroduce and diffuse Schleiermacher's theology, in the midst of the major Schleiermacher revival that took place in Germany in the 2 decades straddling 1900. Otto brought out the influential centenary edition of the Speeches on Religion in 1899 with interpretive essays. 21 The renowned subjectivism of Protestant German theology, far from representing the uninterrupted continuity that the new theologians later implied in their totalistic rejection of the 19th century, actually represented a relatively novel point of repair in the mid to late 19th century as the historical and ethical approaches entered crisis and a new foundation for study needed to be laid. The thought of Schleiermacher, which had fallen into neglect in the generations immediately following his death, proved particularly crucial in this effort. Numerous attempts to build on this new ground showed how unstable it would prove as well. Hermann's theology, to take a first example, attempted to restore the characteristic evidence of the believer's experience to Cohen's own work. He preferred the term Erlebnis, experience, to Schleiermacher's indiscriminate usage of this term along with other psychologistic notions such as Gefühl, feeling, but in any case he made a similar argument. Cohen had construed selfhood as an infinite task, an ethical burden that, Hermann suggested, ignored existence as it is densely lived. The reality in which we live is not constituted through the abstractions of science but through the experiences of the self, Hermann explained in his first critique of Cohen, dating from 1907. From the points of view of a theory of knowledge or ethics, Cohen's version of the self might explain the construction of reality or the commands of conscience, but, Hermann explained in a later essay, it does not follow that the self for man can never mean anything other than an infinite task. For Hermann, this restoration counted as the crucial step to the recovery of the individual experience of the divine. He ultimately hoped, like Schleiermacher before him, to recover God through the experience of selfhood by supplementing rather than breaking with critical philosophy. 2. Save selfhood meant to secure the theoretical possibility, though not, crucially, the uncontested reality of the individual believer's experience of God's self-revelation. 22 The young Karl Barth provides a second example. Hermann's theology sparked his interest, and under the impress of his work Barth came to Marburg to train under his tutelage, after periods in more conservative theological milieus. But Barth, in both the short and long term, also worked under the influence of Cohen himself. 23 In his own early theology, which culminated in his plan for a philosophy of religion parallel to those undertaken by his Marburg teachers, Barth directly followed Hermann's strategy in attempting to correct Cohen. Prior to rejecting Erlebnis theology as insufficiently radical and indeed idolatrous, Barth practiced it. In an early article, for example, he spoke of making room for the problem of religion, in quaedam scor nostrum, doni requiescat in te. He continued, 7 Nte speaks of immediate religious perception and thereby places the sublime as a thou before the eye. 24 Like his teacher Hermann, the Barth of the pre-war period never saw this correction as requiring a break from Cohen's system, it helped, rather, to fulfill it. The intersubjective encounter between self and divine remained missing in Cohen's thought, but the experience of dependence on the superior other could bring it to completion. None of these figures, however, took the conflict between the Neo-Kantian paradigm and the anomaly of revelation to the breaking point. Instead, it is Rudolf Otto's The Idea of the Holy, which appeared in 1917, that perhaps best represents the pre-war compromise between old and new. As the historian Martin J. has shown in his reconstruction of the tradition that attempted to find in religious experience a source of knowledge and belief that supplemented the cold rationalisms of modern empirical and critical philosophies, Otto found inspiration in the examples of concrete religious experience he observed in non-European cultures as well as in the post-Kantian theories of religious experience of Schleiermacher and Johann Jacob Fries, figures to whom his allegiance altered over time. 25 But Otto's work takes on an altogether exceptional importance for my purposes, for he vulgarized, if he did not invent, the talismanic phrase the holy other, which has enjoyed such a career first in Barth's thought and elsewhere and finally in the work of Levinas and his progeny. If he did not invent the phrase, Otto disclaimed responsibility for doing so and traced it at various times to Fries, to Augustine, and to Eastern religions. He certainly contributed decisively to its currency. 26 His work documents the emergence within Marburg Neo-Kantianism of the infinitely different other that would soon become the foundation stone of a post-Kantian philosophy. In his writings culminating in the wartime publication of The Idea of the Whole, Otto insisted on the experiential, even irrational dimensions of religion that Neo-Kantianism ignored just as much as the original version of the philosophy that his illustrious predecessors Schleiermacher and Fries had felt the need to correct in their own day. Although Otto praised Kant, he found that Schleiermacher had overcome the rationalism of the Enlightenment that, even when it claimed to prove the existence of God, left humanity at a loss what to do with him. They possessed the intellectual concepts of religion, but they were not possessed of religion in their hearts. Indeed, as Schleiermacher says, religion had on the one hand become metaphysics, that is, learned theological or philosophical theorizing on certain ultimate things, which were called God, the soul, the world, and such like. On the other hand, it had become transmuted into moralistic and utilitarian precepts. But its essential spirit, which, as any pious person knows, is something quite different from the intellectual perception of some metaphysical things or the observance of ordinances, had escaped. The sensus numinus had died out. 27. This sensus numinus, which Otto made it his mission to recover, is the experience of the Holy Other in fear and trembling. No less a figure than Edmund Husserl remarked that Otto, by appealing to the experience of God beyond the frontiers of the self, had in effect founded a phenomenology of altruity, a descriptive science of the divine. 28. The question is whether Otto reached a satisfactory resolution of the most crucial problem, whether this inkling, Andung, of the numinous divine he described involved subjective capacity, objective transcendence, or both, and in what combination. Otto remained in a state of dramatic hesitation on this fundamental point. In an anticipation of later thinkers, Otto's thinking stresses the categorical difference between human and divine. The phrase "the Holy Other" unquestionably implies an interest in post-possessive altruity, gap, and separation. And indeed much of Otto's rhetoric in the idea of the holy insisted on what would come to be called, in words borrowed from Kierkegaard, the infinite qualitative difference of the divine. The truly mysterious object is beyond apprehension and comprehension, Otto explained, not only because our knowledge has certain irremovable limits, but because in it we come upon something inherently wholly other, whose kind and character are incommensurable with our own. And in his most direct anticipation of the Weimar break with subjectivism, Otto wrote, "The numinous is felt as objective and outside the self." 29. In the stress on the categorical difference between the experiencing self and the experienced divine, it is possible to recognize the lineaments of the new theology, in nous, and waiting to be born. Yet Otto's book, which introduced the Holy Other to its strange and significant career in European thought, also shows how the central insights of the new paradigm first appeared in the old framework. For if the other is only felt as objective, then there is still a subject doing the feeling. For this reason, it is crucial to see that the energies of the numinous were released by Otto only on condition that they were ultimately contained, for Otto remained staunchly within the Kantian and post-Kantian framework. He saw the study of the irrational as the completion, not the contradiction, of the one-sidedly intellectualistic and rationalistic interpretation of the divine. One-sided means half right. He made this point especially clear in the preface to the English-language edition of 1923. His translator, John W. Harvey, explained, countering the new dialectical theologians, that Otto is not open to the criticism of isolating and exaggerating the divine transcendent otherness. God is not for him, so to speak, wholly other. 30. Most important, in his book Otto advocated an interpretation of the holy as an a priori category, thus returning, in response to the power of Cohen's full rationalization of the divine, to an original purpose of the Kantian enterprise, as suitably modified by Schleiermacher and Fries, in the early 19th century, to make room for faith through the very devices of reason. Where Kant failed to make sense of, and therefore to save, the finite perception of the infinite, Otto, following Schleiermacher as well as Fries's portrait of the importance of the subjective inkling of the divine, hoped to succeed. But because what he called the holy other counted only as mostly other, still caught in the net of the Kantian philosophy of subjective constitution, Otto remained blind to the sense in which his own most important insight may have contradicted his aims. 31 At least his more radical heirs would see things this way. Otto's The Idea of the Holy is, from a historical perspective, a point of crucial transition in European thought about revelation and altruity. Conceptually and rhetorically, it laid the foundations for everything that followed. But critics were quick to point out that Otto's theology wavered in a state of ultimately debilitating indecision between a transcendent and an immanent interpretation of religious experience. They insisted that a choice had to be made: either the divine is genuinely other, and therefore not amenable to the possessive experience of the self, or it is not really other at all. As Friedrich Karl Fegel stated the problem in 1929. Either God is in some absolute sense wholly other, and we cannot experience or say anything about him, including that he is wholly other, or we experience something of God, which means God's essence cannot be determined as numinous. The numinous as category, whether category is understood in a transcendental logical or with Otto a psychological sense, is a contradictionary in a dicta. The criticism, although excellently formulated, was a typical one. Leo Strauss voiced the same verdict as backhanded praise, choosing to lionize Otto for what his work foreshadowed inadvertently. In the idea of the holy other may have remained mired in the rationalist and subjectivist project of categorizing the faculties of the mind and soul, but Otto's investigation pointed beyond his own premises, and it therefore deserved praise. For a deeper understanding of the meaning of transcendence within a religious context is, if not the intention, then certainly the consequence of Otto's investigation. Strauss wrote. 32 The idea of the holy soon came to seem like an exemplary monument of partial criticism of the prior paradigm longing to become total. It is not an accident that in his attack on atheistic theology Rosenzweig would have joined a criticism of the historical and ethical approaches with an emphasis on the incomparability of each person's biography. Just the summer before, Rosenzweig had undergone his famous conversion process, his near acceptance of Christianity, and then his commitment to Jewish identity and religion. As the frequently analyzed epistolary record of his relationship with his partner in faith Eugen Rosenstock makes plain, this experience prominently featured Rosenzweig's perception of the per-ils of the historicism of his university professors, most notably Friedrich Meinecke, who had directed his dissertation, later published as Hegel and the State. 3 Rosenzweig came to accept Rosenstock's Offenbarungsglaube, the belief in revelation, as the only answer to the relativism fostered by the accelerating historicism of 19th-century culture. This priority of revelation implied the ineffability of individual biography, on which Rosenzweig insisted in his essay The Static and Timeless Gestalt of the Individual, in contrast to the relativizing views of historicism. 34 Paul Mendes Floor, in an oft-cited essay that places this text in the context of the growing crisis of secular historicism, has best explained the convergence of Rosenzweig's argument with the famous trends of the day in the philosophy of history. 35 But if in atheistic theology Rosenzweig opted to explore the theological instead of the secular dimension, it is because it was in theology, and only there, that Rosenzweig believed the answers to the failures of history were to be sought and found. If theology had been degraded just as fundamentally by historicism, it could not come to the rescue of the victims of secular culture unless first saved from itself. Alan Megel has recently stressed the extent to which the crisis of historicism had its roots in theology and religion, not in historiography or philosophy, so it is important to understand Rosenzweig's career, beginning with atheistic theology, as an attempt to respond to theological rather than secular degeneration, the corruption of the cure rather than the fact of the disease. 36 There is no need to revisit Rosenzweig's biographical trajectory in these years, it has been narrated so many times as to become overly familiar. It suffices to insist on Rosenzweig's point of departure in the facticity of suprahistorical revelation and his insistence on a return, in common with many others in the pre-war years, to a theocentric theology. 37 As David Myers's useful study has correctly insisted, Rosenzweig's return took place in the context of a circle of young Protestants, most especially his cousins Hans and Rudolf Ehrenberg, as well as Eugen Rosenstock, who, well before Barth's more famous Démarche, single-mindedly pursued the recovery of revelation as the lost core of theology. 38 Consequently, too much attention to Rosenzweig's choice to remain a Jew, in the words of his most famous letter of the period, can distract from the overriding point that he would do so only in common with the renovation of Christianity in the name of revelation, on which his cousins and Rosenstock were insisting. 39 It is highly significant, in this regard, that Karl Barth, when he recalled his own flirtation with this so-called Patmos group of young thinkers, noted, that he avoided full affiliation because the circle wanted to overwhelm me and choke me with its Gnosticism. 40 Relentlessly attacked himself in the Weimar period for his Gnostic overestimation of God's transcendence of the world. Barth found in the Patmos circle a group, including Rosenzweig, that was even more monomaniacal than he was in their insistence on the centrality of revelation to theology. As we will see, Rosenzweig's itinerary to his new thinking also proceed, in partial parallel with Barth's own path, through Hermann Cohen's thought, but through the great Neo-Kantian's late, religious turn rather than solely through the Neo-Kantian formalism of his mature system. In atheistic theology, Rosenzweig assimilated Cohen's philosophical reduction of revelation without ceremony to the more general 19th century syndrome of idolatrous anthropomorphism. 41 Before the war, then, Rosenzweig had already voiced the fundamental criticism of modern theology, that it reduced the infinite to the finite, the Übermenschliche to the all-too-menschliche. The distinction between God and man, die Unterscheidenheit von Gott und Mensch, that awful provocation for paganism old and new, has been cleared away. The offensive idea of revelation, this descent of a higher content into an unworthy vessel, has been silenced, he wrote angrily in Atheistic Theology. Out of allegiance to his most fundamental commitment, Rosenzweig rejected any theology that made humanity the exclusive or predominant focus of analysis on the mistaken hypothesis that the light of God is the human soul and that only the rays of that light, which the soul needs for the illumination of its earthly ways irdisken wegs, are visible. Put differently, more than man must be revealed by philosophy and theology, even when man is necessarily the starting point of analysis. Rejecting any attempt at a resolute transformation of Judaism into something this worldly, Rosenzweig concluded. The certainty that God and man must be inseparably thought together stands at the entrance of every way of knowing our faith, even one that God allows to emerge in man. But the cleft, which is not to be filled in, between man as thought by humanism and man as he is understood as a receiver of revelation and, as such, an object of faith, this unfillable cleft must confuse anyone who might attempt to cover the whole of the religious world with half of this pair of fundamental ideas. For all their differences, Rosenzweig and Barth would both attempt to recover and to preserve what the 19th century had lost, the sheer difference between divinity and humanity, and they rejected in common an anthropocentric theology that refused to acknowledge the core need for an absolute measure of height that stands fast beyond the realm of merely human meanings and outside that which rises and falls. This rhetoric of difference and distance, the opposition to unity and the praise of the most absolute duality unbiding tests why height between God and man is altogether striking and essential to Rosenzweig's point of departure. 42 It took the war in which Rosenzweig would soon enlist as a soldier to push Barth himself over the brink from experimenting with revelation within the Marburg framework to a new and fiery resolution to rescue the anomaly from the paradigm that would not accommodate it. One could, therefore, date the origins of the other quite precisely, with only slight oversimplification, to October 4, 1914. On that date in Die Kulturwelt. To the civilized world, the once famous propaganda letter signed by 93 of the foremost German intellectuals of the day appeared. Signed by the luminaries of the German academic world including many important liberal theologians, notably Adolf von Harnack and Wilhelm Hermann, the open letter touched off a major propaganda war in several languages. Claiming to represent a people to whom the heritage of a Goethe, a Beethoven, a Kant is as sacred as are its hearth and home, the 93, as they came to be known, bitterly denounced the propagandists' lies they attributed to a world set against their country's spiritual mission. 43 Barth, who was flirting with socialist polities at the time, reacted with outrage to the momentous decision of August 1914 by the German Social Democratic Party to support the declaration of war by voting for war credits. Even more, Barth could not understand the unmitigated loyalty of German intellectuals to the hubristic project of nationalism exemplified by In Die Kulturwelt, and including the allegiance of his teachers who propounded a Kriegstheologie, war theology, in order to conscript their God into a secular army. Barth may have unduly emphasized, in his autographical reminiscences, the role this manifesto played in catalyzing his fateful break with the liberal theology of the 19th century, but poor. Missably so. One day, Barth recalled of the moment the manifesto appeared, stands out in my memory as a black day. Among the document's signatories, he continued, I discovered almost all of my theological teachers whom I had greatly venerated. In despair over what this indicated about the signs of the time, I suddenly realized that I could not any longer follow either their ethics and dogmatics or their understanding of the Bible and of history. For me, at least, 19th century theology no longer held any future. 44 Though he did not number among the signatories of the original document, Hermann Cohen did endorse one of the German rejoinders to the indignant British reply to Und die Kulturwelt. 45 More significant, in public appearances beginning at just the same moment as the Und die Kulturwelt manifesto and in numerous subsequent publications, Cohen appealed not just to the German humanistic tradition but also to the Jewish philosophical canon to defend Germany's side in the conflict. 46 Rosenzweig, serving on the Macedonian front, rejected Cohen's enlistment of Judentum in the service of Judaism, and began to pen his own book The Star of Redemption around the same time. Barth began writing the book Rosenzweig would reject but which casts much light on the nature of his thought, the Epistle to the Romans. Karl Barth and Divine Transcendence. Long before Levinas, Karl Barth popularized the term the other in European thought. His book, published first in 1919 and substantially revised for a new edition in 1922, suited the age. Composed in the ambit of war, between 1916 and 1918, the arguments still explode like artillery shells and the pages stink with carnage. The Epistle to the Romans attempted to yoke these wayward forces, the trauma of the war, to the necessity for a new piety that blended pessimism and self-abnegation with a strangely moving spiritual grandeur. It is still easy to understand why readers thought they had finally encountered a genuine theologian. And, more than any other book, it signaled the return of transcendence as a theme in European thought in an intellectual and spiritual atmosphere that one could aptly describe as a crisis of anthropocentric immanence. Barth's transit during the years both before and after the epoch-making second edition of his commentary on Paul's Epistle to the Romans has been analyzed many times with different conclusions and implications. The scholarly debates about the stages of his development, however, need not detain an investigation more oriented toward a typology of approaches to transcendence. Only some of the important presuppositions and components that marked Barth's radical phase after his break with liberalism are important for these purposes. 47 In the Epistle to the Romans and associated texts of the period, Barth made two arguments on the basis of a new God concept that are especially salient to the later origins of the human other. One is methodological, the other substantive. The methodological dimension of the Epistle to the Romans is radical in implication but relatively simple in foundation. It is Barth's argument that, when stripped to the core, the problem of the other, like any other genuine problem, is timeless. It is perhaps difficult now, without remembering the theological and cultural background against which Barth operated, to recognize the radicalism of this argument. But his approach represented a parting of the ways. Where Heidegger chose to take historicism to the limit, Barth, inaugurating a significant current of anti- or counter-historicism in 20th century thought, believed he could deny the final relevance of history to a set of permanent questions. The first paragraph of Barth's foreword to the first edition of the Epistole to the Romans, which considers the gap in time and the shift in place that seemed to historicism to make full possession of an object of study impossible, sounds this note. It had to do so, because the dominant approach to such biblical commentaries, including the standard commentary on Romans by Adolf Jülicher, assumed the purpose familiar from the historical approach, the philological elucidation of meaning in context. Barth's response to this canonical method is perhaps the single most important declaration ever written asserting the independence of meaning and understanding from history. The differences between then and now, there and here, have no significance for what really matters. The critical historical method of biblical research has its place. But all my attention has been directed towards seeing through the historical into the spirit of the Bible, which is the eternal spirit. What was once a serious matter is still serious today, and what today is serious, and not just arbitrariness and whim, stands also in direct relation to what was formerly serious. Paul's answers, if their light illuminates us, must be our answers. A text recording ancient thoughts may speak as if alive. More important, whatever is more basic than history must undergird it. Even when it is discovered in history, the problem of the gap between self and other, finite and infinite, is, accordingly, timeless. If it is forgotten in certain ages, it is always there, too, to be remembered. It is a thesis that resounds through the last century in the work of those influenced by it. Levinas would later claim, when man truly approaches the other he is uprooted from history. 48 The independence of meaning from time is the special theme of the original edition of Barth's work. But even in the revised version Barth preserved it as an insistent topic. In the section on Romans 4:17-25, Barth quoted Nietzsche to support his reading of Paul's original claim. The non-historical resembles an all-embracing atmosphere in which human life is conceived and apart from which it shrivels up. For the actions that men propose take shape first in this dim and non-historical vapor. If it were possible for a man to penetrate with his understanding the non-historical in which every great episode in history had its origin, he might, by raising himself beyond the sphere of history, attain to that knowledge that would absolve him from the necessity of taking serious account of the actual facts of history. A single hour chosen from the first, or it might be from the 19th century, or one single individual, whatever his condition, whether he is Greek or Turk, would suffice to provide an answer to the question how and why men should live. 49. Accordingly, Barth thought, the truths disclosed by faith counted as the non-historical and impossible factor, which makes possibility possible and by which history is established. One could thus find a simultaneity between disparate epochs and places. Barth even claimed, if the non-historical is removed, the past remains dumb and the present deaf. Unless, quite apart from the study of documentary sources, there exists a living perception of the one constant significance of all human occurrence, history becomes merely a sequence of epochs and a rise of civilizations. If history can present no more than this, it is trivial. Barth did not suggest that history is useless, but he did claim that all history that deserves the name is also contemporary history, not because humans cannot escape their own present but because no human present can transcend the human questions. 50 The substantive point is more the assertion of the infinite qualitative difference characterizing the relationship between God and man than the dialectical approach Barth used to respond to it, more his new problem than his new solution. The God concept of Barth is first expounded in numerous wartime essays and speeches, and it is an insistent theme even of the first edition of his Epistle to the Romans commentary. But it became most pronounced in the second edition of the book, as well as in the celebrated slogans from lectures and sermons of the same period. Barth insisted on the absolute transcendence of God after centuries of idolatrous reduction. One erred in reducing God, the possibility of a new order absolutely beyond human thought, to man's world. The disproportion between them, Barth said, is total. Qualiter. Barth famously asked, how much? Totally other, that which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the spirit is spirit. There are no transitions, intermixings, or intermediate stages. In his search for the proper metaphor, Barth of 10 likened the opposition between transcendence and immanence to the contrast between the infinite and the finite. Man as man cries out for God. He may be told 1,000 times that in order to reach infinity he has only to keep walking along finite paths, and this he certainly does. He keeps walking, and the splendor and horror of the depths that he goes to make headway on these, the only paths actually open to him, are witness enough of the driving and unendurable urgency of the search for the impossible. What he finds is related to what he seeks as one, degree, and this is an intolerable state of affairs to him, for he cannot believe that 1 equals 00. And why should he, how dare he? The rupture between human and divine is characterized by infinite qualitative difference, in a phrase Barth found in Kierkegaard. 51 In the famous book itself, Barth made the alterity of God the dominant theme. As Stephen Webb has pointed out, Barth does so more through shifting metaphors than through conceptual definition. The mainstay of the book, and crucial for these purposes, is the metaphor of God's distance from man. The assertion of how far God is from man sounds through the pages of the book like a steady drumbeat. The essential theme of Paul's mission in his letter to the Romans, Barth notes on the very first page of his commentary, is not within him but above him, unapproachably different and unutterably strange. The gap between human and divine is described as the crevasse, the polar zone, the desert barrier with essential, sharp, acid, and disintegrating ultimate significance. And so on. 52 The rhetoric of distance and difference, though unique in its obsessive repetition, bears many affinities with Rosenzweig's own language of the same period. The theory that results has been called, in a term also suited to Rosenzweig's theory of God's relation to humankind and to Levinas's intersubjective thought, diastatical in content. It involved a connection in which two members of a dyad interrelate without the possibility of resolution or higher synthesis between them. In diastasis, as opposed to dialectic, each is barred from absorption in or mediation by the other. But Barth seemed to his contemporaries to exaggerate the implication of this difference to the point of inscrutability. He comes, Barth repeatedly said of God, as one unknown. 53 From the point of view of Barth's breakthrough, the shortcoming of recent criticisms in theological circles of the 19th century had not been that they were misdirected but that they were not taken to their ultimate conclusions. It was the partiality of their criticism, rather than their critical attitude itself, that constituted their main limitation. When Barth looked back to establish a line of predecessors, therefore, he traced his lineage back through Kierkegaard, Calvin, Paul, and finally Jeremiah, the prophet who warred most fiercely against idolatry. But Barth angrily excluded one figure from this patrimony. And to leave nothing unsaid, he put it, I might explicitly point out that this ancestral line which I commend to you does not include Schleiermacher. The reason, he is disastrusely dim-sighted in regard to the fact that man as man is not only in need but beyond all hope of saving himself, that the whole of so-called religion, and not least the Christian religion, shares in this need, and that one cannot speak of God simply by speaking of man in a loud voice. Where all of Barth's chosen predecessors had opposed the revival of idolatry in their time, Schleiermacher, in throwing the bridge of subjectivity across the abyss between human and divine, had erected the subject as substitute for the divine, rather than a means to it. The very names Kierkegaard, Luther, Calvin, Paul, and Jeremiah suggest what Schleiermacher never possessed: a clear and direct apprehension of the truth that man is made to serve God and not God to serve man. The negation and loneliness of the life of Jeremiah in contrast to that of the kings, princes, people, priests, and prophets of Judah, the keen and unremitting opposition of Paul to religion as it was exemplified in Judaism, Luther's break, not with the impiety, but with the piety of the Middle Ages, Kierkegaard's attack on Christianity, all are characteristic of a certain way of speaking of God at which Schleiermacher never arrived. When, Barth charged, Schleiermacher and his latest followers Hermann and Otto appealed to subjective experience as the route to the divine, to the self as the means of grasping the other, they implicitly deified man. 54 In the final analysis, Hermann developed a theology that longed for the transcendent God but remained mired in the subjectivist idealism that could never conclusively reach. And even Otto's stress on the majesty of God had to be purged of its emphasis on the subjective apprehension of God through the emotions of wonder, awe, and fascination that were the emotional accompaniments of the numinous. Subjectivism, Emil Brunner wrote in his review of the first edition of Barth's commentary, had to be overcome, no matter what valuable services it had rendered. It is only a transitional stage in the direction toward the truth, and he who remains in it is in mortal danger. 55 In the final analysis, the other is infinitely, wholly, fearfully other. In Barth's lapidary formula, God is God. Barth distinguished this approach from two others, one that conceded too much to the claims of immanence and one that opted for an exclusively negative approach to transcendence. It remained true, of course, that certain dogmatic presuppositions such as the incarnation of Christ pointed to the miraculous appearance of transcendence in the midst of immanence. According to Barth, however, the dogmatic approach elevated this fact into a whole theology of immanence. Slowly, the dogmatist reconfigures and naturalizes miracles into the ways of his own world, with the secular idolatry of the 19th century as the baleful result. Then the believer finds a world that previously he had despised and hated as supernaturalistic, slowly but surely becoming reasonable and purposeful. He confers more rationality and intelligibility on the divine than the text permitted, converting dogma into worldview. He sees that what is written must be written. But then man's question about God is simply quashed. He no longer has a question. In place of the question he has an answer. The end of the line of this thought, Barth argued, most notably in his essay on Ludwig Feuerbach, is not the glories of Schleiermacher's 19th century tradition but the deification of man. But if the avoidance of an immanent approach to the divine meant opting for the rival pole of transcendence, Barth rejected the way of negation often associated in the tradition with the extremity of a God impossible to grasp. Barth dealt with negation under the heading of self-criticism. 4. The theologian of mysticism and negation, insofar as he tries to approach the other through sketching the limits of self, is in a certain sense self and not other-centered. The only part of our assertion of which we are certain, the only part we can prove, is that man is negatived, negated. What then can the way of self-criticism do but somehow magnify to gigantic size the question mark set up beyond life's boundary? A disquieting conception. Let us remember that no self-negation to which we may refer men, were it even suicide, is so great and so profound as God's actuality. The keener the criticism of man, the more keenly man's question is emphasized as a question. But this is only to indicate, although it is to indicate correctly, how God might be spoken of if man were denied. It is not, however, to speak of God. Not quite. Barth, therefore, refused to label his theology negative. An exclusively negative approach did no more than lead man to the tantalizing brink of the other while keeping him occupied with himself. The interesting point, then, is that Barth rejected negative theology for the same reason that he rejected subjectivist approaches. If man counted as at best a glorious but broken column, then neither a subjective theology that emphasized the glory of the design nor a negative theology that stressed the break at the top could reach heaven by themselves. 56 Barth thought it understandable that he would appear to some like an idolater and to others like a heretic. The inability of both existing camps to think of an alternative to the dogmatic and self-critical theologies that came before Barth encouraged one to associate him with the error of immanence and the other to charge him with the exaggeration of transcendence. But if man could neither climb forward to God nor approach him backward through negation, God did not for these reasons become inaccessible. According to Barth, God could, in the form of revelation, give himself to man as he waited in a state of readiness and, in some of Barth's moods, Kierkegaardian resolve, religion, as the final human possibility, commands us to halt. Religion brings us to the place where we must wait, in order that God may confront us on the other side of the frontier of religion. What remains for man, and it is all that remains in the absence of revelation, is to offer to the unknown God gestures of adoration. 57. Rosenzweig did not use the same rhetoric, but he came to a strikingly parallel point of view in his own masterpiece of 1921, The Star of Redemption. R. Rosenzweig on Revelation. Franz Rosenzweig likewise composed his text in a white heat of inspiration, from August 1918 to February 1919, beginning just a month or so after Barth completed his own, somewhat lengthier period of composition. Several events apparently conspired to provoke this drive to one of the more cryptic and variously received texts of the 20th century philosophical tradition. In 1918, in the midst of a war in which Rosenzweig served as a soldier on the losing side, his fathers died, his biological father George Rosenzweig on March 18, and then his philosophical father Hermann Cohen, before 2 weeks were out. Just as important, Rosenzweig had begun, in February, a torrid love affair with Margaret Rosenstock-Huessy, wife of his best friend Eugen Rosenstock, and apparently with the latter's full knowledge. The recent publication of Rosenzweig's letters to Gritli, as Rosenzweig endearingly called her, is one of the most significant events in the literature on Rosenzweig, but it is integrated in what follows only to the extent it illuminates the Star of Redemption, the text that heavily influenced Levinas's development. 58 It has long been known how decisively Rosenzweig's discovery of the typescript of Cohen's posthumously published Religion of Reason out of the sources of Judaism in a wastebasket at Cohen's home in 1918 affected him. 59 In an interpretation that was published several years later, Rosenzweig narrated Cohen's peregrinations at the end of his career as the battle within his soul that finally pushed him beyond his system, the neo-Kantian edifice of decades of labor, which fell before the simple insights of the believer in God's presence. 60 Whatever the validity of this interpretation, Cohen's later thought certainly began, and may well have ended, as simply another elaboration of a philosophy of religion that, as shown in the prior section, occupied so much attention at Marburg in the final Wilhelmine years in an attempt to remain within rather than step beyond the neo-Kantian Graham Cohen's turn to religion suited Rosenzweig's own needs. 61 Rosenzweig claimed that Cohen's central insight was the primacy of finite individuality in a revelatory connection to the divine. As atheistic theology, the first text Rosenzweig wrote in the thrall of the Offenbarungsglaube of his Protestant friends, shows in its stress on the failure of the most lovingly burnished historical exemplum to unlock the secrets or solve the problems of one's own life. Rosenzweig may well have been primed to read Cohen's work this way. His correspondence with Margaret Rosenstock-Huessy indicates that Cohen's chapter on Revelation made a special impression on Rosenzweig, both positively and negatively. 62 But Rosenzweig's interest in, or invention of, a theory of personal individuality and human finitude in Cohen's posthumous book took place against the background of a prior and persisting commitment to revelation by an infinite divinity and the relationship of ineffably individual man with this revelatory source. For this reason, Rosenzweig's career is the story not just of a philosophy of human finitude but the strenuous, heroic attempt to find a new thinking that would reconcile the basis of theology in revelation with the discovery of human finitude in the collapse of idealism. The drama of this attempt, which is the drama of Rosenzweig's whole career, is the major focus of the rest of the present chapter. The initial third of the Star of Redemption is dedicated to an attack on totality and to the disaggregation of the fundamental elements of Rosenzweig's non-integrated protocosmos, God, man, and world. Rosenzweig treats these disaggregated topics under the headings of metaphysics, metaethics, and metalogic. Thus, philosophy from Ionia to Jena and from Thales to Hegel denied God's transcendence. Neither man, nor even God, could find a place outside the limits of the world, even if inclined to do so. From Parmenides to Hegel, the cosmos had been securus adversus Deus. It was secure against gods because it itself encompassed the absolute. It is of course true that this anti-Hegelian and to some degree anti-philosophical starting point of the book proved crucial for Levinas. Indeed, when he identified Rosenzweig as a source in totality and infinity, Levinas singled out the star's opposition to the idea of totality as the aspect that impressed him most. So openly acknowledged is this debt that it has been the primary focus of existing secondary literature on Levinas and has, in turn, formed part of the conditions in which the contemporary interest in Rosenzweig grew up. Less studied, but more important, is Rosenzweig's strenuous attempt to replace the Hegelian totality with a new Jewish one and to find a place for revelation that the old totality would not admit in the structures and traditions of communal life. 63 For the plot of the Star of Redemption is not simply to disrupt totality but also to find a new integration of the broken unity whose elements the book begins by dispersing. Revelation, hardly a negative force spelling the disruption of totality, is in Rosenzweig's thought the crucial first step to its reconstitution. Disaggregated from the all-embracing totality in which it maintains some relationship with God and world, the self, in Rosenzweig's depiction, threatens to devolve on itself once it has been splintered from the whole. The result is a solipsistic picture of the self that Levinas might have found very similar to the egological self of his phenomenological inheritance. Soul, Rosenzweig put it, would mean stepping out of the introverted confinement in sich gekehrten Verschlossenheit. But how should the self step forth? Who should summon it when it is deaf? What is to lure it out hinauslaufen when it is blind? What is it to do out there when it is speechless? It lives altogether inwardly. In one of the most beautiful and interesting sections, the metaethical human in his solitude is likened to the protagonist of a Greek tragedy, whose declamations act to individualize himself against others in speech, into the icy solitude of self. Most importantly, he does not love, so that no bridge leads from the will of the tragic self to any kind of exterior nach Argentinam Auflin, even if this exterior is another will. 64 Some kinds of art, Rosenzweig continued, might seem to allow the prospect of overcoming this isolation. But this piece of magic Rosenzweig saw as limited. Monads do not have windows. The same sound resounded and yet was everywhere heard only in one's own interior. No one felt the human element as the human element in others, each one only immediately in his own self. The self remained without a view beyond its walls, all that was world remained without. If it possessed the world within itself, it did so as personal property, not as world. The only humanity of which it was aware was that within its own four walls. It itself remained the only other one that it saw. Every other one wishing to be seen by it had to be contained in this its field of vision and to forego being regarded as another. The ethical norms of the world thus lost all their own meaning in this field of vision of the self-willed self, they became the mere content of his self-inspection. Thus it had, presumably, to remain what it was, elevated, fixing its own interior with a defiant gaze, incapable of sighting anything alien except there in its own sphere and therefore only as its own property, hoarding all ethical norms within its own ethos so that the self was and remained lord of its ethos. This solipsism is not, however, only the fate of the self, for each element and thus God and the world too is a solitary self einsame selbst, blind to whatever is outside gegen auf ihn blinden ein und allgefühl de eigenen Daseins / staring fixedly into itself and knowing no outside. Thus it emerges that the disaggregation of totality produces not a pluralism but only three monisms, one and all consciousnesses. 65 Rosenzweig's depiction of the difficulties of solipsism in the early parts of the Star were clearly the foothold that Levinas in the 1930s could use to make the book his own. But three monisms are just as unacceptable as one. And so, Rosenzweig remarked to motivate the project of the rest of the book to reintegrate what he had rent asunder, the question of their relationship must be asked after all. The emergence of this question comes as part of the transition from the first to the second third of the book. Rosenzweig began the middle third of the book with a lengthy and powerful critique, presaged in atheistic theology, of the eclipse of revelation in the modern world. He chose as a starting point a project that might seem unthinkable after Spinoza and the forms of modern theology culminating around the turn of the 20th century. He turns to a justification of the possibility of miracles. Once the favorite child of faith, Rosenzweig observed, the miracle had become an embarrassment banished from the house of theology. Rosenzweig narrated once again the sad decline of theology into history and philosophy, through the Enlightenment and the periods of historicism and psychology. But he went on to assert, in the face of all of these trends, the permanence of the experience of miracles, thereby collapsing any strong distinction between present and past. Nothing in the miracle of revelation is novel, Rosenzweig finished. Thus revelation is at all times new, allzeit new only because it is primordially old. The parallel with Barth is obvious. The assertion of the possibility of miracles is equivalent to the rejection of history where the freedom of God, the possibility of revelation, and the persistence of truth are concerned. 66. But what is revelation? How is it possible to know the other? Rosenzweig had begun this inquiry in the early parts of the book, where he had stated that God is one of the primordial and unsublatable elements. He had begun where he later alleged Barth ended, with negative theology. Of God we know nothing, Rosenzweig started the section. But this is only the beginning of our knowledge of him. The beginning, not the end. Rosenzweig explained his different approach. Negative theology dismembered and abolished the existing assertion about God's attributes, until the negative of all these attributes remained behind as God's essence. Thus God could be defined only in his complete indefinability. The path leads from an existing ought et was to notnix, at its end atheism and mysticism can shake hands. We do not take this path, but rather the opposite entgegengesetzten one from not to ought. Our goal is not a negative concept but, on the contrary, a highly positive one. In a complicated and obscure transformation of Cohen's principle of origin, Rosenzweig asserted the possibility of deducing a positive God concept from an aboriginal void. This procedure bears comparison to Barth's own transformation of Cohen's principle and his dialectical combination of ja and nay in speaking of the divine. More important, as with Barth, the metaphor of mathematical infinity is invoked as the best approximation to what God could mean positively. The affirmation of the non-not, Rosenzweig put it, circumscribes as inner limit the infinity of all that is not not. An infinity is affirmed, God's infinite essence, his infinite actuality, his physis. On this basis, Rosenzweig claimed to deduce God's freedom and his vitality. 67 This explanation, which amounted to a treatment of God in his disaggregated particularity, did not, however, reach the problem of God's connection with man. The chapter of the Star of Redemption that turns to this question is the one of overriding importance for my purposes, since it explains the connection between selfhood and transcendence and attempts to deduce neighborly relations from this connection. It also has a place of decisive importance in the general architectonic of the Star of Redemption, as the middle chapter of the central part, and thus the fifth of 9 sections. It is the very keystone of the book. There seems to be no question, as biographical researchers will have to explore, that Rosenzweig's connection between revelation and love is a direct consequence of his relationship with Margaret Rosenstock-Huessy, as many of the letters to her attest. When he sent her this section of the Star, he described it as the seal and symbol of the formal bond that life denied them and therefore like the ring she should have worn. 68 But Rosenzweig's focus on love was a theological, and not just biographical, imperative. God, Rosenzweig had argued in the prior section, had manifested himself in creating the world. This insight allowed a rejection of any entirely negativistic theology, for God remained present, in a sense, in his creations. But, Rosenzweig went on to note, this argument did not really secure God's permanence and everyday presence, it threatened to reduce him to a deistic prime mover relegated to the past and too irrelevant for man's everyday concerns. The factuality of God threatened to become lost in his concealment. To regain it, it is not enough that he become manifest in the beginning in an infinity full of creative acts, Rosenzweig explained. He appeared to become mere origin of creation and therewith, once more the concealed God after all, just what he ceased to be by virtue of creation. The theory of creation responded to the horror of an absent God but did not entirely make him present. In response to this danger, Rosenzweig elaborated his theory of revelation which, unlike the theories of creation and redemption, he intended to stand alone. Although creation and redemption are necessarily intertwined with revelation, for Rosenzweig, it seemed possible to formulate a theory concerned with nothing more than revelation, a revelation in the narrower nay in the narrowest sense. 69 The chapter on revelation begins with a verse from the Song of Songs. Love is as strong as death stark wieder Tod ist Liebe dot. I know of no influence from Rosenzweig, but Hannah Arendt cited this same sentence via Augustine in her dissertation as part of her attempt to supplement Heidegger's theory of intersubjectivity with an ethics of charity. This sentence is crucial. Rosenzweig's theory of revelation is a theory of eros that presents love as the alternative to death, the enemy against which philosophy had always set itself without hope of success. Accordingly, Rosenzweig wrote the most important passage for the purposes of a later theory of the intersubjective other, and perhaps for the purposes of his book generally, when he attempted to state the essence of revelation as a love relationship. Rosenzweig's account of divine love is elusive and poetic, impossible to summarize, necessary to read. In Revelation, God's essence converted itself into love, a love newly awake with every moment, ever young love, ever first love. For love alone is at once such fateful domination over the heart in which it stirs, and yet so newborn, initially so without a past, so wholly sprung from the moment that it fulfills, and only from that moment. It is wholly compulsion muffed. Love contradicts fate, is wholly of the present, and acts as a compulsion or command. 70 The definition of God as a lover, Rosenzweig hastens to clarify, does not contradict his freedom and thereby essentialize him. Love is not the basic form of his countenance, fixed and immutable. It is not the rigid mask that the sculptor lifts from off the face of the dead. Rather it is the fleeting, indefatigable alteration of mien, the ever-youthful radiance that plays on the eternal features. Love hesitates to make a likeness of the lover, the portrait would reduce the living countenance to rigor mortis. Still, the ever-present contingency of this phenomenon does not mean that when one stares into God's face one will not find love. Although at a given moment the face of the other may seem indifferent or even averted, the promise of revelation is that one day it will turn toward you in love. God's love is progressive and ever fresh, for, in one of Rosenzweig's most beautiful sentences, God loves everything, only not yet. 71 The divine other's love has undoubted consequences for the self, the other pole of revelation, according to Rosenzweig's account. The self disaggregated from the whole, the factical metaethical man, it bears recalling, is initially self-enclosed, eyes blinded to the outside and hence to any face. His enclosedness too must first open up, Rosenzweig accordingly notes, if he is to learn to hear God's word, to see God's illumination. Rosenzweig is keen to stress that it is phenomenologically and psychologically different to be a lover and a beloved. In an explanation somewhat reminiscent of Schleiermacher, Rosenzweig explains: a feeling of dependence and being securely sheltered, of taking refuge in the arms of eternity. Behold, is this not love again? Only, to be sure, it is not the lover who reposes in that consciousness but the object of love. It is the love of the beloved we are describing here. The object of love, then, knows itself born by the love of the lover, and sheltered in it. The beloved knows as eternal, as ever and forever, that which to the lover is a moment, ever to be renewed. Thus, while the dyad is reciprocal, it is not symmetrical. To be a beloved is to qualify defiance with humility. This attitude is often figured by Rosenzweig as typically female, and though in several forgivably sexist passages he noted that he could play on this association because the male is figured as naturally active and the female passive, Rosenzweig suggests that the asymmetry in the dyad is not ultimately gendered, since between man and woman the roles of giver and receiver of love pass back and forth. 72 In one of the most important aspects of his account of love, Rosenzweig suggests that only the call of the lover fully individuates the beloved. This, not any human relationship, is the true meaning and foundation of Rosenzweig's dialogical philosophy. I become an I only thanks to the thou of the divine, who calls and therefore individuates myself. Rosenzweig, in a move Levinas would often repeat, likens this call to God's call of Abraham, while God calls Abraham twice, only the second time, when he swears here I am to God, does Abraham achieve genuine selfhood. Only when the I acknowledges the thou as something external to itself et was aufhör sich, that is, only when it makes the transition from monologue to authentic dialogue, only then does it become that I. 73 In an excellent chapter of his book on Rosenzweig's thought, Peter Gordon has shown that Rosenzweig took over the problem of fate from his early researches on Hegel but rejected Hegel's response that Christian, redemptive love heals the Jewish wound of self-division. As the Star of Redemption graphically illustrates, however, Rosenzweig followed Hegel even further than Gordon allows, in presenting love as a response to the difference between God and man. But it is a Jewish love that preserves rather than overcomes the gap between lovers. It is in his portrait of love, then, that Rosenzweig believed he could remain true to his early insistence on the gap between God and man while nonetheless bridging the distance between them. To become an I, however, is to accept conditions. Selfhood is not empty. God's love, when it comes, is holy compulsion. It brings with it not only freedom but commandment. This commandment is not a gesetz, or a law graven in stone, but a Gebot received orally. 74 The German word Gebot is related to the English word bid, and both allow for the same ambiguity. They shuttle between command, as in a monarch bidding a subject to undertake a quest, and entreaty, as in a needy person asking for help. More particularly, Revelation for Rosenzweig brings with it one commandment, what Rosenzweig calls the commandment of all commandments. Millions of tongues testify to it evening and morning, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. Thou shalt love. What a paradox this embraces. Can love then be commanded? Is love not rather a matter of fate and of seizure and, even if free, only a free gift? And now it is commanded? Yes, of course, love cannot be commanded. No third party can command it or extort it. No third party can, but the one can. The commandment of love can only proceed from the mouth of the lover. Only the lover can and does say, love me. And he really does so. In his mouth the commandment to love is not a strange commandment, it is none other than the voice of love itself. In response to this call, the lover gives herself the obligation to cleanse herself and, replacing shame with certainty, accepts and acknowledges the love of the other. The other's declaration of love would drop wholly into the void but for the fact that, in the eternal trust of her love, the beloved opens her arms wide to receive it. The distinction between affirmation of self and submission to other vanishes in the assumption of the role of the beloved. In Leora Batnitsky's excellent formulation, revelation produces not a reciprocal relation of mutual confirmation, but rather a troubling and distressing self-judgment of myself. This new self does not become one with the other, but through the other's judgment remakes itself. Rosenzweig refers to the self-remaking as the miracle of revelation. 75 In his influential work, Stephen Moses suggests that Rosenzweig intended love as a metaphor for revelation. As in the Song of Songs, Moses writes, human love is here the paradigm that serves as a model for the description of a relation. The analysis of God's love for man is thus only anthropomorphic in appearance. This gloss is, I believe, misleading. In fact, the reverse is closer to the truth. Rosenzweig insisted that the Song of Songs had suffered from precisely this mistake, since philosophy's declaration of independence from theology, illustrated for Rosenzweig in the interpretation by the German Spinozists, then by Goethe and Herder, of the poem as a lyric about humanity. The Song of Songs had come to seem a worldly document taking man's love as a model for revelation rather than a literal depiction of God's revelatory and originary love. 76 More important, as we will see, it is also clear from Rosenzweig's presentation that humanity's love for one another is derivative of God's love for humanity. If anything, then, human love is metaphorical of divine love. Moses's interpretation may seem to be buttressed by Rosenzweig's explanation that the analog of love permeates as analog all of revelation. But Rosenzweig immediately adds, but it is precisely meant to be more than analogy gleichness. And this it can be only when it appears without a this means, without pointing, that is, to that of which it is supposed to be the analogy. Thus it is not enough that God's relationship to man is explained by the simile of the lover and the beloved. God's word must contain the relationship of lover to beloved directly, it must contain the significant, that is, without pointing to the significant. And so we find it in the Song of Songs. Here it is no longer possible to see in that analogy only an analogy. Here the reader seems to be confronted by the choice, either to accept the purely human, purely sensual sense and then, admittedly, to ask himself what strange error allowed these pages to slip into God's word, or to see knowledge that the deeper meaning lodges here, precisely in the purely sensual sense, directly and not merely in analogy. It is at this point that Rosenzweig introduces his thesis that the connection of one human to another as conceptualized in philosophy had always been parasitic on the connection of human and divine always, that is, until the turn of the 19th century. Accordingly, Rosenzweig's most ambitious aim in the Star of Redemption is to reverse this degradation, recover the theological essence of the philosophy of intersubjectivity, and restore God as the model of the other. Love simply cannot be purely human, he states simply. By speaking, love already becomes superhuman, for the sensual ity of the word is brimful with its divine supersense. Elsewhere in his Phenomenology of Love, Rosenzweig notes, it is only to the soul and the love of God that all this applies in the strict sense. If there is an original or a model, it is divine love for humanity and not the love of individual humans for each other. 77 If he came to argue that the ethical self-judgment provoked by God's love is potentially independent of theology, an occurrence among humans, Levinas would have to make a silent but decisive break from Rosenzweig's account of the same phenomenon. The derivation of human ethics from divine revelation. Although the Star of Redemption is often thought to be the straightforward source of Levinas's ethics, Rosenzweig speaks of neighborly relations on 10 scattered pages, while the portrait of revelation occupies a full third of the text. The foregoing analysis intimates the philosophical status of Rosenzweig's account of human love, intersubjectivity, and obligation. Above all, it suggests how crucial it is to avoid the contemporary penchant to blur or to collapse or to ignore the categorical difference between Rosenzweig's treatments of divine and human love. This penchant is especially ironic, because it reads one of Levinas's most significant achievements, or betrayals, into his predecessor. But an analysis of Rosenzweig's ethics confirms from the human side the contradistinction Rosenzweig always drew between the revelatory access of God to man and intra-human relations. To appreciate the amount of creative work and transformation it would take to apply Rosenzweig's theory of God's love to human others, it is necessary to document briefly that Rosenzweig's theory of human neighbors is derivative of as well as different from the intersubjective relationship he sketched between divine and human in the portrait of revelation. Most crucially, it is not an original phenomenon. Love for man, in being commanded by God, Rosenzweig writes, is directly derived from love for God unmittelbar auf die Liebe zu Gott zurückgeführt. The love for God is to express itself in love for one's neighbor. The point could not have been stated more clearly. Rosenzweig had to deduce the love of the neighbor. Ethics are not the foundation of either religion or theology but their implication. 78 Moreover, in entitling a crucial section of this part of the book Love in the World, Rosenzweig made evident the main problematic of his thought, to regularize and routinize in worldly existence the otherworldly event of revelation. Rosenzweig argued for the derivation of ethics from revelation as an internal response to a novel danger. It now appears, as he continued his AC count, that divine love by itself does not adequately defend against the threat of isolation Rosenzweig had identified early in the book. For man before God is still utterly isolated, as the Creator is forever in danger of slipping back into the concealed, so the mere bliss of the soul immersed in God's loving Glanster in Gott's Liebesblick versant den Ziel / is in danger of slipping back into the secluded. In a new analogy, which Levinas later would take up, the self, even in relation to the divine, is like Gyges, the mythical illustration of the unjust man from Plato's Republic, who with a twist of his magic ring can become invisible, able, if he likes, to kill the king and sleep with his wife. This time, the self in near isolation is not alone like the protagonist of ancient tragedy. He is alone in his diastatic relationship with the Absolute. For Rosenzweig, he resembles the heroes of modern tragedy such as Hamlet, Wallenstein, and Faust. Insofar as this syndrome arises, the metaethical human, Rosenzweig's isolated self, threatens to return. In this sense, the self depends for full individuation not only on God's revelation but on the human neighbor. 79 Nevertheless, Rosenzweig's discussion of human ethics is quite brief. It is different from the discussion of God's relation to man, and Rosenzweig nowhere argues that interpersonal relations inspire the same humiliation and shame that lead to self-judgment and self-revision. Instead, Rosenzweig limits his sketchy description of the love of the neighbor to three main characteristics. The best way to state these characteristics is that the object of the obligation is formal, the content of the obligation is substantive, and the form of the obligation is symmetrical. As to the object of obligation, it is mainly characterized by proximity that does not permit invidious distinctions among humans. According to Rosenzweig, the word neighbor means, in the Hebrew original as well as in Greek, the nearest neighbor precisely at the moment of love, the one who is nearest to me, at least at this moment, regardless of what he may have been before or what he will be after. Thus the neighbor is only a representative. He is not loved for his own sake, nor for his beautiful eyes, but only because he just happens to be standing there, because he happens to be my neighbor. Thus the neighbor is, as stated, only a placeholder. 80. But Rosenzweig is not offering a claim in favor of the other's absolute particularity. To the contrary, the neighbor is a substitutional category. It is not so much any one person as a place that any one person can fill. But if the object of the obligation is formal, the content of the obligation is not formal but substantive. This argument is interesting precisely because the phrasing of the biblical obligation to love the other as oneself appears, as Emmanuel Kant and Hermann Cohen emphasized, to make it formal, perhaps in distant anticipation of a universalization test. But Rosenzweig disagreed. In the Levitical command, 1. is not told by God to do unto his neighbor as he would be dealt with himself. This is only the practical form of the commandment to love one's neighbor, for use as a rule of conduct. Actually, it merely designates the lower negative limit, it forbids the transgression of this limit in conduct. For this reason even its external form is better phrased in the negative. 81. The ethic is not the result of a formal procedure of maxim generation but a substantive demand for some kind of love, though what exactly it demands is less than completely clear. The implication of the text is that the rule-like form of Kant's categorical imperative captures at best the obligations in the worst case, it cannot define ethical relationships in the best case. 82. Finally, the relationship between neighbors appears to be not only reciprocal but symmetrical in stark contrast to the relationship Rosenzweig sees between God and man. This statement may seem controversial, but I do not see any textual evidence to support the contrary inference. Rosenzweig interpreted the Levitical command literally, man is to love his neighbor like himself. Like himself. Your neighbor is like thee. Man is not to deny himself. Precisely here in the commandment to love one's neighbor, his self is definitely confirmed in its place. It is true that this sentence does not necessarily force a symmetrical view. But it certainly does not recommend self-judgment, as Rosenzweig did for man before the divine. It insists instead on self-confirmation. Whereas God and man were assigned to the totally distinct roles of lover and beloved, between man and man, each one loving the other like himself, there is a certain equality and perhaps even symmetry. 83. Finally, in all three dimensions of the morality, the object, content, and form, Rosenzweig appears to be universalistic, if only by silence or implication. At least, his theory never suggests any historical or communal distinctions among those to qualify as neighbors, but nowhere, either, does he affirmatively state that these do not apply or explain the nature and boundaries of the class to whom the ethics of neighborliness applies. How this presumptive universalism is to be reconciled with Rosenzweig's later differentiation of faith communities from one another is, to say the least, mysterious. If the particularism that Rosenzweig endorsed in the last sessions of the Star of Redemption does not intrude into the ethical obligations of people to one another, how deep does it run? Once the quite categorical distinction between God's love for man and man's love for one another in Rosenzweig's thought is restored, the suggestion that there is not a theory of ethical intersubjectivity in the Star of Redemption, as in Peter Eli Gordon's important recent study, will seem just as overstated as the contemporary belief among Levinasian commentators that the book is obviously about human ethics. For once the distinction is restored, it becomes clear that Rosenzweig certainly did have a theory of ethical self-questioning and judgment in relation to the other, but he applied it only to the relation of the self to the divine. Levinas's relation to Rosenzweig is one of appropriation, not because Rosenzweig did not possess a theory of ethical intersubjectivity but because it had to be translated into human terms. Of course, this translation violates the whole spirit of Rosenzweig's thought, by reversing the attempt from atheistic theology to the star of redemption to make human ethics depend on a prior theory of divine revelation, and by transferring to man what remained God's prerogative, to inspire humanity's humiliation before and obedience to the supernatural in this world. Divine revelation and the human world. But neighborly relations are only one aspect of Rosenzweig's theory of redemption, which is his more general vehicle for reconciling revelation with the historical faiths as well as their particular and exclusive communities and traditions. Focusing on Rosenzweig's theory of redemption, a number of recent interpreters have successfully emphasized that Rosenzweig is also a philosopher of this worldly temporality, tradition, and community. 84 To further define the radicalism of the secularizing break of Levinas's thought, to set a baseline for grasping how far it would take him from his predecessor, it is crucial to briefly consider in more general terms how Rosenzweig proposed to integrate the facticity of revelation with the finitude of humanity. Rosenzweig made the connection he intended between revelation and redemption clear, not surprisingly, in a transitional section, the publication of the miracle, which knits together the central portion of the Star of Redemption on Revelation and the concluding third of the book that deals with redemption. The soul-granted revelation, Rosenzweig argued in that transition, is not supposed to rest content as an object of love. Instead, she is supposed to begin to speak herself. It is here that Rosenzweig extends his attempt to return to the world and his strenuous reconciliation of divine eternity and infinity with human temporality and finitude. According to Rosenzweig, redemption becomes necessary the moment that revelation runs out. The soul must now seek something wholly personal in its existence yet wholly worldly in its experience. The beloved of God's revelation must now, Rosenzweig contended, forget the lover and herself open her mouth. Now she must, in the absence of God and in her transactions with her fellows, model herself after the revelatory experience. As he loves you, so shall you love. And from this starting point Rosenzweig elaborates his theory of communal Jewish identity. The logic of this section, like that of the larger book, is altogether sequential. Revelation is the authorizing but transitory source from which redemption is derived. 85 As the transitional section documents, then, the activities of redemption are founded on the experience of revelation. The theory that results is intended neither as the exorbitant homage to God's alteriety that Barth seemed to present nor the restriction of temporal and finite man to the horizon of his own interpretations familiar from European existentialism. The best way to see the difficulty of Rosenzweig's enterprise is to return to Barth. It is in part because they are so close as Weimar theologians dedicated to the recovery of revelation that Rosenzweig's criticisms of Barth's theory of the transcendent other are helpful in defining his position. Barth appeared to many to know God only as alien, distant, and strange. It became pressing across the Weimar theological spectrum not only in Rosenzweig's thought but there too to respond to Barth's apparent ultimatum that God has to be thought as wholly other or else the theological will become secular. Like many others who were committed to a genuinely theistic theology, Rosenzweig took notice. Barth's theology enjoyed the most extraordinary diffusion, and not only in German Protestant circles. 86 It set off such a wave of influence, indeed a fashionable vogue, that it is hopeless to attempt anything like a comprehensive survey. Only a basic point is possible. For many, whether Protestant, Catholic, or Jewish, concluded that Barth had misunderstood the consequences of the very revelation they often praised him for recovering. A theology of infinite and unspeakable alteriety simply ignores many concessions and not only in the Christian faith to God's immanence, whether in the Bible, in historical theologies, or in religious experience. Thus, one of Barth's bitterest antagonists in Protestant theology, Bernhard Dories, in his 1927 book The Distant and the Proximate God, took Barth's God concept as the heart of his new theology and directed his fire there. The title, alluding to a phrase from Barth's own treasured book of Jeremiah that appeared to contradict any assertion of the exile of the divine, sums up the argument: am I a God at hand, and not a God afar off? J 23:23. Accordingly, Dories attempted to defend a moderated vision of the divine that better suited the concessions to immanence in scriptural, theological, and psychological sources. 87 Erich Pierzywera, a Polish Jesuit theologian and Augustine scholar working in Germany, responded in a parallel vein, albeit with a theological depth that caused Barth to take notice and, eventually, to alter his doctrine in some respects. In an important article entitled God Within or Above, Immanence and Transcendence in Contemporary Spiritual Life, published in 1923 in Stimmenderzeit, The Catholic Answer to Zwischen den Zeiten, the famous journal of the Barthian theologians, Pierzywera began by stressing Barth's achievement in changing the subject from prior theological discussion. That the God question is, in general, now the focal point of spiritual life seems beyond debate, he wrote. It is undeniable that the God question has awoken in its genuine philosophical, indeed metaphysical, sense, in stark and outspoken contrast to the old psychological and historical reductions. But while he praised Barth and his compatriots for reviving authentic Lutheranism and thus the insistence on God's transcendence in opposition to his subversive heirs in the 19th century, Pierzywera did so only as a prelude to explaining that Luther had himself, at the very origins of Protestantism, broken with the only viable solution to the problem of God's transcendence. This solution is Augustine's approach to God as simultaneously Deus interior et exterior, somehow in and above humans through his love and his anger, both immanent and transcendent at once. Pierzywera considered analogy, which he probably did most in European thought to popularize in this period, to be the sole adequate response to the reconciliation of immanence and transcendence. Pierzywera thus agreed with Barth that a one-sided immanent approach ended in the this-worldly metaphysics of Spinoza and Hegel and therefore in disaster. But when God is only above me, then man is in the final analysis independent from the divine, Pierzywera explained, and thereby in the final analysis God himself. Any upsetting of the precarious balance between immanence and transcendence, according to Pierzywera, must lead to the same result, God's loss and man's deification. 88. Rosenzweig's response to Barth, which became a running theme of his 1920s writings, is broadly analogous to this transconfessional counter-Barthian movement. For this reason, whenever he wrote the word transcendence, Rosenzweig rejected it with considerable derision. It is odd, to say that least, that scholarship about Levinas, who made transcendence a central term in his lexicon, has ignored this fact. I used to be a Barthian, for many years, Rosenzweig wrote to Martin Buber in 1923. But almost 10 years ago Rosenstock surgically extracted my Barthianism from me. 89 While the Rosenzweig of atheistic theology took the one-sided demand for God's transcendence to an extreme, Rosenstock, who had helped convert Rosenzweig to belief in the primacy of revelation, also influentially presented language to him as the means of intermediation between God and man. Accordingly, while never abandoning his belief in the primacy of revelation, Rosenzweig argued that Barth had treated it in too one-sided a manner, stressing distance at the expense of proximity and inscrutability at the expense of availability. There are many sources for Rosenzweig's mature view that, he thought, reconciled God's transcendence and immanence to the point of making the distinction, and therefore the terms, misleading and dangerous. 90 Rosenzweig's most explicit reaction to the theological obsession in Weimar with the problem of transcendence occurred in his annotated translation of Judah HaLevi, in a commentary to one of the poems originally published in 1924 and retained in the expanded edition of 1927. Rosenzweig, as he noted in another letter to Buber as he began his translations, had begun reading the second edition of Barth's The Epistle to the Romans when he undertook his Judah HaLevi project in 1922, 91. In his note, Rosenzweig argued for what he called the first thought that Jewish thinking grasps. According to Rosenzweig, the first stanza of the poem on which he commented, Ja Gott wo wirst funden du darum huln ather wetten. Und wo nicht wirst funden du, de som foolt erden breeden. God, where are you found, whose space the breadths of ether veil, and where would you not be found, whose border fills the breadths of the earth? Demonstrated that the faraway God is none other than the near God, the unknown God none other than the revealed one, the Creator none other than the Redeemer. This seems to take a strange view of transcendence. It retains it in the radical form for which Barth argued, but it also contradicts it and even claims to synthesize it with an apparent opposite, God's immanence and accessibility. For Rosenzweig, in the starkest contrast to Barth, transcendence and immanence were not mutually exclusive but mutually necessary. Indeed, as Barbara Ellen Golly has perceptively noted, the hyphenated title Rosenzweig gives his note "The Near and Far One" reinforces the reciprocal inclusion of these two attributes. 92 For Rosenzweig, the entire debate that had come to exercise the theology of his contemporaries had, for this reason, been falsely posed. The true solution, said Rosenzweig, involved a thought that has been repeatedly discovered anew in the sphere of revelation, and inside and outside that sphere has been forgotten over and over throughout the centuries, from Paul and Marcion to Harnack and Barth. Always discovered anew, always forgotten anew. To what did he refer? While at first his paradoxical statements may seem like a rhetorical liquidation rather than a philosophical solution of the problem, Rosenzweig's argument is essentially about the limits that God's freedom places on his distance, that it is possible to undermine the theological demand for transcendence precisely by taking it to an extreme. For Rosenzweig, Barth appeared, in his monomaniacal defense of transcendence, to restrict God to distance. Theology must preserve the gap between God and man but not demand that God himself never cross it. After a long drought, today we have a theology, mostly Protestant, that leaves nothing to be desired as to accuracy, Rosenzweig wrote. We have it now, that God is wholly other, that to talk about him is to talk him away, that all we can tell is what his effect is on us. But the result of this monstrous accuracy, Rosenzweig concluded with heavy irony, is that we accurate people today all stand together like children in a circle. One person asserts one accurate point, his neighbor scorns him with the even more accurate statement that this utterance was false because it was accurate. And so it goes around the circle until we arrive back at the first. The whole thing is called theology. The only hope, it would appear, was to end the temptation to define, and thus continue the hypertrophy of distance, that threatened the runaway conceptual regress of charge and countercharge. The point is that we theologians cannot help but make prescriptions for God's conduct out of our knowledge. We know that God can be known only in his presence, and at once we make out of this a law for him, that he does not permit himself to be known in his absence. In truth, however, we could easily leave it to him as to when and how and what of himself he wants to be known. Rosenzweig argued for the possibility of immanence precisely in order to safeguard God's transcendence. Rosenzweig's constant argument is that God is free from the fixity and finitude of human definition. Man's role is to welcome his love when it spontaneously and unexpectedly comes. 93 Rosenzweig wrote along these lines, continuing his engagement with Barth, in a December 1922 letter to Buber. He noted that he had read the epistle to the Romans. With curiosity at Barth's ability to make so much of pure negation, the book lacks balance no matter where one opens it. His God, whose only role when he reveals himself is to permanently absent himself, should still recognize and protect against that danger. If Barth had practiced what he preached, he would have had to elaborate, on this basis, a more nuanced, Mercitigeran, God concept. God is truly other, but he can make himself near in the present tense of revelation, forging through love a momentary proximity to man. 94 God is wholly other except when he wishes to be otherwise. Nevertheless, Rosenzweig's rejection of Barth's wholly transcendent alterity did not restrict him to a secularizing belief in immanence and finitude either. If that were the case, Rosenzweig's categorical distinction between God and man would become meaningless, for it would be impossible to distinguish God's love from merely human interaction. For Rosenzweig, the former is a happening from outside the world for a being forced by his finitude to wait for God's intervention within it, the latter is a derivative reflection of the former. Theological experiences are experiences of encounters begegnungen, not experiences of an objective kind like experiences of the world, not a mixture of both, like experiences between human beings. Therefore, to remain here within the precinct of experience, one does not want to assert something either about God or about man, but only about an event between the two. The record of such an event, the Bible, Rosenzweig continues, accordingly can describe God's doings if not his essence. It records these events as revelatory rather than as merely part of human events. 95 Accordingly, Rosenzweig, even in his theory of redemption, never broke with the transconfessional Weimar insistence on a God irreducible to merely human, and consequently appropriative, categories. As David Myers has observed in his elegant study of Rosenzweig's counter-historicism, it is crucial that Rosenzweig's career began in a circle of Protestants concerned about the fate of revelation in 19th-century thought. Permeated through and through with a sense of crisis, these thinkers were protagonists in the anti-historicist revolution of the immediate post-World War I period. They were deeply agitated by the relativizing impulse of historicism which, to their minds, symbolized the disintegrative features of modernity. More particularly, they were unsettled by the fear that the mist of historical arcana had shrouded authentic religious experience in darkness. As a remedy, the theological anti-historicists labored to lift this mist and reveal the font of all religious experience, the unvarying facticity of revelation. 96. Of course, it is equally momentous that Rosenzweig's view of revelation makes it unvarying only in the sense that it is not grasped through historical study. But it incontestably does, in Rosenzweig's view, occur in history and the human world, as God freely accommodates himself to community, locale, and moment, which are the wounds constitutive of human finitude. As Rosenzweig had presaged in Atheistic Theology, and as he repeated in his essay The New Thinking in rehearsing how his theory conferred an earthly Weerdenweg on revelation, man must receive revelation as man, but also from a suprahuman source. 97 I make no claim in this chapter, of course, for the plausibility or success of Rosenzweig's ardent and strenuous attempt to square the circle of a suprahistorical divinity with a temporal humanity, a founding revelation with an ongoing tradition, and a universalizing love with a communitarian exclusivism. I have only argued for restoring God's loving revelation as the heart of Rosenzweig's thought, a centrality that cannot be pushed to the margins by excessive emphasis on the this-worldly dimension of his theories. Redemption is inseparable in his thought from revelation. In a colloquy following his own initial presentation to French colleagues of Rosenzweig's itinerary, Levinas showed a rare recognition that Rosenzweig did not adopt the single-minded opposition to totality for which he later praised him in Totality and Infinity. In his little-known comments, Levinas admitted that Rosenzweig ended the Star of Redemption with a return to history, community, and tradition, strenuously attempting to integrate revelation into what he called a new totality and new unity. Accordingly, for all his opposition to Hegel, Rosenzweig always, Levinas acknowledged, remained Hegelian on 1.98. If Levinas is Rosenzweig's heir, then, he is one who deviated in some manner from his paternal source, emphasizing one part of the doctrine he inherited at the expense of the rest. Levinas drew on Rosenzweig's depiction of love but only by humanizing it and in Barth's spirit radicalizing it. As we shall see in the next chapter, it was in the midst of a Parisian renoual in the 1930s of Kierkegaard's attempt to break with Hegel on every point that Levinas radicalized Rosenzweig's portrait of revelation, not only crossing the border between humanity and theology but risking the possibility that he could not, in his exorbitant homage to the other, plausibly return the theological solicitude for transcendence to the everyday, merely human world of interpersonal ethics. In his revolutionary book Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, written as well as published at precisely the same moments as the Star of Redemption, Ludwig Wittgenstein ended, Prop 6.432, with the declaration that God does not reveal himself in the world. Gott offenbart sich nicht in der Welt. For Wittgenstein, the divine must remain beyond the bounds of human expression and therefore cognition. In contrast, Rosenzweig is committed to the very opposite insistence. But not in the form and through the faces of other people, who are, I have argued, merely the derivative beneficiaries of God's transformative love for, and inescapable commandment to, the self. Whether Levinas would be able to plausibly make this commandment independent of God, the cornerstone of a doctrine applicable to people in their relations with one another rather than in their humiliating genuflection before a higher and other divinity, is the subject of the rest of this book. Chapter 5. Levinas' discovery of the other in the making of French existentialism. In France he is all but unknown. Yet Kierkegaard's ideas are fated to play a great role in the spiritual development of mankind. It is true that this role is of a special kind. He will hardly be accepted among the classics of philosophy. But his thought will find a place, unseen, in the hearts of men. Lefschestov. When she asked why I had chosen Kierkegaard as an object of study and I replied that I did not know, Rachel Bispaloff said, "But don't you realize? It is because you are a Jew." Jean Wall. Levinas first mentioned Franz Rosenzweig, most significantly, in a book review that highlighted Rosenzweig's allegiance to the Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard. In this chapter I explain the unexpected importance of this apparently incidental fact, arguing that Levinas's reception of Rosenzweig, as part of and in the midst of the French interwar discovery of Kierkegaard's thought, decisively influenced not only how Levinas interpreted Rosenzweig but how he evolved into the post-Heideggerian ethical thinker that he became. It was in his reception of Rosenzweig in the midst of the Kierkegaardian enthusiasm that Levinas first, in 1937, appealed to the notion of the higher other as an alternative to Heidegger's thought. Levinas's initial and in the 1930s his only reference to Rosenzweig is this. The thought of Søren Kierkegaard, the Danish philosopher who died in 1855, has experienced for several years now a rare fortune. Jaspers and Heidegger in Germany and Jean Wall and Gabriel Marcel in France, these are a few of the names that allow one to measure the extent of an influence that also exercised itself, in a very obvious manner, on the only modern Jewish philosopher worthy of the name, Franz Rosenzweig. In calling Rosenzweig the only modern Jewish philosopher worthy of the name, Levinas tacitly suggested that Lefschestov, the writer whose book Levinas was reviewing, did not deserve that title. Levinas made this implication explicit later in the review. M. Shestov, a Jewish philosopher, is not a philosopher of Judaism, he wrote. 1 In light of the connection so often stressed in contemporary scholarship between Levinas and Rosenzweig, his great German Jewish predecessor, one might conclude that the Kierkegaard enthusiasm influenced Levinas only through Rosenzweig's appropriative transformation. In The Star of Redemption, his enigmatic masterwork, Rosenzweig praised Kierkegaard right at the start for contesting the Hegelian integration of revelation into the whole. Rosenzweig wrote, perhaps most fundamentally, in defense of revelation. But because he took a guarded view of the Kierkegaard enthusiasm before World War II, and openly denounced Kierkegaard later, one might assume that Levinas followed Kierkegaard only to the extent Rosenzweig transformed his thought. The thesis that the Kierkegaard enthusiasm played a major, indeed, essential role in the origins of Levinas's doctrine may seem difficult to maintain. It is, nevertheless, correct. In what sense did Rosenzweig transform Kierkegaard? As the citation from The Star of Redemption indicates, Rosenzweig followed Kierkegaard's hostility to totality, the Hegelian notion that spirit serves as an all-encompassing forum for every element of human existence. But the Hegelian totality that Kierkegaard shattered in one form, in order to utterly individualize existence, Rosenzweig reintegrated into a new one, as he spoke repeatedly, in his discussions of the Jewish community, of the new unity and the new totality. For Rosenzweig, as Levinas himself later underlined, subjective protest is impotent against the historical necessity that Hegel defended. Accordingly, Rosenzweig remained Hegelian on one point, because he wanted a substitute for the merely subjective outcome of Kierkegaard and the Kierkegaardians and their protest against imprisonment in the system or in history. 3. Levinas's jaundiced view of Kierkegaard, one might therefore conclude, simply followed Rosenzweig's own ultimate rejection of the Danish philosopher. It is certainly true that Levinas adopted, out of allegiance to Rosenzweig, the Kierkegaardian opposition to Hegel, while straining mightily to avoid the subjectivist result, what he later, and derisively, called the vanity of a merely personal protest to which that opposition originally led in Kierkegaard's own works. 4. This fact does not, however, mean that Levinas followed Rosenzweig in every detail, and it does not rule out a more thoroughgoing affiliation with Kierkegaard than Rosenzweig had made. As Levinas later insisted, there were no easy ways to avoid Kierkegaard even in the midst of Hegel's Parisian apotheosis from the 1930s through the period after the war. The brief triumph of Kierkegaardian existentialism in the 1930s, a decade often presented too simplistically as the incubator for Hegelianism and Marxism, left an indelible impression even on movements dedicated to breaking with it unceremoniously. Kierkegaard's philosophy has marked contemporary thought so deeply that the reservations and even the rejections it may elicit are yet forms of that influence, Levinas remarked in the 1960s. The return of Hegelian thought and the fascination it holds are not solely attributable to the foundation it provides for the great political questions of today. Neo-Hegelianism derives a kind of nobility from its reaction against the exacerbated subjectivism of existence. After 100 years of Kierkegaardian protest, one would like to get beyond that protest. I have the impression that the seductiveness of the later Heidegger for us, and also the attractiveness of Neo-Hegelianism and Marxism, perhaps even of structuralism, comes in part of course from a reaction to that completely naked subjectivity that, in its desire to avoid losing itself in the universal, rejects all form. 5. The anti-existentialist animus that Levinas interestingly saw as providing some of the hidden motivation for much 20th century French thought, from Marxism to structuralism, may never have fully exorcised the subjectivism of Kierkegaard's thought. But then there is good reason to suspect that Levinas is implicated in the phenomenon he himself identified. It is important to look for the ways in which the reservations Levinas expressed about, and indeed his eventual rejection of, Kierkegaard's thought were yet forms of influence. This likelihood raised by the context is borne out in spades in a close examination of Levinas's itinerary. The last chapter prepared the way for a preliminary evaluation of their relation. Rosenzweig's insistence on the gap between God and humanity, which is preserved in Jewish love, rather than healed and reconciled in Hegel's depiction of Christian love, shows that there were indeed precedents for Levinas's thinking about the higher, humiliating other in Rosenzweig's texts. But Levinas extricated those precedents from Rosenzweig's communitarianism and historicism and radicalized them. The thesis of this chapter is that it is not just Levinas's beginning point in his antagonism to Heidegger but also the Kierkegaardian context in which he received Rosenzweig's antidote that determined what he made of what he found in his great German Jewish predecessor. Ironically, he interpreted Rosenzweig's theory of revelation in more of a Kierkegaardian spirit than Rosenzweig himself would have ever accepted, breaking in the process with Rosenzweig's communitarianism and historicism. And, just as important for the overall thesis of this book, it is the attempt begun during the Kierkegaard enthusiasm to secularize Kierkegaard's thought that initiated Levinas's long-term quest to secularize the portrait of revelation he found in the Star of Redemption. For he did not only need to extricate this portrait from the body of thought he encountered, he needed, against the whole thrust of Rosenzweig's project, to make revelation purely human. Radicalization and secularization, then, combined, a strange, idiosyncratic program, one perhaps doomed to fail. The best evidence for Levinas's Kierkegaardianization of Rosenzweig in opposing Heidegger is related to the hallmark words and concepts of his thought, the transcendence of the other. As the last chapter showed, Rosenzweig rejected both terms and concepts because, in their Barthian excess, they overrated the distance and inaccessibility of the divine. Thus, it is, Rosenzweig argued, the old thinking that addressed the problem whether God is transcendent or immanent, whereas the new thinking that Rosenzweig advocated simply drops this inquiry. Point 6. For this reason, it is evident that Levinas extricated Rosenzweig's portrait of revelation from the star of redemption and, radicalizing it in the Kierkegaardian and Barthian ambience of interwar philosophy, presented it as an alternative to Heidegger's ontology. In the process, he broke with those aspects of Rosenzweig's thought that placed him, as Rosenzweig himself recognized, closer to Heidegger than to any of his contemporaries. Put differently, Levinas had to conscript Rosenzweig in his war against Heidegger, and it is by Kierkegaardianizing his German Jewish source that he made Heidegger's partial ally into Heidegger's pitiless enemy. This chapter shows how this occurred. The French Kierkegaard enthusiasm. Though Kierkegaard's work had percolated throughout Europe during the several decades after his death, it is really only thanks to the German interwar discovery of his philosophy that he became the canonical figure he remains today. It is possible, almost, to say that Kierkegaard is a 20th century rather than a 19th century philosopher. If we were to write a history of his fame, Hannah Arendt observed in 1932. Only the last 15 years would concern us, but in those years his fame has spread with amazing speed. This fame rests on more than the discovery and belated appreciation of a great man who was wrongly neglected in his own time. We are not just making amends for not having done him justice earlier. Kierkegaard speaks with a contemporary voice, he speaks for an entire generation that is not reading him out of historical interest but for intensely personal reasons, Mayores Agiter. Point 7. This discovery of Kierkegaard's work, in turn, owed its success to the prominence of the major Kierkegaardian of post-World War I Europe, Karl Barth. The reception of Kierkegaard's thought, which came only in a trickle until its appropriation in Barth's Epistle to the Romans and the related writings, is unthinkable without Barth's stormy personality and instant fame. Point 8. Then publications by and about the Dane poured forth from the German presses in a torrent. Kierkegaard has had no more significant heyday than in German intellectual life of the 1920s. It is less well known, but the French had their own Kierkegaard enthusiasm only, as with their reception of phenomenology, it occurred after a significant delay and with some creative garbling. But historically speaking, it may have proved more consequential as the font from which international existentialism eventually flowed. And paradoxically, it also contributed decisively to the more recent interest in philosophical ethics. A general overview is therefore in order. Point 9. The translation of Kierkegaard into French had been spotty and often corrupt, especially in comparison with Germany, where by the mid-1920s readers could benefit from the celebrated edition of Kierkegaard's complete works, translated by Hermann Gottsched and Christoph Schrampf, that the Jena publisher Eugen Diederichs brought out over the decade and a half ending in 1924. By contrast, only in 1932 did a complete rendering of any one of Kierkegaard's many books first appear in France, The Sickness unto Death under the title Trait du Despoir in a translation by Jean Gatto and Knud Furlov. A complete edition only appeared decades later. There had been, it is true, scattered and fragmentary translations as well as interpretive essays by Victor Bache and Henry Delacroix before World War I. 10 But only around 1930 did anything change, and then, as Nelly Violanix observes, everything changed. The sociology of knowledge invalidates what Kierkegaard himself insinuates. Although the reader's experience seems to be personal, a dialogue between the reader and the text, it is usually intelligible only as part of a trend. It is from this date forward, Violanix remarks, that Kierkegaard's renown really spread in France just at the same time as France entered a crisis not only economic but social and political in form. The anxiety of these années sombres, nourished by the rise of Nazism and the expectation of a new war, made the Kierkegaardian myth powerful. Translations and interpretations multiplied. The kind of context that had made Kierkegaard, like Barth himself, so popular a decade earlier in a defeated Germany now came to a France racked by depression and increasing political and social polarization. With due allowance for the salient differences between the two moments, the political upheaval of these years helped foster, for many, the cultural mood so inseparable from the Kierkegaardian interest and enthusiasm on the German scene a decade earlier. 11 In religious circles, the German enthusiasm had special impact on Protestant theology. In this case, the reception of Kierkegaard often blended almost indistinguishably with the apotheosis of Barth himself in French thought. The key Kierkegaardian texts in Barth's collection The Word of God and The Word of Man appeared in French in 1933. The two major journals of French Protestantism Foietv-NALEC likewise celebrated and debated Kierkegaard and Barth in the early 1930s. Denis de Rougemont, a Swiss writer with close links to French Protestantism, as well as the nascent Collège de Sociologie, not only published his own studies of Kierkegaard but also founded a theological review called Hic et Nunc, explicitly modeled on the moment, Kierkegaard's own controversial series of pamphlets. 13 Rougemont's collaborator in this editorial venture, Henry Corbin, who later became an important theorist of religion and scholar of Islam, joined the fray too, learning Danish. In order to read Kierkegaard in the original and translating Barth, as well as publishing a number of articles in Hic et Nunc in preparation for his important tract on the subject, which appeared in Recherches philosophiques in 1934. This article merits special mention in light of the theme of the non-historical individual. Corbin's article proved among the highest profile introductions in France to the new German theology of the Holy Other. It made the Kierkegaardian case for transcendence and against history with vigor. The twofold task of religious philosophy which emerged from the Enlightenment, Corbin explained, vast the insertion of divine transcendence into the flux of history and the reduction of human existence to a generality. But, Corbin insisted, the testimony of dialectical theology tends to show definitively how divine transcendence, which is forever outside history, i.e., non-historical, can only reveal itself as a concrete relation to concrete men. For this reason, instead of allowing itself to be accessed through history, the transcendent other is in fact the foundation of the historicity of every concrete individuality. 14 A frequent contributor to Recherches philosophiques, the famous, if short-lived, journal co-founded by his friend Alexander Coeur, Levinas would, I believe, certainly have known of the article. But very little hangs on the connection. Similar notions about the priority of the Holy Other to history were soon to be found everywhere. Indeed, the Kierkegaard enthusiasm not only penetrated theological circles, it found a deep foothold in philosophical discussions. The Kierkegaardian influence on various German philosophers who were discussed so intensely in France, leaving aside for a moment studies of Kierkegaard himself, could hardly have been more obvious, beginning with Heidegger himself. Interestingly, none other than Henry Corbin translated the first and for a long time only French collection of Heidegger's writings, a defective but important rendering. The cumulative effects were immense. Indeed, the Kierkegaard enthusiasm that all of the early histories of existentialism have indirectly recognized, may provide one of the best general rubrics for making sense of the evolution of French thought as the 1930s waned. As Neo-Kantianism fell, a kind of Neo-Kierkegaardianism rushed into the void. 15 But two figures, thanks to their book-length studies on the subject, were beyond question the most significant in the dissemination and popularization of Kierkegaard in intellectual circles. There was, first of all, the emigre Russian Jewish thinker Lev Shestov, in Paris, Leon Chestov, who contributed not just individually but through his leadership of a coterie of loyal disciples. And, against the background established by all of the more minor figures, there towered the philosopher Jean Wahl. His various Kierkegaardian studies, the phrase he used as the title of his 1938 collection of writings from the period, were not only the most important ones in the Kierkegaard enthusiasm in France generally but, more directly for these purposes, they were critical for Levinas's philosophical development in particular. Levinas wrote about Shestov during the 1930s and counted Wahl among his closest friends. Indeed, he dedicated totality and infinity to Wahl and his wife Marcel. It was in writing about Shestov, as noted above, that Levinas first had occasion to mention his predecessor Franz Rosenzweig in print. In fact, this comment dwelled on Rosenzweig in more detail than Levinas would accord him before, or even in Totality and Infinity. And it was in interacting with Wall that Levinas moved from the Kierkegaard enthusiasm to thinking about transcendence in a way that attempted to transform the enthusiasm in a new direction. Levinas wanted to conscript Kierkegaard, the figure that everyone else saw as the distant progenitor of Martin Heidegger, into his battle against this incontestably great but, briefly, National Socialist thinker. The Dane would correct the German. Levinas's initial statement on Kierkegaard. Lev Shestov, 1866–1938, born Lev Isaacovich Schwarzman, who once numbered among the more prominent Jewish philosophers of the period, had been expelled from the new Soviet Union along with many other Russian intellectuals in 1922.16. After sojourning for some time in Berlin, he settled definitively in Paris, which was the most important center of the Russian diaspora. 17 There, Shestov worked as a professor of philosophy until his death, becoming immensely fashionable in his old age. 18 All of his old works were translated, and while he continued to write in Russian, his new books typically first came out in French, and sometimes German, editions, published by his friends and admirers, who made up a genuine pleiad of followers. For example, George Isbotali studied under Shestov and helped translate one of his works. But the most significant and devoted of Shestov's followers were the Russian-born philosopher Rachel Bespalov, 1895–1949, and the Romanian-born poet Benjamin Fontaine, 1898–1944, originally Benjamin Wexler, both Jewish and both of whom came to live in Paris between the wars. Their published work in the 1930s featured both extensive appeals to Kierkegaard and elaborate homages to their more proximate intellectual master. 19 Still, Shestov's direct influence outstripped that of all of his admirers. It is thanks to Shestov, for example, that Husserl initially came to be known in France, if only in the wildly distorted image available in the vituperative polemic Shestov aimed against the master of German phenomenology. Though it originally appeared in Russian in 1917, the attack did not come to the attention of Western Europe until 1926. The somewhat vulgar interpretation Shestov offered, to which Levinas's professor Jean Herring immediately responded, nonetheless had a certain impact in France, no doubt helping to sow Levinas's youthful interest in the subject, which climaxed in his dissertation on Husserl's philosophy a few years later. 20 But Shestov's interests, especially by the time he settled in Paris, were wider. In the many books that appeared in the 1920s and 1930s, Shestov not only popularized putatively proto-existentialist Russian writers, such as Chekhov, Dostoevsky, and Tolstoy, but also looked back to those who now appeared, from the perspective of the vanguard, to be the pioneering founders of this movement misunderstood in their own times, Blaise Pascal, Friedrich Nietzsche, and, of course, Kierkegaard. 21 Shestov also argued for a new conception of Judaism that opposed it to, rather than synthesized it with, philosophy. This interpretation is epitomized in his Athens and Jerusalem of 1938, with the two cities symbolizing for Shestov the absolute divide between the lies of reason and the truths of unreason. Shestov did not hesitate to champion the cause of the latter against the dominance of the former. He saw the heritage of Greece in European culture as a misleading and tragic rationalism that, by refusing to admit the reality of the fundamental human experiences of terror, loneliness, uncertainty, and faith, left man all the more alone when confronted by them. 22 It is therefore not surprising that Shestov found a source of insight and inspiration in the anti-philosophical writings of Kierkegaard in particular. Shestov's most important book for these purposes, Kierkegaard et la philosophie existentielle, Vox clamantis in deserto, appeared in 1936, in a translation by Tatiana Ragiat and Boris de Schlosser. Like the rest of Shestov's works of this period, the text's meditative approach, unclassifiable in today's genres, was undeterred by academic scruples and worked on the level of emotion, substituting the declamations of rhetoric for the proofs of reason. It nevertheless emphasized 2 points worth particular mention. Most fundamentally, Shestov urged the adoption of a strict distinction, and opposition, between Western rationalism and Eastern faith. The blandishments of philosophy could never alter the truth that, as the subtitle of the book proposed, man is alone in a desert crying out with no one to hear. The ultimate questions of existence reveal all philosophy as a pack of empty promises. Only faith could hope to provide more viable answers, and precisely by refusing to comfort and reassure. This dismissal applies quite specifically to the domain of philosophy known as ethics. Western morality, especially if rooted in philosophical rationalism, the attempt to dictate formalized rules of action, only obstructs existential faith. The mistake of philosophy, Shestov insisted, is to lock out, in the service of inhuman abstraction, the absurdity of life as it is lived. The theoretical rules of morality could never apply to the actual situations of life as they are gently experienced. That is why, Shestov explained, Kierkegaard turned, not to reason and morality, which demand resignation, but to the absurd and faith, which give their sanction to daring. His writings and sermons, raging, frenzied, violent, full of intensity, speak to us of nothing else. A mad flight from the God of the philosophers to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. 23 Accordingly, and as Kierkegaard had so brilliantly discovered, the entire program of ethics had to be rejected for the sake of a decisive faith in a teleological suspension of the ethical. Levinas's 1937 review of the book, which appeared soon after its publication, is an assessment not only of Shestov but also of the Kierkegaard enthusiasm generally. Though brief, Levinas's article shows how deeply he rejected many of Shestov's basic premises, and, with them, an uncritical fashion. Kierkegaard's fortunes are by no means a fad. The moral crisis opened by the Great War has given men the sharp feeling of the powerlessness of reason and the critical disagreement between a rationalistic civilization and the exigencies of the particular soul lost in a generalized anonymity. It has put in question, despite the remarkable advancement of science and technology, the value, hitherto unopposed, of the Greek heritage. On this basis, in different forms, both irrationalism and doctrines of six olens have been renewed. 24. This passage, which one is entitled to interpret as a global evaluation of the relevance and risks of the Kierkegaard enthusiasm as a whole, is interesting because it appears to take a dim view of what everyone else seemed to find so exciting. Levinas did not hesitate to include Shestov in this verdict. After summarizing the philosophical harvest of the Kierkegaard enthusiasm which added up, he said, essentially to the thesis of the ineffability of the individual, Levinas wrote, whatever response one gives to all of these questions, they have to be posed. The internal signification of all of the events that constitute my existence has to be respected, before interpreting them as a function of the universal order as constructed by Re Sun. Although it is only a strong implication, it does not seem too much to suggest that Levinas means that while the questions they posed were legitimate, the answers given by Kierkegaard and Shestov were mistaken. At the least, Levinas applied this verdict explicitly to the most important of their conclusions. While in the 1930s Levinas might have agreed with these philosophers that faith is the answer, he could not follow them, he continued, in their exclusive definition of faith as an enterprise full of risks, a worried faith, a religion in which the certainties are always menaced and have to be justified again and again, in which, indeed, each instant, pretine and pathetic, stands for itself and there are only new beginnings. 25 It is true that Levinas shows a complimentary attitude toward Shestov in some parts of the review, praising him for the brilliance of his style and presentation and recommending the book to those who wanted to renew their Judaism as a religion, if philological research on the past of the Jewish people cannot satisfy them and if sterile homages before the beauty of the Ten Commandments and the ethics of the prophets have left them cold. The dominant sense of the review, however, is a polite rejection of Shestov and his view. Those who know Shestov's works and his battle for Jerusalem against Athens will not find it surprising. Levinas noted in passing that knowledge counted only as an abdication of and annoyance to faith. In the final analysis, Levinas's reaction to the Kierkegaard enthusiasm, at least insofar as he found it represented in Christoph's work, is somewhere between careful selection and outright rejection. Insofar as it blended with and added to the irrationalist currents of the time, Levinas found it immensely suspect. 26 But Levinas sounded another interesting note. Properly interpreted, Levinas said, Kierkegaard's thought looked more subtle than the enthusiasm that, while retrieving it from the past, distorted it to suit the present. One of the ways in which it appeared more complex to discriminating eyes than it did in the typical presentation in the course of the enthusiasm, Levinas explained, was Kierkegaard's long love affair with that most central rationalist of the Western tradition, Socrates. This element of Kierkegaard's career, which began with a dissertation on Socratic irony, definitively separated him, Levinas argued, from any vulgar irrationalism. Although the Kierkegaard enthusiasm and existential philosophy more generally threatened to break apart the synthesis of Greece and Judeo-Christianity that the Middle Ages assumed it had secured, Kierkegaard himself appeared to have expressed a different conclusion. For better or worse, European consciousness does not have the strength to forget Socrates. 27 Whatever his reputation, Levinas never rejected philosophy. He would attempt to reform it with Kierkegaard's ideas, turning the suspension of the ethical into the ground of ethics. He did so with help. 176 Chapter 5 Jean Wahl and the Discovery of the Theological Other. Born in 1888, Jean Wahl, a longtime Sorbonne professor before and after World War II, is one of the more neglected figures in 20th-century French intellectual history. This omission deserves to be rectified, not least in Levinas' studies. The acknowledgement of Rosenzweig's influence in totality and infinity is rarely left unemphasized, while a similar homage to Wahl in the same book is invariably passed over in silence. But without Wahl, Levinas's formulation of his project would have been quite simply impossible. Levinas and Wahl, who was, like Levinas, both a Jew and a convinced Bergsonian in the beginning, likely met when they spent the winter semester of 1928-29 in Freiburg studying at the feet of their phenomenological teachers. 28 Levinas evoked his friend's personal demeanor and philosophical contribution most memorably at a posthumous conference in his honor. That marvelous pointillism of Jean Wahl! Levinas exclaimed. What a strange effect it produces, he continued, likening it to a child's question coming from the lips of the wisest of philosophers. In many cases, Jean Wahl may be defined as the child's question within the Trojan walls of thought. Or the shaft of light shining through the structures of doctrines, striking particular, sometimes unknown points, awakening the experience of the other philosopher in the untamed state, in which it has retained its freshness prior to becoming hardened into a system, before being buried in the depths of an intellectual construction, before the dulling of its sharp, burning punctuality. Wahl's main contribution to French intellectual life, Levinas went on to contend, was not so much a finished system as the rejection of the kind of thought that is content with exclusive systems. It has been the forerunner of certain daring undertakings, which are not all unduly extreme, of current philosophy. It is fair to say that in France it has paved the way for a new kind of reader and writer in philosophy, and a new sort of book. With it, a blow was struck against the structure of the system, philosophy set up in the guise of a logical architecture, the philosopher's stronghold or domain, a hereditary domain, to be handed down to schools, disciples, epigones, and intellectual feudalism amplifying, or as some feel in our time, repressing, the meaningful and the reasonable. 29. Wahl's revolt against system, and even meaning, may make it difficult to specify his contribution to Levinas's own development, but the insight that the attack on systematic pretensions is something Wahl inherited from Kierkegaard's complaints against Hegel may allow some further precision. Wahl appears at practically every significant crossroads in the complicate mid-century transfer of German thought to France, that of the Kierkegaard enthusiasm not least. He began his philosophical career much earlier than Levinas, with a thesis, directed by Bergson and dedicated to him, on the subject of time in Descartes' work. He claimed to find in all of Descartes' important doctrines, from the treatment of the cogito, the science of movement, the novel presumption that perception takes place in the space of an instant. In light of the new philosophy of time propounded by Bergson, Wall seemed to suggest, the philosophical assumptions about the nature of time that must have informed earlier philosophies had to be reinterpreted. 3013 It is perhaps too much to claim that this contribution on the notion of the moment in Descartes prepared him for his later Kierkegaardian researches, but his next book, Le Malheur de la conscience dans la philosophie de Hegel, published in 1929, certainly did. It provided a French perspective on the Hegelian Jugendschriften, recently edited and published by Hermann Knoll, Johann Hofmeister, and George Lassen, that played such a signal role in the enthusiasm and reinterpretation of Hegel's philosophy in existential form, in tandem with the discovery and publication of Karl Marx's own Prescientific and Hegelian economic and philosophical manuscripts. 31 More important, Wall's choice of topic and method were themselves indicative of his future trajectory. Still more than with intellectual problems, Wall argued in his preface. Hegel began with moral and religious problems. The examination of his youthful fragments undertaken in this book confirms the impression one has from reading the Phenomenology. In their light, that text will no longer seem like just the introduction to his doctrine but also as a culmination, the narration and conclusion of his years of formation and voyage through systems. In other words, Wall's choice of theme, the passages on the unhappy consciousness from the Phenomenology of Spirit, which he separated out in order to trace them back through Hegel's youth, already, in a sense, identified his true interest in Kierkegaard, or at least primed him for it. Behind the philosopher, Wall suggested of Hegel, one may discover the theologian, and behind the rationalist, the romantic. 32 There is no reason, of course, to insist that all of Wall's interests turn out actually to be about Kierkegaard. It is more the case that his work, whatever its subject, introduced figures in a heady existentialist brew that made his ultimate attention to Kierkegaard seem almost foreordained. But he also presented Kierkegaard in a version almost inseparable not only from Hegel but also from Heidegger and Jaspers, whom he likewise helped naturalize. As Jean Mesnard protested, referring to Wall's Études Kierkegaardiennes, this book not only devotes a direct commentary of 100 octavo pages to the study of Heidegger and Jaspers, it never stops recalling their presence, indeed, their superiority in the course of all the many notes that ornament the bottoms of the pages. 33 The same complaint, if it is one, applies to Wall's other famous work of the period, Vers le Concret, which surveyed trends in philosophy around the world, including American pragmatism, but admitted, on the third page, that Heidegger had in a sense drawn the consequences of all the new discoveries Wall would detail, so much so that a comparison throughout would assist rather than obstruct understanding. 34 But how did he help prepare Levinas's project? Notwithstanding his confusing syncretism, it is Wall's naturalization of Kierkegaard's insistence on the infinite qualitative difference between God and man, as well as his sense of the philosophical relevance of that theme for understanding the self, that now seem like his most important contribution. The best exam. Pi is provided by his article, reprinted in the Études Kierkegaardiennes, on the concept of anxiety. In his summary, Wall stressed how the experience of anxiety, and particularly the individual consciousness of sin, invalidated all philosophies of immanence and made transcendence an irrefutable fact of life. In their most quotidian behavior, people are confusedly searching for the other. Kierkegaard's question, as Wall rightly explained, is therefore how to convert the role of this other in the economy of selfhood from a source of menace to the grounds of beatitude. The feeling of anxiety is tied to the other, that is at first the indeterminate atmosphere in which I move, but, if next interiorized and particularized so that it coincides with what is other in myself, could become the other who is highest, the absolutely other. 35 In Wall's rendition, the essence of existential therapy, already present in Kierkegaard's work, is to discover and to make a place for the other in the experience of the self. Although the route to solicitude for the other may run through narcissistic self-absorption, the ultimate destination is by no means the self alone. As Wall put it during the war, the Hegelian dialectic leads us toward a vision of the whole, while Kierkegaard's opposite approach results in a sort of nude and blind contact with the other. 36 If Kierkegaard is a solipsist as Levinas later charged only so far as human others are concerned, then Kierkegaard would have to be not so much attacked as appropriated for simply human relations if a secular philosophy of intersubjectivity were the goal. But Wall did not only identify a kind of theological template for Levinas's doctrine in Kierkegaard's works, Wall himself clearly meant to translate Kierkegaard into French thought in a philosophical and not simply a theological register. Differently put, Wall's interpretation went exactly in the opposite direction from the one Shestov proposed. He hoped to make Kierkegaard a welcome guest at the philosophical table that Shestov intended to overturn. Not surprisingly, as the chapters of Wall's book on Kierkegaard appeared in article form throughout the 1930s, Shestov determined that this secular and philosophical appropriation had to be rejected root and branch. Something needs to be said so that Wall's interpretation is not unopposed, Shestov complained in conversation with Fontaine. 37 When Shestov's articles did not interrupt Wall's appropriation, Fontaine, in a remarkably malicious review, renewed the ferocious attack. He stormily upbraided Wall for the mistake of attempting to sever Kierkegaard's thought from theology, as when Wall saw fit to praise Kierkegaard even if the religious domain that he describes does not correspond to any reality. Yet Wall's fundamental error, apparently, lay elsewhere. Even more abominably, Fontaine continued, Wall had reduced Kierkegaard to a philosopher of anxiety, sin, whatever rather than understanding his writings as enactments of faith. For Fontaine as for Shestov, any reading and therefore writing about Kierkegaard required living with him through what he suffered and achieved. I have learned that according to Wall, Kierkegaard did thus and so. But what about you? For when I read you, my dear Wall, I am interested more in you than in Kierkegaard himself. I want to know what you think, what your torments are, your disquietudes. It is strange to say, but if you would speak about yourself, I would know better what you think of Kierkegaard. 38 In this debate among Jews about the meaning of Christian faith, the professorial Wall did not oblige his critic. As indicated by his polite but firm response to this unprovoked attack, Wall wanted to choose the way of rational philosophy rather than irrational faith, though he interested himself in Kierkegaard's existential analysis, and its implications for secular philosophy. He did not follow Kierkegaard in the same fideistic and calm mid-sense that Shestov and his followers did. 39 As their careers progressed, both Wall and Levinas continued to show themselves actively interested in the possible detachment of the transcendence of the other from background theological conceptions. It is historically important that Wall moved furthest in this direction and, in the beginning, against Levinas's resistance most clearly when he began, in the mid-1930s, to contribute to the vogue of the notion of the transcendent other by turning from historical commentator to constructive philosopher. On December 4, 1937, Wall staged an international event that Levinas recalled 40 years later as his famous lecture essay Famous Communication. 40 Not surprisingly, this central debate in the French philosophical community of the 1930s concerned the prospects for a secular theory of transcendence. It is undoubtedly the most precious available evidence for how Levinas's thought evolved in the long decade after 1935, which makes its total absence from Levinas scholarship all the more curious. Wall's Lecture, Subjectivity and Transcendence, appeared in that year in the Bulletin de la Société Française de Philosophie along with the transcription of a colloquy among Wall, Gabriel Marcel, and Nicolas Berdève as well as written responses from Heidegger, Levinas, Bispeloff, Rougemont, Karl Jaspers, Karl Loet, and Raymond Aron, among others. 41 Levinas later paid homage to the book version of this debate Existence humaine et Transcendence, published in 1944 in Switzerland. In his own most famous work, Totality and Infinity, I have drawn much inspiration from the themes evoked in that study. 42 It provided, indeed, the occasion for Levinas's first use of the concept the other. It constitutes, in this sense, a turning point in 20th-century intellectual history. The central question Wall raised in his essay was whether Kierkegaard's theological conception of transcendence allows for a secular translation. He understood why some might doubt it in light of Kierkegaard's work, for while Kierkegaard does not completely deny the other, he often, not always, reduces existence to a meditation on a single other, God. The question had therefore to be posed. In attempting to bring the other into the world, Wall asked, could the existentialist follower of Kierkegaard completely deliver himself or herself from the theological elements of Kierkegaardian thought? 43. Not everyone accepted the importance of this question. Denis de Rougemont offered this blunt rejection, but why, he asked, purify philosophy of theology? For myself, I cannot conceive of any concrete relation with transcendence that lacked the touch of the divine or the sacred. Others showed deeper interest in the problems Wall had posed. Berdyaev, in a move Levinas later championed, insisted on the very great difference between the notion of transcendence and the simple proposition that there is a reality beyond, an absolute reality, God, heaven, what have you. For transcendence is an existential experience or occurrence. The thrust of the debate in the 1930s is that if theology is to be made philosophy, then transcendence defined as subjective experience will have to be detached from transcendence as mythologized in the various dogmatic propositions of the historical faiths. 44. What is crucial for the intellectual historian in this debate is the way in which Levinas resisted the penchant to understand Kierkegaard and Heidegger as continuous and instead cast the transcendence of the other as portrayed by Kierkegaard as the fundamental alternative to Heidegger's immanent philosophy of being in the world. Wall's proposition had been that the contemporary existentialists Heidegger and Jaspers appeared merely to secularize laicize Kierkegaard's work. In wondering whether one could secularize Kierkegaard's other, Wall had missed the fact that for Heidegger the discovery of the other is not a goal, and transcendence is therefore fundamentally rethought. 45. For Levinas, Wall's formulation of the problem as one of translating Kierkegaard's other into secular terms understated the radicalism of Heidegger's attempt to abolish the problem of transcendence, or, more accurately put, to substitute ontological difference for the intersubjective other. As background, it is crucial to know how Heidegger had dealt with the subject. In his important essay on the essence of the ground, Heidegger had explicitly defined transcendence initially as transcendence, the refusal of the self to be like a static thing and to be always in movement, and then, and more fundamentally, as transcendence from existence to existence. 46. What these arguments marginalized is not only the traditional religious definition of God's transcendence of the world, so important to Kierkegaard, but also any possible secular theory of the transcendence of one existent over another. Levinas followed Berdyev's appeal to the existential fact that some kinds of the interpersonal transcendence under debate are rooted in experience, while the theologies of different religions are extrapolated from those more universal intimations. For Levinas, the problems to which theology furnishes the solutions are entirely independent of it, they come into view by virtue of the simple fact that men exist. In other words, existential problems appeared to be those that both undergird all religions and were therefore, in a sense, the subject they all presupposed and were really about before they diverged into controversy. 47. But, more crucially, Levinas argued that the concept of transcendence is one that Heidegger had intended not to secularize but to overcome. For Levinas, the form that existential philosophy takes in Heidegger's thought distances itself as far as possible from theology. He explained his definition of secularization: whatever the role of theology in Heidegger's intellectual formation, everyone should grant that, for him, to secularize a notion cannot simply mean camouflaging its religious dimension. Secularization must involve an operation that ends by truly surpassing the theological point of view. The point at which Heidegger made this attempt, Levinas said, counted as the touchiest plus nevralgic of his philosophy. 48. As Levinas argued, the discourse of the encountered other, whether in religious and theological or secular and existential form, is, in Heidegger's vocabulary, ontic. It concerned the transcendence between two beings. But the entire point, as well as the great interest, of Heidegger's work, Levinas said, consists in showing that at the base of man's ontic adventure, there is something more than a relation of one existent with another, there is the comprehension of being more fundamentally. And human existence only interests Heidegger because it allows a penetration to ontology. For Heidegger, human existence, and therefore the forum of religious or interpersonal transcendence, is, supposedly, not of independent significance except as a means of addressing the question of being forgotten since the beginning of philosophy. 49 At this point Levinas could draw his most important conclusion. For Heidegger, transcendence does not mean the relation passage of one existent to another but that of the existent toward being. Accordingly, Heidegger breaks with theology exactly insofar as he makes the distinction between the ontic and the ontological, and he makes it with a radicalism without precedent in the history of philosophy. 50 Although Levinas did not criticize Heidegger in so many words, one might say that there is more in his comments than simple clarification. Levinas presented a fundamental alternative in the way he structured the problem. A choice has to be made. It determines what philosophical meaning, if any, transcendence will have. Either one remains at the level of the existent or one descends, with Heidegger, to the plane of being. Either the level of existence, and transcendence between and among them, or the plane of their being, and transcendence toward it. In effect, Levinas suggested that even the secular theory of interpersonal transcendence that Wall wanted to develop presupposed the Kierkegaardian experience of the other's transcendence that, far from secularizing, Heidegger had analytically marginalized. In this sense, Kierkegaard seemed a post-Heideggerian philosopher rather than a pre-Heideggerian one. A proper recognition of Kierkegaard's insistence on submission to and salvation through the other suggested a grand alternative between interpersonal existence and ontological existence. As Wall expressed the position he and Levinas came to share, every philosophy of immanence has now been bankrupted. We reach our highest point when we are in contact with the other. 51 The discovery of the alternative the other posed in the pre-war period to Heidegger's ontology opened the door through which Levinas would walk in the post-war period, as he awaited what he called in 1940, in a lecture to Jean Wall's students, an epoch and a world that it will perhaps become possible to leave behind tomorrow. 52 Levinas did not join Wall's quest for a secularized conception of transcendence as emphatically in the interwar debate as he did later. Indeed, Levinas's 1937 comments suggest that a full commitment to secular philosophy might require the radical redefinition of transcendence that Heidegger offered. But a focus on this difference in the 1930s would occlude the deeper premise that Wall and Levinas shared. It consisted in a preference for Kierkegaard's interpersonal definition of transcendence against the ontological definition that Heidegger pioneered. When Levinas later tried to make his own philosophy of intersubjective transcendence purely secular, he did so, it bears noting, in spite of the implication of his own argument from the 1930s that an intersubjective definition of transcendence might remain crypto-theological rather than secular, ultimately dependent on the relation between God and man that it tried to cast in purely human terms. Secularization must involve an operation that ends by truly surpassing the theological point of view. Levinas, of course, ultimately voiced little esteem for Kierkegaard's thought. To judge from his post-war essays on the subject, Levinas rejected the founder of existentialism with no little irritation. Whereas Kierkegaard had interpreted Isaac's binding, in Fear and Trembling, as a parable about the role of faith in taking the self beyond a merely ethical stage, Levinas suggested that it is not Abraham's hand, ready to bring the knife to his son's throat, but instead Abraham's ear for hearing the voice that best captured the thrust of the biblical story. It brought him back to the ethical order. As Levinas explained it, that Abraham obeyed the first voice is astonishing, that he had sufficient distance with respect to that obedience to hear the second voice that is the essential. 53 The conflict in biblical interpretation mirrors their major difference in philosophical outlook. Whereas Kierkegaard recommended, in his famous phrase, the teleological suspension of the ethical, Levinas has become celebrated for the recovery and reinstatement of morality in philosophy. Whereas Kierkegaard narrated the existential drama of the self, Levinas dedicated his attention, with equal but apparently opposite fervency, to the so-called other. He bequeathed to philosophy, Levinas complained of the Danish thinker, an exhibitionistic, immodest subjectivity. Opposing the solitary and, in his view, narcissistic and melodramatic quest of the knight of faith, Levinas recommended the calm and healthy solicitude of interpersonal morality, the responsibility that rids the eye of its imperialism and egotism, even the egotism of salvation. 54 The pious submission to the other. This adventure, for Levinas, is paradoxically the most adventurous one available to the self. Yet when the matter is considered more closely and historically, Kierkegaard's philosophical contribution, as generalized and interpreted in the interwar enthusiasm for his thought, turns out in many respects to be a major if unexpected station on the long way to the human other, and critical to the context in which Levinas received Rosenzweig's thought. In his portrait of the infinite qualitative difference between God and man, Kierkegaard set a crucial precedent for the notion of human alterity that Levinas is so renowned for defending. And in severing the individual from the all-inclusiveness of the historical process so that the self could search for this strangely distant God, Kierkegaard anticipated Levinas's own opposition to a fully historical and world-immanent picture of human existence. Both of these premises required a departure from Rosenzweig's thought, so that it is impossible to understand Levinas's departure from Heidegger in the 1930s, and his affiliation with Rosenzweig, except in the context of the Kierkegaard enthusiasm. The crucial fact, however, about Levinas's Jewish writings of the middle to late 1930s is that he initially appealed to transcendence as a theological category. It is a divine transcendence that he had not yet naturalized and that dictated a renewal of the ancient religious battle of monotheism against paganism rather than an intersubjective philosophy. There is no hint, none at all, that Levinas had broken through to a secular ethics in this period, or even a theology that converted religion to ethics. Indeed, these documents show that ethics is not, initially, what he took from the Star of Redemption, and it is not the message he tried to convey in the 1930s. Although these years were a time of crisis for Jews worldwide, a particularly unprecedented disruption, whether of rabid antisemitism from within or the immigration of German and other Jews from without, afflicted the French Jewish community, which for various reasons had been among the 2 or 3 luckiest in Europe in a relatively pacific century and a half since its emancipation. Levinas's occupation as a teacher at the École Normale Israélite Orientale placed him at the center of a network of information and advocacy, so that, as he later remembered, not everything in my thoughts related to the fortunes of Judaism, but my activity at the Alliance Israélite Universelle kept me abreast of the Jews' ordeal, bringing me back without end to the concrete social and political problems that related to it everywhere. 55 At the same time, Levinas recalls that his Jewish studies had slackened during his university and phenomenological years of 1925 until 1932, to an extent that one should nevertheless not exaggerate. Levinas's interest in conceptualizing Judaism philosophically after 1933 has the character of a return to an activity that he had never wholly forsaken, much less renounced, but that had progressively lost importance to him. I never absolutely abandoned them, he later recalled of his studies, acknowledging the genuine shifts in his interests, but in the beginning they did not have a consciously avowed influence on my philosophical studies. 56 The return seems to have been overdetermined, for it followed in part, as he noted of all contemporary Jews, from the externally coerced acceptance of particularist identity. But it also responded to his extreme internal need for a supplement to the Heideggerian point of view that had afforded him a philosophically rich but, after 1933, politically and ethically compromised position. Indeed, it may have been the differing political contexts in which they wrote that led Levinas to raid the corpus of Rosenzweig's thought for a response to the Heidegger that Rosenzweig in the last writing of his own life had identified as a philosophical compagnone de route in Weimar philosophy. The number of philosophers of Jewish origin Bespaloff, Shestov, von Dane, Wall, as well as Levinas whose turn to Kierkegaard's Christian philosophy took place in this decade of European upheaval is surely striking, but as Bespaloff suggested to Wall, in the Epigraph to this chapter, the convergence is probably more than a coincidence, reflecting as it may the need for an antidote to history at a time of upending crisis. 57 The question is to what distortions this shift of context led. Paix et Droit, the Alliance's monthly house organ, featured several articles Levinas wrote between 1935 and 1939. Although directed to the Jewish public, they were unmistakably the product of philosophical consciousness and, though short, were powerfully indicative of Levinas's new concerns. The articles cover an impressive range of topics, from Maimonides and the issue of conversion to contemporary antisemitism and the death of Pope Pius XI. But they stem from a common inspiration and, in a way, argue one single and simple point despite the diversity of their subjects. Read in the context of Levinas's itinerary as reconstructed so far, they amount to a reply to Heidegger's thought and the existential predicament Levinas sketched in the crisis years of the mid-1930s. Most superficially, the articles are intended to lend support to the Alliance's out of the ghetto, into the city ideology integrationist, yet non-assimilationist and non-nationalist, and begin work on the project of Jewish-Christian interfaith dialogue that would long occupy Levinas's thinking. But they also took the opportunities afforded by public comment to discern the metaphysical essence of antisemitism and to tout the original contribution of its counter-concept, the Jewish religion of transcendence. It is in these articles that Levinas first unveiled and elaborated the positive alternative to Heidegger that he would later integrate and secularize into philosophy. Appearing alongside reports on the crimes resulting from German antisemitism, Levinas's articles repeat in more popular form the theory of Hitlerism surveyed earlier and argue its effect on Jewish consciousness. Judeo-Christian civilization, he put it in one article, is thrown into doubt by an arrogant barbarism installed in Europe's heart. With a still unequaled audacity, paganism rears its head, upsetting values, confounding even elementary distinctions, erasing the limits of the profane and the sacred, dissolving those very principles that until now allowed order to be re-established. 58 Under the impact of antisemitism and confronted by the revival of their pagan enemies, Jews were forcibly recalled to their identity, even externally fixed to it. The pathetic fate of a Jew becomes a fatality. One can no longer flee it. The Jew is ineluctably fixed rive to his Judaism. 59 Recall that rive is the term Levinas used in connection with Heidegger's Entwürfen and later updated to characterize the human situation in his first major philosophical essay. Yet what seemed at first a pathetic fate turned out on philosophical inspection, or, perhaps more accurately, after some philosophical invention, to be a precious one. For Levinas argued that precisely by returning to Judaism and the certitude of its value, its dignity, and its mission, 60 the Jew found the spiritual remedy that accommodated the fixity of Judaism but evacuated it of its constrictive nature and, indeed, assumed the character of a universal ideal. Maimonides had provided the content of that ideal, Levinas claimed in one article, in his project to reconcile Jewish faith and Greek philosophy. This argument would, it follows, also represent a rejection of Shostak's sense of fateful and necessary choice between the two. In the Guide of the Perplexed, according to Levinas's interpretation, Maimonides had for the first time put a stop to the law of a reason that applied concepts borrowed from the world to what transcended it. 61 He obviously had in mind, for example, the Maimonidean opposition to anthropomorphism, which condemned the frequent error of confusing the Bible with a literal description of what merely human vocabulary could not predicate. But Levinas gave this rejection a political sense. In the neatness of this distinction between thought that thinks the world and thought that transcends it consists the definitive victory of Judaism over paganism. 62 If the circumstances required a partisan understanding of Judaism, this interpretation entailed a controversial vision of Nazism too. With both factors combined, Levinas's démarche involved a return to a binary logic, with a fraught history, that pitted Jews against their pagan rivals. As a paganism, Hitlerism constrained not just Jews but all humans to the world of immanence. As anti-paganism, Judaism represented not a historical, particularistic ethos but a trans-historical, universalistic ideal for Jews and non-Jews alike. If, as Levinas defined it, paganism is a radical powerlessness to leave the world, then Judaism is nothing, in the final analysis, but anti-paganism. It is anti-paganism par excellence. 63 Judaism is, very simply, the religion of transcendence that insists on the limits to the world, in both the ordinary and Heideggerian senses of the word. Levinas's later penchant for describing Heidegger's thought as a paganism licenses the interpretation, in other words, that the Jewish assertion of the transcendent divine against a metaphysically closed world provided his first, but not last, means of response not only to Hitler's political movement but also to Heidegger's shocking philosophical contribution. Levinas never mentioned Heidegger in his articles, he wrote for a lay audience. But the interrelations between Heideggerianism, Hitlerism, and Judaism, as Levinas appears to have seen them, are surprisingly simple to discern and formulate. Anticipating Hans Jonas, who has most famously alleged that the essential immanentism of Heidegger's thought forces one to acknowledge its profoundly pagan character, Levinas too seems to have attempted to break out of the prison house of ontology that he had sketched in Eva Zion and other mid-1980s essays. The being whose fate Heidegger ponders is the quintessence of this world, it is seculum, Jonas would later put it. Against this, theology should guard the radical transcendence of its God, whose voice comes not out of being but breaks into the kingdom of being from without. Levinas too eventually made explicit his definition of Heideggerianism as paganism. It is monotheism inverted. I am thinking of one prestigious current in modern thought, which emerged from many to flood the pagan recesses of our Western souls. I am thinking of Heidegger and Heideggerians. He wrote in 196 the sacred filtering into the world in Heidegger's glorification of being. Judaism is perhaps no more than the negation of all that. Judaism has not sublimated idols, on the contrary, it has demanded that they be destroyed. 64 Although these comments come from a later time, it is quite plausible to think that Levinas made these kinds of equations between Heideggerianism and paganism, equations to which he adhered throughout the rest of his life, in the mid-1980s. It is, initially and historically, a conception of Judaism that furnished a radically archaic transcendentalizing response to the pagan philosophy of immanence that Levinas thought Heidegger was proffering in theory and Hitler was mobilizing in practice. Levinas's conception necessarily resulted in a sacralized history in which Judaism, Christianity, and paganism had to take on the suprahistorical roles. The influence of Rosenzweig's theory of the testimonial or witnessing function of the Jewish community is plausible in these formulations, for Levinas repeats it along with his German predecessor's conception of the coordinated and related role of Christianity in salvific history. As Leora Batnitsky has put it, Rosenzweig's notion of witness is predicated on a rejection of the alien realm of philosophical paganism. 65 Levinas thought it mistaken to understand National Socialism as merely another event to be mastered by a secular historical point of view. In this age of crisis, it could not count as just another movement or government. Despite all of the considerations on the economic, political, and social roots of National Socialism, in whose light the racial persecutions are nothing but an accident in the torment of the modern world, Levinas put it, Jews have the obscure feeling that Hitlerism is like a renewal of their vocation and their destiny. 66 And that destiny recalled to Jews simply an awareness of their defining doctrine of God's radical exteriority to the historical process and, more important, the privilege of the Jews in recognizing it. Levinas asserted, diaspora is a resignation, a fundamental renunciation of a political destiny, a hope, certainly, but a hope in a supernatural event that would break and arrest terrestrial history and which only a divine power could accomplish. As an essentially religious fact, it is not a sociological category applicable to originary history. To forget the religious essence of the fact of the diaspora is to violate the very meaning of Jewish history, to renounce a difficult parentage, which is nonetheless admirable because of the resources of love and abnegation on which it calls. 67. And the role of Jews, as Rosenzweig had argued in The Star of Redemption, is to witness. 68. In the next chapter, we will see how Levinas adapted this position to the creation of a Jewish state. The evolutionary logic of Levinas's development in the 1930s now, one hopes, is clear. Driven after 1933 to oppose the inexpressible loneliness in the thought of Heidegger, the philosopher to whom he had previously committed himself, Levinas initially adverted to a stance of Jewish opposition, rooted in divine transcendence, to the paganism of Heidegger's position. Already in some reflections on the philosophy of Hitlerism, published in 1934 before he would have read The Star of Redemption, Levinas suggested Judaism as a response to the Hitlerism that he interpreted as sharing an unexpected philosophical affinity with Heidegger's thought. 69 Levinas's return to Judaism, in response to the Nazi threat, thus seems to have been in motion before Rosenzweig intervened so profoundly to determine the results. But if the encounter with the Star of Redemption decisively shaped the nature of his new position, it did so only through the filter, a distorting and radicalizing filter of interwar Kierkegaardianism and the transcendent other and the path beyond history that it prized. Most important, Levinas began his response to Heidegger with an appeal to the original transcendent other, God. Humans had not yet been invested, in Levinas's thought, with the sacred dignity he would later and influentially confer on them. Accordingly, ethics are not yet the center of his thought or first philosophy. 70 From the point of view of his later career as a Jewish thinker, Levinas's interwar Jewish writings were of course crucial in his evolution. In addition, his work never departed from the framework he adopted in the middle 1930s, writing for different audiences and dividing his reflections into two genres. I have argued, however, that these articles are also irreplaceable evidence about this stage of Levinas's philosophical. For Levinas did not end his philosophical journey with a pure and simple appeal to Judaism against paganism. As Levinas himself attempted to secularize for intersubjective philosophy what he found in the religion and theology of the interwar period, it is important now to turn to some of the avenues he traveled in doing so and to the question of whether he could succeed in so difficult, and perhaps doomed, a theoretical quest. For he came to appeal not only to transcendent alterity, against Rosenzweig, who rejected that conception as too radical, but also to secularize it, against Rosenzweig, who insisted on the priority of divine otherness. Having begun as an enthusiast of secular philosophy, Levinas encountered a crisis that pushed him over the border into theology. The question raised by the next and final chapter is how he attempted to return with what he found there. Chapter 6. The Ethical Turn. Philosophy and Judaism in the Cold War. No doubt it is important in good philosophy not to conceive of the rights of man on the basis of an unknown God. It is permissible to approach the idea of God setting out from the absolute that manifests itself in relation to the other man. Emmanuel Levinas. The war, and the Holocaust, undoubtedly marked a caesura in Levinas's life and thought. But they did not suffice in and of themselves to make the other ethical. And French Jews responded in many different ways to the events. Levinas's own first published thoughts, under the title Tout est il vanite, were typed on a mimeograph page. See reproduction, the primitive means available to the Alliance Israelite Universelle in 1946 for the dissemination of the post-war successor to Pax et Droit, then called briefly the Bulletin Intérieur de l'Alliance Israelite Universelle. It shortly became the Cahiers de l'Alliance Israelite Universelle, which continues to be printed today. Levinas began his initial post-war article by commenting on the centrality of the Nazi experience for his generation. There is for each generation, Levinas wrote, an exceptional event that leads it to maturity. It places in question the values according to which men live and that up to that time allowed the puerile notions they had learned or received to persist. Levinas went on to identify Nazism as the determining event for his own generation. Its monstrous growth, maturity, and fall will have been the principal reference points for the interior life of an entire generation. For almost 15 years, the fact of Hitlerism weighed on the most intimate of their enterprises and most inconsequential of their acts. Strangely, in a phenomenon the historian Maud Mondale has called the return to Republican order, most French Jews repressed the experience of the Nazi era and even the Holocaust in resuming their old ways of life. Like their fellow Frenchmen, they treated the few horrible years of persecution, hitting, flight, and destruction as an anomalous parenthesis in the history of their otherwise successful revolutionary synthesis. 1. A full consciousness of the events came only later. Noting the first deception in which those who survived had indulged to act as if nothing had happened and to resume their old ways of life, Levinas concluded, "I will not accept this. I do not want, not on even one more occasion, everything exceptional and, let us say it finally, religious in the ordeal to fail to break the implacable continuity of things." 2. Nevertheless, nowhere, not in this statement nor in the short autobiographical statement he later composed, did Levinas identify the Holocaust in particular, as opposed to the Nazi years in general, as the main novelty to which his thought responded. 3. In light of the foregoing, it is possible to see why, his basic program of developing a post-Heideggerian philosophy, as well as many of its essential elements, and most of all the higher, Kierkegaardian other, had all been assembled by the mid to late 1930s. Levinas's future development would be predicated on, and to a previously unrecognized extent evolve within, the contours of the generative intellectual and political matrix that I have reconstructed. No one, of course, would deny Levinas's constant innovation, even after the interwar years, or that his rhetoric changed, sometimes in the direction of motivated anger, more often in the direction of moral insistence. But there is a sense in which Levinas always remained a pre-Holocaust philosopher insofar as his thought continued to be governed by interwar premises and directed at the interwar end of the other. The final chapter of this book turns to Levinas's dramatic attempt crystallizing in its classic form in the 1950s, even though it evolved later to appropriate the theological inheritance of the interwar period for secular philosophy and, in particular, to draw on Rosenzweig's portrait of love by reversing the original intent of his predecessor's thought and attaching it to relations between humans. It also follows Levinas's belated evolution. Exist pour chaque generation un événement exceptionnel qui l'ascens à l'homme to right. ILSI en question les valeurs sur lesquelles les hommes vivent et qui jusqu'alors conservaient la pluralité des appareils ou recus. Événement entre amis cet épaisseur, avec ce format qui donne une certitude en fait motorique envahit notre vie. Un god, la caractéristique of une génération a. For ce qui ont aujourd'hui for the AHSL Hitlerians état cet événement. It la tendu de ses repercussions visibles, confirmate objectivement m signification. Sa pausi monstruoso, son avènement, sa chute oriented les références principales pour la vie intérieure de toute une génération. Pendant près de 15 ans le fait de l'Hitlerisme pesait sur la plus influence du SES enterprise, sur SES moindres gestes. Parfois même on avait l'impression que allo allied s'épuiser allo panzer et abattre, que avec sa fin coïnciderait la limite de tout effort, quo tout un monde irait prendre magnifiquement sa Os pressentiment du dénouement de l'histoire est bien caractéristique du l'empire de l'événement historique, pans les affaires dos camps avec barbalis ot chambers aga, dans les camps sans chambers aga, dans le camp imam sans barbali tuetat el sufapo occupi et le monde menace du conquête, nous avoué que nous issi viruses du la fin du monde. House attend ions on ciel nouveau oetuns terra inconnu la sage sti en civilisation séculaire nous engaget certes à prévoir de difficultés. Maus descends avec compunction que asterisk l'après-guerre réservé dos problems. Mais tout cala no morde pas sur notre sensibilité apocalyptique. Su étions et pour lo actions naïfs. Put être la première déception pour ceux qui censurent le bonheur du rétro vers quelques éléments de leur vie d'avant-guerre, et l'oit de les reprendre dans leur familiarité ancienne, Pout trop déjà la première déception et l'oit de constater que il n'y avait pas d'apocalypse, me souvient du regard de perplexité instantanément compris quo j1 échange à la première séance du l'alliance de laquelle 11 me fut done du travail après mon retour du captivité, avec membre du comite. Contre, ancien prionier, qui venait aussi pour la première fois depuis la libération. Bans Kotsal, video de ses mublos par la Alemanda, dans cette installation de fortune, au unus regressions tant du disparus, il fait étrange de voir se renouer dans ses formes anciennes par de la Levides, niss reservant en quelque toi continuait du l'existence en tat. Emmanuel Levinas, tout est il vanite. Reprinted from Bulletin Intérieur de l'Alliance Israélite Universelle, No. 9, July 1946 1. By permission of Bibliothèque de l'Alliance Israélite Universelle, Paris. Photo, Bibliothèque Nationale de France, Paris. Into the specifically ethical philosopher that he became, in the context of the Cold War belief that morality had to be demarcated from politics. The last chapter left Levinas only on the brink of the notion of the other, which, I showed, he understood as a response in waiting to Heidegger and now made the foundation stone of his philosophy. In this chapter I examine, in less philologically careful detail but with more range, Levinas's long-term attempt to humanize this conception in order to make it available to secular ethics rather than the captive of its theological lineage, the form in which it was intentionally retained in Rosenzweig's thought. After a biographical portrait, I canvass his work chronologically, beginning with his immediate post-war philosophy, then turning to his intervention, in response to Jean-Paul Sartre, on the problem of Jewish identity, then examining his most developed presentation during this period of his new philosophy of the other, and concluding with an explanation of how and why Levinas came, in the 1950s, at the same time as he reinvented Judaism, to make this philosophy ethical. After working for the Alliance Israélite Universelle through the end of the interwar years, Levinas was mobilized in 1939 and captured with the 10th Army at Rennes in 1940. He spent the wartime in a stalag called Fallingbostel near Hanover in Germany. Like the million other French soldiers interned for the duration of the war, Levinas spent the bulk of his time as a forced laborer. His detention isolated him from news but also insulated him from the depredations and genocide affecting other prisoners of war in the East and so much of the Jewish civilian population, including many members of his extended family who died as victims of the Nazi genocide. Point 4 As Raoul Hilberg has observed, though generally separated from other French prisoners and assigned to special work parties, the main body of Jewish prisoners in the West enjoyed relative immunity. Unlike Eastern, in particular Soviet prisoners of war, Levinas and other French Jews interned in 1940 benefited from their comparative visibility. Undoubtedly the fear of reprisals restrained the German generals in their operations against the Jewish prisoners of war, Hilberg comments. Point 5 Nor were they targeted by the evolving deportation program that swept away a quarter of French Jews. Ironically, they were sheltered by their earlier capture. On his return, Levinas became the new director of the Alliance's École Normale Israélite Orientale, eventually altering its mission in the direction of his shifting views about the significance of Judaism in the modern world. Point 6 The École, however, continued its inherited mission for several years, even after the birth of the State of Israel, a fact Levinas presented as unintentionally compatible with the Alliance's civilizing mission. French principles, human principles, he wrote in 1951 of the Alliance's gift to the Jews it civilized, through the teachers he trained. They allowed the Alliance to awaken those Jews of Muslim countries, whom all of the different currents of modern Judaism agree in opposing. Will the State of Israel ever know how much it owes to the Alliance, which nevertheless remains outside the Zionist movement? The Alliance brought these Jews back to humanity in order to make possible their return to Judaism itself. Point 7. Levinas spoke and wrote frequently, over the years that followed, of the École's mission in a similar vein. Point 8 Though a philosopher of the other, Levinas, in the name of organizational ideology and theoretical principle, opposed multiculturalism. Will not humanity soon be found in innumerable holes, a situation more dangerous than if it had been divided in sections of a single totality? Do the old forms of universality, the French and the Jewish, have no special distinction anymore? Levinas responded to these rhetorical questions in the negative. After all, who unveiled the dignity of human nature that the appearance of particularity concealed? And aren't some civilizations justifiably tutelary toward others? As a foundational civilization, Judaism is called from now on to play an eminent role not only in the countries in which the Alliance Israelite Universelle awoke minds but everywhere. 9. His personal and philosophical interpretation of Judaism evolved significantly in these years. As the incorporation of Rosenzweig's work attests, from the mid-1930s Levinas became open to Jewish thinkers who hoped to renew the Judaism they inherited with the modern philosophy they encountered. Though Rosenzweig began as and remained Levinas's chief influence, there were others. Two in particular won his attention, because they had embarked on parallel endeavors, though both were more originally rooted in Jewish textual traditions than Levinas himself. The first, Jacob Gordon, had also been born in Lithuania but came to study in Berlin during the early interwar years, where he steeped himself in Hermann Cohen's Neo-Kantianism in association at the Akademie für die Wissenschaft des Judentums before fleeing to Paris in the mid-1980s, where he lectured on medieval Jewish philosophy and became an Alliance Israelite Universelle librarian. 10 Dedicated to a vision that Levinas later called in a remembrance particularism, not as something that offers one more nationalism but as something that opens up the historical perspective of humanity. Gordon, though he died in 1947, founded a leading school of Jewish studies, especially open to the influence of Jewish mysticism, with several disciples eventually transmitting his legacy. 11 Although Levinas took up Gordon's pedagogical project of making Jewish textual traditions available to modern people, it is thanks to another decisive encounter that he slowly came to offer a different version of Judaism closer to Talmudic rationalism than to Kabbalistic mysticism. Levinas came to the Talmud, after the war, thanks to Mordecai Chucheny, a teacher whose name is well known in many circles even if everything else about him is shrouded in obscurity. His other famous pupil, Elie Wiesel, celebrated Chucheny in a essay Rise of Texts as an authentic Jew-afferent, the wandering Jew of anti-Semitic legend. The recent investigation into Chucheny's mysterious life by the journalist Salomon Malka is motivated, as the subtitle of his book implies, by the very curiosity that stories about the protagonist have inspired. A character who in some ways defeats the project of contextualizing intellectual history, Chucheny's origins are unknown, those who encounter his teaching do not even attempt to localize or specify it. 12 For that reason, it is difficult, except by examining Levinas's evolving views, to make much of his master's impact. There is no question that in the 20 years after the war, Levinas steeped himself in Jewish sources, the Talmud above all, and intermingled them with his emerging philosophy. 13 It is nevertheless crucial to make a simple point to explain the motives of the present chapter. From the beginning of the post-war period, Levinas began to elaborate a vision of Jewish particularism that in a way formally parallel to Gordon's enterprise but with distinctive content intended it to be both compatible with and relevant to the whole of humanity. More important, he came to see it as embodying a set of truths available independent of the Jewish tradition, though that tradition might provide special access to this timeless point of view. Only on this basis could Levinas have understood his most important work as the development of a secular philosophical account of interpersonal relations that overlapped with the teachings of some religious traditions. The question in what follows is not whether the secular philosophy Levinas pursued is an important goal but how Levinas worked to achieve it, and whether the religious tradition of Judaism he reimagined in the same period could survive the strain of overlapping so substantially with a universalist and philosophically derived ethical teaching. The first signs that Levinas had put together the elements he found in the philosophical field of the 1930s in a new combination came more or less immediately after the war ended. Indeed, one brief essay published soon after the war showed up essentially verbatim in totality and infinity. 14. One useful way of framing his relationship to the interwar past, in light of my argument in the last chapter, is to examine Levinas's response to the continuing vogue of Kierkegaard that extended into the 1950s. For if he began to lose interest, the French more generally did not. In a sense, Georges Baudeley perceptively noted at the time, Emmanuel Levinas has situated himself outside of French existentialism, if that expression refers to a unified group epitomized by Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, and Merleau-Ponty. 1541. And as Sartre's existentialism exploded as an international phenomenon in the immediate post-war years, Kierkegaard's renown could not fail to ride on the coattails of Sartre's own fame. As lesser figures began to look back to the past for the remote sources of Sartre's achievement, they inevitably fixed on Kierkegaard as the fount out of which existentialism flowed, as for example in Regis Jolivet's nearly instant history of the movement, Les Doctrines Existentialistes de Kierkegaard à Jean-Paul Sartre of 1948. When Jean Wahl interned at Drancy in 1941 and then, after a fortunate release, a professor at the New School of Social Research and Mount Holyoke during the war staged another colloquium in 1946 that, like the one a decade before, gathered many of the leaders of the Parisian philosophical field together for a contentious attempt to clarify the spirit of the age. Levinas made evident his distance from the new movement, to the point of obscuring his recourse to one existentialist to respond to. Another point 16 published in book form in 1946, Wahl's Petite Histoire de vie existentialisme is, like Jolivet's book, a history and interpretation of the development of existentialism from Kierkegaard through Jaspers and Heidegger to Sartre. Then in the midst of his apotheosis 17 it provides a useful window on the progress of Levinas's philosophy in the immediate aftermath of the war. Wahl began with a presentation of Kierkegaard's philosophy or anti-philosophy and the way in which the Kierkegaardian solution is to enter into relation with what Kierkegaard calls the absolute other, a God who, though protective, is absolutely heterogeneous to the individual, an infinite love that embraces us, but one that we feel to be other than ourself because in our fundamental individuality and sinfulness we are opposed to it. 18. Wahl devoted by far the most space to Heidegger, more than twice the attention he accorded to Kierkegaard and Sartre, as if to imply that the movement had already climaxed. As a document in European intellectual history, Wahl's treatment is interesting because it shows that, while he took note of the recent message of Heidegger's letter on humanism, Wahl refused to give the German master proprietary rights over the interpretation of his own thought. He also had drawn the consequence, more evidently at least than in the 1930s, of Heidegger's fateful redefinition of transcendence. For Heidegger, Wahl noted, the idea of transcendence loses its religious character and acquires, paradoxically enough, a sort of immanent character. It is a transcendence only in immanence. Whether this meant that he had come around to Levinas's argument from the 1930s that the question was what meaning, ontic or ontological, to give to transcendence in secular philosophy is not clear. However, point 19. But there is one more essential difference in the interpretations of Heidegger in these debates from those from the interwar period. Heidegger's political affiliation had gone unmentioned in the colloquium of the 1930s, even though Levinas, and through him presumably the others, knew of it by then. But according to Wahl's new presentation, perhaps the most important question of all concerns the kind of ethical conclusions that may be drawn from these conceptions of Heidegger. The resolute decision, by which we take upon ourselves our destiny, constitutes a sort of act of faith. But how does one proceed from theory to practice? Heidegger himself has applied it differently at different times, doubtless according to the lessons he believed to be furnished by experience, but we cannot set aside the fact that at the time of the formation and initial triumphs of Nazism, his resolute decision was to follow the lead of the Nazi chiefs. This may not have been contrary to his belief at the time and to the belief of his adversaries to this day, an absolutely logical consequence of his philosophy. But we may conclude from this evidence that the ethics of Heidegger remains purely formal, admits of several interpretations, and, finally, is not an ethics at all. Whatever the strength of Wahl's conclusions, they show that the first Heidegger controversy touched off by Karl Loeda's article in Les Temps modernes had posed important questions, even at an early stage, about the ethical consequences of Heidegger's thought. Even so, Levinas did not immediately turn to ethics. Point 20. Levinas's intervention in the discussion of Wahl's short history is, comparatively, not as important as his evaluations of the Kierkegaard revival of the prior decade. His remarks were in two parts, philological and philosophical. One of the main points of the debate Wall had tried to begin was the problem of identifying existentialists. From the new post-war vantage point, they seem to be everywhere in the history of philosophy, but paradoxically the most likely candidate for the appellation specifically disclaimed it. There is existentialism farther back than Kierkegaard and Pascal, in Shakespeare and Socrates, Levinas noted, and nowhere, because everyone disavows it. Levinas expressed the opinion that this multiplication of a modern doctrine down through the past fortunately will end in its own negation. Then, perhaps, we will come to realize that there is only one existentialist or philosopher of existence. For Levinas, this single figure is Heidegger himself, who rejects the term. Part of Levinas's point is that Heidegger's thought provided the conditions for the invention of the existentialist tradition where there had been none before. The metaphysical accomplishments of Heidegger have furnished the light by which we are able to discern existentialism in the night of the past where, it seems, it was hidden. 21 Indeed, as Levinas next commented, Heidegger's thought is, in a sense, the essence of the Kierkegaard revival as it had occurred in Germany and France, as if there were no point in discussing Kierkegaard and the controversy were really about Heidegger himself. The interest of his comment is the philological one that far from paving the way for Heidegger, Kierkegaard had been revived only because he had approached, without reaching, the independent content of Heidegger's own analyses. It is possible that behind each phrase of Heidegger there is some Kierkegaardian thought. Certainly, Kierkegaard was well known in Germany. And even in France, as Henry Delacroix and Victor Basch had written on him at the beginning of the century, but it is thanks to Heidegger that this train of thought has sounded a philosophical note. I mean that, prior to Heidegger, Kierkegaard was confined to the provinces of essay, psychology, aesthetics, or theology, and that after Heidegger, he came into the purview of philosophy. In a sense, if Kierkegaard counted as important, it is only because Heidegger did first. For Levinas, at least, the philosophical significance of the Kierkegaard revival lay in Heidegger's thought and nowhere else. 22 Levinas went on to the substance of Heidegger's philosophy, stressing again, as he had in the 1930s, the importance of the ontological difference. This counted as the essential category of Heideggerian existentialism, which casts its particular illumination on all those notions with which the existentialists describe man, and transforms the old notions anguish, death, and so forth into new philosophy. Levinas had not only reduced the Kierkegaard revival to Heidegger, but he had, shortly after the war, clearly and single-mindedly fastened on this most central, if not exclusive, point of significance in Heidegger's philosophy. It is thus no surprise that in From Existence to Existence, partly written while he was a prisoner of war and published in 1947, Levinas could locate the seed of everything I would say later. 23 For it is an attempt to respond to Heidegger's argument that existence presupposed existence, the ontological difference, and therefore Heidegger's redefinition of traditional conceptions of transcendence. In that book, Levinas updated, in the form of his celebrated analysis of the There Is, the depiction of anonymous and horrific being he had limned in On Evasion of 1935. By means of an anthropological parallel, he hoped to demonstrate that the quest for ontology that Heidegger had undertaken counted, as his analyses of the 1930s had presaged, as an obstinate revelry in paganism rather than a way station toward religion. Levinas stated the purpose of his book with precision at the outset. If at the beginning our reflections are in large measure inspired by Martin Heidegger, where we find the concept of ontology and the relationship that man sustains with being, they are also governed by a profound need to leave the climate of that philosophy, and by the conviction that we cannot leave it for a philosophy that would be pre-Heideggerian. 24. In his analysis of the There Is, Levinas explained that being is, like the night, invaded with a presence. In the night to which we are bound rives, we have no relations with anything. But this nothing is not that of a pure nothingness. This universal absence is a presence, an absolutely unavoidable presence. Instead of serving as our means of access to being, the nocturnal space delivers us to it. 25. In describing existence, Levinas took the new step of appealing to the anthropology of religion offered by Émile Durkheim and Lucien Lévi-Bruhl to clarify the significance of this anonymous menace. According to his argument, Durkheim had stopped his analysis of primitive religion too soon, for in his depiction of totemic religion, of fetishistic object worship, Durkheim had not transcended the point of view of a subject facing an object. Very different, Levinas argued, seemed Lévi-Bruhl's portrait in his primitive mentality of participation, which identified the essence of primitive religion not in the object of worship, the totem, and through it the collective, but in the fact that primitive humanity lived prior to the very distinction between themselves and their world. 26 Levinas commented. Existence deprived of each term subject and object. Returns to an indistinct source. The impersonality of the sacred in primitive religions, which for Durkheim suggests that God is still impersonal, and will give rise one day to the God of evolved religions, in fact involves just the reverse, a world in which nothing prepares for a God's appearance. 27. The horror-stricken world in which primitives are supposed to live is also that of existence, toward which Heidegger had wanted to guide Philosophy. It was in this sense that Heidegger's thought seemed to Levinas pagan, because it reverted in European thought to the situation that contemporary anthropological theory had discovered outside Europe, a world without subject and object, and thus existence all by itself. But from existence to existence took the step that remained beyond the author's power and insight in 1935, at the end, by making the move from abstract existence to concrete, particular existent. Levinas allowed the possibility of escape founded on a transcendence internalized to the asymmetrical relationship to the other person. He had, it seems, glimpsed the possibility of this step in the course of Wall's debate about transcendence. Now, finally and decisively, he took it. Asymmetrical intersubjectivity is the locus of transcendence, Levinas argued. The subject, while preserving itself, has the possibility of not returning to itself. It can break the iron circle of the ego through concrete relations with other people. The essential thesis of totality and infinity, if not the systematic elaboration, is on the table. 28 It is clear that this relationship is not new, it is the interwar vision of the structure of relation between self and divine. It also reflects Levinas's choice, which he raised in the interwar Kierkegaardian debates, of the conceptual priority of existence over existence. In this sense, Levinas's historiographical assimilation of Kierkegaard to Heidegger in the post-war era led him to forget the interwar history of his own philosophical recourse to the Danes' search for the divine other in overcoming the Germans' all-too-human thinking. Nevertheless, the conception is not yet ethical. Levinas pursued this itinerary, of course, in the radically altered political and cultural circumstances with which the post-war period began. And his development of the theme of alterity against Heidegger's challenge took place at the same time, and in a sense on the same ground, as Levinas's creative fabulation of a new understanding of Jewish identity, one that is unintelligible except as a reaction against what Heidegger had come to represent in Levinas's imaginative universe. The irony flows from the fact that Levinas began to articulate this view on the occasion presented by Jean-Paul Sartre's interpretation of Jewish identity, in Reflections sur la question juive, known in English as Anti-Semite and Jew, a treatment so often, and so plausibly, faulted for defining Jewish identity solely as the effect of the antisemitic hatred that brought it into being. Nevertheless, quite ironically, Levinas's nascent understanding of Jewish identity in the post-war period is not hard to see as a partial performance of Sartre's controversial thesis, even as Levinas rejected it. Levinas attended a lecture version of the book by Sartre sponsored by the Alliance Israélite Universelle on a summer evening in Paris in 1947, for members of the Jewish organization only. Sartre, the celebrated author of Nausea, The Flies, and Being and Nothingness, in the first flush of his post-war apotheosis, had just published his book, an expanded version of the portrait of the anti-Semite that had appeared in an early number of the Journal he helped found, Les Temps Modernes. 29 In recent years, Sartre has often been castigated for ignoring the genocide, which one would expect to be fresh in the memory. 30 But when he introduced Sartre to a packed house at the Salle de la Chimie on the Rue Saint-Dominique, the jurist René Cassin, the epitome of the Israelite Français, then beginning his 20-year presidency of the Alliance and just at that moment in the midst of his work as primary draftsman of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, offered this tribute to Sartre, this catastrophe that has resulted in the extermination of 2/3 of the Jewish population of Europe might provoke in the survivors two different attitudes, either the will to forget, which is so human, or else the will not to forget, to inquire into the causes of the disaster, an option more fitting for humanity. Jean-Paul Sartre chose the second attitude. For this reason, according to the Alliance's reporter, Cassin expressed his satisfaction at seeing a lecturer in such demand and a thinker so vigorous interested in a question that the tragic events of this war had made more current than ever. 31 In this way, Cassin posed the same alternative as Levinas had in his initial post-war article. If French Jews generally observed only a strange silence about the Jewish fate during the war, one that grew more deafening as time passed, Cassin's remarks show that in context Sartre appeared to break it. Having written, in his first post-war article, Against the Perils of Forgetful Normalization, Levinas did not adopt the more contemporary vogue of denouncing Sartre either. Instead, like Cassin, he welcomed Sartre's intervention. More to the point, Levinas's participation in the controversy that Sartre's text had provoked provides precious information about the evolution of Levinas's own views in the immediate post-war moment. Like many later commentators, Levinas reserved his chief praise for Sartre's new existential analysis of the antisemite. One must pay attention, Levinas observed, when antisemitism is traced back to its metaphysical roots, and your everyday struggle is understood as the combat against evil itself. Levinas agreed with some members of the audience at the event that Sartre had gone too far in simply reducing Jewish identity to the product of the antisemite's gaze. In this, Sartre mistook Judaism's historical being for its metaphysical essence. Postponing his own exposition of the significance of this essence, however, Levinas heaped praise on Sartre's novel reformulation of the Jews' minority cause. Heretofore, Levinas observed, Jews, in insisting on the rights of man in general in order to safeguard their rights in particular, had been forced into a sacrifice of the intellect. Out of an understandable desire to defend human dignity, they had been compelled to ground their claims in the outdated philosophical conceptions of the Enlightenment, which presented human beings as atomized rather than socialized and emphasized their cognitive rather than their existential characteristics. The problem of Jewish emancipation, Levinas observed, had hitherto coincided with an analytical vision of society, one allied to a view of the human person as independent of his circumstances, his birth, his religion, and his social condition. A problematic bargain. In order to defend himself against the antisemite, the Jew had to present himself as an autonomous chooser independent of his social constitution and therefore of his Judaism itself. Alluding to UNESCO's attempt at that moment to discover a philosophical basis for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Levinas observed that Sartre's endeavor in Anti-Semite and Jew had made a heroic advance over the Enlightenment assumption of atomism on which rights had traditionally been based. The most striking fact about Sartre's battle, Levinas argued, resides less in the victory he has won than in the arms he uses. They are completely new. He attacks anti-Semitism with existentialist arguments. This is not only an event for the habitués of the Café de Flore. If one realizes that existentialism is more than a fashionable philosophy, then Sartre's reflections relocate the Jewish problem from the surpassed forum in which it has traditionally been discussed to the heights on which the true and troubling history of the 20th century has been unfolding. In this way, Sartre has ended anachronism. In tune with the Husserlian and Heideggerian revolutions of the 1930s, Sartre examined humanity not as abstract and individualized mind but rather as concrete and existing in situation. He enabled Jews to adopt this point of view, by showing an alternative to Nietzsche's epigones such as Charles Maurras, who had created the mistaken impression that currency and truth came only at the high price of violence and ethnocentrism. In contrast, Sartre's reflections provided a way for Jews to abandon their superannuated appeal to Descartes and Spinoza and to join their self-defense to the premises of modern philosophy. 32 This surprising essay is intelligible only against the background of Levinas's interwar Odyssey, which accepted Heidegger's dethronement of the theoretical subject of earlier philosophy as an extension of their teacher Husserl's intentionalistic immersion of the mind in the object world. As then, Levinas found this revolution to be unassailable in its motivations and results, even if it also eroded the working premises of Enlightenment universalism and egalitarianism. He welcomed Sartre's intervention because it strove to separate this useful advance from the politically nefarious causes the antisemitism, above all that it had frequently entailed. It thus made the interwar attack on solipsism and theory seem like a project in its own right, rather than simply a high-minded apology for a low-minded politics. Indeed, Levinas claimed, it paved the way for a modernist humanism, and thus served our cause, the cause of man. 33 By insisting, in his descriptive analysis of the antisemite as well as in his more limited thinking about Jewish identity, on the inseparability of the essential self from the social, historical, and religious identities that the Enlightenment simply presented as accidental, Levinas thought Sartre paved the way for a new appreciation of Judaism, one fully compatible with modern philosophy, one that made it not a choice but a situation. Of course, even this essay strongly implied that Sartre had badly erred in assessing the content and meaning of this situation. In a related essay, a contribution to a special issue of the journal Confluences on Sartre's book, Levinas explained how he proposed to replace Sartre's erroneous definition. Being Jewish, Levinas wrote in the piece that bore this same phrase as its title, is not just to seek a refuge in the world but to understand oneself in a place in the economy of being. As Levinas explained, the experiences of 1933 to 1945, for those who had survived, meant the conclusive end of idealism. It also forced the acceptance of the impossibility of the slow effacement of Jewish identity as allowed in an assimilationist master plot. Hitlerian antisemitism's recourse to the racial myth recalled to the Jew the irremissibility of his being. In this regard, Levinas apparently concurred with Sartre in rejecting what the latter had notoriously called inauthentic Judaism, the pretense that one is not what history and accident has made one. But unlike Sartre, who had argued that the Jew only existed as a product of antisemitic hatred, Levinas insisted that the Jew should welcome his Jewishness and that authentic Judaism meant a more positive understanding of the non-negotiable privilege and burden of this identity. The Jew, Levinas wrote, is the very entrance of the religious event in the world, better still, he is the impossibility of the world without religion. Levinas connected the recognition of this role to a powerful criticism of 19th-century French Jewish, and modern Jewish, identity on the grounds that it had focused too exclusively on Jewish emancipation, a temporary and historical problem that distracted it from the more eternal and fundamental Jewish existence and essence. Judaism had too often justified its survival out of the necessity of supervising the maturation of wheat. It had long ago sowed a reduction of Jewish identity to an apologia easy to reject as useless among Christian and democratic peoples who have grown up. Of course, Levinas's professional career presumed that this 19th-century mission remained important for Jews in Arab lands who had not lived through it. 34 Now, Levinas suggested, Judaism could return to itself, to the spiritual work in its existence rather than in its message. In contrast to Gershom Scholem, whose then recent major trends in Jewish mysticism he cited, Levinas did not want to show that Jewish mysticism had itself invented the project of its own people's assimilation. Instead, he hoped to characterize the ontological meaning of the non-Jewish world toward which assimilation led. Levinas went on to argue that its Christian roots made the modern world adopt a presentist and temporalized ontology, presumably one he associated with Heidegger's work, whereas Jews were subject to a different problem of existing. Sartre is perhaps correct to deny the Jew his own essence. But if Sartre gives him a naked existence just like that of all other mortals and the freedom to make an essence for himself either in fleeing, or in embracing, the situation that has been made for him, one may nonetheless rightly pose the question whether this naked existence does not allow of some differentiation. Is Jewish facticity not different from the facticity of a world that understands itself only from the perspective of the present? In the detailed argument that followed, Levinas suggested that the particularity of Jewish facticity, and the meaning of Jewish election or chosenness, is to have been thrown into a world in which the past has a claim and the future a meaning, unlike the existentialist portrait of the self's total auto-constitutive freedom, unencumbered by the past and responsible only for its own future. Unlike Christianity, from which modern freedom flowed, Levinas argued, of the typical existentialist portrait, Judaism did not transfer responsibility to someone who bears existence for you, who suffers for your sin, and can pardon you. Instead, it transferred responsibility to each chosen individual. Most important, Judaism in doing so brought a message to all mankind, one potentially open to all. Judaism, Levinas concluded, offers it not for theological reasons, but for reasons of experience. Its theology only makes its facticity explicit. 35 In this post-war moment, asymmetrical intersubjectivity and Jewish existence did not yet clearly have the ethical content that Levinas would make increasingly important in the course of the 1950s. Nevertheless, this pivotal essay in Levinas's career deserves to be cited in some detail because it is so critical as a sign of the implications of Levinas's larger attempt to provide an alternative to the existentialism in which he had been inducted and which he found, in large part, a progressive step in the history of philosophy. Not even the Holocaust led Levinas to give up the philosophical inheritance of the interwar period, and he still had no reason to change his mind about Heidegger's genius. As he put it in this article. 36 The essay is also irreplaceable because it is evidence of the fundamental difficulty Levinas would have to confront as his work evolved, the challenge of reconciling his revision of existentialism with his revision of religion. It is certainly plausible to think that Levinas, like Sartre's many other critics, stood on firm ground in opposing his exclusively negative presentation of Jewish identity. But Sartre's thesis, presenting Jewish identity as social and historical, is probably closer to the truth than the reverse position, the one Levinas epitomized, which considers Judaism as a stable essence found and preserved rather than made and altered. Indeed, if Sartre's thesis about Jewish identity is generalized to suggest that it is made through relation and opposition to forces outside Judaism itself, then it will often come close to explanatory insight, especially when applied to a modern Jewish thinker such as Levinas himself. Indeed, one cannot fail to note that Levinas in some part performed, beginning in the post-war period, the thesis that Jewish identity is elaborated in opposition, in his own case to Heidegger in particular and in the context in which he found himself more generally. Levinas felt the imperative to make something of Judaism before he embarked on the quest to gather materials for doing so. The best way to see this in only a preliminary way, for it would take Levinas's full-fledged development of his conception of Jewish identity several years later to complete it, is to note the subtle but genuine tension Levinas introduced in attempting to adapt Rosenzweig's monetary and testimonial theory of Jewish existence in the Star of Redemption to his new circumstances. In articulating a notion of Jewish being, Levinas likely drew not only on the star's conclusion but also on some letters Rosenzweig sent to his friend Rudolf Hello in 1921 and 1922, published posthumously in 1935, which introduced the notion of Judasein, Jewish being. 37 By this, Rosenzweig appears to have meant that Judaism consisted not fundamentally of a set of laws but of a way of life, a position already fully articulated in his philosophical masterpiece. In tune with Rosenzweig's general presentation in the Star of Redemption, this understanding of Jewish existence separated Jews decisively from other nations. It was true that Rosenzweig's conception contained, like the prophetic books, a universalistic claim, but as Peter Gordon has argued, this universalism counted only as proleptic, applying in the future rather than now. Rosenzweig's understanding of the future makes it an eternal orientation, an eternal future that is always not yet and thus structurally, permanently proleptic, Gordon explains. To call this doctrine universalist seems misleading, since it downplays the paradox that universalist hope can only function on the basis of present exclusion. 38. In contrast, Levinas, while drawing in the post-war moment on the concept of Jewish being, actually shifted radically away from Rosenzweig's original exclusivist conception. To put it in a formula, ethics will have to be for everyone. For this reason, Levinas had to silently break with Rosenzweig's original presentation of the nature of Jewish particularity. In spite of Levinas's argument, Judaism is no longer exclusivist being but at best exclusivist knowledge of the conditions of existence under which all live. In the rest of this chapter, it is not a matter of seeing how or more exactly, whether Levinas could sustain the particularity and specificity of Judaism within the universalizing framework he had established by attempting to redefine selfhood, not simply Jewish selfhood, as ethically obligated by definition and in its very constitution. Instead, the remainder of the discussion assumes that Levinas deeply believed in the philosophical, supersectarian availability of a secular doctrine of ethics. That the core concept in this doctrine had, as the earlier parts of this study have shown, theological origins only makes it more interesting to discover how Levinas proposed to make the belief of some reasonable to all. It also invites the question of how, as his career developed in the 1950s, he would present his evolving conception of Jewish particularity in light of the universalist ethics he also hoped to defend and promote. Solitude and Sociality. Levinas's next philosophical work after From Existence to Existence, entitled Time and the Other, shares a point of departure with its predecessor in a similar critique of Heidegger's theory of intersubjectivity. Levinas acknowledged that Heidegger, far from intending to perpetuate the solipsism of the Western philosophical tradition, had provided in Mitzvah a decisive exit from that tradition. And yet, Levinas observed unwittingly joining the self-same critique that Löwit and Arendt had offered many years earlier. Heidegger seemed in this regard not up to his own insight. Both of these early texts, From Existence to Existence and Time and the Other, provide an alternative vision of sociality generated, ironically, from a point of departure more solipsistic than Heidegger's own. Both provide a narrative that begins with an anonymous no one, proceeds through solitary individuation, and concludes with dyadic intersubjectivity. In Time and the Other, Levinas's justification of his reversal of Heidegger is apparently that the focus on solitude in Heidegger's work had inadvertently shown the need for an account of why primitive participation broke down into modern individuation, an account Heidegger never provided. It also allowed doubts about Heidegger's premise that participation itself counted as a doctrine of sociality. According to Levinas's new book, Heidegger had obscured the relationship between sociality and solitude by failing to think through his own concept of ontological difference. A main argument of Time and the Other is the attempt to conceive of existence without either selfhood or sociality, and then to generate both on its basis. Levinas called the discovery of the ontological difference the most profound aspect of being and time, but went on to fault Heidegger for failing to genuinely consider the existence he had discovered apart from the individual existence that were intended to be the means of access to ontology. In Heidegger, Levinas contended, existence is always claimed by a someone, so that it is impermissible to admit existing without existence. 39 But if existence were considered the starting point, with solitude and sociality phenomena following from it, then it would become possible both to preserve the ontological difference and to re-articulate the relation of solitude and sociality on its basis. Existence, Levinas argued, reprising his analysis of ILYA from his immediately prior From Existence to Existence, is anonymous, not really social at all, except in the limited sense in which primitive existence involves a participatory relationship with everything else. In this light, Mitzvah is not, Levinas suggested, properly speaking, a social doctrine at all, but one that simply suggests that both selfhood and sociality follow from some more primordial situation. Of course, the participatory collectivism of existence, Levinas wrote, certainly did provide access to other people, by adverting to an existence prior to self and other, in Levi-Bruhl's participatory existence, as in Heidegger's Mitzvah, the primitive man not only sees the other but is the other. But this access did not really count as a doctrine of sociality, because intersubjectivity requires subjects. For this reason, Levinas went on to suggest that Heidegger's own discussion of solitude, a solitude absent in the primitive world and only present in the modern world, explained why collectivist fusion did not suffice either as a description of primitive sociality or serve as a possible vision of modern sociality. Point 40. On the one hand, fusion presupposed prior solitude, which primitive men did not yet possess. On the other, fusion could not overcome prior solitude, an achievement of which only modern men could boast. Participation does not deliver us from solitude. A modern consciousness, at least, could not abdicate its secrecy and solitude at so little cost. And to the extent that the experience of participation may be real today, it coincides with ecstatic fusion. If we leave monadology, we arrive at monism. For these reasons, Levinas suggested, solitude does not appear as a privation of a previously given relation to the other. Solitude does not emerge out of sociality but out of anonymity. Point 41. Indeed, Levinas saw solitude as the premise of sociality because, for an individuated existent to be social, it first had to be individual. Solitude, Levinas explained, in what has plausibly been seen as a rewriting of Rosenzweig's portrait of metaethical man in The Star of Redemption, is the very unity of the existent, the fact that there is something in existing starting from which existence occurs. The subject is alone because it is one. 42. In this light one could argue that the premises of Levinas's conception were more, not less, solipsistic than Heidegger's own starting point. But Levinas intended his reversal of the relationship between solitude and sociality to result in a more intelligible conception of their relationship and a dyadic rather than communal conception of sociality, so that he insisted on the primacy of solitude to sociality not in order to overcome sociality but to present it differently. In summary, then, Levinas in Time and the Other attempted to fasten on some paradoxes in Heidegger's account of sociality in order to rewrite it, while preserving Heidegger's ontology. From the start, I repudiate the Heideggerian conception that views solitude in the midst of a prior relationship with the other. Though anthropologically incontestable, the conception seems to me ontologically obscure. The relationship with the other is indeed posed by Heidegger as an ontological structure of Dasein, but practically it plays no role in the drama of being or in the existential analytic. All the analyses of being and time are worked out either for the sake of the impersonality of everyday life or for the sake of solitary Dasein. I find here an invitation to go beyond the definition of solitude by sociality and of sociality by solitude. In this criticism, Levinas had in mind two related issues in Heidegger's text. First, that sociality played a far smaller role compositionally in being and time than it could have conceptually, making a brief appearance but playing little substantial role in the hermeneutics of existence the book presents, and second, that insofar as sociality occupied Heidegger's attention, it was only in order to show the collective preconditions of individual existence, solitude by sociality, or the polarized standoff between collective and individual, sociality by solitude. Point 43. By breaking with Heidegger's equation of primitive and primordial existence with sociality, and redefining sociality as an achievement presupposing solitude, Levinas also claimed to avoid confusing paradoxes and false alternatives in Heidegger's account. Levinas used the word hypostasis to refer to the disclosure of the individual existent from the anonymous, not the social background. After some comments about the nature of the solitude that hypostasis allowed, especially in relation to the world of objects Heidegger had famously presented as tools, Levinas completed his analysis by returning to the problem of the relationship between solitude and sociality. His analysis involved an attack on Heidegger's concept from being and time of being toward death. For Heidegger, Levinas observed, anxiety is the intimation of death, the experience of nothingness. But is death not on the contrary, if by death one means nothingness, the fact that it is impossible to die? 44. As Levinas went on to argue, death is always in the future, postponed, uncertain in the timing of its eventual arrival. It is not just a looming disaster that gave rise to the burden of authenticity but an event structurally in abeyance. But Levinas merely wanted to reinterpret the significance of anxiety, not to cast it away. Instead, the impending but uncertain arrival of death led Levinas to a continuation of his larger narrative of the transit from solitude to sociality. The fact that death deserts every present is not due to our evasion of death and to an unpardonable diversion at the supreme hour, but to the fact that death is ungraspable, that it marks the end of the subject's virility and heroism. For this reason, the expectation of death signified the reversal of the subject's activity into passivity. In the climax of the book, Levinas wrote, "Death is the impossibility of having a project. The approach of death indicates that we are in relation to something that is absolutely other, some thing bearing alternity not as a provisional determination we can assimilate, but as something whose very existence is made of alternity. My solitude is thus not confirmed by death but broken by it." Levinas took this analysis not simply as completing his new trajectory from no one to solitude to intersubjectivity, but also as showing the mistake in the conceptualization of sociality as communion. The other is not merely unknown but unknowable, refractory to all light. But this precisely indicates that the other is in no way another myself, participating with me in a common existence. 45 Although Levinas had not yet extended this analysis to the alternity of other people, in that this argument is about the alterity of death to the self, it was a template for the sociality that followed. In Time and the Other, Levinas concluded with his celebrated analysis of the feminine, a gendering of the encounter with the other attacked by Simone de Beauvoir in The Second Sex, but epitomizing for Levinas the nature of interpersonal sociality for which there are otherwise only traces in civilized life. If it is a sexist idealization of relations between man and woman, it is a strange and idiosyncratic one, with a hierarchy whose intent is to reverse the more familiar sexisms of enjoying dominance or seeking pleasure. Drawing unmistakably on Rosenzweig's account of revelatory love, Levinas presented Eros as being as strong as death. Also beginning his engagement with Plato's theory of Eros, which was to figure prominently in totality and infinity, Levinas argued that love is not an ideal of fusion but the image of insurmountable duality. It is a relationship with what always slips away. The relationship does not ipso facto neutralize alternity but preserves it. The pathos of voluptuousness lies in the fact of being two. The other as other is not here an object that becomes ours or becomes us, to the contrary, it withdraws into its mystery. It is only by showing in what way Eros differs from possession and power that I can acknowledge a communication in Eros. It is neither a struggle, nor a fusion, nor a knowledge. One must recognize its exceptional place among relationships. It is a relationship with alterity, with mystery, that is to say, with what is never there. 46. The core of Levinas's mature thought, then, is there, a conception of sociality founded on a dyadic relationship, and a picture of intersubjectivity different from that in prior thinkers, whether Hegel, Heidegger, or Husserl, to whom he alluded in this passage. It is, however, as this book's narrative structure has hopefully made clear, a crypto-theological conception, even if in Time and the Other it had not yet become an ethics, and thus an ethical theology. Time and the Other often reads like an only slightly distorted translation into phenomenology of Rosenzweig's The Star of Redemption, internalizing in its own narrative the predecessor narrative of the transit from self-enclosed, metaethical solitude to asymmetrical intersubjectivity basking in God's revelatory love. Except that in Time and the Other, God is human rather than divine. The epilogue to this book returns to the question of how successfully Levinas's intersubjective doctrine, modeled in this way on a doctrine of theological, rather than human, encounter, can function as a secular ethics. A final discussion, however, is required about the circumstances in which Levinas's asymmetrical theory of intersubjectivity became a specifically ethical body of thought, and the consequences of this innovation for Levinas's theory of the Jewish faith. Levinas's continuous innovations in the name of a phenomenology of interpersonal alterity, while critical to understand internally, began at a particular time and place, shaping it in ways that only a contextualization can explain. It is a mistake, to put it differently, to attempt to fathom why Levinas made himself into an ethical theorist in the course of the 1950s without considering something about the intellectual history of the period, especially since this wider context partly dissolves the sense of singularity that many readers attribute to his mature thought out of lack of familiarity with the movements in which, for all of its remarkable distinctions, it also counted as typical. Levinas's thought, both his general ethics and his Jewish thinking, matured at a moment in which he joined a cohort of thinkers anti-utopian, indeed anti-political, existentialists who stressed as a group the importance of the revival of moral norms. They did so as a minority, especially in French thought, and they conceived of their mission as the defensive isolation of a realm of interpersonal moral intimacy against the totalizing claims of Hegelian and Marxist intellectuals who argued for the priority of collective politics and historical progress to intimate morality and eternal norms. Placing Levinas back in this context is not only helpful in understanding the external background that helped determine his internal development. It may also show some of the limits of his endeavor. Scholarship after 1989 inundated readers with attention to the dominant strain in French thought in this period, the left-leaning, Hegelian, Marxist, and sometimes communist philosophy of Sartre and his generation. As they became increasingly engaged, it is now well known that they turned a blind eye to Stalinist horror, excusing evil in the name of the future good it supposedly would make possible. 47 Historians have been much less interested in the minority, anti-Hegelian, moralistic project that gained momentum and popularity in the same years, and of which it is entirely appropriate to understand Levinas as a part. Though this movement has been forgotten, because its main figures have been surpassed, an excellent means of access to its character is to return to the presentation given by the American liberal Judith Shkler in her contemporaneous political analysis of the intellectual life of the period. After Utopia. 48 Turning to Shkler's work is especially appropriate, not simply because it provides a panoramic reconstruction of the intellectual context required to grasp the particularity of Levinas's development, but also because the burden of responsibility some members of this minority strain in French thought advocated has sometimes been partially and uncritically revived as a plausible philosophical alternative to the Cold War era defense of violence in the name of historical progress. 49 Unfortunately, as Shkler's work suggests, the moralistic alternative was just as much part of the belief system of the Cold War as the rival, Hegelian view it rejected. Shkler's book is a study of the repudiation of politics in European thought of the time. Of course, the majority of intellectuals, especially French intellectuals, had hardly abandoned politics. But their endorsement of totalitarianism epitomized by Maurice Merleau-Ponty's notorious pamphlet, Humanism and Terror, the classic apology for violence in the name of progress, Shkler judged to be simply uninteresting. In the age of two world wars, totalitarian dictatorship, and mass murder, Shkler served of the Hegelians' wager on progress. This faith can only be regarded as simple-minded, or even worse, as a contemptible form of complacency. For this reason Shkler shifted her sights to the alternative, but she found it just as wanting. And so she rejected not simply the political Hegelianism but also the moralistic Kierkegaardianism of her age. Politics, she wrote of the view proffered by the equal and opposite extreme, have become futile. But in the face of immoral politics, in response to Cold War-era engagement, she wanted to discover a different politics, rather than to present morality as a new and global alternative to politics. And so she did not flinch from critically analyzing the moralists as well. 50 Not all of Shkler's intellectual filiations and political analyses have stood the test of time, but certain of her descriptions and criticisms of an earlier ethical turn in philosophy deserve revival and consideration because their object has, in a certain fashion, also returned. The neo-Kierkegaardian moralists, and there were many in the period, reacted to the Hegelian attempt to provide a progressive history as the last word in philosophy, with the riposte that existence remained unsurpassably individual rather than collective and has to be lived morally in the present rather than gambled recklessly on the future. Shkler countered that the negative aspects of this separation of the individual from history outweigh its obvious attractions. Most of all, this separation seemed too purely reactive against what it properly rejected. The intensity and prevalence of the unhappy consciousness today is not surprising in view of the crimes justified in the name of superpersonal, historical reason. It is this which enrages the Christian Gabriel Marcel no less than the atheist Albert Camus, and so unites them. Hitler, the latter remarks, was history in its purest form. In his beautiful defense of the eternally human values of indignation against revolutions justified by historical reason, we find again Kierkegaard's disgust at Hegel's bland systematization of evil. Totalitarianism has only intensified the romantic sense of apartness from history. But in this extreme alienation lies also an admission of futility, for history is now too far from us to be even understood. 51. In Schiller's view, the Kierkegaardian immunity from history and politics that this cohort of thinkers insistently claimed for the self showed its most serious limits precisely in the domain in which this group claimed to innovate, and that it presented as a genuine alternative to politics, that is to say, in the domain of ethics. In her analysis of Marcel, Schiller criticized the existentialist ethic that, unlike Sartre's hostile, even hateful, treatment of intersubjective relations in the period of his high existentialism, demands of each individual a gift of oneself. An open fing of oneself to others, to place oneself at their disposal. Given the dyadic fashion in which Marcel like Levinas presented this approach, Schiller felt comfortable dismissing it as a quasi-religious experience of two lonely souls finding selfhood in each other, an experience ultimately incompatible with the intersubjective sociality for which it properly aimed. Although its instincts to avoid utopian activism were creditable, it nevertheless failed to theorize a communal politics. This ethic attempted to overcome solipsism, but repeated it, far from being the antithesis of solitude, it is in fact based upon a loneliness that it preserves. Finally, she charged, it presented morality in so rarefied and supercontextual a fashion that it could not plausibly give rise to an ethic to guide everyday behavior and practices. Nor can it provide a basis for any general ethic, as she put it. Rules of morality are not applicable to mystical experiences. 52. It is worth considering whether Schiller's critique of the movement of which Levinas made himself a part is applicable, even partially, to aspects of his own work. As Schiller's argument intimates, Levinas's close associate Gabriel Marcel also undertook a philosophical revival of ethics during this same period, and his intersubjective thinking discloses a commonality of project and assumption. To understand why Levinas's evolution in the 1950s took a specifically ethical direction, there is no better comparison than with Marcel, a once prominent thinker and one of Levinas's most important interlocutors. Marcel, 1888 to 1973, had become famous in the late 1920s thanks to his metaphysical journal and as a playwright. 53. An acquaintance of Levinas's beginning in the 1930s, and like him a contributor to the crucial interwar philosophical journal Recherches philosophiques, Marcel had been a participant at his friend Wall's 1937 colloquium on the problem of transcendence and, like Levinas, pursued intersubjective philosophy in ethical form in the post-war age. 54. While normally understood as a Christian existentialist, a label he sometimes adopted, Marcel nonetheless, like Levinas, claimed to reconstruct some of the premises of a traditional faith based on the putatively impartial phenomenological analysis of everyday experience. 55. His most revealing engagement with the theme of intersubjectivity came in his once celebrated book, Homo Viator, of 1945. 56. Beginning in that text, Marcel had to contend with the astonishing triumph of Sartre's philosophie. And Marcel took direct aim at his rival's antagonistic theory of others. The major fault Marcel found in Sartre's work was that it ruled out, or failed to theorize, the relationships of love and charity toward others. The author has nowhere succeeded, I do not say in giving an account of love, but in conceiving it. 57. There is a striking convergence, along several dimensions, between the ethics Marcel presented in this work and the ethics Levinas would later defend. Most of all there is in Marcel's theory the two-stage progression, reminiscent of Arendt's and Rosenzweig's presentation as well as of Levinas's later contrast between enjoyment and desire, beginning with the ego that, so long as it remains shut up within itself, that is to say the prisoner of its own feelings, of its covetous desires, and of that dull anxiety that works upon it. Literally has not awakened to reality. But this self-enclosed, egolatrous attitude can give way to something more. One can become, in Marcel's proprietary term, available disb-oneable to the other. Marcel defined this availability as an aptitude to give oneself to anything that offers, and to bind oneself by the gift. 58. It was out of concern for this experience that, in another essay, Marcel vilified Sartre's skeptical reduction in being and nothingness of generosity to the status of destructive enslavement of the other for its inability to allow for Marcel's own phenomenological reconstruction of self-gift, by which he meant the capacity to open ourselves to others. 59. In contrast to his descent from the Sartrine vogue, Marcel later found much to welcome in Levinas's totality and infinity, and he paid homage to it in his William James Lectures at Harvard University in 1961 for contributing to the recovery, in a Hegelian age, of what he called the existential background of human dignity, including a foundation for human rights in intersubjective morality. 60. Marcel typified a current of thought in the 1940s and 1950s in which morality came to be understood as face-to-face intimacy. More genuine than, and precluding corruption by, collective politics and history. One of the more remarkable signs that Levinas joined this current is an apparently unknown essay published in 1952 taking a stand on the celebrated confrontation of Sartre and Camus precisely over the questions of ethics and engagement. In an article obscure at the time and forgotten since, Levinas commented on the exchange of letters between Sartre and Camus, after the publication of the latter's The Rebel, an antagonism that caused a Parisian sensation in 1952. Where Camus opposed the nihilist engagement of the political terrorist, and thus Sartre's intellectual engage, he appeared to Sartre to offer the implausible alternative of the disengaged moralist. 61 For Gabriel Marcel, even Camus went too far, in his hope to preserve the pose of the rebel, an attitude that Tony Eude has characterized as a vestigial anarchism that did not fully comport with the ethic of responsibility that the rebel actually anticipated. 62 For his part, Levinas advocated a vision that attempted, like Marcel's argument, to cut through an apparently false distinction by identifying the possibility of moral engagement, a difficult and challenging ethical ascetivism that would replace the political activism that Camus attacked but partially preserved. For this reason, Levinas could begin his article by claiming to agree with Sartre that life had to be made to conform with theory and not the reverse. To demand agreement between ideas and life, the ultimate test of thought by living it, is the sign of a spiritual renewal. It is true that it is necessary to live in order to think. But to think is to create a state in which thought, which is conditioned, nevertheless precedes its conditioning. Thought is, by definition, discomfiting and courageous. It is therefore legitimate to wonder about the personal security that an intellectual adventure hides. Tell me the dangers that you are risking and I will tell you if you are thinking. Danger is not an end in itself, and civilization has the purpose of vanquishing dangers. But civilization degenerates when it restricts itself to avoiding dangers. What both sides had forgotten, Levinas suggested, is that there is no plausible choice between political engagement and moral detachment, for morality itself demands a kind of strenuous engagement. As Levinas went on to explain, religion in particular provided just the locus for the moral engagement that properly split the difference between Sartre and Camus' equally unsatisfactory positions. Of course, religion would have to be corrected. God, Levinas wrote, had been in modern times not so much devalued as domesticated, and people rightly refuse the opportunity the religions offer to have a conscience that never becomes bothersome. Sadly, the true alternative religion offered to the unfortunate options of the day had been lost from view because of its institutionalization, but it is the irreducibility of thought to one institution among others to a church that amounts to the foundation of monotheism. The critique of institutions of Kierkegaard and Barth shines through in such passages. Accordingly, Levinas rejected visions of religion that compartmentalized it rather than seeing it as a whole way of life, a moral life. Indeed, before modernity, Levinas claimed, Jews had been forced to live dangerously, adopting the Nietzschean ideal because of the conflict between the tenacity of their moral beliefs and the hostility of the outside world. Now they had to renovate their religion to avoid its decline into the churches and sermons of an institutionalized degradation. 63 Grasping the full significance of Levinas's turn to ethics, for this reason, requires seeing how he proposed to rethink Judaism in this period. Even though Judaism represented, for him, only an emblematic system of ethics, in a more global alternative to politics in the Cold War age, Levinas's interpretation of Judaism as an ethics, when it took decisive shape in the early 1950s, developed not, then, simply out of the internal exigency of thinking but in the context of the Cold War, in which Judaism came to stand emblematically for the genuine engagement and strenuous discipline that ethical relationships must afford everyone. In his rhetorically aggressive endorsement of Morality Against Utopia of 1950, the earliest document of his ethical transformation of his faith, Levinas presented Judaism, just as Marcel had presented Christianity, as equivalent to the first light of conscience on the path that leads from man to his neighbor. Levinas defined the utopian alternative as the wishful and premature attempt to exit one's constitutive situation, a tempting but fictitious alternative because it involved fleeing the conditions from which one's work draws its meaning. In contrast to the utopian, the moralist remains here below. Morality had been mistakenly equated with the dry and mind-deadening moralism of the 19th century and the THIRD-WORLDism of sermons. It had been falsely made what Levinas called in another article a private Judaism, or, in an alternative rendering, deprived Judaism, one that then offered no public consequence. In its place the allure of utopia had become fashionable, the dream of a no place that, however, falsified the fact that humans are thrown into a place and have only the exigency of their relations with others to give them meaning. The Bible does not begin the building of an ideal city in a void. It places itself inside these situations that it must assume in order to overcome them. To recognize the necessity of a law is to recognize that humanity cannot be served by a simple and magical denial of its condition. Utopia seems not just vain in itself but also dangerous in its consequences. The man of utopia wishes unjustly. Instead of the difficult task of living an equitable life, he pursues a dream as though he were still sleeping, as though another day should dawn within his day, and with it another waking that would rid him of his suffocating nightmares. To move toward justice while denying, with a global act, the very conditions within which the ethical drama is played out is to embrace nothingness and, under pretext of saving everything, to save nothing. 64. In this manner, Levinas's presentation of Judaism in this period as the source of a moral realism that provided a safeguard against the wishful and treacherous desire for a revolutionary alternative to the burden of responsibility not only followed from his creative interpretation of the Jewish tradition but also from a transconfessional imperative during the Cold War of thinking after utopia. In following the development during the 1950s of Levinas's Judaism, it bears noting, as it reached its classic form, how far his novel conceptualization of Jewish identity took Levinas from the texts of Franz Rosenzweig, whose thinking he did not so much extend as reverse in defining Judaism as an ethics. Around the time Levinas imagined Judaism as an interpersonal ethics and inscribed himself as Rosenzweig's follower, Leo Strauss wrote a text explaining why he had felt the need to break with Rosenzweig early in his career. He read The Star of Redemption, for good reason, as a Jewish version of the far more general interwar philosophy of divine encounter, God's revealing himself to man, his addressing himself to man. Strauss summarized the doctrine of Rosenzweig's masterwork. Is not merely known through traditions going back to the remote past and therefore now merely believed, but is genuinely known through present experience which every human being can have if he does not refuse himself to it. This is not a kind of self-experience, but of something coming from the outside, going against man's grain. It is the experience of an unequivocal command addressed to me here and now as distinguished from general laws or ideas that are always disputable and admitting of exceptions. Only by surrendering to God's experienced call which calls for one's loving Him with all one's heart, With all one's soul, and with all one's might can one come to see the other human being as one's brother and love him as oneself. 65. There is hardly a better description of the heart of Rosenzweig's project even in the recent literature, the heart presented in the central portions of the Star of Redemption on Revelation. Most of all, Strauss provides a reminder that, for Rosenzweig, human ethics were derivative of divine encounter, neither identical to nor analogous with it, only by surrendering to God's experienced call, which calls for one's loving Him with all one's heart, with all one's soul, and with all one's might can one come to see the other human being as one's brother and love him as oneself. But in the early 1950s, Levinas took two decisive steps. He internalized the other to the human realm, humanizing what Rosenzweig had insisted on divinizing. For this reason, the derivative relationship between revelation and ethics in Rosenzweig's thought could not survive. But yet more radically, Levinas severed the connection man potentially had to God, making human ethics the only intermediary to the divine, or even the divine's equivalent. It was a momentous transformation of Rosenzweig's philosophy, indeed, one could say, a reversal and betrayal. Levinas offered his understanding of Judaism as an ethics in a series of rhetorically beautiful essays that allow his decisive period of discovery in this regard to be dated to the period from 1950 to 1955. It is striking how much of the ethical impulse of totality and infinity is presented in the short essay Ethics and Spirit of 1952, rather than in Levinas's philosophical writings. There, Levinas repeated his advocacy of a return to and renovation of 19th-century definitions of Judaism and perhaps religion in general as a body of moral teachings. Rosenzweig, like other interwar theologians, had revolted against this interpretation because it lost God as an event and a presence, leaving only a husk of morality behind. But it is this earlier vision that Levinas now found valuable. Belonging to Judaism presupposes a ritual and a science, Levinas contended. Rejecting both Rudolf Otto's theology of the numinous experience and Kierkegaard's theology of the encountered other, Levinas presented the essence of Judaism as a Talmudic science of the continual unfolding of the ethical order, leading to the salvation of the individual soul. How the moralism of the 19th century, in spite of all of its naivete, begins to shine anew in our dulled eyes. 66. Next, in his meditation on Zvi Kolit's story Yisel Rackover Talks to God, Levinas took the step not simply of redefining religion as ethics but of strenuously denying that it had any other content, most of all, the divine encounter theorized in the interwar years. Levinas interpreted Kolitz as saying, "The path that leads to the one God must be walked in part without God. The adult's God is revealed precisely through the void of the child's heaven. This is the moment when God retires from the world and hides his face. The link between God and man is not an emotional communion that takes place within the love of a God incarnate but a spiritual relationship that takes place through an education in the Torah. God is real and concrete not through incarnation but through law. Ethics and principles install a personal relationship worthy of the name." Only Levinas's post-Holocaust situation can explain this transformation of the position that Rosenzweig had bequeathed him. Leon Wieseltier suggests on theological grounds that, in his attempt to infer the presence of morality from Yisel Rackover's parable of God's absent face, Levinas destroyed the story's metaphysical tension, by diminishing it into an ethical tension. In keeping with his lifelong enterprise of conferring upon morality the glamour of transcendence. 67. Whether or not Levinas's interpretation commits this reduction against Kolitz's story, a transformation of Rosenzweig's vision it most certainly was. It bears stressing that ethics only became Levinas's lifelong enterprise, however, at this moment. For the first time, Levinas imposed on the interwar figure of thought of the other its new ethical meaning, activating the humiliating shame and response of self-judgment Rosenzweig had depicted in the encounter of human and divine and arrogating it for interhuman relations. Ethics as a replacement for God's absence is the position Levinas, then, pursued only thereafter. Ethics is not the corollary of the vision of God, he wrote a year later, in 1956, it is that very vision. Ethics is an optic, such that everything I know of God and everything I can hear of His word must find an ethical expression. 68. This view in summary, departs fundamentally, in the most foundational possible way, from Rosenzweig's argument, reconstructed as a baseline ear-liar, that ethics is a corollary of revelation, not a vision but vision's consequence, one mode among others of the redemptive activity that routinizes momentary revelation. Nevertheless, it would be a serious mistake to think that the revelatory God of interwar theology has genuinely flown the heavens. He has descended to earth. The transcendent divine that Otto had intimated, that Kierkegaard had, through Barth and others, epitomized, and that Rosenzweig had hoped to recover for theology could remain a part of Levinas's project but internalized to the human realm in the form of the human other. And so, by appropriating revelation for human relations, Levinas betrayed his source in Rosenzweig's text fundamentally, and in G with a cryptotheistic ethics and an atheistic theology. In this way, Levinas emerged in the early 1950s with an unprecedented and idiosyncratic vision of Judaism all his own, a creative fusion of the philosophical moralism of the Cold War era with the interwar theology of encounter that, however, remained only in a humanized form. This moment of crystallization created the basic shape of Levinas's thought, which persisted in its essentials down to the end. This synthesis, we shall see in the epilogue, provided much of the ideational core of totality and infinity, but it also shaped Levinas's specifically Jewish writing. As an example, one may take the Talmud readings that Levinas began to give in 1960. Almost exactly contemporary with totality and infinity, which itself argued in favor of the ethical rejection of collective history in the name of interpersonal exigency, Levinas's inaugural Talmudic readings on the subject of Jewish messianism are nevertheless his most striking presentation of the opposition, characteristic of the Cold War, of morality to politics. Levinas came to see the Talmud as the maturation and rationalization of earlier, but still mythological, biblical materials, as the Jewish sages isolated the ethical essence that followed as the consequence of God's post-biblical absence. 69 But these readings provide irreplaceable evidence that Levinas's ongoing innovations in philosophy, dependent on and reflecting the spirit of his time, were bound up in the most detailed respects with his rethinking of his own faith, so much so that he began to retroject the philosophical considerations of his age and his partisan affiliations within its philosophical debates into some of the foundational documents of the Jewish tradition. In his first reading, in a creative interpretation of a debate between Shmuel and Yochanan in Tractate Sanhedrin, Levinas not coincidentally claimed to find an early version of the conflict between Hegelians and Kierkegaardians that obsessed his own contemporaries, the proponents and adversaries of Marxism, that is, the entire thinking world of this mid-20th century. 70 In Levinas's view, Yochanan and Shmuel were debating whether the hypothetical end of history in the advent of the Messianic age would lead to a complete resolution of human problems, moral as well as political, or whether, because human life is defined by the exigency of ethical commitment, moral problems can never disappear. For the Hegelian Yochanan, Levinas explains, the end of days is not just a political concept. It would, rather, bring the complete purification and regularization of human life. For Shmuel, in contrast, it is not expectable that moral problems will vanish in the Messianic age. Contrary to Shmuel, who does not separate the Messianic era from the difficulties encountered by morality, Rabbi Yochanan envisages a pure and gracious spiritual life that is in some way stripped of the heavy load of things that is made concrete by economics. In his vision, one can have direct relationships with the other, who no longer appears as poor but as a friend. There are no more professions, only arts, and the economic repercussions of actions no longer have any bearing. Rabbi Yochanan in some way believes in the ideal of a disincarnated spirit, of total grace and harmony, an ideal exempt from any drama, while Shmuel, on the other hand, feels the permanent effort of renewal demanded by this spiritual life. Shmuel's beautiful position, with which Levinas clearly sympathizes, does not necessarily turn a blind eye to the difficulties of human relationships, even though it denies that these relationships are implicated in any way in the end of days. Instead, Shmuel reserves the perfection of human relationships on a moral level for the future world. It is not always familiar to Jews, Levinas remarks, that Judaism distinguishes between messianic times and the future world. Crucially, however, the future world is outside of history. For this reason, the end of history in the messianic days does not bring it about. 71 The domain of morality, then, is not, and never will be, history. The singularity of the interpersonal relation is distinguished and exempted from the vagaries of historical and therefore political life. As Levinas explains, for Shmuel the future world is paradoxically out of time. It concerns a personal and intimate order, lying outside the achievements of history. The future world cannot be announced by a prophet addressing everyone. The personal salvation of men escapes the indiscretion of the prophets. No one can fix in advance the itinerary of this adventure. The exigencies of morality that everyone faces, in other words, are eternal rather than historical. The moral adventure, the real quest each person must carry out, is reserved for interpersonal intimacy rather than mass conflict. If obligations are to be upheld, it will not be up to politics and history and collectives to do so, it will be up to each person alone. The personal is, very precisely, not political. 72 In such passages, Levinas is evidently following Rosenzweig, improvising, like his predecessor, on the exilic topos of Israel as the witness to the nations, the haven of perpetuity subsisting peacefully in the midst of the internecine belligerence of the powers, eternal witnesses to their merely historical conflicts. But whereas Rosenzweig is a particularist, Levinas is a universalist. Insofar as Levinas wanted to extend the monetary and testimonial role that Rosenzweig reserved to Jews to the individual subject of any faith or none, one can find Kierkegaard to the supersectarian and post-Christian Kierkegaard, with whom the last chapter has shown several important philosophers of Jewish origin identifying, and whom they thereby invented, in the interwar period. It is not, again, beside the point that Jews played such a surprising and prominent role in the French Kierkegaard enthusiasm of the age. If, as Camus claimed, Hitler epitomized the danger of history, the Kierkegaard enthusiasm evidently helped Levinas to the point of arguing, beyond and against Rosenzweig, that there is a Jew in each person and he is morality. And yet, as suggested above, this universalization of Jewish particularity led Levinas into paradox, a fact most evident in his confusing and confused reconceptualization of Jewish election. That Levinas had softened the line between Jews and others even as his religious premises forced him to insist on its continuing validity is indicated by Levinas's double affirmation that Jewish moral commitment both demonstrated and anticipated that of everyone else. For Levinas, it is for the whole of humanity that Judaism came into the world, and the reputation of considering ourselves to be a chosen people seriously harms this universalism. Jewish election differentiates some from others not in the burden it imposes but only in the awareness and understanding of that burden of responsibility it affords. It bears noting how substantially this view differed from Rosenzweig's own articulation of the perennial theme of Jewish distinction, according to which there is a difference not of awareness of obligation but a difference of obligation itself. For this reason, Levinas's assignment to everyone in the present of a universalism that Rosenzweig reserved for a future is one that tacitly had to erase the line between Jews and others even as it insisted on that line. The Jewish concept of Israel and the sense that it is a chosen people, Levinas argued, already includes the abolition of the differences between Jew, Greek, and barbarian but remains, for a Jew, a condition that is at any moment still indispensable to such an abolition. 73 If the line between Jews and others has already been erased, then how is it possible for it to be on the verge of erasure? Nevertheless, in his moralistic redefinition of Jewish identity, Levinas forced himself to attribute this identity to everyone, whether or not they knew it, even as he reserved special insight into it to some. In so doing, he implicitly undercut Rosenzweig's strong sense of temporal sequence, his predecessor's more traditional belief in particularism now in the name of universalism in the end. For Rosenzweig, divine redemption is for everyone later, for Levinas, human ethics are for everyone now. Likewise, Levinas's mode of thinking about the state of Israel beginning with its inception is illuminating and illustrative of the nature of his turn to ethics, for Israel presented what might initially seem the problematic anomaly his paradigm could not accommodate, especially as a follower of Franz Rosenzweig, who had rejected Zionism before the creation of the Jewish state. Levinas's transformation of Rosenzweig's theory of redemption into an ethics, however, allowed Israel to be seen as a potential enactment of this conduct, a kind of polity beyond politics. While ethics in general provide an all-encompassing alternative to the private Judaism of modern times, Levinas wrote in 1952, only, perhaps, the state of Israel today assures the end of a Judaism represented as confidential. 74 In his most significant article of the 1950s on the subject, Levinas explained that affirming the validity of the state of Israel meant, paradoxically, affirming not a political victory but the religious values that now took on political form. The Jewish people, he wrote, have now achieved a state whose prestige nonetheless springs from the religion that modern political life supplants. For this reason, the politics of the Israeli state, if successful, were precisely, and only, to enact an ethics. What genuinely matters about the state of Israel is not that it fulfills an ancient promise, or heralds a new age of material security, but that it finally offers the opportunity to carry out Judaism's social law. For this reason, Israel would, even if it had religious political parties, transform its religion into the ethics its essential tradition had always championed. One could say, then, that Levinas's endorsement of Zionism attempted to occupy some of the same ground as Rosenzweig's rejection of Zionism, since both involved the rejection of politics in the name of redemption, except that Levinas attempted to redefine redemption not simply as an ethics, but one that could take political, statist form. 75 It is in a similar vein that, at the end of his second Talmudic reading in 1960, Levinas acknowledged that in modern times it is hard to accept the distinction between politics and morality. 76 For since the emancipation, we can no longer separate reason and history so radically, perhaps because since the 18th century, reason has penetrated history. With their emancipation, Jews began to take history seriously. Accordingly, Shmuel's reservation of Judaism's moral doctrine from politics now seems outmoded. Although Jews now seem poised more than ever to traduce their heritage in affiliating with the modern identification of politics and morality, Levinas suggested that a commitment to the State of Israel provides a way out of the apparent conundrum because it represents a particularly Jewish insertion into political history, in that Israel promises only a politics of morals. In this limited sense, in the State of Israel, Shmuel and Yochanan find a compromise, a way for Jews to act politically while remaining moralists. 77 In these multiple respects, Levinas's turn to ethics and a radically novel interpretation of Jewish tradition in the 1950s, to say nothing of his vision of their relation to statist politics, remain intelligible only as controversial and partisan contributions both to definitions of ethics and definitions of his tradition. In this regard, it is interesting to note that even in the immediate post-war and post-Holocaust age, many including many Jews insisted on the stubborn tendency of history to resume and rejected the standpoint of pure morality, the standpoint Levinas saw the Jews inhabiting, as altogether too comfortable to either believe or to accept. The restoration of Levinas's Talmudic readings from his book Difficult Freedom to the colloquies in which they began shows that the battle of Hegel and Kierkegaard continued to rage and that not everyone took Levinas's side. Politics, some insisted, is not the opposite of morality but rather the true forum of moral opportunity. The Jewish essayist Oladomir Ruby complained, in response to Levinas's presentation, that it is simply an alibi to search for eternity, for it amounts to the refusal of choice before the problems that interest the modern world. And even if Levinas's interest in restricting the scope of politics turns out to have been shared by many of his co-religionists, the lengths to which he took his Kierkegaardian perspective did not win universal assent. It seemed to his audience that the very importance of morality justified a different and more compatibilist understanding of politics than Levinas articulated. Emile Twaitai, for example, asked whether it is, in the end, possible to distinguish the two realms. Robert Aaron wondered whether the exclusion of the Jews from history ignored the role messianism accords to human beings to participate in God's design through politics and hasten the end of days. The veteran Wall, always present, objected similarly, and in spite of his Kierkegaardian credentials, to the pretense involved in the wish to live outside of history. 78. Emmanuel's on ethics. The revival of ethics after the Cold War, the period during which Levinas became an ethical thinker, suggests that the philosophical divisions of that time may not yet have ended, even though the conflict itself has. Indeed, in tune with Schiller's attack, the skeptical co-religionists' criticisms of Levinas point to potentially severe defects in the approach that makes the availability of the other in ethics depend on the immunity of the moral from the historical and the ethical from the political. Though he often presented ethics as arduous and dangerous, as difficult freedom, Levinas's polarization between morality and politics depends on the premise that while morality is safe and certain, beautiful and perfect, politics is shadowy and fallen, even soiled and dirty. Yet even eternal moral principles, should they turn out to exist, would require a politics. Indeed, one could say that the belief in their immediate relevance to the political world is itself a moral necessity. One may therefore want to ask, in response to the much discussed ethical turn among Western intellectuals, of that time and later, whether a moral doctrine that claims to be prior to and the ground of politics is plausible on moral grounds. But more fundamentally and troublingly, one might think, it is implausible to entirely distinguish or completely shield the domain of interpersonal and face-to-face transactions where Levinas, Marcel, and others, in their rejection of their Hegelian contemporaries, saw morality operating from mass politics and collective history. If a trans-historical theory of intersubjectivity, such as the one Levinas offered, is important to develop, it may have to be a theory open to, if not compatible with, the lesson of modern social theory that the profoundest intimacies of human interactions are affected by their historical moment and tinged and often tainted by the power relationships of collective politics. In coming to a skeptical point of view on the premise that morality and politics are absolutely and generically different, one may well want to avoid the equal and opposite extreme, Friedrich Engels's irresponsibly emphatic rejection of any moral dogma whatsoever as an eternal, ultimate, and forever immutable ethical law on the pretext that the moral world has its permanent principles which stand above history. 79. All the same, la morale pour la morale seems little better than la politique pour la politique. Of course, Levinas would himself evolve, but he did so from a starting point, and whether he ever transcended the dichotomy between ethics and politics remains an open question. 80. The details of his evolution, however, ironically distanced him from the Cold War position that only a later moment in the Cold War would allow belatedly to triumph as part of a broad ethical turn. The philosophy of the ethical other would have to wait until, not simply on the right but also on the left, it made cultural sense to advocate an anti-political politics, one defined as practical morality, as service to the truth, as essentially human and humanly measured care for our fellow humans. 81. And in France it would take not only Jacques Derrida's critical respect for the thinker who influenced him so much but also the rise of the fashionable belief that politics had died a thankful death, after spattering too much blood, and that the time had come for intellectuals to write manuals of ethics. 82. Levinas, having already done so, entered into the process of his consecration, as Pierre Nora has significantly called it in a recent article. 83. The consequences are ones that continue to define the intellectual present. As for Judith Schiller, she concluded that the popularity of moralistic six Zions in the 1950s, though her views apply just as much to their later revival, reflected the sad fact of the absence of a satisfactory secular social philosophy. 84. The turn to morality really illustrated, Schiller said, an inability to transcend religion in the name of a purely human viewpoint. Ironically, it was just such a philosophy for which Levinas had aimed, culminating in his classical masterpiece, Totality and Infinity of 1961, which is the subject of the epilogue to this book. Epilogy. Totality and Infinity. When one beholds a godlike face, first there comes upon him a shuddering and a measure of that awe which the vision inspired, and then reverence as at the sight of a god, and but for being deemed a very madman he would offer sacrifice to his beloved, as to a holy image of deity. Plato, Phaedrus. Levinas's meditation is directed toward being, but, one should specify, actually against being, because he defends a superiority of the existent over existence, thus reversing the hierarchy that Heidegger established. And the existent that essentially presents itself to him is the face, the human face, and behind this human face, what we feel, what we intuit in reading him, is actually the non-face of the divine. Jean Wall. Levinas's essential interlocutor, Jean Wall, posed perhaps the crucial question when, shortly after producing his masterwork, the author of Totality and Infinity presented a new paper to the Société Française de Philosophie. Levinas's appeal to the other, Wall remarked, naturally evokes the name of Kierkegaard, and perhaps others. But the holy other for him is God. Is he wrong? Is the holy other found in experience, or is it rather only in and through the call of God that the holy other is revealed? Levinas's reply, it is difficult to say. I agree that these notions are connected, but ultimately my point of departure is absolutely non-theological. I insist upon this. It is not theology that I am doing but philosophy. One as a substantive claim, Levinas's response may, or may not, persuade. As a his epigraph. In Wall, Tableau de la Philosophie Française, 2nd ed. Paris, Gallimard, 1962, 163. 1. Bulletin de la Société Française de Philosophie 56, 1962, 43. Rhetorical claim, it obscures the makings of his thought, the sources that make his doctrine of the other an ethical theology of a genuinely creative, but also self-evidently controversial, kind. This book, having taken Levinas though his initial construction of a doctrine of ethical intersubjectivity, does not follow him into the heroic years of his development of a battery of powerful and unexpected arguments in its name. Nevertheless, as Isaiah Berlin once argued, the deepest convictions of philosophers are seldom contained in their formal arguments. Fundamental beliefs, comprehensive views of life, are like citadels which must be guarded against the enemy. Philosophers expend their intellectual power in arguments against actual and possible objections to their doctrines, and although the reasons they find, and the logic they use, may be complex, ingenious, and formidable, they are defensive weapons. The inner fortress itself, the vision of life for the sake of which the war is being waged, will, as a rule, turn out to be relatively simple and unsophisticated. Point 2. Nothing in the foregoing changes the fact that, whatever the route he took to achieve them, Levinas's arguments in his masterwork, Totality and Infinity, and beyond have to be analyzed for their philosophical merit, just as nothing obviates the possibility that they are, as his followers very fervently believe, simply true. That truth is discovered in history, and perhaps in surprising ways, does not make it any less true. But the value of conceptual history, even in this case, is that it can explain the origins of the visions for the sake of which arguments are deployed and new arguments substituted for old ones. How, in Levinas's career, the transcendent and ethical other on whose behalf he argued for the rest of his life made its initial appearance in European intellectual history. And conceptual history can, in other, less certain cases, also serve to locate in time assumptions that initially seemed to transcend it, to suggest the specificity of the languages philosophers have inherited, and to alter the impression of what quandaries they ought to face. Accordingly, this epilogue has two purposes. The first one is to suggest, briefly and partially, a reading of Levinas's philosophical masterpiece Totality and Infinity as a historical document. The second is to intimate some consequences historical and philosophical of the chief argument of this book, that Levinas's other is a secularized appeal to the divine, a God in humanized form. In a note he appended to Time and the Other, Levinas explained that his philosophy remained highly preliminary, that he had taken the step of presenting, perhaps too soon, notions dear to his heart, too many points that should have been developed, or introduced, so many affirmations that have to be placed in the horizons from which they have been falsely separated. 3. It can be argued that the major innovations Levinas made before the publication of his state thesis, Totality and Infinity, were not simply to augment the claims of his immediate post-war work but chiefly to clarify their status. In Time and the Other, the description of the self's path out of anonymity to dyadic intersubjectivity has the apparent status of phenomenological depiction, as if intersubjectivity were an achievement rather than a premise of selfhood. But Time and the Other lacks ontology fundamental, albeit anonymous rather than social, the horrific presence out of which selfhood and then intersubjectivity had to emerge. Point 4. By Totality and Infinity it is clear that the path to the disclosure of the other occurs only as a matter of subjective discovery and phenomenological study, but this disclosure now has the status of a breaking of the illusion of solipsism and the revelation of an antecedent, indeed, immemorial dependence. Totality and Infinity makes clear that ethical bondage is constitutive of the self rather than the pre-existing self's achievement. This critical move, which alone allowed Levinas to complete his argument against the primacy of existence and put the ethical interrelation of existence in its place, is justified as part of Levinas's larger recourse, in the years following Time and the Other, to his old teacher Husserl's philosophy. When Husserl died in 1938, Levinas, in a forum conducted with Lefschetov, had written a memorial essay honoring the founder of phenomenology. 5. Although essays published only in the late 1950s made clear that Levinas felt he could return to Husserl's project and renew it from within. 6. Levinas signaled very early in the post-war period that his evolving position would internalize certain critical propositions of Descartes, Husserl's own distant master. In effect, Levinas reread Descartes' Meditations on First Philosophy, which had first given rise to the solipsistic quandary in modern philosophy, in light of Rosenzweig's presentation in The Star of Redemption of the transit from metaethical solitude to revelatory intersubjectivity. Accordingly, Levinas focused not on the skeptical premises of the first meditation but on the recovery of the higher and other God of the third meditation. Descartes had effected this recovery through his so-called ontological argument, which deduced the other from the idea of infinity, an idea otherwise unavailable to a finite being. 7. What has been neglected in the literature on this topic is that Levinas above all followed Descartes in his distinction between what the rationalist had called the order of the subject matter and the order of reasoning. 8. This allowed Levinas to clarify the status of his claims in Time and the Other in order to make evident, as Descartes had, that solipsism had the status not of a reality but of a necessary methodological and perhaps experiential illusion in the discovery of the dependence on a higher other that had never genuinely disappeared. The priority of the other in the order of the materials requires a discovery of this priority, which in turn mandates the priority of the ego in the order of discovery. For Descartes, however, the other is divine, whereas for Levinas the other is human. Totality and Infinity is, therefore, structured around a major opposition between the solipsistic or separated self and the encounter with the other, or between interiority and exteriority, an opposition that Levinas came to associate with a distinction between appetitive enjoyment and solicitous desire. Levinas not only devotes the most substantial portion of the book to the phenomenological investigation of interiority, he insists that it is in a certain sense prior to exteriority and that the realization of exteriority is dependent on the prior interiority or separation of the self. The Star of Redemption provided a model on this point, just as the drift of the beginning of Rosenzweig's book consists of disaggregation of fundamental elements prior to a later, though never totalized, reaggregation. Totality and Infinity begins by spending many pages describing and arguing for the existential dignity of individuality and even solipsism prior to a consideration of the topic of how this egocentricity is to be moderated. Levinas believes that the self eventually realizes that it depends on an other prior to it. But what is first in the order of the subject matter is not what is first in the order of reasoning. Accordingly, in the beginning the self conceives of itself as independent in the sense that it constitutes everything there is. Levinas explains, the present of the cogito, despite the support it discovers for itself after the fact in the absolute that transcends it, maintains itself all by itself. Levinas calls this an instant of sheer youth, for the interiorized self is heedless of its slipping into the past and of its recovered self-possession in the future. 9 While the plenitude of the self in the grips of this perception is an illusion, it is a necessary one. The consciousness of separation, Levinas wrote in the most Kierkegaardian pages of his book, and the most direct evidence for the correspondence between this text and his initial Talmudic readings, is different from and the disconfirmation of the historical point of view. The survivor, as Levinas calls him, stands at the end of history in order to make sense of what has transpired. By contrast, the self, thanks to separation, must always understand itself as in medias residential and therefore unsublatable even projectively, into any larger epoch. Interiority institutes an order different from historical time in which totality is constituted, an order where everything is pending. The point of view of the surviving last man may at some point have some circumscribed validity. Totalization, Levinas wrote, is accomplished only in history, in the history of the historiographers, that is, among the survivors. But even then it betrays the very history whose final meaning it claims to deduce. For, thanks to separation, each person is also his or her own story, an actor in a drama all his or her own. Consequently, the individual refuses to be reduced to a pure loss figuring in an alien AC counting system of the recollective owl's sweeping comprehension of the whole. Accordingly, the thesis of the primacy of history constitutes an option for the comprehension of being in which interiority is sacrificed. The real must not only be determined in its historical objectivity but also from interior intentions, from the secrecy that interrupts the continuity of historical time. 26-29/55-58. In the beginning, the secrecy of the self is complete. The solitude of what Levinas called ipseity is most exaggerated in the representational acts that Husserl's phenomenology prized. The exteriority of the world to the self leaves no residue when it is represented, it is converted entirely to the same. It is in fact for this reason, according to Levinas, that Husserl fas tend on representation as the model of intentionality. It can present an ideal of knowledge because it is uncorrupted by any residue of the other. Husserl's theory of knowledge, Levinas suggested, misses the deeper continuum of intentionalities involved in enjoyment, of which representation is only the furthest pole. For this reason, it is an error, as he had argued in his dissertation, to intellectualize life by making representation the centerpiece of philosophy. The strictly intellectualist thesis subordinates life to representation. 143/168. Like Heidegger, Levinas argues that pragmatic and utilitarian comportment is prior to theoretical and representational activity. Consequently, an account of the pragmatic relation to the world that Levinas calls enjoyment reveals the limits of a philosophical approach that takes representation as the model for activity generally and considers that once it has explained the one it has explained the other. Levinas's initial reactions to Husserl, of course, were quite different. Like many of Husserl's early students, he saw the principle of intentional ity as portending a reversal of the drift of modern thought and a qualification of Husserl's representationalism. By the time of totality and infinity, Levinas concluded that intentionality, whose goal was to restore a connection to the world that idealism had snapped, has to be saved from Husserl and deployed against him. But he had also gone beyond intentionality. At best, Levinas now came to think, it allows only for the resistance rather than the acknowledgement of the other. It is still mired in the appropriative syndrome of the solipsistic understanding of the self. Indeed, Levinas now argued, other forms of enjoyment, unlike representation, to some extent consist in holding on to the exteriority that the transcendental method involved in representation suspends, 100/127, emphasis added. What does this mean? According to Levinas, when one intervenes in the world, as opposed to watching it, the world resists and fights back. The representational bias of philosophy is placed in doubt above all by the experience of the body, which, owing to its demanding neediness, converts the world not into a spectacle to be observed but into prey to be stalked. The neediness, or what Levinas calls the indigency, of the body requires more active forms of intentionality in interacting with a world that resists. To doubt that the form that stands out in profiles on the horizon or in the darkness exists, to impose on a chunk of iron that presents itself a given form so as to make of it a knife, to overcome an obstacle, or to do away with an enemy, to doubt, to labor, to destroy, to kill. These negating acts assume objective exteriority rather than constitute it. To assume exteriority is to enter into a relation with it such that the same determines the other while being determined by it. 100/127-28. These non-representational forms of intentionality reveal the self to be part of a world that, even when interiorized, begins outside of itself. This argument amounts to a continuation of Levinas's technique from the interwar period of mobilizing the principle of intentionality against Husserl's reductive interpretation. Only now he does not pretend that Husserl himself implicitly resisted his own optical bias. These considerations allowed Levinas to understand selfhood as pragmatic rather than theoretical. But he understood this reversal very differently than Heidegger did, although he nonetheless owed his teacher the basic move. For Levinas, interiority is the life of enjoyment in which needs are met through pleasurable recourse to the world. The characteristic attitude toward the world of the solipsist is appropriative and, according to Levinas, appropriation is inseparable from the experience of satiation. Nourishment, as a means of invigoration, is the transmutation of the other into the same, which is in the essence of enjoyment, an energy that is other, recognized, we will see, as sustaining the very act that is directed upon it, becomes, in enjoyment, my own energy, my strength, me. All enjoyment is in this sense alimentation. 83/111, 10. Levinas did not intend this as a description merely of a psychological syndrome, it is meant as an account of all states of the psyche, and it therefore is implied by all psychological activities whatever their object. Enjoyment is not a psychological state among others, the effective tonality of empiricist psychology, but the very pulsation of the I. Subjectivity originates in the independence and sovereignty of enjoyment. 85-86/113-14. Levinas is ambivalent in totality and infinity toward the interiorized subject. He meant to restore to enjoyment some of the existential dignity it possesses in human life, and to attack it as nonetheless limited. An illuminating means of establishing these points is through a comparison to Hannah Arendt, who in The Human Condition undertook a strikingly parallel strategy. In his description of interiority, Levinas expresses a qualified defense of the activities she describes under the categories of labor and work. Even when ultimately he is as intent as she is on portraying them as prior but bastardized alternatives to some higher possible way of being. Levinas also links interiority to the economy, which he understands, like Arendt, in the sense of Aristotle's household, oikos. Aristotle relied on an image of human life, epitomized by the penury of slavery, that amounts to a dead-ending cycle of need and therefore requires work and labor simply to ensure survival. But, though this subjugation to nature counts as a lower way of being, Levinas like Arendt wants to emphasize that it is a precondition for awareness of the higher and that it is not entirely negative. For the life of enjoyment is, Levinas contends, just that, enjoyable. Although it is an error to expect too much of it, it is also mistaken to expect nothing of it. Arendt insisted on this point. In her description, the existence of animal laborans involves the sheer bliss of being alive which we share with all living creatures, in which men, too, can remain and swing contentedly in nature's prescribed cycle, toiling and resting, laboring and consuming, with the same happy and purposeless regularity with which day and night and life and death follow each other. The blessing of labor is that effort and gratification follow each other as closely as producing and consuming the means of subsistence, so that happiness is a concomitant of the process itself, just as pleasure is a concomitant of the functioning of a healthy body. 11. Similarly, Levinas hoped to stress that natural participation in the apparently hellish cycle of need is actually enjoyable. Unlike Arendt, who intended to draw as sharp a distinction as she could between labor and work, Levinas does not see tool using as special and so draws no such distinction. But, like Arendt, Levinas wants to emphasize the satisfaction involved in the fulfillment of need. Life is not the naked will to be, an ontological zarga for this life. Life's relation with the very conditions of its life becomes the nourishment of content of that life. Life is love of life, a relation with contents that are not my being but more dear than my being, thinking, eating, sleeping, reading, working, warming oneself in the sun. The reality of life is already on the level of happiness, and in this sense beyond ontology. Happiness is not an accident of being, since being is risked for happiness. 84/112. Enjoyment, for Levinas, and like Arendt, is a kind of impure pleasure, thinkable only in response to the pain of need. But it is nonetheless gratifying. Though irritated by an itch, it feels good to scratch it. Though pained by hunger, I derive pleasure from eating. I do not simply drink but quench my thirst, and though compelled by libidinal appetites, I enjoy sexual fulfillment. More generally, though I cannot call a halt to the endless cycle of my neediness, I still enjoy it each day, even though the character of the enjoyment is always more or less the same. Levinas specified his portrait of interiority in his descriptions of the element and the dwelling. According to Levinas, the environment in general belongs to nobody. Things refer to possession, can be carried off, are furnishings movables, i.e., movable property. The medium from which they come to me lies in escheat, a common fund or terrain, essentially non-possessible, belonging to nobody, earth, sea, light, city. Every relation or possession is situated within the non-possessible that envelopes or contains without being able to be contained or enveloped. 104/131. The element does not refer to pristine nature but rather as the inclusion of the city implies to any and all circumstantial environments. So far, Levinas appears to agree with Heidegger's portrait of Dasein. In my position there is not the sentiment of localization but the localization of my sensibility. 111/138. Separation means localization, in a particular body and a specific place. 142/168. At this point, however, Levinas's portrait of the existential atmosphere of localization diverged from the Heideggerian precedent on which he drew. In the environment in which I find myself, I carve out a niche and take up residence. This dwelling, demeure, is described as a respite from the element. It is set back from the anonymity of the earth, the air, the light, the forest, the road, the sea, the river. It has a street front, but also its secrecy. The primordial function of the home does not consist in orienting being by the architecture of the building and in discovering a site but in breaking the plenum of the element, in opening in it the utopia in which the I recollects itself in dwelling at home with itself. 129/30/156. In totality and infinity, the home is intended as a depiction of the highest attainment or most organized form of interiority. At its best, the home can confer considerable pleasures and fulfillment. It is described by Levinas as paradisal enjoyment, in which even the sense of an impending ending need not disrupt the contentment. This idyllic portrait is a far cry from Heidegger's presentation of man as possessed by an anxiety born of the intimation of death. But whatever the compliments he paid to interiority and enjoyment, Levinas only did so as a prelude to inserting it as the bottom of a hierarchy in which ethics to priority, just as Arendt did with labor in relation to ascesion. Accordingly, the terms in which enjoyment is described will only take on their full sense in light of the higher conception of so-called desire to which it is opposed. Levinas's party positive interpretation of enjoyment does not mean, then, that it is morally positive or even morally neutral. On the contrary, enjoyment is, Levinas suggests, morally tainted. This dimension is clearest when enjoyment becomes most aggressive, when it takes the form of representation. The activity of representation takes to the very limit the reduction of the other to the same. It interiorizes the world as a picture and accords its sense. But reduction and appropriation persist even when the self is forced to acknowledge the resistance of the exteriorized world, for even though this resistance is forced on the self, the response of the self is to overcome it. The result is, just as with representation, the reduction of the other to the same. In an excellent image, solipsist operations are compared to the act of impiety committed by Prometheus stealing the fire of the heavens, 134/160. But the negative potential of interiority is best symbolized by another Greek figure, Gyges of Plato's myth. At the close and the culmination of his discussion of separation, Levinas writes, Gyges' ring symbolizes separation. Gyges is the very condition of man, the possibility of injustice and radical egoism, the possibility of accepting the rules of the game, but cheating, 148/173, cf 32/61. Thus, Levinas mobilizes the example of Gyges to the same purpose Rosenzweig did in the Star of Redemption, except that he has moralized it. Gyges illustrates the immorality of the solipsist version of the self after it is disaggregated from participation in the totality but before it has been reintegrated through revelation in intersubjective connection. Though close in a great many respects to Heidegger's portrait of being in the world, Levinas's discussion of the primacy of practice involved is nonetheless, as in Arendt's The Human Condition, a creative reading of the teacher's path-breaking assault on the nobility of theory. Thus, implicitly, and at many points explicitly, Levinas signaled the novelty of his improved analysis of separation. Even before reaching his better-known and more fundamental indictment of Heidegger's denial of transcendence, Levinas, in his section on interiority, began to criticize his teacher's understanding of being in THE-World. 12 and, as with Arendt, the differences in phenomenological description amount to differences in moral prescription. According to Heidegger's celebrated analysis in Being and Time, the world of use objects, Zug, is originally ready to hand, Zuhanda, and became present at hand, Vorhanda, usually when a tool failed to work and the activities of theory and abstraction were required to make repairs. 13 Accordingly, the relationship between self and world is originally pragmatic rather than theoretical. Heidegger's chief example is the hammer of the artisan. Until and unless it breaks, it is used mindlessly, without recourse to mentalistic abstraction and contemplation. According to Levinas, Heidegger missed a central aspect of the practical experience of the self in the object world. Levinas's attack on Heidegger's pretension to descriptive neutrality has both positive and negative dimensions. The positive argument he wishes to make about the practical attitude toward the world is that it is in all cases oriented toward enjoyment. The things we live from are not tools, nor even implements, in the Heideggerian sense of the term. Their existence is not exhausted by the utilitarian schematism that delineates them as having the existence of hammers, needles, or machines. They are always in a certain measure, and even the hammers, needles, and machines are objects of enjoyment. Whereas the recourse to the instrument implies finality and indicates a dependence with regard to the other, living from delineates independence itself, the independence of enjoyment. 82/110. For Levinas, put differently, Heidegger had missed the place that tools take in the larger economy that generally subsists between the self and the object world. I do not only make use of the hammer, I make use of it for ends that are part of the economy of neediness and satiation. Even when I use a hammer to complete a project, I have instrumentalized it to my own satisfactions. The handling and utilization of tools, the recourse to all the instrumental gear of a life, whether to fabricate other tools or to render things accessible, concludes in enjoyment. 106/133, cf 111/138. It is not, then, that Heidegger's pragmatism is in error, it is that he failed to integrate tools into the larger economic context in which the resort to them makes sense. The enjoyment of a thing, even if it is a tool, does not consist simply in bringing this thing to the usage for which it is fabricated, the pen to the writing, the hammer to the nail to be driven, but also in suffering or rejoicing in this operation. The things that are not tools, the crust of bread, the flame in the fireplace, the cigarette, offer themselves to enjoyment. But this enjoyment accompanies every utilization of things. 106/133. Levinas's point seems to be that recourse to the object world only occurs thanks to a primordial zest for life, so that Zarga, contrary to Heidegger's suggestions, is never neutral. It is always already normative in content. It is interesting, Levinas concludes, that Heidegger does not take the relation of enjoyment into consideration. The implement has entirely masked the usage and the issuance at the end, the satisfaction. Enjoyment is the deep explanation of utilitarian recourse to the world, but not exhausted by it, for to live is to play and not only to use. Or, as Levinas put it with his metaphor for enjoyment of nourishment in mind, Dasein in Heidegger is never hungry, 107-8/134. And even when it eats, it is never sated either. The enjoyment of Dasein that Heidegger described as neutral is also intended by Levinas to disconfirm Heidegger's more general picture of existence, in which he silently followed Barth, as being thrown into a world he did not choose, so that he may never feel at home except at the price of a delusional and inauthentic everyday consciousness. Levinas argues that in the element man is not received into a land of exile, humiliating and limiting his freedom. The human being does not find himself in an absurd world in which he would be dwarf and thrown, 114/140. To the contrary, the enjoyment to be found in what is generally a land of milk and honey makes life gratifying. It creates a pre-established harmony with what is yet to come. Hence, the love of life does not resemble the care for being. The love of life does not love being but loves the happiness of being, 118/145. He even states, insecurity cannot suppress the fundamental agreeableness of life, 123/150. In particular, it is Levinas's portrait of the dwelling, which allows the self to feel at home, that contradicts Heidegger's early analysis in being and time, as well as even his less stringent later view of Wohnen living. 14 In Being and Time, Levinas writes, the home does not appear apart from the system of implements, 144/170. The restoration of this element of life to being in the world, Levinas thinks, strongly reorients Heidegger's portrait, up to and including the relevance of impending death. At the same time as he indicts Heidegger for accentuating the negative, Levinas also suggests, in anticipation of his later introduction of transcendence, that Heidegger missed what really counts as negative about interiority. For the possessive attitude of separation is, however enjoyable, morally tainted. Levinas's chief examples of objects in the world are not tools that have to be used but food and land that have to be appropriated. His most frequent metaphor for enjoyment is the wolf's activity of predation. It sinks its teeth into what it captures and enjoys the seizure and theft. In the satisfaction of need, the alienness of the world that supports me loses its alterity. In satiety, the real into which I sink my teeth is assimilated, the forces that were in the other become my forces, become me, and every satisfaction of need is in some respect nourishment, 102/129. As Levinas implies as part of another argument, the self acts immorally only in extending such predatory attitudes to human others, elements and things remain outside of respect and disrespect, 240/262. It follows that moral criticism can be applied not to the penchant for appropriation itself but only to the potential that it will extend to humans. 15 Nonetheless, the potential alone is enough to invite moral evaluation. Heidegger has, Levinas argues in his book, committed a double fault. He misses both the positive aspects of pragmatic being in the world and the negative potential that Gyges, in his trespasses of moral obligation, symbolizes best. The discussion of interiority and enjoyment in totality and infinity is crucial to the doctrine of intersubjectivity Levinas later develops. Levinas's stress on selfhood prior even to contemplating the topic of the other in totality and infinity is a reflection of his belief that at least from the point of view of the order of discovery intersubjectivity is unthinkable without the priority of subjects on the scene, egoism, enjoyment, sensibility, and the whole dimension of interiority. The articulations of separation are necessary for the idea of infinity, the relation with the other that opens forth from the separated and finite. Being 122/148. The discovery of infinity presupposes the route through finitude. For the concerns of this book, of course, as well as for Levinas's Seelbracht contribution to ethics, it is the climax of totality and infinity in its attendant to the transcendent other that demands examination. Of the many ways to read the completion of the book's diptych in an account of exteriority, the most obvious for these purposes is as a battle to adhere to its secularizing mission, to conscript the theological languages of the interwar period for a secular account of moral obligation. Most self-evidently, there is in totality and infinity a persistent and memorable rhetoric of utter and exorbitant transcendence, the kind of rhetoric that Rosenzweig would have himself repudiated and that is only explicable historically thanks to Levinas's fusion of Rosenzweig's conception of divinity with the interwar Kierkegaardian appeal to the transcendent other. The paradox in Levinas's appropriation of Rosenzweig, then, is that he at the same time secularized and radicalized his forebear's theology. Thus, the core fact about the human other for Levinas, as Barth had maintained of the divine other, is that it is qualitatively different from finite, everyday objects. Accordingly, the other's nature is infinity, a challenge to the finitude of the self. It is transcendent and opposed to the immanent. And it is, in Levinas's incorporation of the interwar Protestant rhetoric into one of the foundational phrases of postmodernism, wholly other. Levinas's earlier description of metaphysical longing from Of Eva Zion, his crucial article of the 1930s, is now given a new articulation. It is embedded as the motivating emotion of the entire system propounded in totality and infinity. Descartes' ontological argument is the solution to the metaphysical quandary of the 1930s, as the persistence of one of Levinas's key terms in his account of what is accomplished by the disclosure of infinity makes clear. It succeeds in the improbable feat whereby a separated being fixed rive in its identity, the same, the I, nonetheless contains in itself what I can neither contain nor receive solely by virtue of its own identity, 15/26-27. As Levinas's rhetoric suggests, the distinction between interiority and exteriority tracks that between enjoyment and desire. In contrast to objects whose nature is finite, and that are there to be appetitively enjoyed, other subjects, whose nature is infinite, can only be desired with unfulfillable longing. No journey, no change of climate or of scenery could satisfy the desire bent toward it, Levinas argued. The metaphysical desire tends towards something else entirely, toward the absolutely other, 3/33. The distinctive character of desire as opposed to enjoyment is that it is not to be satisfied, not even temporarily, through the zest of possession. It is a desire that cannot be satisfied, Levinas explains. It is like goodness, the desired does not fulfill it, but deepens it, 4/34.16. It is one thing to state a contrast between exteriority and interiority and between desire and enjoyment, but it is another to explain this contrast. And Levinas often seemed self-contradictory in his description of the new category, as if he may not have been certain how radically he wanted to describe the other. Levinas is famous for passages indulging in the rhetoric of exorbitancy familiar from invocations of the infinite in theological sources. The other remains infinitely transcendent, infinitely foreign, Levinas writes at one point. It is neither seen nor touched. This contact across a distance, relation with the non-touchable, across a void involves absolute difference. This is the radical thesis, reminiscent of Barth, one that Rosenzweig would have repudiated on the grounds that God's momentary presence cuts through the contrast between distance and proximity. Levinas also uses a similar metaphorical arsenal, transmitted to him through Barthian and Kierkegaardian sources, involving remoteness and height, 273-74/297. Accordingly, in Totality and Infinity, as in his 1950s Jewish writings, Levinas explicitly rejected the excessively appropriative theology of Rudolf Otto. For Levinas, the encounter with the other occurs without any odor of the numinous, His Holiness, 168/195. He is not numinous, 49/77, cf 190/215. Thus, Levinas took up in secular ethics the same relation to Otto that Barth already had in radicalizing his theology. Nevertheless, in a fashion sometimes difficult to fathom, Levinas also showed himself open to more moderating claims about the availability of the other as a graspable event, suggesting his deeper allegiance to Rosenzweig's thesis, even as he overlaid it with more radical, Kierkegaardian rhetoric. It is useful to recall Rosenzweig's argument from the new thinking that we know most exactly, know with the intuitive knowledge of experience, what God is. If we did not know as much, then how could we talk about him? Rosenzweig dismissed, on these grounds, the nonsensical words immanent and transcendent. Approaches and withdrawals of God indeed occur, but they do not ossify into essences Seinschaften Eigenschafterie, so that God is transcendent. 17. Accordingly, in Totality and Infinity, and in contrast to his exorbitant, Kierkegaardian claims, Levinas also insisted that the other remains commensurate with him who welcomes, it remains terrestrial, 172/203. The relation between self and other, he insisted, is not enacted outside the world, 147/172. And while he claimed that the self is uprooted from history when it truly approaches the other, Levinas also emphasized that this encounter is reflected within the totality and history, within history, 23, 11/52, 23. As is well known, Levinas concretized the infinite in the face. While the face is clearly more than metonymic, it is also true for Levinas that the whole body, a hand or a curve of the shoulder, can express as the face. 239-40/262. Not surprisingly, one can find in Levinas's discussions of the face the same paradoxical contest between immoderate and moderate assertion. Usually, for example, Levinas denied that the face is an image. In this epiphany, the face is not resplendent as a form clothing a content, as an image, but as the nudity of the principle, behind which there is nothing further. 240/262. Similarly, he insisted, to manifest oneself as a face is to impose oneself above and beyond the manifested and purely nominal form, to present oneself in a mode irreducible to manifestation, the very straightforwardness of the face-to-face, without the intermediary of any image, in one's nudity. 174/200, second emphasis added. As he explains, the face provides not an image but only an expression. 273-74/297-98. But a theory of non-imagistic expression, it turns out, requires some concession to moderation. And elsewhere, Levinas stated more clearly that the face is not only visualized but concretized, even if only provisionally. After all, the whole motivation of allowing for an agent of contact such as the face between the orders of the same and the other is to provide for mediation. I do not struggle with a faceless God, Levinas put it in one of his most blatantly theological passages, underlining the concession of the face to immanence, but I respond to his expression, to his revelation. 171/197. Levinas owed the concept of the face, of course, to Rosenzweig, who had described God's loving gaze as not the basic form of his countenance, fixed and immutable. It is not the rigid mask that the sculptor lifts from off the face of the dead. Rather it is the fleeting, indefatigable alteration of mien, the ever-youthful radiance that plays on the eternal features. Love hesitates to make a likeness of the lover, the portrait would reduce the living countenance to rigor mortis. 18. Levinas's most direct invocation of this passage occurs when he writes that the face of the other at each moment destroys and overflows the plastic image it leaves me, the idea existing to my own measure and to the measure of its ideatum, the adequate idea, 21/50-51, emphasis added, point 19. But Rosenzweig's attempt to go beyond the contrast of immanence and transcendence informs Levinas's treatment throughout. On the one hand, the face is no ordinary datum, the eyes break through the mask, 38/66, the face is present in its refusal to be contained, 168/194. But it is not only present in this negativistic way, because it also allows of definitive provisional concretization as expression. The face is still a thing among things, as Levinas puts it, 172/198, emphasis added. I make no claim that either Rosenzweig's divine or Levinas's human overcame these tensions, which are simply inherited, indeed hoary, theological difficulties, only for their continuity with one another. Among the most interesting features of totality and infinity as a whole is its resonance with a much longer-term tradition in Western thought, fussing Platonism and monotheism, of imagining humanity as riven in two. According to this tradition, it is divided between animality and divinity. Its mission is to become more like the divine by overcoming or at least supplementing the flesh. Of course, there were many variations on this basic theme of homo duplex, and above all dispute about riven humanity's best destiny, roughly, reason for the Greek, law for the Jewish, and faith for the Christian traditions. Kant most vividly secularized this theme for modern philosophy, even though like Levinas his central ethical texts are pervaded by religious metaphors about what it means to ascend to purity. He called the perfectly rational will holy, for example. But though his mode too of sacralizing the human paradoxically went along, as in Kant's thought, with the secularization of the divine, the full internalization to humanity of infinity, Levinas broke with Kant's identification of man's godliness as the capacity for freedom, from which duties to others then flow, or from which they are an inference. Instead, Levinas humanized the divine directly through the human other, so that the self accedes to its higher and better half only in recognition of its intersubjective relations, homo duplex only on condition of moral duty. On the basis of this crypto-theological ethics, Levinas proceeded to take his place in the 20th century history of intersubjective theory. His diastatical account of the relation between self and other allowed him to bring his indictment of Heidegger to a climax. As shown earlier, Heidegger solved Husserl's solipsistic difficulty by adverting to a sociality prior to the centralizing ego. Levinas admits in Totality and Infinity that this innovation was an important advance over the intersubjective doctrine of Husserl's Cartesian meditations. In Heidegger, coexistence is, to be sure, taken as a relationship with the other prior and irreducible to cognition, 39/67. In his portraits of a self already concerned, even in isolation, about others, Heidegger seemed to overcome Husserl's quandary. But, despite the promising account of Fursorge, which licensed his moralizing contrast of authentic versus inauthentic interactions, Heidegger had tacitly retreated from his own promising step. For Levinas, Heidegger's initial mistake involved the presumption that once the autonomous self has been overruled as the source of norms, whether of cognition or action, the fused community is revealed as the true source. For Heidegger, intersubjectivity is a coexistence, a we prior to the I and the other, a neutral intersubjectivity, 39/68. But, Levinas suggests, it does not follow that, just because the self is not autonomous, it is simply and straightforwardly a product of community. This negative claim, even if Levinas's positive claim is rejected, has to be taken seriously. It forces the proponent of communitarianism to explain why, in rejecting the autonomous self, he has gone to the opposite extreme. Levinas presents his proposal as intermediate, that the intersubjective dyad, neither the autonomous self nor the entire community, is originary. It counts as the fundamental structure of intersubjectivity, one building in ethical obligation in all social contexts. It is even, like Heidegger's community, the condition of the possibility of meaningfulness. Before the self is a member of society, it is a member of an originary dyad. As a result, the face-to-face announces a society, 39/68. And then, in some of the more celebrated statements in the book, Levinas went on to suggest that the primordiality of intersubjectivity blocked Heidegger's attempt to descend to a fundamental ontology. Levinas now believed he had proved the priority of existence to existence, 15-1645. Most important, it is critical to note that Levinas in Totality and Infinity disclaimed with surprising force any immediately theological intent, suppressing in his official presentation the actual fabrication of his position through the encryption of theology. Levinas showed himself aware of the danger that his discourse might seem theological. In response, he overtly and repeatedly insisted that it is not. This revelation of infinity does not lead to the acceptance of any dogmatic content, he wrote at one point, presumably because the ethical claim is not exhausted by any finite list of obligations, but also to stress that the face's revelation is a secular revelation in the world, 13/25. The supersession of totality by infinity, the self through the other, is, Levinas insists, the most profound teaching, the definitive teaching, not of theology, but of philosophy, 76/102-3. Levinas went to suggest that either the ethic of the other is intended to be secular and wholly independent of theology, or, if it requires a religious commitment, that it is not a particular one but one grounded in universally available insight. Thus, the moral and rational faith that Kant and Hermann Cohen once advocated, a secular faith transcending the historical religions insofar as they are competitive and exclusive. 20 Levinas confirmed this gloss when he insisted that, whatever his theological rhetoric, he did not mean to imply that his ethic is believed by faith rather than known by knowledge. 12/24. It is only a necessary inference from his view, but Levinas insists on it nonetheless, that his ethics depend in no way on revelation except, of course, the purely human revelation of the face of the other. But is there such a thing? In this climactic way, Levinas broke with Rosenzweig even while internalizing his thought, repudiating his theology while at the same time resuming it as a purely human phenomenon. For the ethics of the neighbor Rosenzweig proposes in the Star of Redemption depend on theological assumptions, whereas Levinas is committed to disclaiming theological support. In Rosenzweig's philosophy, ethics have to be extrapolated, in fact, deduced from divine love. They are commanded. They are not the original phenomenon but derivative from it. By contrast, if God is to be found at all in Levinas's theory of the other, it is only as a possible result of relations with other people instead of as their precondition. It follows that the norms governing relations with other people cannot possibly have a divine origin. Thus, though he drew on Rosenzweig, Levinas at the same time radically shifted and reversed Rosenzweig's theory of divine revelation. Instead of deducing ethics from divine revelation, Levinas's ethics involve the deduction of God from human revelation. Consistent with this reversal, Levinas went so far in Totality and Infinity, as he had in his 1950s Jewish writings, as to assert the primacy of the ethical even to the divine, 50-51/79. In this deep sense, Levinas's ethics are indeed intended to swing free of theology. In fact, of course, they do so, but Kant's ethics also did so only by internalizing to interpersonal ethics the very theology they officially disclaim and supposedly overcome. Infinite qualitative difference, a theological principle, is not gone, it remains in its interiorized form in the human realm. And so, historically at least, Levinas's ethics are caught up in a constitutive contradiction, encrypting a theology they also abjure. As Heidegger argued, however, secular philosophy may precisely have to forsake the kinds of appeals to exteriority that Levinas made foundational. It is not enough simply to interiorize them to the human intersubjective world. That the appeal to the outside would remain tempting, but illegitimate, is, however, one of the hallmark features of philosophy after Nietzsche, who condemned thinking rooted in the old habit of suppositorying that the goal must be put up, given, demanded from outside by some superhuman authority. Having unlearned faith in that, one still follows the old habit and seeks another authority that can speak unconditionally and command goals and tasks. 21. Substituting human for divine gods is heretical rather than finally irreligious. Creditably attempting to salvage interpersonal morality after Heidegger, Levinas may never have given up the habit, the hankering for God's command that he merely internalized to the human realm of theology. Philosophy and theology. It is worth, in closing, saying a word about what philosophical consequences, if any, might follow from the historical argument of this book. Whatever the difficulties of Levinas's attempt to provide a secular theory of intersubjectivity, it is hard to disagree with German philosopher Michael Thunissen about the importance of the problem Levinas confronted after Heidegger subverted their teacher Husserl's position. It is difficult to think of a second theme that so sharply marks off the present, admittedly a present growing out of the 19th century and reaching back to it from its historical roots in the tradition. The problem has certainly never penetrated as deeply as today into the foundations of philosophical thought. It is no longer merely the object of a specific discipline but has already become the topic of first philosophy and one of the most primordial questions raised by modern thought. 22. This is so, one could add, even if it is one that has not gained sufficient recognition in Anglo-American philosophy, which it nonetheless pervades. The intent of this book, in identifying Levinas's thought as an ethical theology, has not been to consign it to the past now that the quest for post-metaphysical premises for public and private ethics has become the order of the day in modern philosophy. Of course, the foregoing history allows for that interpretation. But it is striking to observe the degree to which even the various contemporary quests for an ethics beyond metaphysics of turn out, at the present late date, to be bound up in some of the same historical dynamics that afflicted Levinas's own attempt to pioneer a secular ethics. Philosophers still attempt to grapple with the challenge of intersubjectivity, and continue to attempt to translate and extend many ethical principles originally rooted in monotheistic religion into a secular moral and political faith. And above all, they continue to insist on the dignity of the human being rooted in the qualitative superiority of the value of humanity to that of other ordinary, usable, and exchangeable objects. This relevance of intersubjectivity is sometimes obscured, of course, thanks to the still individualistic premises according to which Anglo-American thought often proceeds. In John Rawls's famous decision procedure for the generation of norms, the isolability of individual preferences is presumed, but it is a classic criticism of his position, one that applies to it down to the end, that the moral claim of others on the choosing self is built into the premises rather than deduced on their basis. Thus, as Michael Sandel observed, the only way to save Rawls's principles of justice from the critic who argues for some other, for example, a more interested version of the self choosing them, it may seem, is to admit that the relevant description of the self may embrace more than a single empirically individuated human being and, therefore, to make an open appeal to an intersubjective conception of the self. 23. More recently, Rawls's student, Christine Korsgaard, has attempted to extend Rawls's Kantian portrait of political obligation into the moral realm from which Rawls decided late in his life to sever it definitively, and, in Korsgaard's case, this extension has raised problems of how precisely the self is constituted so that the moral claim of the other is by definition binding on it. One interpretation of Korsgaard's project in moral philosophy is to supply the missing premises required for Rawls's work in political thought to be persuasive, though Rawls consistently claimed that his work in political philosophy itself could swing free from comprehensive normative views. This distinction did nothing to vindicate the difficulties of the original position he imagined, which demand a persuasive argument for the necessity of interpersonal recognition in the bargain about political institutions. 24. As for Jürgen Habermas, strongly influenced, as it happens, by Thunissen's history of intersubjectivity in his contrast between subject-centered and communicative reason, he has, more forthrightly than Rawls and his students, faced the challenge of sociality as presented by Heidegger's work. Indeed, like Levinas, he has attempted to discover some universalistic moral and political doctrine compatible with it, arguing that the nature of collective language use provides a discursive ground for intersubjective respect that speakers, as well as the political entities they form, violate only on pain of self-contradiction. And his student Axel Honneth has pursued and attempted to improve Habermas's work in this domain, including attention to Levinas's philosophy as a defense of a more concrete other than Habermas's theory may have admitted, and in light of which it demands correction. Point 25 Even for Richard Rorty, who dismisses the attempt of the others to represent intersubjectivity as a philosophical quandary, for Rorty, there are no philosophical quandaries, novels are nonetheless the successor to philosophy. In their most important mission of combating egotism. For Rorty, reading Henry James has the benefit of cultivating a kind of moral virtuosity. This moral virtuosity is the secular analogue of the kind of religious virtuosity. It provides an opening to others where self-centeredness reigned before. Culture, after theology has stopped teaching people to search for God, still at its best informs their pursuit of the other. Point 26 Troublingly, however, Rorty's theoretical premises do not allow him to explain why one should value moral betterment, or novels that make one less rather than more egotistical, except as a matter of aesthetic taste. It is in these multiple senses that Heidegger's subversion of Husserl's collegial theory, and the sequels that followed, remain definitive for philosophy even today. The point of this book has, of course, not been to contribute to the resolution of these debates, though it presupposes their importance and may place them in a new and helpful light. It is, rather, to add to the substantial literature scholars now possess about the covert and often unwitting dependence of the most foundational and inspirational contemporary philosophies on theology, a reliance that Levinas's attempt to discover a secular theory of interpersonal morality through the incorporation of theological premises, all in the brief period narrated in this book, illustrates so strikingly. Point 27 And the point, in turn, that follows from the discovery of this historical dependence is not so much the need for accuracy about the source of secular philosophical claims, much less a reversion to the true or original basis of secular beliefs. Rather, it is clarity about where philosophy continues to find itself in its efforts to justify universalistic and egalitarian norms, whether interpersonal or political, caught, as Levinas placed himself and perhaps always remained, between theology and philosophy, revelation and ethics. Levinas, and many others. Bibliographical note. There is a bibliography of Emmanuel Levinas's writings, compiled by Roger Burgreave in several editions, that served as the indispensable starting point of this study. See Burgreave, Emmanuel Levinas, on Bibliography Première et Secondaire, 2nd ed. Louvat, Peters, 1990. Since I began my work on this book, many more of Levinas's writings have come into English language translation than were available at the start. In appreciation of the labor of the translators and as a guide to the reader, there follows a list of the available English language versions of the texts by Levinas with which this book deals. Unfortunately, few of the minor interwar texts I discuss are in English as of this writing. Except in cases where they published their work very recently, I often consulted and sometimes relied on the contributions of these translators in deciding how to render the original text cited in this work.